The auction house you inherited has only 1 month left to survive, and the only lot that can save it is, of all things, a dilapidated shipping container inside a ring. The warehouse is empty except for dust, and a notice from the city trade office lies tucked in the corner of your desk. If you don't meet the revenue target within a month, the property will be seized. ASU massage your temples. The storage ring on your finger, which you haven't been able to open for years, suddenly glows with a faint blue light. The moment your mind probes it, a massive metal container materializes out of thin air. A line of pale blue text appears before your eyes. Heavily damaged container. Training type. Current status. For sale. But the container's door is tightly sealed. It can only be opened on auction day. And no one knew if it contained scrap metal or a priceless treasure. But as you stared at that glowing question mark, you'd already figured out a way to drive the entire city of 7 Marshall City into a betting frenzy. Chapter 1. The Broken Inventory Ring.
President Su.
We're doomed. Our auction house is really going under. In a well-lit but sparsely furnished room, a somewhat portly man was clinging to another man's thigh, weeping uncontrollably. Stop making a scene. Don't speak such bad luck. It's your constant crying that's ruining our auction house's fortunes. Su impatiently pulled his leg free from the man's grip and sat down in a chair nearby. He rubbed his temples and watched as the man scrambled to his feet, wiped away his tears and snot, and ran toward him. Is there really nothing left in the warehouse that we can sell? Nothing left, President Su. Not just in the warehouse, every single item worth selling in the entire auction house has already been sold. The man's face was etched with worry. He sniffled, looking as if he might burst into tears and cling to Su's leg at any moment. How dare you? Su glared at the man who had been about to step forward. The man had no choice but to hold back, saying, "This morning, some people from the city trade office stopped by." The city trade office? What were they here for? The city council has approved a new construction project and needs to find a plot of land within the city. All properties that haven't met the minimum turnover requirements are on the management office's list of land earmarked for use. They came by this morning to give us a heads up, the man explained. If our turnover still doesn't meet the minimum standard within the next month, our auction house. The man trailed off, the worry on his face deepening. Minimum turnover standard. Back in the auction house's heyday, any random lot they put up would easily meet several hundred times the minimum standard. But times have changed. The glory days are long gone. Now they can't even produce a single decent, basic lot. Su leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples with a slight headache, and asked, "What about the auction house's relic scout team? Have they sent any updates back?" "Not yet, Director." At this, the man's face fell again. Dungeons are incredibly hard to find these days, and on top of that, we're down to just 2 teams in our relic scout team. If there's any news, it probably won't come that quickly. Su furrowed his brow even deeper, looked at the man and said, "Give me some good news." Good news? Su's question was admittedly a bit of a stretch, but the man still racked his brain for an answer. Then, a look of joy flashed across his face, and he spoke with some excitement. "Wang said there's meat in tonight's dinner. We get to eat meat again, Director." Hearing this, Su, who was already at his wit's end, felt even more exasperated. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything at all. Branch manager, seeing that Su's expression hadn't changed, the man felt it was best not to get carried away any further. He composed himself and said, "I don't think those people from the management office are joking. If we really can't come up with anything this month, we'll truly be." "I know. You can go now." Su waved his hand and said, "I'll figure something out." "All right. Then, President Su, call me when you've come up with a solution." The man stood up and headed for the door. "Wait," Su suddenly called out to stop him. "I sent you to look into it. Have you found any leads yet?" The man stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Su and said with a troubled expression, "We did send people to look, but branch manager, you know the situation our auction house is in right now. As for people we can spare to follow this lead." "All right, you can go now." The door closed, leaving Su alone in the room. The room was large, but with very few items inside, it felt somewhat empty and desolate. "It's been several years since I traveled to this mana world, and not a single good thing has happened." Su leaned back in his chair, muttered with his eyes closed, and pondered how best to handle the current situation. A moment later, Su slowly opened his eyes and looked at his right index finger. There, on his finger, was an inventory ring. An inventory ring, as the name suggests, is a ring used to store items. It contains a separate space where objects can be retrieved or placed simply through the power of thought, a specialty of this mana world. But the inventory ring on his finger was different from ordinary ones. It was a broken inventory ring. At least to Su, it felt broken. Since arriving here, no matter how hard he tried to sense it with his mind, he simply couldn't enter the ring's inventory space. Su had wondered if the problem lay with him, but when he tried other inventory rings, he was able to access them without issue. Aside from being unable to access the inventory space, there was another problem. He couldn't remove the ring. It was as if it had grown onto his index finger no matter what Su tried. He couldn't get it off. Since you're one with my body, you should be able to sense the predicament I'm in right now. Su lifted the ring and held it in front of him, as if speaking to it, or perhaps just talking to himself. You fused with me without my consent. Now that so much time has passed, I senti it about time you paid your rent. After saying this, Su stared at the ring for a moment. A minute passed. Seeing that the ring still showed no reaction, Su had no choice but to lower his hand. But just as he did so, a distinct, metallic chill suddenly washed over the tips of Su's fingers. Su looked down at the ring on her index finger. At that moment, a faint blue glow flashed across the surface of the gem, embedded in the ring, something that had never happened before. So, you've had a change of heart and are ready to pay the rent? Su directed her thoughts toward the inventory ring. Unlike the resistance he felt before, this time Su's consciousness slipped effortlessly into the inventory ring. Since this ring only appeared after I crossed over, it wouldn't be too much to expect a few treasures inside. Su muttered to himself as he allowed his consciousness to fully enter the inventory ring. Unlike the blue and pink rings commonly seen in today's popular inventory spaces, the inventory space within Su's ring was a vast, black void with no visible edges for now. He couldn't determine just how large its capacity was. At that moment, Su's consciousness was floating within this black void, and directly in front of him was a metal box approximately 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters tall. The surface of the metal box was shrouded in a layer of gray gas, as if covered by a thin gray veil, which added a great deal of mystery to it. At the very front of the metal box was a pattern formed by pale blue fluorescence that looked exactly like a question mark. Su stared at the metal box ahead. After studying it for a moment, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Is this a shipping container? Chapter 2. A turning point for the down and out auction house. Su let his consciousness drift around the shipping container. Judging by its specifications, this container was slightly smaller than the 20-foot standard container from his previous life, and its interior dimensions were likely even smaller. He returned to the position directly in front of the container. A question mark? What does this mean? Su folded his arms and looked at the blue question mark on the front of the container with some confusion. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take a closer look. The moment his fingers touched the blue question mark, it instantly expanded outward, and blue fluorescence drifted out to form more text. Name: heavily damaged container. Training type: white rank. Current status: for sale. Just as these 4 lines of text appeared, the layer of gray mist surrounding the container vanished, revealing its interior. It looked different from what he'd seen before, but it matched its name perfectly. The surface of the container was covered with numerous scratches and dents. It was in a state of disrepair, looking severely damaged. There were no openings, though at least for now, Su couldn't see what was inside the container. Coming across such a modern object out of the blue in this mana world really feels out of place. Su mused to himself as he walked over to the container door, ready to open it and see what was inside. Container type: training? Does that mean the contents are related to training? The moment his palm touched the container door, the 4 lines of blue fluorescent text changed again. May only be opened on the day of sale. It can only be opened on the day of sale. Su looked at the container and thought to himself, so it's just a matter of setting a starting bid. Is this the only one? Su glanced around but didn't see any other containers. Never mind. That's not something I need to worry about right now. At least I have something to sell now. I'll sell this first, then figure out what to do next. With a thought, Su made the entire container vanish, transporting it outside. As the container disappeared, Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Retrieving something this big really takes a lot of mental energy. He shook his head to ease the dizziness, then prepared to withdraw his consciousness from the inventory ring. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the blue fluorescent text had changed again. Current status: pending recovery. Although Su's consciousness had been inside the inventory ring for quite some time, to the outside world, it had been merely an instant. By the time Su's consciousness returned to his body, the shipping container had already appeared in the open space of the room. Entirely blue and still dilapidated, it carried a musty scent. As if it had been there for a long time, it exuded a distinct sense of age. In his mind, he seemed to have an intuitive connection to the container. He could sense something resembling a door with his mind, but a resistance prevented him from opening it. Having a sense of history is a good thing. Su reached out to brush away the dust in front of him, took out a stone carved with circular patterns, and called out, "Finn, come here." Finn was the heavy-set man from earlier in the house, the auction house's second in command, who had a very deep friendship with Su's predecessor's family. They were closer than family. When Su's parents both passed away and the auction house began to decline, he still chose to stay, standing by Su's side through the tough times. During the time Su had spent interacting with him, she had come to realize that Finn was a trustworthy right-hand man. He was just a bit dim, and sometimes prone to tears. Aside from those two flaws that Su didn't particularly like, Finn was actually quite a decent guy. "Coming! Coming!" A voice called out from Stone's direction, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. While Finn was on his way, Su placed his hand on the shipping container door and pressed down with some force. But it didn't open. Does it only open when it's time for the sale? How do you open it? With that sense you feel in your mind. Su took a few steps back, wiped the dust off his hands, and pondered. "President Su, I'm here." Just then, Finn pushed open the door and burst into the room. As soon as he entered, he spotted the rusty metal contraption sitting in the middle of the room and asked in confusion, "President, what's this?" He'd never seen anything like this metal contraption before. "It was left behind by my father," Su replied casually. "Left by the former president?" Finn asked, puzzled. "But why didn't you bring it out before, President Su?" "My father said to only bring out these items which he found in a massive ancient ruin when the auction house was truly at its wit's end, as they could help us resolve our troubles." Su's expression turned somewhat melancholy, tinged with a hint of disappointment as he added, "I didn't want to use them, but I've ended up disappointing my father after all." "Don't say that, President Su," Finn quickly interjected. "When you returned from your training to take over the auction house, it was already at its most critical juncture. It's been incredibly difficult just to keep it going this long. The most important thing now is to resolve this issue so the auction house can weather the storm," Finn reassured him. "All right." Only then did the melancholy expression fade from Su's face. That acting he'd definitely win Best Actor, Su thought to himself. But what exactly is this thing the old president left behind? Finn circled the rusty hunk of metal, looking puzzled. "Are we going to auction off this hunk of metal?" "Yes and no," Su replied mysteriously. "Compared to ordinary auction items, this one left by my father has a unique advantage. With a little ingenuity, it might just become a major selling point for our auction house and turn things around for us." "A unique advantage?" Finn glanced again at the rusty hunk of metal beside him. Judging by the dust on its surface, it did indeed look older than typical auction items, though it was quite badly damaged. "Yes, with a little ingenuity, we might be able to turn it into a signature feature for our auction house," Su said. "That's why this first auction is so important. We need to promote it well." "Promotion?" Finn looked a bit hesitant. "President Su, we don't have much funding available right now. We might not have enough for a proper campaign, and besides, our existing network might not be what it used to be." "Don't worry. There are solutions for everything. Go invite my good uncle from the Guo family over. I have something to discuss with him," Su instructed Finn. "Besides visiting the Guos, pay a visit to the largest print shop in town as well." As Su spoke, he walked over to the side, took out a pen and paper, and began scribbling. A few minutes later, a sheet of paper with drawings and text appeared in his hand. He called Finn over and slapped the paper directly into his hand. Chapter 3. Auctions require brainpower. "What's this?" Finn looked at the slip of paper in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face, not quite catching on. He'd taken in a lot of new information today. His brain was a bit overloaded. "How many mana crystals do we still have available in our organization?" Mana crystals are the currency used by trainers in this world, graded from low grade, medium grade, high grade, to supreme grade in ascending order, with quantities rounded up to the nearest 1,000. 1 greater mana crystal and 277 lesser mana crystals, Finn replied quickly. For an average family, a single lesser mana crystal would be enough to live comfortably for a year. But for an auction house, such inventory was nothing short of dismal. Keep the leftover lesser mana crystals, and use the rest to print this, Sue said, pointing to the sheet of paper in Finna's hand. The paper doesn't have to be high quality, but we need a lot of it. Use the leftover lesser mana crystals to hire people. Have them wear our auction house uniforms and go out to distribute these printed sheets to the townspeople. On every street, hand one out to every person you see. Make sure to reach as many people as possible. Are we trying to get them all to come to this auction? That be too many people. Finn frowned. Of course not everyone will come. The goal is to pique some people's curiosity, Sue said, shaking her head. Take a wealthy family, for example. If they keep hearing their servants talk about the auction, what do you think they'll think? I get it. Finn's eyes lit up as he realized what she meant. They won't come themselves, but they'll talk about it. And when those wealthy families hear their servants discussing the auction, they'll definitely wonder what kind of auction could capture their servants' attention. Once they're curious, they'll ask around. When they ask, the publicity will take effect. When they see it's our auction house and read the text on the flyer, they'll wonder what kind of shenanigans we're up to, and then they might just show up at our auction. After saying this, Finn's expression turned a bit peculiar as he added, "But Director Sue, wouldn't this make us look a bit cheap? Then why don't you conjure up some mana crystals and come up with some promotional ideas that don't make us look cheap?" Sue retorted impatiently. You're right. Finn scratched his head. It was a bit tacky, yes, but this was indeed the greatest promotional impact their auction house could achieve with these mana crystals right now. Hurry up and get going. The auction is tentatively set for the evening 3 days from now. While you're at it, bring Yuna over. I'll give her some special training, Sue instructed Finn. Got it. Knowing that this auction would determine the auction house's future, Finn responded with great seriousness, then turned and hurried out of the room. A few minutes later, the door swung open again. A slender woman in a flowing black and gold gown walked in. Though she wasn't exactly a stunner, she was certainly no slouch in the looks department. Mr. Sue, you wanted to see me? Yes. In 3 days, our auction house will hold an auction, and we need you to preside over it, Sue said directly, looking at Yuna. This auction will determine the future of our auction house. It's extremely important. In truth, there was no other choice. Yuna was the only auctioneer left at the auction house. As for why she hadn't left yet, Yuna had been rescued by Sue's parents as a child and had lived at the auction house ever since. Once she grew up, she was trained to become an auctioneer and had worked for the auction house ever since. She felt a deep attachment to the place. I understand, Mr. Sue. Is there anything I need to prepare in advance? As Yuna entered the room, she naturally noticed the large, metal box in the corner. Suspecting it might be related to the upcoming auction, she asked aloud. Yes. Sue nodded and said, the item up for auction the day after tomorrow is rather special, and the auction format is different from what we've seen before. It's this. Yuna followed Sue's gaze to the side and listened intently. We don't know exactly what's inside yet. The box won't be opened until the day of the auction. At that time, bidders will have to judge whether the contents are valuable based solely on visual inspection and place their bids accordingly. This kind of auction really tests your ability to think on your feet. Go home today and think about the wording you'll use. Come see me tomorrow so we can go over it, and I'll make some adjustments to the details. After saying this, Sue turned to Yuna. Got it. Yuna nodded. This was somewhat similar to auctioning off items retrieved directly from a dungeon without appraising them first. This ran counter to the mainstream auction practices of today's auction houses, which typically appraise items collected from dungeons before putting them up for auction. Auctioning them directly, as far as Yuna could recall, this was a first. There was no way to determine whether the price exceeded the item's value or vice versa. It all came down to her own judgment. Likewise, this kind of auction placed high demands on the auctioneer's skills, and for her it was a significant test. No wonder Sue had specifically called her in to discuss this in advance. Then go back and prepare. Come by tomorrow morning so we can go over it. Okay. The next morning, throughout 7 Marshall City, a group of people suddenly appeared on streets large and small. They held stacks of papers in their hands, handing them out to anyone they saw. Come on, take a look. The latest news from Saran Auction House, an unprecedented auction format. If you don't know what's trending now, you'll be left behind. From 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children. As long as they saw anyone on the street who could walk, This group of people wearing Saran auction house uniforms would approach and slip one of these slips of paper into their hands. With so many people receiving them, some were bound to glance at the paper. Moreover, although Saran auction house had fallen on hard times, it had once been the largest auction house in 7 Marshall City. And with the city trade office currently in the midst of reclaiming land, people were naturally curious about whatever commotion Saran auction house was stirring up. When everyone turned their gaze to the paper, their expressions instantly took on a peculiar look. In the lower left corner was a rectangular box with numerous vertical creases on its surface. It was unclear exactly what it was. In the lower right corner was the Saran auction house logo, with the auction house's address listed below it. The most eye-catching element, however, was the promotional slogan in the upper half. Tired of auctions where you just bid directly? Why not try this auction that tests both your financial resources and your discernment? Bidding requires brains. And the container mystery box auction. It's an even greater test of intelligence and boldness. It's a split-second decision. Follow the crowd and miss out on a treasure, or snap up a priceless item at a bargain price. Saran Auction House is about to host just such an auction, a contest pitting 4 key strengths against each other: intelligence, financial resources, discernment, and boldness. We're waiting for you at Saran. Chapter 4. My dear nephew has recently uncovered a batch of treasures. The promotional slogan left everyone stunned. What is this container? Is it that ugly-looking thing drawn on the paper? It's probably just another fad among those trainers, something ordinary people like us can't even get our hands on. Whether we can get our hands on it is one thing, but we can at least ask around. I'm definitely going to go back and find out more. When it comes to new things, people's curiosity is always intense. As for this auction featuring a shipping container and a test of all 4 powers, many immediately took an interest and began asking those around them what exactly was going on. By early morning, news that the Saran auction house was holding a special auction had spread rapidly throughout 7 Marshall City. Manager, what do you think? What kind of stunt is the Saran auction house planning? A young attendant stood beside a man in white, fanning him with a fan. A shipping container, an auction that tests intelligence and discernment? The man in white held a cheap-feeling, poorly crafted flyer in his hand, chuckled lightly, shook his head and said, "It's just a gimmick by an auction house on the brink of closing, trying to stay afloat. Saran auction house. My dear nephew Sue, it's been ages. I've missed you terribly, Uncle Gua. Haha." As the door swung open, a plainly dressed man with a large belly walked into the room, laughing. Sue motioned for Yuna, standing beside him, to step back, then looked at the visitor and smiled. I recall that Uncle Gua usually wears mana crystal necklaces and bracelets, if my memory serves me correctly. I've heard that Uncle Gua used to wear a ring on his right hand made from a superior mana crystal of exceptional quality that he couldn't bear to part with. Why didn't you bring it today to let your nephew take a look and broaden his horizons? Have you switched to this casual, everyday style instead? Ha ha ha, you shouldn't pay any attention to those rumors. Garrick, the man who had just entered, advised. 9 out of 10 things circulating on the streets are false. As for the remaining one, you can take it with a grain of salt at best. Don't put any stock in them. You know that well enough, nephew Sue, Garrick said, a hint of worry crossing his face. My Gua family has welcomed a few more children in recent years. Feeding them and their training all require mana crystals. At my age, I have to look out for my family. I can't live as carefree and unrestrained as I did in my youth. Back then, I was reckless, unlike you, young Master Sue, who is so accomplished at such a young age. Come. Garrick didn't dwell on the topic any further and glanced at the attendant standing nearby. The attendant immediately understood and walked toward the door. Soon, a group of attendants dressed in the Gua family's attire came in, carrying boxes of various sizes. I've heard that you, my esteemed nephew Sue, have been working very hard lately. So I specifically sent someone to the mana herb fields to gather some mana herbs that are good for your health to help you replenish your strength. Garrick pointed at the boxes and laughed. I couldn't possibly let Uncle Gua go to such trouble. It must have cost quite a few mana crystals. Sue knew full well that Garrick was beating around the bush, but he wasn't in a hurry. He replied casually while looking for the right opening to bring up the topic. Oh, don't say that. Since it's for my dear nephew Sue's own good. Even though the Gua family is tight on funds right now, the thought of how hard you've been working makes my heart burn with worry. So I gritted my teeth and scraped together some mana crystals to help you recover. Garrick looked at Sue and said, Young Master Sue, please don't refuse this. Although the Guo family is short on funds right now, everything is for your sake. Even though we aren't related by blood, we're closer than family. How could you possibly refuse a gift from family? Uncle Guo, you're so kind. If I refused, I'd certainly be disappointing you. I'll definitely accept this gift. Su looked at Garrick, who had just let out a quiet sigh of relief and smiled. I never expected Uncle Guo to care so much about me, to treat me like family. It wouldn't make sense for me to hesitate now. Standing nearby, Garrick's relaxed expression immediately tensed. He paused. His face suddenly filled with wariness. Something's off. That doesn't sound right. It's 10 out of 10, no, 11 out of 11 wrong. To be honest, Uncle Guo, your humble nephew has recently come across a batch of treasures. Su lowered his voice slightly and said mysteriously. Well, a look of "I knew it" flashed across Garrick's face, but he quickly switched to a troubled expression and said, You know me, nephew Su. Our family is really struggling financially right now. The last few times you invited me to see these treasures, the Guo family was indeed in a comfortable financial position, and we did like those items. But right now, the Guo family simply can't make ends meet. Garrick looked as though he had the will but lacked the means. Ah, but this time is different from before, Su said mysteriously. This time, they're real treasures. You always say that, Garrick thought to himself. Uncle Guo, please rest assured. This time, I didn't invite you here just to show you a treasure, Su explained with a smile. I'd like to ask you to help spread the word. In 2 days, Saran Auction House will hold an auction where these treasures will be put up for bid. If Uncle Guo really likes it by then, he can just bid on it himself at the auction. An auction? Garrick paused again. Su's words took him somewhat by surprise. He'd assumed Su was going to bring up his long-departed father once more to recommend some rare treasures to him. Has Su Ran's relic scout team returned from the dungeon? After a moment's thought, Garrick asked. As long as she wasn't trying to recommend treasures to him, everything was fine. The relic scout team hasn't returned yet, but Su Ran has other ways to acquire treasures. Su looked at the skeptical Garrick. Her expression wavered for a moment, as if she made some decision, before she continued. Here's the thing. I had originally planned to save this lot for the auction, but since Uncle Guo has helped me out so many times before, I'll bring it out early so he can take a look. However, Su's gaze swept over the several attendants standing beside Garrick. Garrick immediately caught on and said, You all, step outside. Once all the attendants had left, Su walked to an open area in the room. Only then did Garrick notice some yellow scratches on the floor. The next second, Su waved his hand. With a faint clang, a sizable hunk of iron landed on the floor. Garrick's expression shifted slightly at the sight. This kid really did have something to show, and it was something he'd never seen before. What is this? Garrick stepped closer and instinctively reached out, only to snap back to his senses and glance at Su standing nearby. Uncle Guo, feel free to examine it. What's going to be auctioned off is the item inside this container, Su said from the side. Chapter 5. Uncle Guo, didn't you just say the Guo family was having cash flow problems? Last night, he had already examined it on his own. The hardness of this shipping container's outer shell was astonishing. It couldn't be broken simply by external force. All right. Garrick didn't stand on ceremony with Su. His palm made contact with the container's surface. It felt cold to the touch, with the expected metallic texture mixed with a gritty sensation from the dust. Garrick withdrew his hand and walked around the container. The surface of the container was covered with dents and scuffs, but there wasn't a single sign of a crack. It was impossible to see the inside from the outside. I could use, Garrick began instinctively, but stopped mid-sentence when he realized it was inappropriate. Never mind. I was being presumptuous. Since you've brought it out for Uncle Guo to see, naturally you'd want him to understand it as clearly as possible. Su understood what Garrick was getting at and smiled. If Uncle Guo wants to investigate, feel free to do so. Really? Garrick glanced at Su in surprise. Of course, if Uncle Guo can actually detect anything, Su said with a smile. Oh, Su's remark piqued Garrick's interest. Su was well aware of his cultivation level. What he meant was that even if Garrick tried to probe it, he wouldn't be able to detect anything. That really got him curious. A mysterious force surged from his body, enveloping the surface of the shipping container as it probed inward. A moment later, Garrick's eyes widened slightly, and he withdrew the force he'd released onto the container. This box of yours, I can't even sense the space inside. Is it a formation? Or Garrick frowned as he speculated. However, after pondering for quite some time, he still couldn't figure it out. But one thing was certain. This box might truly be just as Sue had said it contained a treasure. Whether it was its unprecedented appearance or the impenetrable interior, everything about this crate revealed its extraordinary nature. Where did you get this crate? As I mentioned earlier to Uncle Gua, it comes from a dungeon, Sue said with a smile. I'm afraid this dungeon isn't your average one. Of course not. My family paid a heavy price for these items. Old Sue was involved too. Garrick frowned thoughtfully. It seemed highly likely that this rusty old box really did contain treasures. You said earlier that you called me here to help with promotion? Garrick looked at Sue and asked, Aren't you worried that I might want the contents of this box for myself and refuse to help with the promotion, only to keep it all for myself in the end? Uncle Gua is a smart man, why say such foolish things? Sue didn't take offense. He smiled and replied, On the way here, you must have seen the flyers our Saran auction house handed out. People are naturally curious, and I'm sure you understand exactly why I invited you here. You kid. You're starting to take after your father. Garrick suddenly laughed and said, How many more items like this do you have? I can't tell Uncle Gua the exact number, but there's one thing I can guarantee, Sue said with a smile. There will definitely be more items like this in the near future. Garrick reached with his left hand toward his right, but when his fingers touched, he realized he hadn't worn his ring today. He lowered his hand and said, All right, then, when there's another auction like this, make sure Jean Bao lets me know. That's perfect. I have a friend who has been facing some difficulties lately and is at a loss as to how to solve them. I'll have a good talk with him on your behalf, Garrick promised. Thanks for your help, Uncle Gua. All right, no need to see me off. You should focus on preparing for the auction the day after tomorrow. I watched old Sue build this auction house from the ground up when I was young. Garrick looked around with a somewhat complicated expression and said, Who would have thought that as he got older, the old man would lose his mind and leave you, a young guy, to shoulder so much on your own? Garrick looked at Sue, whose eyes still showed traces of fatigue, and let out a long sigh. It's all in the past now. It doesn't matter. Sue gave a carefree smile, not taking it to heart. All right, you better get ready. Uncle Gua will come by to show his support. Garrick walked over to Sue's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Didn't Uncle Gua say earlier that the Gua family was having cash flow problems? Sue looked at Garrick and chuckled. If I hadn't said that, who knows what you'd have tried to foist on me. Though Sue had called him out directly, Garrick didn't seem embarrassed. He withdrew his hand and said, All right, since you're serious about turning the auction house around, give it your all. I'm heading out now, no need to see me off. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Take care, Uncle Gua. After Garrick and his party had left, Sue called over Yuna, who was standing nearby, to continue fine-tuning some of the wording. This upcoming auction held extraordinary significance for him. Whether Saran Auction House could get back on its feet depended entirely on whether this first auction could get off to a good start. There were just too many areas requiring funds right now, from running the auction house to recruiting staff and whether he could find that person and that lost item. Money. Money, there's just so much that requires it. After a day of buzz building, the entire city of Seven Marshall City had heard about the auction Saran Auction House was organizing. The Four Powers Auction, come if you dare. This slogan, whose origin was unknown, had already spread like wildfire throughout Seven Marshall City. Walking down the streets, if you stopped any two passers-by to chat, there was a 90% chance they'd be discussing this auction. The intense buzz had even reached the city trade office, where a member of the city patrol rushed into the director's office clutching a flyer. Director, Saran Auction House has been making moves lately. The flyer was placed on the director's desk, but instead of looking at it, the director asked, The Saran Auction House that previously held the top spot for mana crystal sales in Seven Marshall City? Yes, Director. The director pushed the flyer aside. A flash of light emanated from his inventory ring, and a book landed on the desk in front of him. He opened the book and began flipping through it. It contained a list of names and was filled with dense rows of data. About 3 minutes passed before the director asked, Is Saran Auction House on the list for this new land reclamation plan? Yes. Saran Auction House's turnover hasn't met the minimum standard in recent years, so it's already been added to the list. The team member spoke while glancing at the operations director's expression before adding, I suspect this auction is Saran Auction House's attempt to turn things around. Chapter 6. Remove all these tables and chairs? The director of the business administration office looked up at the person standing beside him. The man immediately grew tense, standing rigidly and holding his breath. No need to be so nervous. Go ahead and share your thoughts. It wasn't until the branch manager spoke that the man let out a sigh of relief and said, although Saran Auction House is in decline now, it was, after all, once the largest auction house in 7 Marshall City. Moreover, the former president was no ordinary figure. We've all witnessed what Saran achieved under his leadership. Although he made some poor decisions, based on what I know of him, I dare to speculate that he may still have a trump card up his sleeve. And now, Saran Auction House is playing that card to make a comeback. After finishing, the man cautiously glanced at the director again. Seeing that his expression hadn't changed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. When presenting one's views to someone of higher rank, as long as the other party's expression doesn't sour, that's already considered a good sign. That's a good analysis, the branch director said. Which squad are you with? The man's expression immediately lit up with excitement. He stood up straight and replied, I'm a member of the 7th Squad of the 7 Marshall City Trade Office, ID 0703. Starting today, you'll be in charge of monitoring the situation at Saran Auction House. Go check out the auction the day after tomorrow. The director of the operations office paused for a moment before adding, go in plain clothes. If you get any information, compile it and submit a report afterward. Yes, sir. The following afternoon, Director Sue, for this auction, are we removing all these tables and chairs? Finn looked at Sue beside him and, after a moment's hesitation, said, although our auction house isn't doing too well right now, we shouldn't have a problem with basic tables and chairs. No need. Remove them all. If the tables and chairs stay here, where will we display the auction items?
Sue insisted.
Are the auction items supposed to be displayed here? Finn paused and asked, aren't they supposed to be placed on the auction podium? With such a huge metal crate, there's no way that tiny platform could hold it, Sue replied. Remember, the format of this auction is completely different from anything we've done before. We need to break with tradition, just do as I say. Seeing Sue's determination, Finn didn't press the issue further. He waved to the people outside, and immediately someone came in to begin clearing the tables and chairs from the venue. While the tables and chairs were being cleared, Sue didn't sit idle either. She took Finn on a tour of the venue. We'll divide this space into separate zones. This section is the lot display area. The lots and will be in this section during the auction. The second section is the bidders area. All their appraisals of the lots must be conducted within this area. They're not allowed to cross the boundary into the first section. As for the eligibility verification process, just handle it the same way as before. We'll set up just these 2 sections inside the venue. Should we set up tables and chairs in the bidders area as well? Finn asked. After all, since no auction items need to be displayed here, placing some chairs won't interfere with the bidding process. No, they can just stand. Sue shook his head and said, there are many auction houses in 7 Marshall City. Given Saran's current situation, conducting auctions the same way as them no longer gives us any advantage. Since we've already broken the rules, let us go all the way. Sue looked at the tables and chairs being carried out and said, for those bidders, a different experience can also give them a sense of novelty. You have to remember, Sue turned to Finn and said, what they lack isn't money, it's novelty. And that's exactly what I'm going to give them. This is also the key to whether our auction house can differentiate itself from the others and bounce back from rock bottom. Looking at the confident Sue, Finn suddenly paused. He had seen that same look of confidence in someone else before. Back then, Saran Auction House had launched its Party Dungeon Exploration auction model, a self-produced and self-sold format, breaking the prevailing practice of accepting consignment items. It was from that moment onward that Saran Auction House entered an era of rapid growth. All right, I understand, Finn said, nodding as the last trace of doubt vanished from his eyes. Also, make sure all the mana crystal plates that emit different colors, the ones I asked you to prepare earlier, are ready. Oh, and have someone arrange a carriage shortly to bring the last of the fine wine from our auction house. I need to pay a visit to Old Master Yi. Old Master Yi. Finn, having guessed some of Sue's intentions, said, Old Master Yi has been in seclusion for many years. It's likely to be quite difficult to persuade him to come out of retirement. Even if it's difficult, we have to try, Sue replied. Old Master Yi is an indispensable key element. Without him, the outcome will be significantly diminished. If we're going to do this, we'll do it right. Enough said, get the carriage ready. Lin Lake, where birds sang and flowers bloomed. A wooden cottage stood at the edge of the forest by the lake. At that moment, a white-haired old man, dressed in a simple, loose-fitting robe, was fishing by the shore. It was quiet and serene. Just then, the sound of a horse-drawn carriage echoed from outside the woods, followed by a group of about 3 people and their horses entering from the Chui Lin path. A relatively young man stepped down from the carriage, carrying 2 silk-wrapped boxes, and walked toward the lakeshore. Old Yi, you really have a wonderful sense of leisure. I've been thinking that when I'm older, I'd like to find a treasure spot like this too, sipping tea and fishing every day. That kind of life would be truly delightful. The young man sat down beside the old man with complete ease, not the least bit concerned that his clothes might get dirty from the wet mud by the lake. The old man turned to look at Su standing beside him and said, "How come you have time to drop by and visit this old man today?" "Well, I haven't seen you in a long time, Old Yi, and I've been thinking about you a lot, so I came by to see you." Su held up the wrapped package in his hand and smiled. "Some fine wine, I brought it especially for you to try, Old Yi." As he spoke, Su unwrapped the silk cloth to reveal a red gift box with golden patterns, which looked quite elegant. Inside the box lay a small jade bottle, flanked by 2 exquisite jade cups. The old man glanced at the wine in the box and swallowed hard. When he saw Su reaching for it, he called out to stop him, "No need. This wine is too strong for me, I simply can't drink it." Hearing this, Su didn't rush to take it. Instead, he looked at the old man and smiled. "Everyone knows you're the undisputed master of the appraisal world, Old Yi. After all these years of retirement, there are plenty of people out there who miss you dearly. Since you already know I've retired, you should understand my thoughts." The old man cast another glance at the green jade bottle before turning back to gaze at the lake. Chapter 7. Bringing back just 1 fish, 1 TB enough to eat. Retiring doesn't mean you can't make a comeback, it's no big deal. Su turned to look at the lake and smiled. Everyone knows that the treasures appraised by Elder Yi are as numerous as the water in this lake, countless. Those discerning eyes are like a bright star in the night, shining. Enough, the old man interrupted. If I say I'm retiring, then I'm retiring. How could I go back on my word? The old man paused, his gaze drifting slightly into the distance before he snapped back to reality and said, "I'm getting on in years, and I've worked hard my whole life, it's time to rest." "But," Su said with a laugh, "what I see in Elder Yi's eyes isn't exactly the word retirement." The old man didn't respond and continued fishing. Seeing that the old man wasn't paying him any mind, Su didn't press the matter, but instead turned his gaze back to the open box beside him. He took out the green jade bottle inside, then a jade cup. He pinched the seal on the green jade bottle and pulled it open. A rich, lingering aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Holding the bottle in one hand and the cup in the other, Su poured some of the wine into the cup, causing the scent in the air to grow 3 times stronger. Su glanced at the elderly man beside him, whose expression remained unchanged, though his throat kept moving, and chuckled softly as he shook his head. Then he raised the cup and drained it in one gulp. Out of the corner of his eye, the old man watched as Su downed the entire contents of the cup in one go. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "What a waste. That's the stuff. The way it burns my throat, it's just as refreshing as drinking baijiu." Su's face flushed slightly as he let out a hearty bellow. He didn't drink often, and as the liquor slid down his throat, it felt as if a fire were burning there, a searing, stinging pain. Noticing that the old man beside him still hadn't moved, Su raised his cup, looking as if he were already tipsy, and prepared to pour more into it, speaking as he did so. "Too bad these are the last 2 bottles of Qingyu wine left. 3 cups per bottle. Homemade wine just tastes different from what you get out there. After today, I'm afraid I won't be able to have any more, even if I want to." As he spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him. Seeing that the old man hadn't reacted, Su poured another cup, filled it to the brim, and downed it in one gulp. This time he was truly feeling the effects. Su's face instantly flushed, and he raised his hand, ready to empty the rest of the bottle. The old man beside him couldn't stand it any longer. He reached out and grabbed Su's wrist, his voice tinged with concern as he said, "That's enough. Did Old Yi agree?" Su didn't let go of the bottle but looked at the old man and smiled. "If he doesn't agree, then I'll keep going." Seeing the old man's silence, Su shed his initial air of refinement, adopting the defiant attitude of someone determined to finish the wine if he didn't get his way. You rascal, you didn't come here to entertain me, you're clearly just finding new ways to torment me. The old man sighed and said, Stop drinking. Save some for me. So, old ye, do you agree? Su's wrist continued to swirl the bottle as he looked at the old man. As long as the old man let the word no slip out, the wine from the bottle would flow into his cup. Before I give you an answer, I'd like to ask you a question. The old man still didn't answer directly, but instead said, Why did you come to find me? After all, I'm no longer the top appraiser in 7 Marshall City. As he spoke these words, the old man's speech was slow, and his voice trembled slightly. 2 reasons, Su replied promptly. You know, old ye, I'm a straightforward person, I'm not very good at lying. While you've been in retirement, some things have happened at our Saran auction house, and things aren't exactly going well right now. You little rascal, the old man chuckled. So you've come here trying to get something for nothing. It seems your drink is stronger than I imagined. How could this be a free ride? We're so close, old you certainly wouldn't stand by and watch me fail, right? Besides, Su dropped his smile and spoke earnestly to the old man. I know you've always wanted to win, old ye, and we at Saran Auction House need a chance to win too. From that perspective alone, aside from you, old ye, I can't think of a more suitable candidate. Hearing this, the old man fell silent, gazing at Su's sincere and earnest expression. His eyes shifted, as if he were deep in thought, weighing his options. Su knew he had to give the old man time to think, so he remained quiet, waiting patiently by his side. A few minutes later, the old man turned his gaze back to the lake. Just then, ripples began to spread across the water's surface. A fish had taken the bait. The old man flexed his arm and wrist in unison, and the fish that had taken the bait was hauled out of the water. It landed on the grass nearby, thrashing wildly. It was quite large and looked very plump. Wow, this fish is a good one. It'll be delicious when cooked, Su praised. Take it back and cook it, the old man said as he removed the hook from the fish's mouth and tossed it into a bucket nearby. I'm a bit greedy, Su suddenly chuckled and said. Taking home just one fish, probably one be enough to eat. You bold little rascal, comparing me to a fish. The old man shook his head, feigning anger. After a brief pause, he said, Pour me some wine. Watching you go about it so haphazardly earlier was a real ordeal. That's not how you're supposed to drink this green jade wine. Su's face lit up at this. He immediately reached into the box beside him, pulled out another cup, and prepared to pour the wine for the old man. Wait, I'll do it myself. You're too clumsy. Old man Yi took the wine bottle and cup from Su's hands and poured the wine along the inner wall of the cup, not spilling a single drop. Su naturally had no objections as long as he could drink this wine. He'd drink it however he pleased. After all, drinking his wine meant he was now one of his people. After pouring it into the cup, Old Yi took a light sip from the rim, moistening the corners of his lips with a tiny bit of wine, and savored it carefully. This is how you're supposed to drink it. If you down it in one big gulp or even 3, the whole bottle of Qingyu wine will be gone. It's not that I didn't want to do it that way. You wouldn't let me, old Yi, Su chuckled. Old Yi's mouth twitched slightly as he said, You rascal, you mustn't touch that remaining bottle. Giving it to you to drink would be a waste. Of course not, it was meant as a gift for old Master Yi in the first place. From what you've said, Su Ran's situation isn't looking good. Since you've come to see me this time, you must have found some treasure that could potentially turn things around for her. And you want me to appraise it, right? Old Master Yi asked as he sipped the wine in his glass. That's right, Su nodded. It's true they want old Master Yi to appraise it, but it's a bit different from before. This time, the treasure needs to be auctioned off first, and then appraised. Oh, old Master Yi looked up at Su. Having spent many years in the auction industry, he immediately grasped Su's general idea and said, Are you planning to use a completely new auction format to change Su Ran's current landscape? Chapter 8. For all who seek profit. For all who seek city-wide fame. Old Master Yi, you have a keen eye. This Su Ran auction will be completely different from previous ones. The appraisal after the auction is particularly important, so I'd like to invite you to serve as the on-site appraiser. Su spoke up, saying, There are also some different procedures and guidelines. Master Yi, you can come back to the auction house with me to go over them, discuss them, and then make any necessary optimizations and adjustments. You little rascal, You really are afraid I'll run off. Don't worry, since I've agreed to help you, I'll certainly follow through. Master Yi took another light sip from his glass. This sip was considerably larger than the previous two. He drained the remaining wine in the cup in one go. Of course, he savored the flavor in his mouth for much longer than before, unlike Su, who swallowed immediately after taking a sip. After stowing the gift box on the floor into his inventory ring, the old man stood up and said, "Let us go. I'll come back with you to see what kind of trendy ideas today's young people have that could change the fate of an auction house." "Old Yi, aren't you going to tidy up a bit? What's there for a guy like me who's almost in the ground to tidy up? Unless your auction house can't keep me in check. In which case I'll have to move this little thatched cottage of mine over there," Old Yi joked. "That's easy to arrange. Our auction house has plenty of empty rooms right now. If Old Yi wants to take up an entire floor, we can certainly accommodate you." "No need for that. One room will be plenty." "When exactly is the auction?" "Tomorrow night." "You rascal, you really aren't giving me any time at all. Isn't that a sign of trust in Old Yi's true capabilities?" After Su helped the old man into the carriage, he followed right behind him. "Tell me exactly what's going on while we're on the road. I'm getting on in years, my mind isn't as sharp as it used to be, so I'll need some time to process it." "Sure. I'll make sure to explain everything clearly to you, Old Yi." Saran Auction House, Auction Hall. "Is this the so-called container you mentioned earlier in the carriage?" "Yes, Old Yi." Alden, also known as Old Yi, watched as Su summoned the rusty metal lump from his spatial ring and placed it on the floor. He narrowed his eyes and moved a little closer. "I can handle it, right? As long as you don't take it apart, you're free to do whatever you like with it, Old Yi." Upon hearing this, Alden took a pair of sheer gloves from his spatial ring, their surfaces shimmering with constantly shifting light, and slipped them on. These were specially crafted gloves designed not to alter the original state of any object they touched. Not even a speck of dust on the item would be affected. Although Su had implied he could handle it directly, as a professional appraiser, Alden had his own standards. Running his hands over the container, he felt the texture of metal. The dents likely caused by being struck by other heavy objects were clearly visible. Alden analyzed the container's condition with his eyes, hands, and even his nose. A few minutes later, "The craftsmanship of this container is truly unprecedented. There's a high probability it originated from a secluded, isolated sect-like dungeon." Alden took off his gloves and looked at Su standing nearby. "Yes, there are many containers made with this craftsmanship in that sect," Su replied, nodding with a natural expression. "The metal used in these boxes is quite hard, and the craftsmanship is very precise. I originally suspected they might have come from a sect specializing in forging, but..." Alden's gaze shifted to a corner of the container. The color there was slightly darker than the rest of the container. "If my deduction is correct, that area must have been infused with mana, causing the metal's properties to change. In that case, the item inside is very likely related to training." Alden's guess was spot on, matching the blue fluorescent text Su had seen: training category. To be able to deduce the contents from such minor details on the container's surface in such a short time, that keen eye truly lived up to his reputation as the former top appraiser of Seven Marshall City. That was precisely why Su had gone out of his way to bring Alden here. However, we can only infer that the items are related to mana and training. We'll have to see what's inside before we can make any further assumptions. Alden looked at Su beside him and said, "Based on what you told me earlier, you mean the contents won't be opened and revealed until the auction officially begins tomorrow. What's the specific starting price? How much is it?" "The starting bid is 10 greater mana crystals, with each bid increment no less than 100 lesser mana crystals," Su replied. 10 mid-grade crystals? Are you planning to run a mass market auction?" Alden furrowed his brow slightly and said, "If that's the case, there's a high probability of losing money if something valuable turns up in this container, and judging by the current situation, this container is no ordinary item." "Yes, but for Su Ran right now, losing a few mana crystals isn't a bad thing, it's actually a good thing," Su said. "A good thing?" "Yes," Su nodded and explained. "The promotional message for this auction is all about intelligence, courage, and discernment. If we can truly get a bidder to embody these qualities, although we might lose a few mana crystals, for our auction house, it not only proves we're not making false claims, but also gives our marketing a powerful boost. When it comes to Saran Auction House's new auction model, publicity is far more valuable than mana crystals themselves." So Alden pondered for a moment before asking, Is this auction primarily aimed at other auction houses? No, Su shook his head. Saran Auction House is aimed at everyone who wants to make a profit. Everyone who wants to become famous throughout the city. Famous throughout the city? Alden was starting to lose track of Su's train of thought. Making a profit makes sense after all. It's possible to acquire treasures far exceeding their value with just a small amount of mana crystals. But to become famous throughout the city? Yes, Su nodded, then explained. Of course, a single auction alone wouldn't achieve that kind of impact. That's why we need to put some effort into promoting this new format of auction. After speaking, Su took a pre-prepared note from his inventory ring and handed it to Alden. The note was divided into several squares, each containing a different type of auction item. In front of these squares were different colors and labels: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Alden was all too familiar with the items in those squares. He saw at a glance that they were categorized by rarity, with more items at the bottom and fewer at the top. Putting this together with the text at the very front, he immediately grasped Su's meaning. You mean to categorize the items drawn from the box according to their rarity? Chapter 9. On the eve of the auction. Yes. Su nodded and smiled. All items auctioned off at our house, once authenticated, will be recorded on the public bulletin board. All bidders may choose to leave their names or remain anonymous. As soon as an item is authenticated, the luminous mana crystal panels surrounding Saran Auction House will light up, emitting a corresponding color. This is what we call making it public. With records, public announcements, and people taking notice, discussions will naturally follow. As soon as people start talking, the reputation of both our Saran Auction House and the bidders will naturally rise. The rarer an item is and the lower its probability of appearing, the more special it seems. The more the neighbors talk about it, the higher our profile becomes. This is what it means to be known throughout the city. Alden grew more and more astonished as he listened, and by the end, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You young people really know how to come up with all sorts of creative ideas." Such an unusual approach was definitely a first for him and for most people in Seven Marshall City. That's not all. Su chuckled. Aside from the novelty of this approach itself, there are quite a few members of the major clans in Seven Marshall City secretly competing with one another. If someone from one of these clans gains such notoriety, the other clans certainly want to be outdone. Whether it's making a huge profit or spending a fortune, it's all worth the competition. When the time comes, at an auction, to save face, some unexpected situations are bound to arise. The bidding price will rise during the auction, and they'll participate in the next auction out of spite. The more people talk about it outside the auction, the faster this tactic will spread, and the snowball will keep growing. That initial loss of a few mana crystals won't amount to anything. It'll be recouped in no time. This is what you call casting a long line to catch a big fish. Su finished his explanation with a smile and looked at Alden ahead of him. My. Alden shook his head in admiration. The Su family truly produces one talented person after another. An idea like this is indeed enough to turn the current situation at Saran Auction House around. I originally thought you were relying on this treasure to help the auction house turn things around, but now it seems, Alden continued, this lot accounts for only 50% of the credit. When the time comes, we'll need to trouble you, Elder Yi, to conduct a thorough appraisal. Matters like this selection and categorization are best left to an authority like you to ensure credibility, Su said with a smile. Rest assured, Elder Yi, our auction house has quite a few more containers like this in stock. They might contain many new items the public has never seen before, so we'll need to trouble you to appraise them properly when the time comes. Since you've put it that way, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Alden turned back to look at the shipping container and said, I wonder if I could stay here and observe it for a little while longer. Go ahead, Elder Yi. With that, Su turned and walked toward the door, leaving the room to Alden. As he closed the door behind him, Su turned and saw Finn waiting nearby. After a moment's thought, he said, Have some people stand by here. If Elder Yi needs anything, respond immediately. Got it. Finn pulled out a comm stone, gave a few orders, and immediately, someone stepped out of the shadows to stand guard at the door. After issuing a few more instructions, Finn caught up with Su and said, President Su, you're something else. You actually managed to get that venerable elder to come out. That's impressive. Su smiled slightly but didn't reply. Still, it seems Senior Yi was really shaken by that incident. I remember the last time I saw him appraising an artifact, he was so composed and confident. For him to have to do his homework in advance like this today is truly rare, Finn remarked. Don't discuss what shouldn't be discussed, Sue interrupted. Yes, Finn hurriedly shut up. What about the things I asked you to prepare? How's that coming along? Arriving at the doorway, Sue asked. Don't worry, President Sue. Everything's been taken care of, Finn replied. There's a display board inside the auction hall, and one at the entrance. We also set up mana crystal display panels on both sides of the auction house entrance. I actually spent quite a while rummaging through the old warehouse to find these mana crystal panels. They've already been tested, and the light beams they emit will definitely reach the sky, visible throughout the entire city. Finn paused for a moment, then added, it's just that since they haven't been used in so long, their stability isn't great. We'll need to assign a few people to stand by and channel mana in real time to maintain stability. As long as they still work. After listening, Sue pushed open the door and said, tomorrow's auction will determine whether our Saran auction house can turn things around. All our remaining funds have been invested in it. Let us go over every detail again tomorrow morning. There's no room for error. Whether we upgrade our equipment and make a comeback or pack up and leave depends entirely on this auction. Sue looked at Finn and instructed him. Got it. Here, take this. Sue pulled a note from his spatial ring, handed it to Finn and said, give this to the staff at the entrance tomorrow morning. If anything happens, tell them to follow the instructions on the note. Got it. The following evening, outside the Saran auction house. It should have been a quiet time on the street, when everyone was heading home for dinner, but now it had become quite lively. A crowd stood bustling in front of the surrounding shops, watching the auction house and chatting among themselves. Saran Auction House has been handing out quite a few flyers these past few days. I'm going to take a good look and see what kind of shenanigans this auction house is up to. That's impressive. Why don't you go inside and check it out? I just wanted to get a feel for the atmosphere out here for a moment. Don't interrupt me. The way Saran Auction House is pulling this stunt, I'd say they're trying to make a comeback before they're forced to give up the property. Times have certainly changed. Who would have thought that what used to be 7 Marshall City's largest auction house would end up in such a state? But does anyone even go to Saran Auction House to bid these days? You're too late, you missed it. Earlier, quite a few representatives from the city's major clans went inside the auction house. Representatives from the major clans are here? That's right. The Luo clan from the south of the city, the Gua clan from the north. The Gua clan even brought some people with them, though they were unfamiliar faces I've never seen before. They might be from the outer city. I think I even spotted some people from the White Robe auction house. With so many people from major clans here, isn't Saran auction house supposed to be in decline? That has nothing to do with decline. For the members of these prominent families, their daily training is quite tedious, so they're always looking for something new to pass the time outside of training. That's exactly why auction houses are so popular here in 7 Marshall City. Now that Saran Auction House is putting on this spectacle, forget about those prominent families. Even I'm curious enough to go inside and take a look. Chapter 10. Making money is easy, promotion is the hard part. You're right. Doesn't that mean members of the major clans will be showing up next? Judging by the current situation the auction is about to start, it should just be these people. Still, I have a feeling this auction might be out of the ordinary. Take a look at that board over there. The crowd turned toward the entrance and noticed a long board that had suddenly appeared, with a pen on one end and several mana crystal boards laid out on the floor. I don't think these were here yesterday. Saran Auction House must be up to something we don't know about. Inside the auction house, in the auction room, the room was large, but it felt somewhat empty since the tables and chairs had been removed. In the very center stood a sizable rectangular object covered in red cloth, which stood out prominently. There were about a dozen people in the room at the moment. Some were examining the object up front, while others were chatting among themselves. Old Gui, you're not trying to pull a fast one on me. Are you next to Garrick? A man glanced around uneasily. It was the first time he'd seen such a shabby auction house. It didn't even have tables or chairs. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you? There's a good chance this is the real deal. Trust me. Though Garrick was a bit surprised himself, he reassured the man beside him. Reluctantly, hearing Garrick say this, the man had no choice but to calm down. A dim room on the second floor. This promotional strategy really worked, Finn remarked in surprise as he looked down at the dozen or so people below. The second young master of the Luo family, the first young master of the Shao family, and several merchants with sizable operations. But those two look so familiar. Finn said puzzledly, staring at the pair standing in the corner, observing the scene. One is a clerk from the White Robe auction house, and the other seems to be from the trading post. Sue glanced over and remarked, "It wasn't unusual for people from other auction houses to attend an auction to gather intelligence or snag a bargain. So Finn didn't find it strange. As for the one from the trading post, they're really stepping up security this time." That was the only explanation Finn could think of. A few minutes later, the auction began, and the main doors closed. Yuna entered the auction house through a secret passage on the side. Her long white dress accentuated her figure gracefully without being too revealing. "Good evening, everyone." Yuna smiled faintly. Instead of taking the auctioneer's podium, she walked over to the designated bidding area. The crowd's expressions varied. This was likely the auction where the auctioneer had been closest to them that they ever attended. "I won't waste your time, let us get straight to the point. Today's auction is a bit different from any you've attended before." As Yuna spoke, she took a few steps to the side and gently tugged at the red curtain, then released it. The red curtain slid smoothly backward, revealing a massive metal object beneath it. Everyone in the room, except for Garrick, immediately turned their gaze toward the massive metal object before them. What on earth was that? They'd never seen anything like it. It wasn't just a glance. Most people in the room had already begun probing the interior of the object. But when they extended their senses into the container, it was as if there were a monster inside that would devour their perception. All their senses vanished without a trace. Their curiosity only grew stronger, just as Yuna's voice came over the PA system. "This is called a shipping container," Yuna said, raising one hand with her pale, delicate palm facing upward and her fingers pressed together as she pointed toward the container beside her. "It is a treasure acquired by my Saran auction house from a secluded dungeon. It has never been opened since we acquired it all in preparation for today's auction, to present you all with a contest of discernment and courage." After speaking, Yuna raised both hands and clapped them lightly. This was the secret signal between Sue and Yuna. As soon as Yuna raised her hands and clapped, Sue would open the shipping container. As for how to open it, Sue slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was the container itself or the ring on his finger, but after retrieving it, he sensed a special connection between himself and the container. In his mind's eye, he could perceive an iron door. Previously, this door had been locked tight and impossible to open, but now it had finally begun to give slightly. Sue focused his mind and used his will to open it, and at the same moment, the container door on the floor below swung open as well. Dust billowed into their faces, and everyone immediately took a few steps back. Following the dust was an incredibly rich, exotic fragrance. "That scent? Is it elixir?" Someone in the crowd who recognized it immediately lit up. Due to issues with inheritance, many alchemical techniques have been lost to history. Elixir is a rare commodity. Whenever it appears at an auction, it's sure to be the subject of a fierce bidding war. President Sue, judging by the scent, "I'm afraid this really is elixir," Finn said, sniffing the air. The scent wafting out could even be detected in the dimly lit room on the second floor. "Isn't starting bid of 10 greater mana crystals a bit too low?" Finn asked, sounding a bit conflicted. "It's not low. You have to take the long view." Sue shook his head and said, "Only with good items can we generate better publicity. Sometimes, making money is easy, the hard part is getting the word out." Finn nodded, half understanding what he heard. Although the exotic scent had appeared and vanished in an instant, it didn't stop everyone from becoming intrigued by the contents of the shipping container. Instantly, all eyes turned toward it. The container was packed to the brim with a huge pile of items. At first glance, there was a large piece of cloth, a box, and an object with a sharp corner sticking out, its exact nature unclear. Perhaps because they'd been stored there for so long, everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. But that didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Bidding on items like these seemed far more exciting than bidding on actual treasures. The second young master of the Luo family was an impatient sort. After observing for a moment, he asked, "Are we ready to begin? Hurry up and have someone take the items out. I can't wait to get this started." "The auction begins the moment the container is opened," Yuna said with a smile as she walked slowly to the side of the container. "Bidders, please take a look and place your bids based on your estimates. The entire contents of the container. Starting bid, 10 greater mana crystals. Each bid must be in increments of no less than 100 lesser mana crystals." "We're bidding on the whole container? What about the items inside? Are we supposed to estimate the value based just on what we can see from the outside?" The eldest son of the Shao family asked in confusion after glancing at it a few times. That's correct, Yuna replied with a slight nod. Well, that makes it a bit of a challenge. Right now we can only see 3 items. If I bid too high and the rest inside turns out to be worthless, I'll be out of pocket. Shao's eldest son frowned. What? Scared? You, the eldest son of the Shao family, actually hesitating over a purchase? I didn't see you hesitate the last time I saw you snatching my pure jade vial at the Kato auction house. Luo, the second son, chimed in mockingly from the side. Chapter 11. The only selling point. Afraid? Humph. What a joke. Young Master Shao snorted coldly and began looking toward the shipping container ahead, shifting his perspective to examine the contents inside. The others were doing much the same, trying to catch a glimpse of the contents by shifting their angles. So that's what that Kitsu had in mind. Garrick watched the crowd begin to move and, along with the person next to him, edged forward. Finn, in the dimly lit room on the second floor, looked somewhat excited as he glanced at Sue beside him and suddenly realized. So that's it. If tables and chairs had been set up, these people would have been too concerned about saving face to stand up and inspect the container at a time like this. But since they've been standing from the very beginning, they have no such reservations. President Sue, that was a brilliant move. Sitting down limits what you can see, whereas standing allows for a better view of the container's contents, creating a stronger sense of involvement and making it more engaging. Most importantly, since everyone in the hall was standing, they wouldn't dare say much. This meticulously designed sequence was nothing short of perfect. And this was something Finn hadn't anticipated at all. Looking at Sue, whose expression remained calm as if everything had been expected all along, a glimmer of hope flared in Finn's eyes this time. Saran Auction House might just turn things around. So this time, President Sue, did you invite Mr. Guo earlier specifically to bid on these lots? Finn asked Sue, glancing down at the crowd below. Sue shook his head and replied, our earlier discussion was about a partnership. As for whether he'll bid, that's entirely up to Mr. Guo himself. So head of the Guo family might not bid? That's right. Sue's gaze shifted repeatedly before finally settling on the 2 young gentlemen. He smiled and said, the best outcome for this auction isn't necessarily for head of the Guo family to win the bid, and he understands that very well. Finn was once again a bit confused. What on earth was he talking about? Whether or not he wins the bid isn't important. Head of the Guo family is more interested in learning and observing, and these factors will determine whether the Guo family will continue a long-term partnership with our auction house in the future. For him, that's what matters most in this auction. The auction had set aside time for everyone to examine the items, so Yuna stood quietly to the side, waiting for the viewing period to end. As for the observers, those who were alone looked around on their own, while those in groups had already started discussing. Consultant Bai, can you make out anything? Garrick asked, turning to a man in his 40s standing nearby. Consultant Bai was the Guo family's art appraisal consultant. Garrick had specifically invited him for this auction. From this angle, I can only see 3 items. The box, that large piece of cloth, and a protruding, pointed object. Judging by the box's surface, the large thorn flower embroidery, such designs are often found on gift boxes from major sex dungeons. They usually contain some sort of gift. As for its value, it's certainly worth more than the starting bid of 10 greater mana crystals. It's even possible that the elixir with that distinctive scent we smelled earlier is stored inside this gift box. As for the large piece of cloth, although it looks a bit disheveled right now, a closer look reveals that it hasn't been affected by the folding, and twisting it remains silky smooth. Judging by its texture, it's actually quite high-quality fabric. It's fine, but its value certainly doesn't compare to the contents of the gift box. As for the last small object, it has quite a few scratches and chips on its surface, and its texture is somewhat like ore. Unfortunately, it's wrapped in the large piece of cloth, so it's hard to see clearly. Its value is difficult to determine. It's a gamble. So the only real selling point of the items in this box is actually that elixir? Garrick asked. Based on the current situation, the most valuable item is the elixir emitting that earlier scent. But there's one factor to consider, Consultant Bai said. There are 2 possible reasons why the elixir might be emitting such a fragrance. One is that the mana herb itself is of exceptionally high quality, which is why such a potent aroma is emanating. The other is that the elixir's internal structure has been compromised, causing the scent to leak out. And that fragrance has been constantly gathering inside the container until it was released when it was opened, which is why the scent is so strong. Judging by the current situation, advisor by sniffed the air and said, there is no longer any scent of elixir in the air, so the second possibility is highly likely. Of course, my abilities are limited, and these are merely my personal suggestions. The final decision rests with you, head of the Gua family. Advisor by left the door open, adding, when traveling, one must always leave oneself some room to maneuver. Being too outspoken isn't necessarily a good thing in case of any unexpected incidents. It leaves room for a detour. That elixir scent from earlier, what type of elixir was it? The man who had come with Garrick suddenly asked. Judging by the scent, it should be an elixir beneficial for training. Advisor by replied after a moment's thought. The man fell silent, seemingly weighing whether to make a bid. The viewing period is over. You may now begin bidding. Yuna's voice rang out. 11 greater mana crystals. A merchant cast a cautious glance at the representatives from the major clans nearby and, seeing that they hadn't yet placed a bid, spoke up. For merchants like them, this was their only chance to bid. Once the major clans entered the fray, there would be no room left for them to snag a bargain. 11 mid-grade crystals plus 500 low-grade ones. Fully aware of this, the merchant began to raise the bid. Once someone broke the ice, the merchant sprang into action, kicking off the first round of bidding. The increments weren't particularly large, but with more bidders joining in, the price quickly reached 18 greater mana crystals. Someone else already bid. How can you hold back now? Aren't you afraid someone else will snatch up this treasure? Second young Master Luo looked at first young Master Xiao beside him and goaded him. You want me to bid? Why don't you make a move yourself? Xiao de Gongzi shot a glance at Luo or Gongzi beside him. I'm letting this gem go to you. You really don't appreciate my good intentions. Luo or Gongzi chuckled. You must have caught a whiff of that rich elixir scent just now, right? It leaves you feeling clear-headed and invigorated. It's most likely a mana herb related to training. If I recall correctly, second young Master Luo reflected for a moment before saying, I heard earlier that the jewel of the Xiao family, your younger sister, first young master, should be nearing the time for her second-grade breakthrough. If this elixir aids in the breakthrough, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on it? This time, the eldest Xiao son didn't reply. Instead, he stared at the shipping container ahead, deep in thought. They'd come in a hurry, originally intending only to watch the commotion, with no plans to buy anything. That's why they hadn't brought an appraiser along. They never expected to come across an elixir here, although it wasn't certain yet. Still, 40 greater mana crystals. The man standing next to Garrick, after much deliberation, called out his bid. Chapter 12. The box that might contain elixir. This also signaled the end of the bidding phase. Competing with the major clans for goods, unless the profit was substantial enough to justify the risk, it simply wasn't worth it. The bidding suddenly died down, and the previously bustling hall fell silent. Yuna looked around. Seeing that no one was speaking up, she smiled and said, Is there anyone else who wants to bid? You must have all caught a whiff of that rich, potent scent earlier. That feeling of total well-being. Though I'm no professional appraiser, I am a training practitioner. The moment that scent entered my body, my mana flowed smoothly throughout my entire body. Yuna dares to speculate that if there really is an elixir inside, it would certainly be of great help to training. These mana crystals aren't a huge sum for any of you here, but if you could actually snag a good elixir that benefits training, then, before Yuna could finish her sentence, a bid was immediately called out. 45 greater mana crystals. Young Master Xiao withdrew his hand and looked at the crate in front of him. Currently, elixirs beneficial for training found at auction houses generally cost 800 greater mana crystals or more. This price was still a long way from what it would cost to buy a single training elixir outright, so it was worth making an offer. I knew young Master Xiao would be willing to bid. He clearly dotes on his little sister. Young Master Luo too chuckled. But now I've taken a bit of an interest in this crate myself. 50 greater mana crystals. Young Master Xiao shot young Master Luo too a cold glance and declared, 55 greater mana crystals. Generous. Second young Master Luo gave a thumbs up and said, Under normal circumstances, I'd definitely let young Master Xiao have it, but today I'm genuinely interested in this item. You know me, when I come across something new, I just have to try it out. 80 greater mana crystals. Aren't you afraid I won't raise the bid? Young Master Xiao turned to look at the guy standing beside him, who was beaming with a smile, and said coldly, Not raising the bid is naturally a good thing for me. Young Master Xiao, you don't think I'm deliberately driving up the price, do you? I wouldn't do something so underhanded. I genuinely like this item, which is why I'm bidding on it. Young Master Luo's smile grew even broader as he said, according to the 7 Marshall City auction house rules, it's a simple buy and sell transaction, the highest bidder wins. I don't think I've violated any rules here. Besides, I've been wanting to train properly lately. Spending a little money to take a chance on an elixir that's reasonable. I senti it. Young Master Shao shot young Master Luo another cold glance, snorted derisively, and raised his hand to bid 100 greater mana crystals. After placing his bid, the first young master of the Shao clan looked away and said, if you raise the bid any further, I'll have no choice but to reluctantly let you have this elixir. I think spending 100 greater mana crystals on just one might still be a bit of a loss, said the second young master of the Luo clan, raising his hand. Since the first young master of the Shao clan likes it so much, I'll let you have it. The first young master of the Shao clan snorted coldly but didn't respond. The bidding war between the two men came to an end for the time being. Calm returned to the hall. Yuna raised the small wooden gavel in her hand, smiled as she scanned the crowd, and said, 100 greater mana crystals, is there anyone else willing to bid higher? The man standing next to Garrick looked at the crate for a moment longer but ultimately did not raise his hand. His mindset at that moment was actually quite similar to that of second young Master Luo over there. Spending 100 greater mana crystals on a mere possibility just wasn't worth it. 100 greater mana crystals for 2 attempts. No one else is bidding higher? Yuna asked again with a smile. Although some in the crowd were still on the fence, no one raised their hand. For one thing, 100 greater mana crystals was the absolute limit they considered worth it, the point where they felt they wouldn't lose money. Anything higher than that might just be throwing money away. For another, this was 7 Marshall City, or rather, it was the first time they'd seen this format at any auction they'd ever attended. Not knowing exactly how things would play out, they didn't dare to bid too many mana crystals. 100 greater mana crystals 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell, bringing the auction to a close. The crowd didn't disperse. Based on what they learned about the auction's procedures before entering, the bidding was followed by an on-site appraisal. It's no easy task to convince everyone with an on-site appraisal, Garrick thought to himself. When he saw the elderly man step forward, those doubts were immediately dispelled. Old Master Yi, why have you come out of seclusion? Voices of surprise immediately rang out in the hall. The name Alden, the divine eye of 7 Marshall City, was known to everyone. He had suddenly retired years ago for unknown reasons, and no one expected to see him here again. An old friend asked me to come and lend a hand. After Alden replied, he walked toward the shipping container nearby. This kid really has some skills. He even managed to coax old Master Yi out of retirement. It seems he is truly determined to revive the Saran auction house this time, Garrick thought to himself as he watched Alden's retreating figure. Alden wasn't handling the items in the container alone. There were several people stationed nearby to assist him. Of course, these workers had to wait for Alden's instructions before they could get to work. By now, Alden had already slipped on a pair of thin white silk gloves. He first examined the container for a moment, then reached in to grasp the red cloth with one hand, while placing the other hand in front of the small box. He applied a little pressure to the cloth, felt it carefully, and only then let go. He stepped directly in front of the small box, cupping the bottom with one hand and gently supporting it with the other as he carefully removed it from its red cloth wrapping. After examining it in the palm of his hand for a moment, Alden finally spoke. This is a great with thorn flower embroidered gift box, a type of box frequently used 500 years ago by various training sects when exchanging gifts. It serves to preserve the original properties of the items inside. Even setting aside the contents, this box alone is worth at least 10 greater mana crystals. Standing nearby, young Master Shao's expression softened slightly from that perspective. The investment hadn't actually been that significant. Second young Master Luo, however, didn't look nearly as pleased. This tiny box had only recouped 1/10 of the investment. He simply found it hard to believe, though he didn't question it after all. Standing before them was a renowned treasure appraiser from the once famous 7 Marshall City. Judging by the embroidery on the box's surface, there's a 90% chance the item inside is an elixir. Upon hearing this, the crowd held their breath as they stared at the box in Alden's hands. Alden cradled the lid with one hand and gently lifted it. As the opening widened, a soothing fragrance that refreshed both body and mind wafted out. Young Master Shao's eyes lit up with delight. This scent bore a striking resemblance to the fragrance he first detected. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the small box in Alden's hand until it was fully opened, The look of delight in young Master Shao's eyes instantly froze on his face, for there was no elixir inside the box. At the bottom of the compartment where the item was stored lay a thin layer of powder. Chapter 13. A scabbard without a blade. Alden moved the box a little closer, gave it a quick sniff, and said, "Due to prolonged storage, the potency of the elixir has dissipated. It has lost its basic efficacy and turned to powder. Along with the box itself, it is classified as white." A staff member immediately stepped forward to take the item from Alden's hand, and in the next second, the small box turned into a streak of light and entered the spatial ring. This was a tradition at Saran Auction House. All auction items were uniformly stored in spatial rings after the auction was completed, and the rings were handed over to the winning bidders once the auction concluded to ensure the safety of the items. Another staff member, holding a notebook and pen, appeared to be taking notes. Classified as white? What new trick has this kid pulled out of his sleeve? Garrick keenly sensed something peculiar in Alden's words and shifted his gaze toward the dark room on the second floor. "Young Master Shao, what did I tell you earlier?" If anyone was laughing the hardest in the room, it was second young Master Luo, who was standing right next to young Master Shao at that moment. With a smug expression, he said, "Spending 100 mana crystals on something like this is way too risky. You're not exactly a spring chicken. Why are you still so reckless? Didn't you read the promotional copy before coming? You've got to use your brain when you're shopping. I just love this sense of exploration. I'm happy to do it," young Master Shao said with a cold snort, glancing at the smug guy beside him. The unboxing continued. This time, Alden didn't do it himself instead. He called over some of the staff nearby to help. That large red cloth covered quite a bit of space and was pressed against the item at the very bottom. Uncertain whether the bottom item had any sharp edges inside, Alden had one staff member hold down the bottom item while two others gently lifted the red cloth slightly and pulled it outward to ensure the items inside the crate remained as intact as possible. Fortunately, although it looked somewhat disheveled from the outside, the contents were tied together inside and remained relatively intact when removed. Once the red cloth was moved aside, the rest of the contents of the container were fully revealed to everyone. At the very back lay a pile of dirty, disheveled, and somewhat broken items, all heaped together. The indentation at the top of the container squeezed the already limited space even further, forcing many items toward the sides. The sharp object on the floor also revealed its true form, a stone sword scabbard that was quite worn. This is probably the fabric the dungeon families use for everyday clothing. The quality is decent. It's a bit dusty, but the texture is acceptable. Plus, there's a 70% chance it's a stable mana material. The price? Alden did some quick calculations and said, "This entire bolt of fabric comes out to about 300 lesser mana crystals. Record it as white rank." "Got it," replied a staff member nearby, making the necessary records and putting things away. Alden's gaze shifted back to the container, focusing on the stone sword scabbard on the floor. He strode forward, picked up the scabbard with both hands, one gripping it, while the other carefully ran its fingers along its surface and let his fingertips linger for a long moment on the scabbard's peculiar, tapered tip. After feeling it for a moment, he rotated the scabbard to examine its appearance from every angle. A moment later, he seemed to notice something, and his eyes lit up slightly. "This is old Yi. May I ask what the origin of this scabbard is?" Young Master Shao, standing nearby, spoke up somewhat impatiently. He hadn't been in a hurry at first, but he couldn't stand having that annoying guy beside him constantly making snide remarks. He was now desperate for an opportunity to put that smart aleck in his place. So the moment Alden's expression shifted, he immediately spoke up. "If I'm not mistaken, the only family know, it would be more accurate to say sect that would use this technique to polish a scabbard. Only the disciples of the Stone Sword sect would polish a scabbard to such a sharp edge." "Stone Sword sect?" Young Master Shao pondered for a moment and said, "Is that the Stone Sword sect from 1,000 years ago? The one reputed to be able to cleave through all the mountains and rocks in the world with a single sword stroke?" "That's right," Alden nodded. Whether in sword techniques or swordplay, the Stone Sword sect emphasizes power and momentum. Judging by the appearance of this scabbard, it's clearly a heavy sword scabbard, and the distinctive pointed tip, a hallmark of the Stone Sword sect, is the best proof of its origin. "Is it valuable?" Young Master Shao asked the question he was most eager to know the answer to. "As for its value," Alden pondered for a moment before saying, "if it were a complete heavy sword, its value would naturally be high, but with only the scabbard, its value is significantly diminished." A stone sword sect scabbard can only be paired with a sword from the stone sword sect. To put it bluntly, a scabbard without a sword is useless. These days, many auction houses 1T accept just the scabbard, they require the complete set. Its value tops out at 2 or 300 lesser mana crystals. Although it's quite rare on its own, it's still too low in value, it falls into the white rank category. Alden handed the scabbard to a staff member standing nearby and continued to look inside the shipping container. Young Master Xiao's expression immediately fell. He'd been hoping to turn the tables with this sword sheath, only to find out it was worth just 2 or 300 lesser mana crystals. Haha, young Master Xiao. There aren't that many lucky breaks in this world. Sometimes, a loss is just a loss, you've got to learn from it. Second young Master Luo let out a quiet sigh of relief and laughed again. This time, young Master Xiao didn't respond instead. He stared into the container with a sour expression. The appraisal of the remaining items went much faster. Alden merely picked them up and glanced at them a few times before he could identify exactly what they were. A damaged training-grade auxiliary alchemy cauldron. It's fairly rare in itself, but it's too badly damaged. If it could be repaired, it would be classified as green grade, but as it stands, it's worth 500 lesser mana crystals and is classified as white rank. This should be a thunder-catching needle used to assist in the breakthrough tribulation, but unfortunately, it's already been used and has almost no value, so it 1TB graded. Herbs? Unfortunately, they're too old, and most of their medicinal properties have dissipated. They're worthless and 1TB graded. The items in the container were taken out one by one, and Alden, like an emotionless appraisal machine, announced the value of each one. A total of 7 more items were retrieved. 3 were classified as white rank, and 4 were of too low a value to be classified. The container was now nearly empty, with only a stone sword scabbard remaining, placed in the very back. Judging by the craftsmanship and texture, this is most likely part of the same set as the previous scabbard. It serves to nurture the stone swords of the stone sword sect, Alden said as he reached out to lift the sword case, adding, however, the same problem remains the most crucial part. The blade itself is missing. If only it were here. Alden's words trailed off abruptly. That pause struck a chord with the onlookers. What had happened? Chapter 14. If you need to fight, please do so outside the auction house. Bring me the scabbard. After giving the order to the person outside, Alden moved the sword case slightly outward, then reached inside with both hands, as if retrieving something. As he straightened up, a stone sword simple in design yet exceptionally heavy appeared in his hand. Judging solely by its texture and luster, it bore a certain resemblance to the sword case and scabbard from earlier. Young Master Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight. A staff member retrieved the sword sheath and handed it to Alden. Alden held the sword with both hands, sheathed it, then placed it back into the sword case, instructing 2 staff members to carefully carry it out of the container. Meanwhile, Alden took a gold-framed magnifying glass about 3 centimeters in diameter from his inventory ring. Once the staff had placed the sword case on the ground, he began examining it closely with the magnifying glass. Those around him held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the sword case on the ground. Judging by Alden's reaction, it was highly likely that this was part of a complete set. Holding the magnifying glass, Alden bent down and examined the sword case inch by inch until he had a clear understanding of every detail. After about 3 minutes, he stood up and said, "A complete set. This heavy sword, the scabbard, and the sword case were all forged as a single piece." As soon as those words left his mouth, the room erupted with excitement. After all, they'd heard Alden mention earlier just how extraordinary the value of a complete set would be. Old Master Yi, the value of this. Young Master Xiao's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. His trembling wasn't because the stone sword had been unveiled as a member of a prominent family in 7 Martial City. He'd seen plenty of fine treasures and wouldn't lose his composure to that extent. It was mainly because, if the value was high enough, he could deliver a crushing counterattack against the guy next to him who'd been mocking him for the past half-day. That would be far more satisfying than striking gold. Currently, the heavy swords of the stone sword sect appearing at some auction houses are priced at around 500 greater mana crystals each, Alden said, his gaze fixed on the heavy sword inside the sword case. But a heavy sword that comes with a sword case, especially one where the case, scabbard, and blade are all integrated into a single piece, can be worth around 900 greater mana crystals. If a buyer in urgent need of a heavy sword comes along, the price might even reach 1 superior mana crystal. Its value and rarity can be classified as purple quality. A wave of gasps immediately rippled through the auction house. That was a 9-fold increase in value. President Su, this is a bit of a loss. Finn's mouth twitched slightly as he winced, looking at Su with such heartache that tears were nearly welling up in his eyes. Stop going on and on about loss, loss, loss. This is pure profit for us. Besides, didn't I tell you earlier that, at this stage, publicity is what's most valuable to us? Have you forgotten already? Hold back those tears, Su said with a hint of exasperation. This fat guy really is a crybaby. Finn sniffed, forcing back the tears that had already welled up in his eyes. Let us go. It's about time we headed downstairs. Seeing that Finn had held back his tears, Su said this and started walking toward the exit. Ha 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 ha. A burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out in the auction house. Xiao, the eldest son, felt as if a lump of pent-up air in his chest had finally been released. He turned to look at Luo, the second son, standing beside him, his smile gone, his face ashen, and said in a mocking, blunt tone, "If your brain isn't up to the task, don't go speculating about other people's actions. You might as well donate your eyes if you can't even tell that much. Why bother coming to the auction house to hunt for treasures?" "Xiao, I'm warning you, don't get too cocky," second young master Luo said coldly. "Cocky? Well, I'm certainly going to gloat a little." Facing second young master Luo's threat, first young master Xiao didn't bat an eye and said, "I spent 100 and made 900, of course I'm going to gloat a little. As for certain people who can't make a profit and are just green with envy, arguing here, I'll say it again. If you're brainless and can't see straight, don't follow others here to hunt for treasures." You, fuming with anger and humiliation, second young master Luo's eyes turned slightly red as mana surged through his body, ready to clash with first young master Xiao. "Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, please step outside the auction house." Su stepped in front of Yuna and raised his hand to block the surging mana. "Did you hear that? Director Su has spoken. You, a hothead who can't outwit others and resorts to violence, get out of here right now." Xiao, the eldest son, was now basking in triumph as he looked down on Luo, the second son, with arrogance. "Humph, you Xiao guy, just you wait." Second young master Luo gave second young master Xiao a cold snort, then turned to Su, clasped his fists, and apologized. "I didn't mean to offend you, Director Su. I'd like to apologize here. I don't know when the next auction will begin, but next time, I'll definitely bring a token of apology when I attend. The date is posted on the bulletin board at the auction house entrance the day before each auction. All right, I'll apologize to Director Su once more." After saying this, second young master Luo shot a fierce glare at first young master Xiao and added, "We'll see about that. I'll be happy to oblige." Once second young master Luo had left, calm returned to the room. The merchants who had heard the news rolled their eyes, pondered for a moment, then turned and left, their intentions unknown. As for the representatives from the White Auction House and the General Management Office, they cast a few more glances at the shipping container nearby before turning and leaving. "President Su, this new format of auction at Saran Auction House is quite interesting. It's really opened my eyes." Young Master Xiao turned back to Su, clasped his fists in a bow, and smiled. "In business, one must always offer something interesting." Su took the spatial ring from a staff member standing nearby, handed it to young Master Xiao and said, "All the items you previously auctioned are stored within this spatial ring. You may take a moment to verify them." "No need. I trust Saran Auction House's reputation," young Master Xiao said as he took the spatial ring and slipped it directly into his pocket. "Thank you for your trust in Saran Auction House," Su said with a smile. "By the way, for our new Saran auction, we created a public ranking list divided into the purple list, gold list, and the fortune list. You may choose to be listed under your real name or anonymously." "Be listed? What does that mean?" "It's like this," Su explained with a smile. We set up public display boards in the auction hall and at the entrance to the auction house. The purple list features the names of bidders who won purple quality items through a random draw. Their names, and the items they won will be recorded on the board, listing the top 10 based on rarity. The gold list works the same way. As for the luck list, it features the name of the bidder who has secured the highest total value of items since the new auction house opened. They're hailed as the Child of Fortune. Young Master Xiao, you can choose to be listed under your real name or anonymously. "My real name, I'll definitely use my real name. I was just wondering how I could keep that Luo guy annoyed for even longer. And Bank President Su has practically handed me a pillow right when I was about to doze off." "Haha." Young Master Xiao laughed. Chapter 15. Why are you crying again? Let the people at the entrance know we're ready, Sue instructed Finn, who was standing beside him. Finn immediately understood, took out his calm stone, and spoke a few words. Just then, young Master Shao walked up to the entrance, and the mana crystal panels laid on the floor on both sides of the auction house lit up instantly. A purple glow shot straight into the sky, a striking sight. Ranked first on the purple list, the Shao family, young Master Shao. A loud voice rang out thanks to the amplification stone. The sound carried several streets away. At the same time, an attendant approached the bulletin board nearby with a pen and inscribed young Master Shao's name on both the purple list and the fortune rankings. Good, good, good. Young Master Shao shouted good 3 times in a row. He could already imagine just how furious that guy who hadn't even walked far yet would be when he caught sight of this scene. That auction was truly a blast. Haha, keep an eye out for me, I'll be back for the next one as soon as it starts. Young Master Shao instructed his servant standing nearby, then strode away with a spring in his step, his spirits high. This series of events had thoroughly piqued the curiosity of the onlookers lining the street. Earlier, when the auction ended, second young Master Luo had stormed out in a rage. Close behind him came a group of merchants jogging out, their expressions mixed with confusion as they muttered to themselves. What followed was even more spectacular. Lamps were lit, bids were placed, and the spectacle was nothing short of grand. Add to that young Master Shao's 3 consecutive cries of good. What on earth had happened in there? Everyone was itching with curiosity, their minds racing. Glancing over at the bulletin board, they saw the following posted there. Fortune rankings. Shao family's eldest son, Shane. Purple list 1. Shao family's eldest son, Shane, a set of stone swords from the stone sword sect. It would been fine if they hadn't looked, but now they were even more confused. They'd never seen these rankings before and had no idea what they meant. Their curiosity grew stronger by the moment. The bolder ones rolled their eyes and set their sights on the guard standing at the auction house entrance. After a moment's thought, they walked up to the guard's side. Excuse me, sir. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. The guard looked at the man and cut him off. The man paused, thinking he wouldn't get any answers. But the next second, the guard's voice rang out. You need to know how to follow the rules. Although he said to follow the rules, the guard's tone didn't exactly sound like he was serious about it. Oh, I get it. The man immediately caught on and reached into his pocket. Hey, what are you doing? The guard glared and quickly reached out to stop him, saying, I'm on duty right now. Oh, my bad. I'm such a scatterbrain. The man slapped his forehead, laughed, and stepped back, apologizing as he said to the guard, I'll come see you again once you're off duty. As he returned to the crowd of onlookers, people immediately swarmed around him, gazing at him as if he were a hero. Later, it's all taken care of. The man smiled and gave the crowd a thumbs up. Inside the auction house, you're still the one with the most tricks up your sleeve. With this purple list and gold list business, you've even piqued my interest. After the eldest son of the Shao family left, Garrick led his group over to Sue. I've got to come up with some new ideas after all. Sue replied with a smile. It's certainly novel, Garrick praised, then turned to the man beside him and said, Let me introduce you to Fong Zhenshan, head of the Fong family of Tianqing City. The Fong family. Sue paused, then looked at Fong Zhenshan and said, The Tianqing Fong family? Renowned for their mechanical devices? It's a pleasure to meet you. You flatter me. We're just in the mechanical devices business. I've long heard of your illustrious reputation, Director Sue. Meeting you today, I can see you're truly a young hero, Fong Zhenshan replied with great ease. Young Master Sue, you wouldn't believe it just a moment ago. This fellow was right beside me and missed out on that treasure chest. He was absolutely gutted. After introducing the two, Garrick laughed heartily. He kept asking me when the next auction would start so he could raise funds in time to come here and snag something great. We'll announce the start of the next auction a day in advance. Of course. Sue glanced at Garrick beside him and smiled. As for Uncle Gua, I'll have someone notify him ahead of time. See, that's exactly why you can rest assured about these matters. Garrick patted Fong Zhenshan on the shoulder and said, Given the relationship between me and my esteemed nephew Sue, I'll definitely make sure you have all the details, time, and information crystal clear. Fong Zhenshan nodded with a smile, his mind racing. Garrick's remark was quite interesting. Different ways of interpreting the sentence could yield different meanings. Time and information could refer to the time itself, or it could mean time and information. Then let us not disturb my young friend Sue for now. Young friend, you just focus on preparing. Let me know when you have news. For the next auction, make sure you come fully prepared, haha. After saying this, Garrick led Fong Jinshan toward the exit, adding, "It's been a long time since Brother Fong and I last met, and we're just about to go out for a proper drink. No need to see us off, we'll see you at the next auction." "All right, take your time, you two." Although he said there was no need to see them off, Sue still gave a subtle nod to an attendant standing nearby, signaling him to follow after them. After Garrick left, the auction hall was left with only Saran auction house staff. Alden, having gained some insights from this unique appraisal experience, decided to head home early. The only ones remaining were Sue, Yuna, Finn, and a few attendants cleaning up the venue. After stowing the container back into her inventory ring, Sue turned to Finn, ready to give him some instructions. But before she could speak, she noticed 2 tears rolling down Finn's cheeks. "Why are you crying again?" Sue said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, watching Finn struggle to hold back his tears but ultimately fail. Sue had seen plenty of people who cried easily, but someone who could get this emotional. Finn was truly the only one. "I'm just so happy," Finn sniffled and said. "Even though the money we made this time is much less than what we got from previous auction house lots, at least we've broken the deadlock that's lasted so long and have some income. Just thinking about that makes me—" Finn didn't finish his sentence. His voice trembled so much he couldn't even get a single word out. "Hold back your tears. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Whether we can truly turn things around depends on our next moves." Sue took a pre-written note from his spatial ring, handed it to Finn, and said, "Assign some people to dress in plain clothes and head to crowded areas in the neighborhood. The specific instructions are all on that note, just have them follow it exactly." Chapter 16. What do you think of this auction? "All right, I'll go handle it right away." Finn wiped his tears with the corner of his shirt, grabbed the note Sue had given him, and prepared to leave. "Wait!" Before he'd taken more than a few steps, Sue called out to Finn again, saying, "Go take some of today's mana crystal earnings and give them to Wong. It'll be a special treat tonight." "Got it." Finn's eyes lit up at this. He gave a cheerful reply, quickened his pace considerably, and hurried out the door. "You should go back and get some rest, too. You did a great job hosting today," Sue said, turning to Yuna standing nearby. "Earlier, thank you, Master Sue, for stepping in to block that attack for me." Yuna didn't rush off. After offering her thanks with a slight blush, she gracefully curtsied. Sue smiled as he accepted Yuna's curtsy, then said, "All right, go back and get some rest. I'll have someone let you know once the date for the next auction is set, so you can prepare properly then." "All right." Based on what I saw, the eldest son of the Shao family bid just 100 greater mana crystals and bought an entire set of stone sword sect heavy swords. The man in white sat in an antique pearwood chair, slowly setting down his teacup as he looked at the servant reporting to him. "Yes, sir. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The eldest young master of the Shao family didn't seem to be putting on a show. He paid and took the item. It was genuine. The servant added, "A price difference of nearly 1 superior mana crystal? What is the Saran auction house trying to do?" The man in white furrowed his brow slightly. The Saran auction house's move had indeed taken him by surprise. "If I may be so bold," the servant said after cautiously glancing up at the man in white a few times. "The Saran auction house is currently facing the risk of having its property repossessed. They might be desperate and have lost their bearings. They're willing to sell to anyone, even at a low price." Mid-sentence, the servant suddenly sensed an icy glare. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words, knelt on the ground, and stammered, "I spoke out of turn. Go out and accept your punishment." The man in white said this, then paid him no further attention. He picked up the teacup beside him and took another small sip. "Yes, sir." The servant shivered as he left. "Have they lost their composure?" The man in white set down his teacup, looked out the window and said, "That towering purple beam of light earlier didn't exactly look like the work of someone who lost their composure. Originally, he thought that Saran auction house was simply trying to use a publicity stunt to drive up the prices of some lots, but now it seemed—" Sue, the image of a man who always wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips, slowly surfaced in the white-clad man's mind. He shook his head slightly and chuckled. You really do have no shortage of clever tricks. I'm curious to see what kind of scheme you'll use this time to turn Saran Auction House's fortunes around. City Trade Office. That's everything about this auction, Su Xing reported in full detail, recounting everything he had seen earlier at the auction house. After listening, the director of the City Trade Office tapped his finger against the desk. The room was silent, with only the slow, rhythmic tapping echoing continuously. What's your take on this? Su Xing took a deep breath. He had anticipated this question before coming, so he was well prepared. To him, these were tests from the director whether he could be promoted smoothly in the future depended on his answers to these questions. He didn't rush to reply but took a moment to organize his thoughts before speaking. For Saran Auction House, and for the entire auction industry in Seven Marshal City, this represents an unprecedented innovation. Whether it's the auction format or the subsequent ranking and registration of bidders, these are all completely new concepts. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this brand new auction format from Saran Auction House is sure to create a sensation in Seven Marshal City. As for future developments, we need to consider two aspects. Once he began speaking, Su Xing quickly found his stride, his mind completely focused on matters related to Saran Auction House. The first aspect is the auction house's operator, that is, President Su. Judging from the current situation, President Su has many innovative ideas for the auction house and may have more surprises in store for us in the future. The second aspect is public acceptance of this new model. Judging by the first auction compared to conventional auctions, this new format has a lower barrier to entry and is profitable. One might even say it's highly lucrative. And wherever there is profit, merchants are never far behind. Su Xing recalled, earlier, when the auction concluded, I observed those merchants. It wasn't hard to tell from their expressions that they already set their sights on this highly profitable auction. The audience for Saran auctions is much broader than we imagined. They haven't restricted the identities of bidders. As long as you have sufficient mana crystals, you can participate in the auction. An auction like this is bound to have a broad audience. Given the current situation, Saran can already be ruled out of the scope of our planned buyback, but Su Xing pondered for a moment before saying, it will still be somewhat difficult to rely on these results alone to restore Saran to its position as the top auction house in Seven Marshal City. It depends on what arrangements and ideas President Su has in store. After speaking, Su Xing turned to the director standing beside him, waiting for the director to comment on his analysis. Not bad, your analysis is quite thorough. The director's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Su Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The changes at Saran Auction House this time are indeed significant. If they can regain their position as Seven Marshal City's top auction house within half a year, then we might reconsider that spot. The general manager of the operations office pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Xing and said, for the time being, continue monitoring Saran Auction House. If there are any changes or developments, let me know immediately. Yes, Director. Night, Saran Auction House. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. It's been ages since I've eaten so comfortably and happily. With a full belly, the future feels full of hope. Finn rubbed his belly, looking thoroughly content as he walked beside Su. Su's belly was also slightly rounded at this point. They both thoroughly enjoyed their dinner. Did you take care of the tasks I assigned you earlier today? Don't worry, President Su. Everyone who needed to be sent out has been dispatched, and most of them are probably already chatting with people in the neighborhood right now. After responding, Finn asked, by the way, President Su, when does our next auction start? There's no rush. Su shook his head and said, let the buzz from this auction simmer for a day first, and give those merchants time to prepare properly. Chapter 17. The Earth-Shattering Auction. Oh, by the way, Su walked to the doorway, paused and said, set aside 1/3 of the mana crystals we earn from this auction to recruit people to find the person and the item I told you about. Do the same with every subsequent auction. Set aside 1/3 specifically for this mission. The moment you have a lead, don't act rashly. Notify me first using a calm stone, Su instructed. Understood, Finn replied, and only then did Su push open the door and step into the room. For this person and this item to be so important to Director Su, could it be a friend he met during his travels but who has since gone missing? Finn speculated as he walked, but no matter how long he pondered it, he couldn't come up with an answer. Never mind, that's not important. What's important is that tonight's steak really tastes great. I'll ask Wang to prepare a few extra portions tomorrow. Inside the room, after Su entered, He gathered mana at his fingertips and tapped the mana crystals used for lighting nearby. All the mana crystals in the room resonated, lighting up one by one and illuminating the entire space. Su went to a specially designated partition on the west side to freshen up briefly, then returned to the bed, sat cross-legged, and entered the world within his inventory ring. Here, the container that had already been sold had returned to its original position, its surface once again shrouded in a faint layer of gray mist, while the blue fluorescent text at the very front had changed to recycling evaluation complete. Earlier, when he had recycled the container in the auction hall, the fluorescent text in front of the ring had read, "Recycling evaluation in progress. Assessment? Is it assessing the overall attributes of this container?" In the void, Su speculated as he tapped his finger on the blue fluorescent text in front of the container. The fluorescent text shifted. Its overall format differed only slightly from the information displayed on the previous container. Name, moderately damaged container. Training type, quality green. Current status, available for sale. The gray mist slowly dissipated, revealing the container's appearance once more. Its surface also bore numerous scuff marks, but compared to the previous container, the dents were not as deep and did not look as though they might rupture at any moment. The surface paint was largely intact, so it didn't look too worn though, of course, it was still covered in the usual layer of dust. The quality has changed from white to green compared to last time. Su's consciousness drifted to the side of the container, and he placed his hand on it. The sensation remained the same, the familiar coldness of metal. Did the quality improve because of the price it sold for this time? Or because a purple quality item was drawn from it? Su looked at the container, speculating. But soon, he gave up on trying to figure it out. There was only one container currently up for sale, and without anything to compare it to, all speculation was pointless. I'll head back and rest for now. I'll wait until more containers have been auctioned off before making any assumptions. The following afternoon, as this was the best time of day for chatting, neighbors gathered in front of their homes after dinner to discuss the hottest topic in Seven Marshall City these past few days, the Saran Auction House's latest auction format. There was talk of the rampaging second young Master Luo, the cackling first young Master Xiao, the frantic merchants, and the three major leaderboards posted on the bulletin board outside the Saran Auction House. People hadn't even figured out what the containers were yet, and now new things were popping up one after another, making everyone's hearts itch with curiosity. If they didn't get to the bottom of it, they'd feel like they were falling behind the times, so, driven by curiosity, they started asking those around them. "Hey, have you guys heard about the new auction at Saran Auction House? My wife was about to give birth yesterday, so I couldn't go. I really missed out." "No worries, I know all about it. Let me tell you, yesterday's auction was absolutely earth-shattering." "Is that info reliable?" "Of course it is. My friend's nephew's aunt's brother-in-law works at Saran Auction House. He told my friend the moment he got off shift that day. It's definitely true." "Never mind, it doesn't matter who said it. Just tell me already, I'm dying to know. First, tell me about that shipping container. What exactly is it?" "That's simple. It's an iron box that Saran Auction House unearthed from a dungeon. There are treasures inside, and they opened it right there on the spot and auctioned it off immediately." "Don't they appraise it beforehand?" "No need for a pre-auction appraisal. If they did, would those merchants be this excited?" "What does this have to do with the merchants?" "That's where you're missing the point. It has everything to do with the merchants, and it's definitely about profit. This auction is a gold mine. Huge profits. You bet. Weren't both of those rich young masters at the auction that day?" "I heard it was precisely because young Master Xiao and young Master Luo were fighting over that container that things escalated to that scene, one losing his temper and the other bursting out laughing." "Don't keep me in the dark, tell me already." "Let me put it this way. That's how much young Master Xiao spent that day." As he spoke, the man held out both hands, crossing his index fingers vertically, his expression quite exaggerated. 10 lesser mana crystals? Look at your lack of knowledge. Do you really think a young master from a prominent family would spend lesser mana crystals? A full 100 greater mana crystals. As he spoke, the man's face swelled with pride, as if he were the one who spent those 100 greater mana crystals. The person standing nearby looked at the man's crossed fingers and couldn't fathom how they could possibly represent 100. And it was precisely with those 100 greater mana crystals that young Master Xiao made a huge profit. How much did he make? The man stopped dwelling on the discrepancy between 10 and 100 and asked curiously.
Come closer.
My friend told me this isn't something to be discussed openly. I'm only telling you because we're close. Speaking in a mysterious tone, he motioned for the other man to come closer and said, Young Master Shao used a principle of 100 greater mana crystals to produce no fewer than 10 superior mana crystals. 10 superior grade ones? The listener's eyes widened instantly. One superior grade crystal is worth 1,000 medium grade ones. 10 of them? That's 10,000 medium grade crystals. With 100 as the principle that's a hundredfold return. Why else do you think it's a secret? There's a massive profit margin here. Those trainers sure make money fast. In one go, he has earned more mana crystals than we could amass in dozens of lifetimes. This can't be a lie, can it? A lie? My friend told me this himself. How could it be a lie? You just haven't seen it with your own eyes. So you don't believe it? Well, it's true I'm not a trainee, but I have a few relatives who are trainees in the outer city, the man said. I've never seen them earn mana crystals this quickly, though. Then what are you waiting for? The person next to him immediately urged. With such a huge opportunity, you should hurry up and have your relative come try it out. Who knows, maybe this chance will land right in their lap. If they miss it, it's gone for good. Chapter 18, The Second Auction. The man felt a twinge of interest. Judging by the situation, it seemed to make sense. Although he wasn't eligible to participate in the auction, his relatives might be. If they could buy a small stake and partner with him, they could really make a profit. His eyes lit up instantly. Without further ado, he hurriedly turned and headed home, saying, I just remembered my baby at home is crying and needs to be fed, so I'll have to cut this short for now. Hey, you're leaving me hanging. The man reached out to stop him, but the other man was already running too fast to catch. However, he quickly set his sights on another neighbor walking by. Hey, have you had lunch yet? Oh, you have? Well, let us chat for a bit then. Have you heard about Saran Auction House? Hey, I've got some inside info. Is it reliable? Reliable, don't worry. My friend's cousin's wife works right there at the auction house. It's all first-hand inside info, and I'm only telling you this on the down low. President Su, we've already deployed everyone to spread the word. Finn strode into the room and addressed Su, who was sipping tea in his chair. Based on the feedback, most of the neighbors are chatting right now all about the first auction. And we don't even need our people to add fuel to the fire. They're making the stories more and more outlandish on their own. The most ridiculous one I heard was... Finn paused to recall the story, then said, They're saying that the Shao family's eldest son brought a lesser mana crystal to our auction house and ended up walking out with a sack full of superior mana crystals. The crazy part is that people actually believe it. It's utterly absurd. But now, this new format for our Saran auction house has really taken Seven Marshal City by storm. I'm afraid the turnout for the next auction will be even bigger. Finn sniffed and remarked with a sigh. What about the major clans in Seven Marshal City? Has there been any movement from them? Su set down his teacup and asked. Let me think. Finn pondered for a moment before replying. According to reports from our undercover informants, some of the smaller and medium-sized clans in Seven Marshal City have already shown clear interest after hearing about this first auction. As for the top 4 major clans, aside from the 2 young masters from the Shao and Luo clans, the Li family in the western part of the city also seems to have shown some interest in this auction. I expect they might attend the next one. Come to think of it, there's an amusing anecdote here, Finn said with a peculiar expression and a chuckle. After returning from this auction, that young master from the Luo family was absolutely livid, especially since the whole city has been buzzing with talk about it lately. That young master from the Luo family is said to be determined to get one over on the Shao family's eldest son at the next auction. The prices for the container lots next time, if those 2 show up, I'm afraid they'll go up quite a bit. Finn looked thoroughly pleased. It was wonderful to have such passionate young people whose minds were filled with the thought, I absolutely must beat you. It was precisely because of people like this that they could earn so many mana crystals. By the way, bank manager, I'm not sure of the exact date for the next auction. The day after tomorrow. This time, Su gave Finn a precise answer. Go to the Guo family yourself later and tell Uncle Guo this news. While you're there, show him this note. He'll understand what it means. Su took a note from his inventory ring and handed it to Finn. Finn held out both hands and accepted it carefully. Once you're at the Guo family's place, take the opportunity to find out what kinds of mechanisms the Fong family has produced. It would be best if you could compile a list. Su paused for a moment and added, Tell Uncle Guo it's on my behalf. He'll naturally help you. All right, Jin Bao understands. After committing Sue's words to memory, Finn left with Sue's note. A few hours later, President Sue, I've brought back the list. Finn's voice came from outside as he strode into the room. Sue was in the middle of eating dinner. Have you eaten yet? Sue looked up at Finn's slightly distended belly. Yes, the Gua family had asked me to stay for a light meal and we chatted for a while. As he spoke, Finn took out a list and placed it in front of Sue, saying, Here is a list of all the Fong family's traps, except for a few that cannot be disclosed. I have to say, the Fong family really has some impressive traps. Just listing their names and functions alone fills a stack this thick. Sue swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up the list, and looked it over for a moment before pausing on a particular page, deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Sue set the list down and said to Finn, Spread the word that the quality of the containers at this auction will be even better than last time. With that, Sue went back to eating. Got it. Finn nodded in agreement and turned to leave. The day of the auction. After 2 days of buzz building up, the second Suran auction was, without a doubt, the center of everyone's attention. Building on the already high level of excitement, Suran had also released the news that the quality of this auction's lots would be significantly better than the last one. The already high level of interest saw another small surge on the day of the auction. The street across from the venue was packed with people, all eager to get the latest updates firsthand. In addition to the crowds on the street, the auction house itself was also quite full this time. Whereas only a dozen or so people had been present during the previous auction, this time the number had jumped to 50 or 60. Not only had the number of people wishing to participate in the Container Mystery Box event increased, but many who had attended before also brought additional guests along this time. Having learned from their previous experience, they wised up they knew to bring an appraiser along on occasions like this. As for those visiting for the first time, some had done their research in advance and brought an appraiser with them, but they were in the minority. Private room on the second floor. Judging by the way those 2 young men from the Shao and Luo families are secretly competing with each other, I'm afraid there's going to be another fierce battle today. Finn looked down at the crowd below and remarked, Someone from the Li family in West City has actually shown up, and it's the Li family patriarch himself. That's quite the display of prestige. Sue's gaze also fell on the crowd below. He was focusing on the man standing beside the Li family patriarch, a man wearing a hat and a face mask, with only his eyes visible. Hadn't he seen him there before? Why did he feel so familiar? Jin Bao. President Sue, go ahead. Look into the background of that middle-aged man standing next to the Li family patriarch. Yes, sir. The auction hall on the first floor was buzzing with chatter at that moment. Some were discussing what items would be up for auction today, and who might turn a small investment into a big win. Others were grumbling that such a large auction hadn't even provided chairs or tables. Of course, these complaints all came from first-time attendees. However, no matter how loud the chatter had been, the moment Yuna appeared on the auction block holding her small wooden gavel, everyone instinctively hushed their voices. Chapter 19. If I lose, I just don't make a profit. If you lose, it's a total loss. Today, Yuna wore a long, golden, fish-scale patterned gown, accessorized with gold jewelry, giving her an exceptionally regal appearance. I know you're all eager to get started, so I won't waste your time with small talk. Let me briefly explain the rules of the Container Mystery Box auction. You may only inspect the contents of the container from the observation area, and bids are placed for the entire contents of the container. Yuna reached out and pulled the red cloth aside, revealing the container inside. First-time attendees examined the container with curiosity, while those returning for a second time showed subtle shifts in expression. From the outside, the damage to this container was noticeably less severe than the previous one. The starting bid for this container is 20 greater mana crystals. Each bid must be at least 1 greater mana crystal. Yuna's gentle, sweet voice rang out. The price increase was, as expected, in line with the improved quality. Some even felt the increase was a bit too modest. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, Sue, in the hidden room on the second floor, immediately activated the mechanism to open the container. Those with experience, seeing the container shift, immediately stepped back a few paces. The inexperienced, however, stood their ground and got a faceful of dust. By the time they tried to step back to avoid the dust, the first group who had moved away earlier, seeing that the dust had mostly settled, immediately rushed forward to secure the best vantage points. The group that had stepped back realized this too late. Although they didn't have good vantage points, they still needed to observe, so they peered through the cracks, trying their best to find angles that would give them a better view of the situation inside. While everyone was observing, Finn returned to the hidden room on the second floor, holding a piece of paper. President Sue, I've finished the investigation, Finn said, handing the paper to Sue. Drawn on it was a sketch of the man standing beside the head of the Lee family, with some background information written beside it. So it's him. Sue's gaze shifted from the note in his hand to the first floor, and he murmured, "He means trouble." After a moment's thought, Sue instructed Finn, "Go tell Olgi to keep a close eye on the situation inside the auction hall. If there's anything you need our cooperation on, just let us know." Yes. Observation on the first floor continued. Amid the appraisals, voices could be heard chatting. Consultant Bai, how does this crate of treasures compare to the last one? Garrick asked Consultant Bai standing beside him. Although this shipping container isn't obscured by large pieces of fabric like the last one, it's still hard to judge these boxes piled on top of each other. Most haven't been opened, so we can only make inferences based on the condition of the outer packaging. Consultant Bai said, glancing at the items inside the shipping container not far away. This time, the container held individual boxes of varying sizes and styles, some scattered haphazardly on the floor. Some boxes had likely fallen to the ground due to jolts and bumps, revealing glimpses of their contents, but most remained securely in place. There are a few boxes that might contain high-value items. Consultant Bai looked at the boxes inside the container and said, the two wooden boxes with thistle embroidery on the far right. Although the elixir we retrieved from a box last time had turned to powder because it had lost its potency, the probability of finding something valuable in this type of box is quite high. Moreover, the condition of this container is much better than the last one, so the likelihood that the items inside have retained their original properties and appearance is also higher. Then there's the box in the middle. Although the overall quality of the box is average, not as good as the ones around it, the pattern visible on the exposed corner. Advisor Bai glanced around, then lowered his voice as he addressed the two men. It's highly likely that this is a gift box from the Beastmaster sect, dating back 1,600 years. We can't determine exactly what's inside at this point, but treasures from the Beastmaster sect rarely circulate on the market to begin with. Anything of decent quality is bound to be quite valuable. One more thing. When the Beastmaster sect gives gifts, they generally present items or spirit beasts that aid in training things that provide beneficial support. That's a great attribute that adds value to the treasure. After Advisor Bai finished speaking, the head of the Fong family, sitting to his side, clearly showed interest. Brother Fong, are you thinking of buying it? Garrick noticed this and asked with a smile. Yes. The head of the Fong family made no attempt to hide his intentions and replied directly. As you know, Brother Gua, my daughter has recently hit a bottleneck in her training. We've tried every method imaginable, but haven't found a suitable way to break through. Faced with an opportunity like this, naturally I want to give it a try. Then go for it. If you don't manage to snag anything good later, I'll help you settle the score with that Sue kid. Garrick chuckled. No need. Auctions are all about mutual consent. If I end up missing out, I'll only have my own poor judgment to blame. The Fong family head replied with a smile, knowing Garrick was joking. The viewing period is over. Bidding is now open. Yuna's voice rang out, cutting off the group's discussion. 100 greater mana crystals. Immediately a bid was called out. The bid was very decisive, raising the price directly to 5 times the original amount. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the bidder. You're one generous guy, aren't you? Second young Master Luo said in a slightly odd tone to first young Master Xiao, who had just withdrawn his hand. I made some money last time, so naturally I can spend a little more this time. What? Afraid to bid? First young Master Xiao replied with a light chuckle, fanning himself with his feather fan. I dare, of course I dare. Today, I'll go head-to-head with you until the very end. With that, second young Master Luo raised his hand and declared, 200 greater mana crystals. The expressions of many merchants who come with limited funds changed. Having previously stood at a distance, they exchanged glances and huddled together to discuss something. This bold and extravagant bidding style instantly transformed the scene into a stage for a bidding war between the two young masters. The price was rising rapidly, deterring many who had come merely to watch the spectacle but had begun to consider making a purchase. Since the contents of the box remained unclear, rashly bidding higher risked a loss. It was better to wait and see for now. 700 greater mana crystals. Second young Master Luo raised his hand, glanced at first young Master Xiao beside him and said, Are you going to bid higher? If you do, be careful, you might end up losing all the money you made last time. In that case, the worst that could happen to me is breaking even, but you, young Master Shao, didn't he finish his sentence. He chuckled softly, raised his hand to bid, and said, 800 greater mana crystals. Damn it, second young Master Luo's expression darkened. Just as that guy said, even if he really put up 800 greater mana crystals, the worst case scenario would be breaking even, but if he invested 800 greater mana crystals and lost, that would be a real loss. Well then, I didn't invite you here to sit here in silence for half a day. What are the odds of that chest yielding a treasure? Second young Master Luo turned to the person beside him and asked with a frown. Chapter 20. The slightly flawed jade bracelet. Young Master Luo, please don't get impatient. Let me examine it a little more carefully. The man had beads of sweat on his forehead, but upon sensing second young Master Luo's murderous glare, he quickly corrected himself. 1 superior mana crystal, that's my estimated minimum price. If it exceeds that, there's a very high probability of a massive loss. Although there are quite a few boxes inside, the number of boxes that will actually yield something valuable isn't high. I'd estimate only 2 or 3. 1 superior mana crystal. Second young Master Luo frowned slightly. This price was already somewhat over budget. When he arrived, he had estimated that the price for this lot would be around 500 greater mana crystals. But just now, while bidding against that bastard Shane, he'd gotten carried away and forgotten to keep the price in check. Now it was a bit inflated. A single superior mana crystal could buy a pretty decent treasure outright. What's the matter? Are you running short on cash, young Master Ronan? Why don't I lend you some, so you can raise the bid? Shane's slightly mocking voice rang out from the side. Ronan was instantly furious. Although he knew he might lose money on the next bid, for the sake of his pride, he had no intention of losing to this damn guy standing right in front of him. 9. Just as Ronan was about to bid, someone on the side beat him to it and shouted out a bid first. 1 superior mana crystal. Ronan clamped his mouth shut and looked up. It was the man standing next to the Guo family head who had raised his hand to bid. Seeing this, he feigned resignation, withdrew his hand, and said, that seems to be the head of the Fong family from neighboring Tianqing City. It's a rare honor to have them visit our 7 Martial City. As the host, since they want it, it wouldn't be proper to compete with them. If you want to raise the bid, go ahead. Since you put it that way, if I were to bid higher, wouldn't it make the Shao family look like we lack hospitality? Shane didn't raise his hand, but smiled and said, I was looking forward to a good competition with you, but I'll let the guest have this one. Next time, I'll find an opportunity to teach you a lesson. After saying this, Shane secretly let out a sigh of relief. He, too, had realized the price was a bit inflated, but out of a sense of pride, he hadn't been able to back down and had been waiting for an opportunity to save face. The Fong family's move provided the perfect opening. Although he had made a substantial profit last time, no one wants to lose money for no reason. 1 superior mana crystal per round. Any other bids? Yuna smiled as she scanned the crowd. Whether 1 superior mana crystal was a high or low price, no one knew. Many of the items in the chest were sealed in boxes, making them impossible to identify, so there was a high element of risk involved. If the prize had been only 300 or 400 mana crystals, they might have considered bidding, but now. As for the group of merchants standing nearby, they had originally intended to pool everyone's funds to see if they could mount a bid. But given the current situation, 1 superior mana crystal was simply too risky for them. It wasn't worth bidding on. Silence fell over the hall, and, as expected, the container mystery box was naturally claimed by the head of the Fong family. The next step was for Alden to appraise the treasures inside the container. As Alden walked into the auction hall from the side, he glanced at the man standing next to the Li family patriarch, the one whose face was concealed, and his expression shifted slightly. Taking a deep breath, Alden quickly composed himself and continued walking toward the container without hesitation. A group of people was still waiting nearby. Alden entered the container to appraise the treasures inside. Just as he reached out to take one, a voice rang out from the side. Wait a moment, Elder Yi, said Fong Zhinshan, the head of the Fong family. Might Elder Yi please open the box most likely to contain a treasure first? Fong Zhinshan wasn't particularly concerned about recouping his investment. He had already spent a considerable amount of mana crystals to address his daughter's training issues. What he wanted to know first was whether any of these boxes contained valuable treasures that could help his daughter resolve her training problems. All right. Alden turned to the staff members waiting nearby. The staff member immediately stepped forward and carried all the boxes from inside the shipping container, except for those that had already fallen to the ground, and spilled their contents out and arranged them neatly. Alden first took a quick look at the scattered boxes inside the container before walking over to the ones that had been set out outside. The first ones he approached were the 2 boxes embroidered with thorn flowers. "These 2 boxes must be a pair," Alden said as he bent down to examine them. The embroidery on the left and right boxes is identical in shape. The only difference is the orientation of the petals. The items inside are also very likely to come in pairs. Wearing white gloves, he used one hand to support the bottom of the box, while the other gently lifted the lid. A snow-white jade bracelet then came into view. A connoisseur immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "Is that a condensing jade bracelet?" "A condensing jade bracelet? What's that?" "It's a type of jade artifact that enhances training, especially during a rank breakthrough. This bracelet can reduce the difficulty of a breakthrough by a full 10%. "What about the price?" "I saw one at another auction house last time. I think it went for 150 greater mana crystals per piece. With this pair, we've already recouped at least a third of our investment." The murmurs of the onlookers did not disturb Alden. With a calm expression, he opened the other wooden box inlaid with thorn flowers. Inside was another entirely white jade bracelet, but along its edge ran a 2-centimeter long crack that marred its overall beauty, adding a flaw. Alden carefully removed the 2 jade bracelets from the box, appraised them, and then placed them back inside. These are condensing jade bracelets, jade artifacts that play a very significant role in helping trainers absorb mana and advance in rank. A complete pair is worth around 400 greater mana crystals. However, since one jade bracelet is damaged, the price is around 250 mana crystals. If it can be repaired, the price could reach around 350 mana crystals. Including the 2 wooden thistle flower gift boxes, the current value is around 270 mana crystals. Record it as blue rank. Everyone in the hall was already familiar with the quality standards set by Saran Auction House. White, green, blue, purple, and gold. The further down the list, the higher the quality and rarity of the items, and the greater their value. Drawing a purple or gold item earns a spot on Saran's leaderboard, and it's accompanied by a beam of light at the entrance and a special announcement, making for quite a spectacle. After appraising this pair of jade bracelets, Alden glanced around and walked toward a relatively large box among the many on display. The craftsmanship of this box wasn't particularly refined. It could even be described as somewhat rough. The exterior appeared to be wrapped in some kind of animal hide, featuring a textured pattern and decorative tufts of fur. Chapter 21. Your eye for these things is still as poor as it ever was. A diplomatic gift box from the Beastmaster sect? Or perhaps the Spirit Beast sect? Alden didn't jump to a conclusion right away, but narrowed down the possibilities first. He then took out his mirror and examined the fur and the leather wrapping the box. I'd actually forgotten that the Spirit Beast sect even existed. Upon hearing this, Advisor Bai muttered to himself, "What's the difference between the Beastmaster sect and the Spirit Beast sect?" Garrick asked Advisor Bai, who was standing nearby. The Beastmaster sect was founded 1,600 years ago. 1,000 years ago, it suffered a devastating attack that wiped out the entire sect. A branch that managed to escape then established the Spirit Beast sect. Technically, it could still be considered part of the Beastmaster sect. It's just a matter of which name came first. So this one is from the Spirit Beast sect? I'm not sure how to tell them apart. Advisor Bai shook his head and said, "There aren't many records about these 2 sects, and even fewer regarding their gift boxes." Unity. Alden, who was nearby and had just finished appraising the gift box, spoke up. The Beastmaster sect places greater emphasis on the overall unity of the gift box. The fur wrapping the exterior is mostly taken from a single spirit beast. They don't even remove the hair before applying it. They simply preserve and modify the original fur. The Spirit Beast sect places greater emphasis on overall symmetry. To enhance the box's aesthetic appeal, they attach fur that matches the box's color to achieve a more pleasing appearance. This box has attached fur, so it belongs to the Spirit Beast sect. I've learned a lot, Advisor Bai said, clasping his fists in a bow toward Alden. Humph still loves to lecture people. A man standing nearby, next to the Lee family patriarch, snorted coldly, muttering to himself. The value of this gift box is around 50 greater mana crystals. Considering its rarity, this gift box can be rated as green quality. After Alden finished speaking, he reached out to open the box. A glow of milky white mana gathered in Alden's palm and flowed into the leather case before him. As the mana flowed in, a scent began to waft from inside the case, not exactly pleasant, but not unpleasant either, somewhat reminiscent of grass roots mixed with concrete. 3 seconds after the scent began to waft out, a click sounded from inside the leather case, revealing a small crack. Alden stopped channeling mana and reached out to open the lid of the case. A ghostly white, beast-like skeleton came into view. The crowd, some standing on tiptoes, others shifting their positions, gazed curiously at the skeleton inside the case. The surface of the box was covered in dust, but the interior was remarkably clean. The beast-shaped skeleton was an ivory white, even whiter than the pair of jade bracelets they'd seen earlier. Set into the center of the skull's brow was a red crystal shaped like a drop of blood, a stunning and eye-catching sight. Judging by its appearance alone, this beast-shaped skeleton looked incredibly valuable. The bone of the crimson-hearted gray wolf? Judging by the skeleton's features, a name immediately sprang to Alden's mind. But he didn't speak it right away. Instead, he bent down, took out his round magnifying glass once more, and began to examine it closely. Those around him held their breath, waiting for Alden to give his final verdict. Could it be that a superior mana crystal core could actually be found here? About 3 minutes later, after shifting his position 3 times, Alden finally stood up and said, "This is a top-tier gift from the Spirit Beast sect, the crimson-hearted gray wolf bone. To be presented as a gift, and specifically a wolf-shaped skeleton, the records of the Spirit Beast sect indicate that only the gray wolf bone is accorded such treatment. And the crimson dot between the eyebrows is the most distinctive feature of the crimson-hearted gray wolf bone. It resembles a drop of blood, crimson as a ruby. This ruby-red spot on its forehead could have nourished the spirit and enhanced training. However, due to being stored for too many years, Alden brought the tips of 3 fingers together and gently touched the surface of the gem, saying, "Most of the nourishing effect of the red spot on its forehead has been lost. Now it is just an ordinary ruby. However, since the crimson-hearted gray wolf bone itself is extremely rare on the market and holds immense collectible value, its current estimated value." Alden paused to consider for a moment before saying, "If a suitable buyer is found, the price could reach around 1 superior mana crystal and 100 greater mana crystals." Classified as purple rank, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "It's purple rank. We've struck it rich again. Even though the profit this time isn't as high as last time, don't forget there are still so many gift boxes left unopened on the ground. If even 1 blue rank item or a few green rank items turn up, there's no telling, we might just match the results of the last auction. You can actually make a profit from a single superior mana crystal? That's ridiculous." The moment Ronan heard that price, he nearly choked with rage and shot a vicious glare at the appraiser standing next to him. The appraiser shrank his neck and gave a helpless, wry smile. Appraising items like this really does come down to luck. Sometimes it's not something he can control. Earlier, the box had been wedged in the middle, making it hard to see the contents fully. How could he have known it would yield such a treasure? Just as everyone was discussing how they'd made another profit, a voice that stood out from the crowd rang out. "I actually think the so-called bone of the crimson-hearted gray wolf might not be worth that much." The voice wasn't particularly loud, but because of the boldness of its statement, it instantly caught the attention of most people in the hall. This guy, was he questioning Old Master Yi's judgment, picking a fight with him? Immediately, many eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Standing next to the Lee family patriarch, a man was removing his hat and face mask, his face bearing a smile so confident it bordered on arrogance as he looked at Alden ahead. "Master Yi, it's been a long time. Your judgment is still just as poor as it was back then." Alden furrowed his brow slightly but didn't respond right away. Seeing how brazen this man was, the people around them immediately began whispering among themselves. "Who is this guy?" He asked, standing next to the Lee family patriarch. "Is he a member of the Lee family? How dare he be so arrogant as to question Old Master Yi? Calling him Old Master Yi? I've never heard of Old Master Yi taking on a disciple like this. And that attitude, it's certainly not how a disciple should treat a teacher." "I think I remember now. I've heard some things about these two before." "Oh? Tell us." "I can't vouch for the accuracy, I've only heard this secondhand. A few years ago, didn't Old Master Yi suddenly retire? As for the reason behind his retirement, most people weren't really sure. Later, insiders claimed that Old Master Yi had a contest with a disciple he'd been secretly training. He invited a group of bigwigs to serve as witnesses to appraise 3 ancient dungeon treasures. Old Master Yi misidentified one of them, ultimately losing to his disciple, and chose to retire. Old Master Yi made a mistake in his appraisal? That can't be possible. Ever since Old Master Yi entered the appraisal industry, I've never heard of him making a single mistake. How would I know? I've only heard rumors. I wasn't one of the bigwigs there at the time. But judging by the current situation, the disciple might actually exist, and that contest might have really happened. Chapter 22. Lift it higher. Lift it higher. It's going to be ground flat. The murmurings of the crowd seemed non-existent to the old man and the young man. Their eyes were fixed only on each other. The man's gaze was intense, as if he were about to devour Alden, confident and arrogant. Alden's expression was complex, filled with a mix of emotions, regret, sighing, and even a hint of remorse. Everyone. This skeleton isn't some red-hearted gray wolf bone, it's just an ordinary gray wolf bone. Seeing that Alden wasn't speaking, the man spoke up on his own, confidently stating, there aren't many records about the Spirit Beast sect, but there's no shortage of scandalous stories about them. As everyone knows, the Spirit Beast sect's predecessor was the Beast Taming sect. After the Beast Taming sect was wiped out, a single branch managed to escape and founded the Spirit Beast sect. It is incredibly difficult for a single branch to establish a sect from scratch. Even the most basic requirement, funding to operate the sect, is a massive obstacle. Within the Spirit Beast sect, someone came up with a devious scheme to forge red-hearted gray wolf bones for auction, in exchange for an opportunity to develop the sect. The crimson-hearted gray wolf is an extremely rare creature within the Spirit Beast sect. Among 10,000 gray wolves, it's hard to find even one with a crimson heart. So they took the bones of ordinary gray wolves, cut open the space between their eyebrows, and embedded a crimson heart, that is, rubies with effects that aid in training to forge the bones of the crimson-hearted gray wolf. This is how they secured the foundation for establishing the Spirit Beast sect. Of course, words alone aren't proof. To determine whether it's natural or inlaid, there is a method of verification. You can examine the interior of the red heart within the red-hearted gray wolf bone. If there are fine patterns, it indicates artificial inlay, resulting from changes to the structure of the red heart. As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone's gaze immediately turned to the wolf bone inside the box. Sure enough, within the red heart of the wolf bone, there were several extremely fine red threads, so subtle that they would be impossible to discern without careful inspection. It's really there, the crowd exclaimed in unison. What on earth was going on? With a smile on his face, the man turned to Alden and said, Teacher, this is all knowledge you taught me. Could it be that you've grown senile with age and forgotten this detail, or are you deliberately— Shut up, Alden interrupted, frowning. He stared into the man's eyes for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. Teacher, have you been exposed? Can't keep up the act anymore? The man chuckled. If you're really short on money, you could come to me. Why go to such lengths here? I'm sighing because I've spent my whole life appraising treasures. Yet I failed to see through you, you ungrateful wretch. Alden's expression turned stern as he looked at the man and said coldly, What do you mean by ungrateful? Everyone has a desire to rise up in life. I just want to climb a little higher. Teacher, now that you're getting old, you should step aside quietly and stop coming out here to steal business from us young people. The man's face still bore a smile as he looked at Alden. Before Alden could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. The crowd turned to see Sue stepping forward with Finn in tow. It's been a long time, head of the Lee family. Have you come to my Saran auction house just to give my Sue Ran a taste of her own medicine? Though Sue's face was smiling, the tone of his voice was somewhat icy. To claim on the spot that Alden's appraisal was incorrect would be tantamount to directly accusing Saran Auction House of having a flawed auction process, and that its appraisals were fraudulent. For an auction house, such an accusation was extremely serious, so naturally, Sue's expression turned grim. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lee family quickly interjected with a smile. Not at all, not at all. Director Sue, you must have misunderstood something. Although this man and I entered together, we didn't come here as a group. We simply ran into each other on the way, and he clung to us so persistently that he ended up right beside the Lee family. He insisted on coming in with us, acting like a nuisance, and I had no choice. The man's smile froze. He glanced back at the head of the Lee family and snorted coldly. All right then. It really was a misunderstanding after all. Only then did Sue turn his gaze to the man standing off to the side and say, What kind of scoundrel dares to spout nonsense on the premises of my auction house? Guards, drag him out. Give him a beating and toss him in the trash heap. Yes, sir. The guards surrounding him immediately stepped forward, grabbed the man between them, and prepared to drag him out of the auction house. "You're in such a hurry to kick me out, could it be that you're afraid I've exposed your auction house's true nature? You want to use force against me, don't you? Let me tell you, if you really lay a hand on me, your auction house's reputation will be completely ruined." Hearing this, the guards' movements grew even rougher. They hoisted the man's upper body while dragging his lower body along the ground. "Lift me higher! Lift me higher! You're going to grind me flat!" the man shouted at the men dragging him. But they paid him no mind, continuing to drag him just as before. "Wait!" Alden suddenly spoke up at that moment, halting the guards, then turned to Sue and said, "President Sue, please let him stay. Since he doesn't trust my judgment, I'd like to prove it to everyone myself and vindicate the name of Saran Auction House." Sue looked at Alden, whose face was full of sincerity. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he agreed to the request and turned to the guards, saying, "Put him down." The man was roughly thrown to the ground, landing face first in a disheveled heap. As he looked up and scrambled to his feet, Sue was standing right in front of him, looking down at the man and saying, "I didn't think it was necessary to prove anything to a clown like you. Throughout our history, Saran Auction House has never fallen into decline, and we've never had a single issue with our reputation." Sue looked at the man and said coldly, "Since Elder Yi has spoken up, I hope you'll accept the consequences of causing trouble once the results are in." As soon as Sue finished speaking, several staff members nearby stepped forward, glaring menacingly at the man. As soon as the results were in, they would immediately take action against him. If the man was found to be in the wrong, they would drag him out and beat him to death. If the man was in the right, they would drag him out and beat him to death. Humph. But first, that old geezer has to prove that this gray wolf bone is actually a red-hearted gray wolf bone. Although he was somewhat afraid of the men surrounding him, the man still spoke defiantly to Alden. Upon hearing this, Sue glanced at Finn standing beside him. Finn immediately caught on, sprinted forward, and stood before the man, who looked somewhat taken aback, then delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. The man lay on the ground, still unable to process what had happened, when Finn landed several more kicks on him in quick succession. But for Finn, this level of physical exertion was simply too much. After a few kicks, he was already gasping for breath. After mustering his last ounce of strength to deliver one final kick to the man, Finn returned to Sue's side, his face full of indignation. Chapter 23. "You old geezer, you're actually hiding something. We're at an auction here, what are you doing?" Sue feigned anger, frowning at Finn. "President Sue, you're just too easygoing. I couldn't stand that guy's arrogant attitude. If you want to punish me, go ahead." Finn looked as though he simply couldn't stand the guy. You, Sue cast a helpless glance at Finn, then addressed the crowd. "I apologize to everyone for causing this unpleasant experience." The crowd hurriedly waved their hands, saying it was no big deal. How could they not see that Sue and Finn were putting on a coordinated show? But no one wanted to pick a fight with Saran Auction House for no reason. They knew it, but they could also choose to ignore it. The man, gritting his teeth against the pain, scrambled to his feet, shot the two a glance, and didn't dare say another word. It was true that Sue would spare the auction house director's dignity and refrain from using violence, but Finn standing right beside him certainly wouldn't. "Just wait until you can't prove the item is genuine, then let us see how you can stay as arrogant as you are now," the man thought viciously to himself. "Back then, when I chose you as my disciple, it was partly because I valued your talent for appraising treasures, and partly because I liked your innocence," Alden said, looking at the somewhat disheveled man. "It seems you're still just as naive as ever." Although the man desperately wanted to say something more, sensing the faint, lingering gaze from the side, he decisively chose to remain silent. In our line of work, before we're 100% certain of a disciple's character, a master often holds back when teaching, never revealing everything precisely to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Alden looked at the man and let out a long sigh. The man's expression suddenly changed. "I never imagined there would actually come a day when I'd have to use these things." Alden shook his head, raised his right hand, and a flash of light appeared in his palm. A black talisman materialized there, emitting an aura that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Feeling that eerie aura, the crowd shuddered and immediately took a few steps back. "Is that a cursed talisman?" someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. "A cursed talisman? What's that?" A cursed talisman is a very special kind of talisman, crafted by some obscure sects in the past. Different curse talismans have different trigger conditions. Once triggered, the curse within the talisman enters the triggerer's body. It's just unclear what the specific effect of this particular curse talisman is. Death, Alden said. The curse of this talisman is death. Next, I will bind myself to this talisman. If even a single word I say from here on out is a lie, this talisman will take effect immediately, unleashing the curse, and I will die right here on the spot. After speaking, Alden immediately channeled his mana and made a small cut on his finger. Blood quickly oozed from the cut, forming a tiny red drop. Alden raised his hand and pressed the drop of blood onto the talisman in front of him. The eerie red patterns etched on the talisman's surface glowed. Then it floated above Alden's forehead, as if a special binding contract had been formed between them. "He's really going all out," someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Once Alden had produced this talisman and decisively completed the contract, the outcome of the situation was already a foregone conclusion in everyone's minds. The man, in particular, furrowed his brow deeply. Alden cast one last glance at the man before shifting his gaze to the box on the ground and said, "The spirit beast sect's early methods of establishing themselves were somewhat unsavory, which is why many of the red-hearted gray wolf bones circulating on the market are counterfeits. But there are a few genuine red-hearted gray wolf bones among them." As Alden spoke, everyone's gaze was fixed on the talisman floating above his head. There is a way to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit crimson-hearted gray wolf bones, and it indeed involves examining the gemstone in the wolf's brow. However, whether the bone is counterfeit or genuine, the gemstone in its brow will have those fine patterns. The key to identification isn't the presence or absence of the patterns, but rather the color of the patterns. "Everyone, please look at the pattern on the gem." Following Alden's words, everyone's gaze shifted to the box. The color of the pattern inside the gem of a genuine crimson-hearted gray wolf bone should be red, because the gem and the bone are one and the same, that red represents the flow of vital blood. The spirit beast sect, of course, knows the patterns inside the gem at the brow of the crimson-hearted gray wolf bone. Therefore, they specifically forged the patterns on the rubies they selected. After completing the forgery, they infused the blood essence of the gray wolf bone into the artificial patterns to achieve the same effect as the genuine article. But there is one flaw in this method. Although there is no difference whatsoever between the forged bone and the genuine bone immediately after production, as time passes, the blood within the patterns of the ruby in the brow center will gradually lose its vitality and turn purple. It is dead blood. You can examine the patterns within this red-hearted gray wolf's brow center ruby to see whether they are red or purple. Red is genuine, purple is fake. Before anyone could even look, a man's incredulous shout rang out. "You old fool! You've been holding something back." "No, that's impossible. My expertise in appraising treasures should surpass yours. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. You clearly lost to me last time." The man glared intently at Alden and shouted, "You're wrong. You must be wrong." Compared to the man's words, the crowd was far more inclined to trust the talisman floating above Alden's head, one that, as of yet, had not unleashed its curse. The quickest way for an appraiser to gain public recognition and fame is to defeat another appraiser who has long been renowned. Alden looked at the man and said, "My teacher, too, once lost to me." "No, you couldn't have lost to me on purpose. You're just—" The man's words trailed off abruptly. Finn had slipped back to the man's side at some point. He kicked the man, exchanged a glance with the staff nearby, and addressed the crowd. "I have a habit of not liking it when people yell in my ear. Go ahead with what you're doing, don't worry about me. I'll take this guy outside to deal with him." The staff nearby immediately stepped forward, grabbed the man, and dragged him toward the exit. Before leaving, Finn turned to Sue and said, "I was a bit rash today, but I really can't stand this guy's loud, boisterous behavior. I'll come back later to apologize to President Sue." With that, Finn joined the staff as they hauled the man out of the room. "Everyone, I hope you'll finally trust the appraisers at Saran Auction House now." Although Sue was smiling, his expression wasn't exactly pleasant as he addressed the crowd. Chapter 24, Case Type, Special. "President Sue, don't say that. We certainly trust your auction house's reputation. Here in 7 Marshall City, everyone knows that Saran Auction House has the best reputation." "Exactly. Who knows where that lunatic came from to disrupt such a smooth auction? Please don't let this bother you, President Sue. I have some top-quality tea at home next time I visit. I'll bring some for you to try." The crowd hurried to chime in. At a time like this, how could they dare voice any distrust? Old Master Yi had staked his life to prove it. Who could possibly remain unconvinced? After 2 auctions, they finally figured it out. Saran Auction House's new auction model was essentially a new kind of dungeon, and the opportunities to be discovered within were simply unimaginable. As long as one was bold enough, even if they put up a superior mana crystal as collateral, there was a chance to make a profit, and not a small one at that. Even if one wasn't there to make money but simply to hunt for treasures, there was plenty to discover. Whether it was the stone sword set from earlier or the genuine red-hearted gray wolf bone currently on display, these were all rare treasures. And yet, such treasures are still only classified as purple rank at the Saran Auction House. Keep in mind that the Saran Auction House's rankings also include a gold rank category. Gold rank is certainly better than purple rank. I can't even imagine what kind of treasures will appear there. They aren't foolish enough to fall out with Sue at a time like this. Thank you all for your trust. Let us continue with the appraisal session, Sue said before turning and leaving the auction hall. The auction hall returned to business as usual. As for where that man went and how he was dealt with, no one cared. Rather than wasting time wondering where he'd gone, it was better to focus on how to better identify the treasures in the shipping container. Next came the appraisal of the remaining items. Aside from the head of the Lee family, who left halfway through, everyone else stayed until the very end. Including the boxes emptied from the containers, there were a total of 37 treasures. Among them were 11 unclassified treasures, 15 white rank treasures, 8 green rank treasures, 2 blue rank treasures, and 1 purple rank treasure. The total value: 1 superior mana crystal, 800 greater mana crystals, and 300 low-grade mana crystals. If one auction wasn't enough, then after 2 auctions, certain issues became crystal clear. Everyone fully realized the enormous profits involved and, each with their own agenda, left the auction house to prepare for the next auction. Head of the Fong family, your auction results this time are certainly worthy of making the list. May I ask if you'd prefer to remain anonymous, or use your real name? Yuna asked with a smile as she handed Fong Jinshan the inventory ring containing the items from this auction. Anonymous will do, Fong Jinshan replied, taking the ring from Yuna's hand. He had originally come here simply to find a solution to his daughter's training bottleneck. As for being listed by name or gaining fame in Seven Martial City, he truly hadn't given it a second thought. After giving a brief reply, he hurriedly paid with mana crystals and prepared to head home to test whether this pair of jade bracelets would help his daughter overcome her training bottleneck. The difference between an anonymous and a real name entry is simply that anonymous is used in place of a name wherever it's required. All other procedures proceed as usual. Damn it. I've only held the top spot on this list for a few days before getting knocked off. I hesitated this time. Next time I'll have to be more decisive. Shane felt a bit uneasy watching his name get pushed down the list. As for Ronan, the second young master of the Luo family, he wasn't just a little uneasy, he was extremely upset. If only he'd gritted his teeth and held on a little longer just now, he'd be the one on the list this time. The thought that the chance to taunt Shane had slipped right through his fingers made him feel sick to his stomach. What good are you to me? As he walked out the door, Ronan couldn't help but yell at the appraiser standing nearby. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The appraiser could do nothing but laugh nervously, gritting his teeth as he followed after him. Young Master Luo, please let me explain. The scene unfolding at the entrance had the onlookers across the street, waiting for a spectacle, absolutely thrilled. This auction seemed to have plenty of highlights in store. Merchants even more excited and anxious than last time, the purple light flashing once again, and that mysterious figure named so-and-so who had just made it onto the purple list and the fortune rankings, plus Shane, who emerged later looking rather displeased, and Ronan, who looked even more displeased. Everything pointed to the fact that this auction was no ordinary affair. I've got to find out. I've got to get to the bottom of this. Inside the auction hall. Thanks for this time, Alden said, turning to Sue after all the bidders had left. No need to thank me, old Yi. You're part of my auction house family. It's only natural to lend a hand with something this small. Sue chuckled. Besides, if someone really causes a disturbance, they have to be dragged out and dealt with. I can't let them soil the floor of my Saran auction house. At first, I was worried you wouldn't have the heart to deal with that guy, Sue joked with a smile. Sigh, Alden said with a self-deprecating chuckle. I've been appraising treasures my whole life, but this is the one time I've misjudged the most important one. Sue didn't respond. This was something Alden had to work through on his own. Nothing anyone else said would make a difference. Just then, Finn ran in from outside, came up to the group, wiped the blood from his face with a quick swipe of his hand, and spoke up. How was that, President Su? My acting was pretty good, right? Not bad. Tell Wong tonight to set aside some good stuff, we're having a special treat. Got it. At the mention of a special treat, Finna's face lit up with excitement, so much so that tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Hold it in. I still have some business to discuss with you. Oh, okay. Finn sniffed and said, Go ahead, Director. Go investigate the Lee family discreetly. Turning to business, Su's expression grew serious as he said, Since he came over with that guy, the head of the Lee family likely has ulterior motives. Got it. That Lee family head didn't look like he was telling the truth to me either. Finn agreed and prepared to leave to make the arrangements. Don't forget about the task I assigned you earlier, either. Don't worry, President. I've got it all memorized. Night fell. After finishing dinner, Su returned to his room, freshened up briefly, then got back into bed and projected his consciousness into the inventory ring on his fingertip. His consciousness floated through the void, and Su arrived before a shipping container shrouded in gray mist. The blue fluorescent text in front of him had once again changed to recycling assessment complete. Judging by the 2 crates currently on sale, the overall value of the green quality crates is significantly higher than that of the white quality ones. Next time, we can set the starting bid for green quality crates a bit higher. Su tapped the glowing text with his finger. As for high quality items, 1 purple quality item has appeared in each quality tier of crates. It's possible that S the guaranteed minimum for these crates. I just wonder when we'll finally get a gold quality item. As Su pondered this, the text on the container finished updating. Name, moderately damaged container. Container type, special. Quality, green. Current status, available for sale. Chapter 25, Brock in South City. The gray mist dissipated, revealing a container that wasn't too much different in damage from the previous one, only its exterior color had changed slightly. It's still green quality, but the auction price this time was significantly higher than last time. Is it because the quality has improved, so the demand has gone up? The container type has changed this time. Special? How special could it be? Just as Su finished speaking, a very faint, bestial growl suddenly emanated from inside the container. The sound wasn't too loud, but Su heard it clearly. A spirit beast? Su raised an eyebrow in surprise. That really is special enough. I wonder if Old Yi can identify it as a spirit beast. After giving it some thought, Su decided to go find Old Yi. His consciousness returned to his body. Su changed his clothes, stepped outside, and headed toward Alden's room. Winter was approaching, and from time to time, a cold wind would blow through the night, seeping relentlessly through the gaps in his clothes and sending shivers down his spine. Su pulled his clothes tighter around him and quickened his pace toward Elder Yi's room. Has Elder Yi gone to bed yet? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Seeing that the light was still on inside, Su raised his hand and knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded from within, and the door opened. Alden looked at Su standing in the doorway and said, Come in quickly, it's cold out here. All right. The two entered the room. The living quarters at the auction house were all uniformly furnished, but Alden had made some minor adjustments since arriving, placing a few items from his collection to add a touch of antique charm to the room. Coming to see me this late, is it something important? Yes. For the next auction, I plan to put up a rather special item. As Su spoke, he walked to an open area in the room and set the shipping container down. As if sensing a change in the external energy, the entity inside the container grew restless. Low growls accompanied by clattering sounds echoed from within. Is that a spirit beast? Alden blurted out upon hearing the sounds. Standing nearby, Su suddenly raised an eyebrow, for as the container was removed, the blue glow in his inventory ring had shifted. This auction lot must be won at auction before it can be opened. So you came to see me tonight to ask if I can appraise the spirit beast inside this container? Alden wasn't a fool. He quickly figured out why Su had come to see him. Yes, I can certainly appraise it, but I specialize more in appraising treasures. My credibility in appraising spirit beasts might not be as strong as it is with treasures. Alden pondered for a moment, then said, I do have someone I can recommend to Director Su. He is far more skilled than I am at appraising spirit beasts. He is also one of the few direct descendants of the Beastmaster sect and has a more accurate and unique perspective on spirit beasts than I do. Who might that be? Su asked. Brock, in the southern part of the city, Alden said as he walked over to the table. jotted down an address on a piece of paper and handed it to Sue. However, this fellow has a rather eccentric temperament. Alden seemed to recall something as he continued. The old man isn't interested in money or fame, he thrives on intellectual challenges. If you can present something that piques his interest, he'll lend a hand for free, without asking for anything in return. But if you can't come up with it, that old man won't step in no matter who comes or what other methods are used. Eccentric, Sue shook his head and chuckled. Since I've managed to invite you, old G, others are naturally no problem. That's because it was you who came to see me. If it had been anyone else, I wouldn't have chosen to come out of retirement. Alden thought back to earlier and said irritably, who on earth invites someone over just to find new ways to torment them? Unusual people naturally require unusual methods. Sue put away one of the shipping containers and said, thank you for your advice, old Master Yi. Get some rest, I won't disturb you any further. Oh right, that old guy used to keep a cloud tiger. When I met him, it was still just a cub. All these years later, given his temperament, he might have placed that cloud tiger in the front yard to block anyone he doesn't want to see. You'd better be prepared, Alden warned. But that cloud tiger is a glutton, you can use that to your advantage. Also, that old rascal Gongsun can be a real pain in the neck sometimes. If you're going there with the intention of getting him to stay permanently, you'd better find a way to get him to sign a written agreement. Otherwise, if he decides he wants to leave later, he might come up with some lame excuse and just walk out on his own without waiting for your approval. Got it. Sue nodded, taking note of everything. Leaving Alden's room, Sue walked toward Finn's room while mulling things over. Not here? Where did he go? Finn's door was wide open. Sue knocked but heard no response, so he peered inside and saw no one. After a moment's thought, he decided to wait inside. He walked over to the desk, took out some paper and a pen, and began scribbling. About half an hour later, footsteps finally sounded from outside. President Sue? What brings you here so late? I'm going out tomorrow afternoon. Make sure to have the car ready. Sue looked up at Finn, who still had tear stains in the corners of his eyes, and asked, is it something to do with your family again? It's nothing, just a minor issue. I can handle it myself. Finn, only then realizing it, wiped away the tear stains and said, is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon okay? Sure. Here's the address. Sue took out the note with the address Alden had written earlier and handed it to Finn along with the note he'd just written, saying, tomorrow morning, go to Guangzhou woodworking shop in the western part of the city and have them make the items according to the specifications on this note. Money is no object, but it must be done by tomorrow afternoon, we'll need it then. Got it. Finn took the 2 slips of paper from Sue's hand and carefully made a note of them. Those are the only 2 things I needed to discuss. I'll be heading back now. Sue stood up and walked toward the door. All right, Bank President Sue, have a good night. If you need any help, just let me know. Don't be shy, we're all on the same side. Just as he was about to step out the door, Sue paused and spoke to Finn, who was carefully putting the notes away inside the room. Finn was taken aback, and his eyes immediately began to well up. But remembering that Sue didn't like seeing him cry, he held back his tears and said, thank you, President Sue. I can handle this myself. It's fine. All right. Since Finn didn't want to talk about it, Sue didn't press the matter further and turned to leave. The following afternoon, at the entrance to a courtyard, a man dressed in luxurious silk robes was cautiously observing a fierce beast crouching on the ground inside the courtyard, a creature resembling a tiger but with a pair of wings. Behind him stood several servants in matching uniforms, carrying a palanquin laden with gifts as massive as a small mountain, waiting patiently. Mr. Gongsun, I've prepared a modest gift and would like to invite you to my residence for a chat. Chapter 26. It's just a cat, easy enough to handle. A modest gift? A hoarse voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, drifted from within the courtyard. Since you've come to invite me, yet the gift you've brought is merely a modest one, it seems your sincerity in inviting me isn't quite what it should be. Ah well, the man at the doorway's expression shifted. Of course, what he prepared wasn't a modest gift, but isn't that what people usually call it when paying a visit. Well, the gift I've prepared to invite you, Mr. Gongsun, is certainly not a modest gift. I'm confident it will satisfy you. I sincerely hope to have the honor of meeting with you. The man steeled himself and spoke with a forced smile. So it wasn't a meager gift after all. The voice from within the courtyard rang out again. Then why did you say it was a meager gift earlier? You're contradicting yourself, one thing one moment, another the next. Should I believe what you're saying now? Or what you said before. The man suddenly felt his head spinning. Nothing he said was right, everything was wrong. Everyone said Brock had an eccentric temperament, and today he was getting a first-hand look at it. After those 2 consecutive remarks, he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't get a single word out. "All right, since you wanted to see me, just come right in." The voice rang out again. "Quick, quick, carry the gift inside for Mr. Gongsun." The man's face lit up at the words, and he hurriedly ordered the attendants behind him. "No need for the gift, just bring the person in." "Well, all right." The man thought for a moment, decided not to press the issue, and prepared to step inside. But just as he set foot in the courtyard, Brock's voice rang out again. "Just because I said it's not necessary, you're not going to bring them? Don't you know the etiquette of exchanging gifts?" The man felt a headache coming on again. This back and forth was endless. What exactly was acceptable here? He had no choice but to speak to the servants outside once more. Just as he was about to speak, Brock's voice cut in. "Never mind. I'm not interested in those things of yours. Just come straight to the backyard." The man really didn't want to deal with any of this. Shaking his head in frustration, he carefully stepped around the raw-winged tiger lying in the middle of the front yard and headed toward the backyard. But just as he passed by the raw-winged tiger, its eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, suddenly snapped open. It sprang to its feet and let out a roar at the man. Roar! Startled, the man stumbled backward in a panic, crawling on his back as he retreated until he reached the corner of the wall and could go no further. His heart pounding wildly, the man looked nervously toward the backyard beyond the wall and said, his voice trembling, "Mr. Gongsun, what's this all about? This Tsong Yun who snuck into my house at some point, he's not a spirit beast I keep. I have no idea what he's up to, and it's none of my business." At this point, Brock's voice took on a note of impatience. "Are you going to come in or not? Stop dawdling, it's such a hassle just to meet up." The man swallowed hard and looked at Tsong Yun Tao, who had settled back down in the middle of the courtyard. He didn't believe a word of what Brock had said. For a spirit beast of such considerable power to be resting so casually in Brock's front yard, it was impossible for Brock to have no connection to it whatsoever. Yet, given Brock's denial, he had no way to refute it. He could only take a deep breath, steel his nerves, and get to his feet. Moving along the wall and keeping his movements as subtle as possible to avoid drawing Tsong Yun Tao's attention, he inched his way toward the backyard. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when Tsong Yun Tao, sensing his intent, sprang to his feet and charged toward him. Roar! Run! The man was terrified the moment the cloud tiger sprang to its feet. His mind went blank, leaving only that single thought. He scrambled up from the ground, an astonishing burst of strength surging through his body, and in a hair's breadth, just as the cloud tiger was about to pounce on him, he dashed out and took cover behind the door. Moving too quickly, he failed to notice the threshold and slammed heavily onto the ground, tumbling awkwardly several times. When he scrambled back to his feet, his clothes were in tatters, a far cry from the air of wealth and refinement he exuded earlier at the doorway. Looking toward the front yard, the tiger from Yunhu had already returned to its original spot and was lying down. Its tiger-like eyes were fixed on the man, and the corners of its mouth were even slightly turned up, as if it found the earlier skit quite amusing. "Damn it! What the hell? Let us go. I'd rather take a bigger risk with someone else than ever come back here again." The man cursed under his breath as he led his retinue of servants away. Passers-by who witnessed the scene showed no reaction. They were already used to such occurrences. "Branch manager, given the current situation, it might be a bit tricky to get in," Finn said to Sue, who was standing beside him. They had been here for some time and had witnessed everything that had just happened. If they hadn't stopped to buy a few things along the way, they might have arrived even earlier than this group. "No problem. It's just a cat, easy to handle." Sue walked straight toward Brock's house ahead. Just as the two reached the door, Brock's voice came from inside. "That's unusual. I hardly ever see anyone come by, but today 2 groups have shown up in a row. You must have been watching from the sidelines the whole time. So once we take care of this kitty, we can go inside?" Sue didn't answer Brock's question but posed another one instead. "What an impolite young man. Ignoring me like that." Brock paused for a moment before continuing. "Yes, that's right. As long as you make it to the backyard, you'll naturally have a chance to see me, but this cloud tiger doesn't like being called a kitty." As soon as Brock finished speaking, the cloud tiger on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, glaring menacingly at Sue and Finn. The wings on its back slowly unfurled and flapped repeatedly, lifting its body slightly off the ground. Bank president, step back. Finn immediately stepped in front of Sue, looking as if he were ready to fight the cloud tiger at the first sign of trouble. Stop fighting all the time. When dealing with animals, we have to be friendly to get their friendship in return. Sue took a step forward, and a meaty bone as thick as a forearm materialized out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Sue raised the bone and waved it at the cloud tiger, saying, "This is a bone from Old Wong's braised pork ribs in the west part of town. It tastes absolutely amazing. Want to give it a try?" Song Yun Tao, who had been looking fierce just a moment ago, paused for a split second, especially after catching the sudden scent of meat wafting through the air. He couldn't help but swallow hard. It smelled so good, but remembering his mission, he forced himself to pull himself together, trying hard to look menacing as he glared at Sue and the large bone in his hand. "Are you sure you don't want to try some?" Sue gave the large pork knuckle in his hand another shake and chuckled. This is widely recognized as the most fragrant pork knuckle in 7 Marshall City. Every morning when it comes out of the pot, a whole bunch of cats in town gather around hoping to get a bite. I bet it tastes absolutely amazing. Sniffing the aroma in the air and listening to Sue's words, Yunhu's swallowing became noticeably more frequent, and his gaze gradually grew dreamy. Chapter 27. You've got me interested. It's not too late to sign. Yuna. Brock's voice rang out from inside the house. From Yunhu, who had been about to leap forward, paused in his tracks, and his dazed gaze cleared. Roar. From Yunhu let out a roar, clearing his head, and his tiger eyes fixed on Sue with a dangerous glare. This human is too cunning. To actually use food as a temptation, what a dirty trick. Are you sure you don't want to try some? This big bone tastes great. And Sue smiled as a mat appeared on the ground. Just as Song Yuhua was wondering why he conjured up a mat like that, his eyes widened in shock. For on that spot appeared a small mountain of large bones, the aroma of meat wafting throughout the entire front yard. Song Yun Tiger could no longer contain himself and charged straight toward the bones, snatching them up. Even when Sue reached out to stroke its fur, it didn't react. It even gave a gentle wag of its tail. With meat to eat, everything was fine. It actually worked? Finn, standing nearby, stared in amazement. Of course it did. Although this tiger looks quite imposing, it's still a domesticated spirit beast. It's different from wild ones roaming freely in nature. Besides, Sue glanced toward the inner courtyard beyond the wall and chuckled. Senior doesn't really mean to give us a hard time, so naturally he won't let the cloud tiger give us a hard time either. Let us just go over there peacefully, I'm right. Aren't I, Senior? Awoo! Awoo! Before Brock could say a word from inside the wall, the cloud tiger immediately lifted its head from the pile of bones, wagged its tail, let out 2 howls, then lowered its head again to happily devour the large marrow bone. "You ungrateful wretch," Brock said, his tone brimming with exasperation. "Eating is a basic need for all living creatures. It's understandable that you can't help yourself when you come across something delicious." Sue smiled, gave Song Yun Tao's soft fur another pat, and then headed toward the inner courtyard. Finn glanced at Song Yuhua, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically, and muttered, "So that's what the bank president meant earlier when he said, 'No cat can resist the Wong family's braised pork bones. If any can, just give them one more.'" There wasn't much in the front yard, just a few water jars and a patch of grass, with Song Yuhua lounging right in the middle. The backyard was considerably more scenic than the front, with a small path leading to the house running through the center. On the left side of the path stood a stone table with 4 round stone stools. On the right was an artificial lake featuring a small hill. An elderly man dressed in plain linen robes and trousers was lying on a wooden lounge chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing the 2 men enter, the old man opened his eyes just a slit, glanced at them, and then closed them again. "I hear that you at Saran Auction House have put up the bones of a crimson-hearted gray wolf for auction?" "That's correct." Sue wasn't surprised that the old man knew their identities. Noticing a wooden armchair next to the old man's lounge chair, Sue walked over and sat down quite naturally. Finn, meanwhile, stood by Sue's side. "Most people who come here either can't even get through the door or stand there trembling with fear. But you, kid, just go ahead and sit down as if you own the place." The old man didn't open his eyes as he spoke, swaying slightly. "If you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to be afraid," Sue replied calmly. "Humph, you annoying kid. That old fellow is currently at your Sue auction house, so I suppose you came here on his recommendation." "Yes, Su nodded and said, "The next auction at Saran Auction House will feature spirit beasts. I've come here to ask Senior Gongsun to serve as the appraiser for this special auction." "You want me to appraise?" "Fine." Brock stopped swaying and said, "Since you were recommended by that oldie fellow, you should know my rules. As long as you satisfy me, I'll agree not just to a single appraisal, but even to serving as a permanent appraiser." "Does Senior Gongsun keep his word? Did old Yi not tell you that I'm particularly trustworthy?" "Well, that makes sense. That guy probably only spoke ill of me, calling me eccentric and the like, but I wouldn't stoop so low as to deceive you. If you don't believe me, we can draw up a written agreement." "All right." Su nodded, then actually took a pre-written document and a pen from his spatial ring and handed them to Brock. Watching Su, who was fully prepared, Brock's mouth twitched slightly as he muttered under his breath, "Just how much bad stuff did that Yi guy tell you about me?" "No ruse. Once you actually bring out something that interests me, I'll consider whether to sign." Brock took the paper and pen but set them aside immediately before speaking. "All right, please join me at the stone table over there, Senior Gongsun." After saying this, Su stood up and walked toward the stone table on the side. Brock glanced at Su from his lounge chair, yawned deeply, and only then stood up to walk toward the stone table and chairs. By the time he arrived, Su had already taken out a wooden board and propped it up on the table. The wooden plank was crisscrossed with black lines, and in the very center was a line resembling a divider, within which were written the characters Chu and Han. This unfamiliar object immediately caught Brock's attention. His eyes, which had been slightly open, widened noticeably for once. Just as he was about to ask what it was, a flash of light emanated from Su's fingertip. Objects that looked like spheres that had been flattened one by one fell onto the wooden board. The surfaces of these objects were inscribed with characters in red and black. Some characters were identical, while others, though conveying the same meaning, had subtle differences. Su took them in hand and arranged them according to a specific pattern, the red side on one side, the black side on the other in a symmetrical, opposing formation with the Chu River serving as the dividing line. Brock was immediately drawn to the objects on the table. He opened his eyes, examined them closely, and said, "Is this meant for you and me to each take a side and face off against each other?" "Yes." Su nodded and began to explain the rules. "This is Chinese chess, a game I learned by chance from an elderly gentleman during my travels. 2 players face off, each controlling their own set of pieces on the board. They take turns moving one piece at a time, and a piece is captured the moment it touches another. The core objective for both sides is to checkmate the opponent's leader, the general or Shao, while protecting their own. Different pieces have different functions and effects." Next, Su briefly described the movements and functions of all the pieces on the board. "Interesting. This is so interesting." After hearing Su's explanation, Brock's eyes opened wide and even sparkled with excitement. The pawns that can only move forward, the cannons capable of long-range attacks, the chariots that charge recklessly, the horses and elephants, and the advisor that must stay by the king's side. The different pieces were like different military units, and he was the commander embodying them all. This wasn't just a chessboard, it was a miniature battlefield. This game of Chinese chess was tailor-made for someone like him who loved strategic battles. Chapter 28. If I play, I'd be bullying my senior. Interesting. Kid. After hearing you out, my fingers are already itching to play. Come on. Play a game with this old man. I'm not playing with you. Su shook his head and pointed to Finn beside him, saying, "You play with him." "Me?" Finn was a bit surprised that Su would single him out at that moment. But to be honest, after hearing Su explain the functions of the pieces and the board just now, he was also tempted to give this game a try. "That's right, you." Su stood up, vacated the seat directly across from Brock, and sat down on the side. Finn was about to say something when Brock's voice rang out from the side. "It doesn't matter who plays, stop dithering. My fingers are itching to play." Finn had no choice but to take the seat across from Brock and begin the game. As beginners, the two often made mistakes regarding minor rules, but that didn't dampen their enthusiasm for the game. "I've captured your cannon. Haha. I've taken your most useful piece, let's see how you're going to beat me now. You took my cannon, so now you're going to lose yours too. Whoa, when did you sneak that rook in there? You're so sneaky. That's called strategy. Check. Ugh, check. Hey, if I moved my advisor just now, I could blocked it. Check again. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, you didn't notice, did you? My knight moved right in front of your king a few moves ago. I'll capture it and I win. Brock, his face beaming with excitement, placed his knight on Finn's king. No, Senior Gongsun. I'm blocking your knight's path. Finn pointed to where his cannon was positioned. Is the knight's foot right here? Brock turned to look at Su beside him. Yes. Su yawned, looking like he was about to fall asleep. These two called it passion. But in reality, they were just playing whatever move came to mind, capturing pieces as soon as they could, without considering whether they get captured in return or how the position might change. That doesn't count. Let us not count that move. I'll move my king. Is that okay? What followed was another round of frenzied captures. In the end, Brock, with the advantage of 2 rooks and a pawn, successfully checkmated Finn. Finn looked utterly dejected, while Brock laughed heartily. Haha, that was a blast. The stuff you brought is interesting, kid. Want to play a game with an old man like me? After just 1 game, I feel like I've already got the hang of it. No thanks. If I played against you, I'd just be taking advantage of a senior player, Su said, shaking his head. Taking advantage of me? You little rascal, you're so young, yet you talk a big game. Come on, let us play a game. If you can beat me, I'll sign that contract right away, Brock said. Ha! Su stopped mid-yawn and said, Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Brock released his mana, grabbed the paper and pen from the side, and said, Here's the contract. As long as you beat me, I'll sign it right away. All right then. Su swapped places with Finn. Senior, you take the red pieces first. I'll let you have the advantage, Su said with a smile as he set up the board. I don't need you to let me win. Didn't you see that ingenious setup I made just now? Don't say later that you're not satisfied because I let you win. You take the red pieces, I'll show you my rook and knight coordination tactic. Brock released mana to flip the board, placing the red pieces in front of Su. Su didn't refuse and immediately began moving the pieces. Cannon 2 to 5. Whoa. You're quite the gentleman with your moves, kid. Brock remarked with a chuckle before reaching out to move a piece, striking Su's knight with his cannon. He added a quick analysis. Capture the knight. Although this cannon is aggressive early on, it becomes increasingly useless as the game progresses. It's essentially a dead piece. Exchanging it for a knight is a sure win. Cannon 3 to 5. Su ignored the cannon that had penetrated his territory and reached out to move his own cannon. Hey, I gave you a cannon to capture and you didn't take it. You're still too young, kid. With this setup, you're going to lose pieces. I want to give you a chance to take back your move. Brock shook his head, reached for the other cannon, and said, Move the cannon forward again. Looking at the situation on the board, Brock was very satisfied. Both cannons had already penetrated deep into Su's territory. Originally, he planned for a 1-for-1 exchange, but judging by the current situation, even if Su captured one of his cannons, the other cannon would still be able to capture an extra piece. A huge win. Cannon 3 moves 7, capturing a pawn. You little guy, aren't you going to capture my cannon? Brock chuckled softly and shook his head. You really are too young. A cannon that has penetrated the enemy's ranks can unleash tremendous power. It's practically a strategic weapon. If you don't deal with it, all your back row pieces will be in deep trouble. You're only focused on the petty gains right in front of you and have abandoned the powerful pieces behind you. That's a mistake. If you keep playing like this, you're going to lose. Capture the advisor. Brock moved his cannon again, capturing the advisor next to the red general. Finn, watching from the sidelines, grew a bit nervous as he saw the cannon now positioned right next to the red general's face. If the game continued like this, Bank President Su really would lose. Amid the tense gaze of one and the light chuckle of the other, Su raised his hand once more to pick up a piece, still showing no intention of dealing with the cannon behind him. Cannon 7 to 5, check. Senior Gongsun, you've been too kind. After placing the piece, Su smiled at Brock. Too kind? Kid, you think you've won just because you checked him on the very first move. Brock laughed as he reached out, saying, As long as I lift this guard up, Brock's smile suddenly froze, and his expression instantly turned strange. Su's 2 cannons were positioned on the center file, directly threatening his king. Whether he moved his advisor, elephant, or even his king, there was no way to break the current stalemate. It was as if those 2 cannons had formed some kind of special connection. No matter how he moved his pieces, one of them would always be in a position to strike his king. Finn, watching from the sidelines, His eyes lit up as he looked over at Su Bank President Su's move was truly domineering. A direct checkmate. What the hell is this? You're cheating, kid. Brock jumped to his feet in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the board. He lost after just a few moves? You watched every move Su made earlier. How can you possibly say he is cheating? Su said with a smile. You're supposed to build your strategy slowly, plan meticulously, and link each move together, but this... Brock's voice trailed off as he spoke. No matter what, the ironclad fact was right in front of him, and everything he said felt utterly hollow. It's time to sign Senior Gongsun, Su said, glancing at Finn beside him. Finn immediately stepped forward and handed Brock the paper and pen. You little rascal, I knew that old Yi wasn't up to anything good. Turns out he sent over this annoying little guy to get under my skin. Still reeling from his lightning-fast defeat at chess, Brock picked up the pen with some irritation and signed his name on the paper. Chapter 29. How's my pastry? Finn took the signed document and handed it to Su. Su, let us play another game. I don't believe it, there's no way I could lose this fast again. Brock looked at Su, who was checking his signature, and said, no need to check. I mean what I say. I still feel better checking it just to be sure. After checking it, Su stowed the document in his inventory ring and said, I won't play with you anymore, Senior. If you really want to find someone to play chess with, you can come back to the auction house with me. Senior Yi is at the auction house as well, Su suggested. Senior Gongsun, why don't you go find Senior Yi? I think if Senior Yi learns about this chess set, he'll be very interested. Brock pondered for a moment, realizing Su had a point, and said, all right, that works. It'll be a good chance to catch up with that Yi fellow. By the way, this chessboard. If you like it, Senior, feel free to take it. All right. Brock didn't hesitate. With a flash of light, the chessboard on the table vanished. Wait here for me a moment. I'll just pack up, and then I'll head back to the auction house with you. I never expected the director's chess move would actually convince Senior Gongsun, Finn remarked with admiration as he watched Brock go inside to pack up. One of the old man's favorite pastimes at the park, he is no joke, Su thought to himself. Now that the matter with Senior Gongsun is settled, we can release the news. Su instructed Finn. Compared to the previous two auctions, this batch of lots is even more unique. The overall quality is roughly on par with the last auction. The specific auction date is set for 3 days from now. Notify everyone who needs to be notified. Post the announcements where they need to be posted, just handle it as usual. Got it? Finn nodded, jotting everything down. The next morning, the city was exceptionally bustling today, because just moments ago, news had been released from within the Saran auction house. Compared to the previous two auctions, the items for the next one could be summed up in 2 words. Extraordinary. Word of the previous 2 Saran auctions had already spread throughout the city. People had made money, and big money at that. With this third auction labeled extraordinary, it wasn't just any auction, it was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And with this opportunity, many people didn't want to miss out. Everyone was making serious preparations. Ronan, the second young master of the Luo family, was no exception. He got up early and rushed to the Luo family kitchen, leaving the cooks there staring in astonishment. Their young master was up early, and not just early, he'd come to the kitchen, a place he'd never visited before. What are you all standing there for? Who among you is the best at making pastries? Ronan looked at the stunned crowd in the kitchen and called out. A chef stepped forward upon hearing his voice and replied in a low voice. That's good. Hurry up and teach me the recipe for the best pastry you know how to make. Ronan quickly walked over to the chef and said, it's delicious, yes, but it's quite difficult to make. If young Master Luo wants to learn, I suggest. The cook glanced cautiously at Ronan before speaking. No need. You make it, I'll just watch you do it. Ronan interrupted. The cook had no choice but to comply with Ronan's insistence and began preparing a pastry called jade flour cake. To ensure Ronan could observe every detail, the cook deliberately slowed down his pace. The pastry was indeed a laborious process, involving over 30 steps, though Ronan didn't understand a single one of them. Once the pastry was finished and arranged on a plate, the chef was about to explain the preparation process when, unexpectedly, Ronan reached out, picked up the plate, surveyed the room and asked, how did I do with this pastry? Everyone in the kitchen froze, somewhat confused by what Ronan meant by that question. It wasn't until Ronan repeated it with a hint of impatience that they finally caught on and hurriedly chimed in. We've never seen anyone with such a natural talent for pastry making as young Master Ronan. This pastry is as lustrous as jade and as fragrant as fresh flowers. Just looking at it whets one's appetite. Everyone spoke at once, all offering words of praise. I agree, I think this tray of pastries turned out great. I got up early just to make these for my eldest sister. Only then did Ronan nod with satisfaction, then carry the tray and run out the door. Jogging along the gravel path, Ronan soon arrived at the door of a house. Just as he stopped at the doorway to knock, a woman's voice called out from inside. "Just come right in. I know it's you." Ronan unclenched his fist and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Spotting a figure standing by the mirror while a maid combed her hair, Ronan chuckled and walked over. "Good morning, sister." The woman gave the maidservant a look, and the maidservants, understanding, stepped back out of the room. Ronan then approached the woman and placed the plate of jade flour cakes on the table. "What's this?" The woman glanced at the pastries on the table and asked. "I've noticed you haven't had much of an appetite these past few days, so I thought I'd get up early and make some pastries for you to help whet your appetite." "You made these?" The woman shifted her gaze to Ronan and said, "I bet you had the kitchen staff prepare them in advance and just went to pick them up." "Of course not. Sister, you have to believe in your little brother's concern for you. If you really don't believe me, feel free to go to the kitchen and check for yourself from preparation to baking. I handled everything myself." Ronan patted his chest, making a loud thump, thump sound. "You're just trying to butter me up for no reason." The woman didn't reach for the pastries but asked, "Go ahead. Tell me what brought you here this time? Did you get into trouble again and need me to fix it?" "What are you talking about? Sister, what kind of person do you think I am? I really just wanted to show you some care for once," Ronan said with a look of righteous indignation. "Just say what's on your mind. If you keep beating around the bush, I won't agree to anything later." The woman knew exactly what kind of person her younger brother was. Hee. Well, it's actually nothing much. Ronan knew his sister's temperament. If he didn't speak up now, she might really refuse later, so he hurriedly said, "I just wanted to ask you for a little pocket money." "Oh," the woman raised an eyebrow. "I thought I gave you quite a bit last time. Did you spend it all that fast?" "I haven't spent it all, it's just because of that auction," the woman suddenly interrupted. "You already know, sis," Ronan said, scratching his head sheepishly. "It's the talk of the town, how could I not know?" The woman reached out and picked up a pastry from the table, saying, "Tell me all about it. How did those 2 auctions go exactly? I'll decide whether to give you pocket money after you're done." "Sure thing." Seeing the woman pick up a pastry from the table, Ronan quickly began recounting everything that had happened during his previous 2 auctions, making sure to exaggerate Shane's smug expression after he bid on some great items. Chapter 30. The Lee Family's Objectives. "Sis, you wouldn't believe it that Shane, after winning those prized items, his tail was practically sticking straight up to the sky." The woman glanced at Ronan but didn't respond. She knew her younger brother and the Shao family's eldest son were constantly locked in open and covert rivalry. Everyone in both families was well aware of this, and they never interfered in such petty squabbles among the younger generation. However, old Master Yi was invited, and he even brought out the red-hearted gray wolf bone. The woman looked at Ronan, who was still ranting about Shane, and interrupted. "Are you sure the red-hearted gray wolf bone that came up at that auction was genuine?" "It's real, absolutely real. You wouldn't believe it, sister. Old Master Yi even pulled out a charm just to prove he was telling the truth." Ronan looked at the woman, whose expression was serious, and asked, "Is there something wrong with that? Genuine crimson-hearted gray wolf bones are extremely rare on the market, and yet one actually turned up here." The woman spoke as if to Ronan, yet it sounded more like she was talking to herself. "It seems this auction is far more interesting than I imagined." Listening to the woman's words, Ronan was a bit baffled. The woman pinched off a piece of pastry and took a bite. The slightly sweet, not too rich flavor blended with the floral aroma, blooming in her mouth and filling her entire palate with the scent. "What about the Shao family? What's their stance?" After swallowing the pastry, the woman asked. "The Shao family? I haven't seen anyone from the Shao family here, just that damn Shane." At the mention of Shane, Ronan immediately clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he paused, as if a thought had occurred to him, and continued. "Garrick, the head of the Guo family from North City, has attended both auctions, though he hasn't placed any bids. The Fong family from Tianqing, who came with him, placed one bid. The second item was snapped up by the Fong family. The Guo family from the north of the city, the Fong family of Tianqing. A gleam flashed in the woman's eyes as she said, "Next time you go, give me a shout. I'll go with you." "Ah, sister, you're going?" Ronan's face instinctively fell. In that case, there was a high probability that the name on the list for the box he D win wouldn't be his. "What? Am I not allowed to go?" No, I just. Worried that I'll snatch your spot on the list?" The woman saw right through Ronan's thoughts. No, Ronan shook his head hurriedly. How could he possibly admit to something like that? "When the time comes, I'll bid on the lot and have it registered under your name." Ronan paused. Then his face lit up with joy as he said, "Thank you, sister." White Robe Auction House. In an elegant room, a man in white was leaning back on a long chair, staring at the tea in his hand and muttering to himself. Saran Auction House has really taken off. After these last 2 auctions, the buzz in the city has grown even louder. This is clearly a money-losing venture. How could it have such a great impact? The man in white pondered, his gaze falling on the young servant standing nearby. He asked, "Tell me, why does Saran Auction House's auction format still attract so much attention?" The young servant beside him hesitated, his entire body instantly tensing up. This was a tricky question to answer. His predecessor had been replaced precisely because he said something he shouldn't have, which was why the servant had been transferred here. He had to answer carefully. After racking his brain and thinking at lightning speed for a moment, the servant finally spoke up. "Sir, none of the speculations have yielded a definitive answer. Why don't you go to Saran Auction House yourself? Seeing it with your own eyes will certainly be far more accurate than my guesses." "Go to the Saran Auction House." The man in white paused, then muttered to himself again. "That is true. When it comes to certain things, you really have to see them with your own eyes to know exactly what they're like. Send someone to the entrance of the Saran Auction House. Once they find out the start time of the next auction, have them come back and notify me immediately." The man in white instructed the servant standing beside him. "Yes, sir." The servant beside him let out a sigh of relief and ran out of the room. Saran Auction House backyard garden. Seated on opposite sides of a stone table, Alden and Brock were locked in a chess match, while Sue stood to one side, silently observing the game. "You must have practiced this with that kid Sue beforehand. How did you manage to break through my brilliant double cannon move?" Brock frowned, staring at Alden's check that had shifted to one side. "Just pay a little more attention, a step ahead. There's nothing strange about it." Alden placed his piece with a neutral expression. Alden had expected Brock to be invited back by Sue, but he hadn't anticipated that Sue would come up with something so interesting. The two continued their game when Finn came jogging in. He had intended to call out to Sue right away, but upon seeing the 2 men playing chess, he ran over to Sue's side and whispered, "President Sue, we have some investigation results regarding the Lee family." "Good." Sue's gaze shifted away from the chessboard, and the 2 of them walked toward a nearby lounge. Once inside the room, Finn continued, "The Lee family is preparing to enter the auction industry. The disciple of Old Master Yi, who appeared at the previous auction, was actually a consultant hired by the Lee family at a high price. The Lee family brought this guy along this time specifically to leverage Old Master Yi to help him make a name for himself a second time, thereby giving their Lee family auction house a better start. They probably abandoned him back then because things weren't going as planned, which is why they came up with that whole story. Moreover, I had people track the Lee family's comings and goings, and we made other discoveries." Finn's expression was full of disgust as he said, "The Lee family's butler has been visiting the blacksmith's shop in the city repeatedly to have some iron boxes made based on models of our auction house's shipping containers. Judging by their actions, they're planning to copy our auction format. And it's not just the Lee family's auction house," Finn continued. "Recently, quite a few auction houses in 7 Marshall City have seen that our model works well and are already preparing to imitate it. It's inevitable that we'll face copycats." Sue shook his head. "In this world, there's no such thing as a patent. As long as there's money to be made, imitators are bound to appear, a fact Sue had anticipated from the very beginning when he first planned to run the auction house this way. He wasn't particularly worried, though. After all, the counterfeit containers were just that, counterfeits. All of his containers came from the mysterious ring, an advantage other auction houses simply couldn't match. On top of that, he'd already come up with plenty of expansion plans for the auction house, and he didn't think the operators of other auction houses would be able to come up with anything like that. However, for the Lee family to want to use our Saran auction house as a stepping stone to get their own auction house off the ground, they're really quite bold. Sue said, his voice gradually growing colder. President, how should we handle this? Finn's expression had also turned hostile. He harbored no goodwill toward the Lee family whatsoever. Chapter 31. Spirit Beasts, Sacred Beasts. Our auction house is still in the recovery phase. We can't openly confront them yet. For now, we're at a disadvantage in this regard. Sue pondered for a moment before saying, but behind the scenes, there is plenty we can do. What stage are they at with their auction preparations? Sue asked, turning to Finn. It's only just begun. At the moment, the Lee family's preparations for the auction are still in the planning stages. It's expected to take another month or two before it's actually up and running. Great, they're just getting started. Sue looked at Finn and instructed, go and assign some people to investigate the relationships between the major families in the city and the Lee family. Find out which families are on good terms with them and which are at odds with them. We need to get a clear picture of all that. If I remember correctly, Sue paused to think for a moment, then said, there seems to have been some recent commotion regarding a plot of land just outside the western part of the city, involving several major families including, I believe, the Lee family. Go find out who exactly is behind the other major families involved. Once you've sorted out these two matters, come back and let me know. Okay. Finn jotted down everything Sue had told him, then turned to leave. Wait a minute, Sue called out to Finn and said, go over to the Guo family's place one more time to gauge Uncle Guo's attitude, and let me know about that when you get back. Okay. After Finn left, Sue also walked out of the room. Just as he reached the stone table, the two elderly men had just finished a game of Go. No way, with such a perfect strategic setup. How could I still lose to you? Oldie, did you secretly move a few of my pieces while I wasn't looking? Brock stood up, staring in disbelief at his red general, which had been cornered on the board. If you lose, admit it. If you can't accept it, just practice more. Alden's expression remained impassive as he reached out to clear the board. I just don't believe it. Brock sat back down, refusing to accept the loss. Even though he played 2 more games than Alden yesterday, he hadn't won a single game since arriving at the auction house and starting to play against Alden. Senior Gongsun, please wait a moment. I have something to take care of over here. We can continue playing after I'm done. Sue said with a smile as he approached the stone table. What is it? Hurry up, I'm eager to give this old guy a good thrashing, Brock said, glancing at Sue. Sue didn't beat around the bush. He summoned the shipping container, which landed on the open ground. These are items up for auction in a few days. I'd like to get a head start on understanding the items inside, so I'd appreciate it if Senior Gongsun could take a look first. Ha! The moment the shipping container appeared, Brock's gaze was immediately drawn to it. A faint, elusive aura was wafting out from inside the container. It wasn't just Brock who was drawn to it. Not far away, Song Yunhu, who had been lying on the ground, hugging a large bone and gnawing on it while resting, jolted to his feet the moment the container appeared. His fur stood on end, and he stared warily in the direction of the container. The creature inside the container also sensed the changes outside, and a somewhat childish roar echoed from within. It was precisely this roar that sent Song Yuntao, who was nearby, into a state of high alert. He instantly flapped his wings, clutched the large bone, and cowered in a corner, his face etched with 2 words: fear. Is this bloodline suppression? Brock glanced in surprise at Song Yuntao, who was huddled in the corner, then turned to Sue and asked, Sue, can this crate be opened? No, Sue shook his head. All items in our auction house can only be opened during the auction itself, and this particular crate can only be opened after the auction results are finalized. If we can't open it, the accuracy of our assessment might not be as high. That's fine. For now, we just need a general idea. That'll do then. If you were asking me to identify exactly what's inside without seeing it, that would be asking too much of an old man like me, Brock said as he approached the shipping container. Sensing someone's presence, the entity inside the container became noticeably more active. The sound of impacts echoed from within, but the container itself didn't shake at all. It remained perfectly still where it stood. Brock pondered for a moment, then began walking around the container. The source of the thudding sounds shifted in tandem with Brock's movements, as if it had locked onto his position. After circling the container once, Brock returned to his starting point, placed his hand on the container, and began tapping its surface at different frequencies, changing the rhythm at regular intervals until the roar coming from inside changed. Roar. This roar was noticeably weaker than before and carried a hint of confusion, as if the creature were wondering what exactly was outside. I've pretty much confirmed what I needed to. Brock withdrew his hand and turned to Sue. The creature inside is likely still in its juvenile stage, and it's most likely a feline. Currently, the most common classification of beasts is based on their potential, divided into 3 categories. Beasts incapable of capturing mana for training are classified as Category 1, what we refer to as poultry and ordinary wild animals. Beasts capable of capturing mana for training are classified as spirit beasts. As for sacred beasts like spirit beasts, they can capture mana for training. The difference between the two lies in the cultivation level they can achieve through natural growth and training without external assistance. Those at or below the 7th rank are collectively referred to as spirit beasts. Those capable of reaching beyond the 7th rank are called sacred beasts. Spirit beasts exert a suppressing effect on ordinary wild beasts, just as sacred beasts exert the same effect on spirit beasts. Above sacred beasts are divine beasts. Many beasts today are transformed from divine beasts, but since many divine beasts have become extinct, they are not grouped together. At this point, Brock turned to Tsong Yunhu, who was still trembling in the corner while clutching a large bone, and said, "My Tsong Yunhu is a spirit beast I acquired by a stroke of luck. It possesses extraordinary natural talent. One could almost say it has 1 foot out of the spirit beast realm and is on the verge of entering the sacred beast realm. Ordinary sacred beasts can't really suppress Tsong Yunhu anymore, yet the creature in that shipping container managed to intimidate it to this extent with just a single roar. Its status as a sacred beast is essentially confirmed, and a sacred beast of quite a high rank at that. With proper cultivation, there is a very good chance it could break through to the 9th rank in the future. The cultivation ranks for beasts and humans are the same, ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank, with each rank further divided into grades from 1st to 9th, advancing by 1 at every 10th level. The 9th rank represents the absolute pinnacle of combat power for any clan, even a major one. Usually, the sacred beasts we encounter are adults. Juvenile sacred beasts are extremely rare. The sacred beast in this crate is incredibly valuable. Brock offered a very high appraisal. Chapter 32. A simple and brutal decision-making method. Got it. Sue nodded, stowed the container back into his inventory ring, and stood to the side, deep in thought. After the container vanished, Tsong Yunhu in the corner finally cautiously returned to his original spot and lay down. Still shaken, it had been terrifying. Now I get why you invited old Yi and me here. If all the items in your auction house are of this caliber, you'd better bring in some experts, otherwise, people wouldn't even know what they're looking at. Brock remarked with a sigh, sitting back down and turning to Alden. Come on, old Yi, let us keep going. Evening. In the Saran auction house restaurant, Sue was in the middle of eating when a shout came from outside. President Sue. All the information has been confirmed. Finn ran in, his stocky frame striding purposefully, and sat down next to Sue. Sue glanced at the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately understood, went to fetch a bowl of rice, and placed a set of bowls and chopsticks in front of Finn. Let us eat first. We can talk while we eat. All right, I've been running around all day. I'm absolutely starving. Finn often dined with Sue, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He quickly shoveled a few mouthfuls of food down, gave his stomach a moment to settle, and then addressed Sue. The power dynamics within 7 Martial City are straightforward. It's mainly the 4 great families, the Shao and Luo families in the south, the Li family in the west, and the Guo family in the north. The Li family in the west tends to act arrogantly and high-handedly, so not many families in the city are on good terms with them. Most are small to medium-sized families that rely on the Li family. As for open hostilities, Finn took a sip of the warm tea he'd just poured and continued. Unlike the healthy competition between the Shao and Luo families, the Luo family has long been at odds with the Li family due to past clan disputes. Their relationship is the kind that can explode at the slightest provocation. Clashes frequently break out in various settings. As for the Shao and Guo families, while they aren't particularly fond of the Li family either, their animosity doesn't reach the level of the Luo family's. However, when I visited the Guo family earlier, the head of the Guo family made it clear that if our auction house wanted to take action against the Li family, he'd step in to help, Finn said, looking at Sue. What about that plot of land in the western part of the city? Sue asked, swallowing a mouthful of food. Here's the situation with that plot of land in the western part of the city. Finn took another sip of tea and continued. 7 Martial City is planning an expansion in the near future. The area surrounding that plot is the busiest part of the outer New City district, so several major families are vying for it. The bids from the 4 major families are all roughly the same, but none are willing to back down. The city general management office has simply left the decision on who gets the plot up to the 4 major families themselves. They've been left to decide among themselves, but so far, they haven't reached a conclusion. It's a 4-way standoff. Each side has sent people to occupy a corner of the plot, and they've been deadlocked like this with no resolution in sight. Lana, the head of the Luo family, she's the older sister of Ronan. The Luo family's second son has some ideas of her own, but she hasn't found the right opportunity yet. After all, with all 4 families watching each other closely, none of them know what the others are thinking. That's all I know about the land issue. Finn paused, then continued. Oh, and I also heard that Lana seems interested in our new auction format. There's a good chance she'll attend the next auction. After finishing his account, Finn turned his full attention to his meal. Sue set down his empty bowl, sipped his tea, and carefully analyzed all the information Finn had just shared. The Lee family, the standoff among the 4 major families over the plot of land, the balance waiting to be broken. Sue set down his teacup and said to Finn, "Prepare a small gift for our visit tomorrow morning, and let us pay a call on the Guo family." "Okay." Finn swallowed a large mouthful of food and nodded. The next morning, "My dear nephew Sue, you just show up like that. Why bring gifts? Given our relationship, there's no need for all that," Garrick said with a smile as he looked at the visitor. "Just some pastries my cousin likes. I saw them on my way here, so I picked up a few." Sue glanced at the little girl, who was a little over 5 years old, and smiled. "Yum!" The little girl's eyes lit up, and she ran toward the servant behind her who was holding the pastry box. "Thank you, Brother Sue." The little girl stopped halfway, politely thanked Sue, and then continued running toward the pastries. "You're welcome," Sue replied with a smile. He was quite fond of this little girl from the Guo family, and he had indeed brought the pastries specifically for her. "You're here because of what Jinbao mentioned yesterday, right?" Garrick took his eyes off his daughter and said, "Let us talk inside. I've just brewed some tea. We can sip it while we talk." "Sure." The two entered the house and took their seats, neither in a hurry to speak. Garrick leisurely brewed the tea while Sue watched from the side. "Have a sip. It just arrived last night. A friend said it's a rare tea, one you'd only see once in 100 years. I'm a simple man and don't know much about tea, so you try it." Garrick handed a cup of tea to Sue. Sue took the cup and drank it in one gulp, then said, "It tastes okay. Looks like when it comes to tea, you and I are cut from the same cloth." Garrick shook his head with a smile, then steered the conversation back on track. "You want to take action against the Lee family?" "Yes." Sue didn't beat around the bush. "He's trying to target my auction house, so naturally I can't let him get away with it." "You want to start with that plot of land in the western part of the city?" Garrick poured Sue another cup of tea and asked. "Yes. While that is indeed the best place to ignite a conflict right now, it's not just a standoff between my Guo family and the Lee family. All 4 major families in the city have their attention focused on that plot of land. If you really want to take action, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Besides," Garrick didn't beat around the bush, he spoke directly. "Although I said I'd help you, taking direct action on that plot of land wouldn't be good for my Guo family after all. The other 2 families are watching. May I ask, what method have you decided on to determine the final ownership of the plot?" Sue asked. "The last one standing," Garrick replied. "As long as only one family's people remain on that plot of land, it belongs to that family." "That's really simple and brutal," Sue thought to herself. So the current situation is that all 4 major families are in a stalemate because they're worried the other 2 families will take advantage of the chaos to snatch the plot. So no one has chosen to make a move? Sue asked aloud. Chapter 33. "Sister, you're going to lose your little brother if you keep this up, right?" That young lady from the Luo family seems to be preparing to make a move, but it's unclear exactly what she intends to do. "Has Uncle Guo ever considered teaming up with another family?" Sue asked. "Yes," Garrick nodded, "but I haven't found the right opportunity to partner with another family yet. Besides, if I team up with one family, the other 2 might join forces for their own interests, leading to another standoff. What if 3 families teamed up?" Sue continued. "A 3-way alliance is unlikely." Garrick shook his head and said, "Although we could eliminate one of them in the blink of an eye, in the end, only one family can claim the plot of land. There isn't enough to go around, so a fight is inevitable. Besides, the profits this plot of land can generate are quite substantial. No family would give it up easily. Garrick shook his head and added, to secure this land, all the major families are prepared to go to great lengths. Well, if there were a way to resolve this peacefully, couldn't we avoid these conflicts from breaking out? Sue said. If there really were such a way, we wouldn't have been locked in this standoff over this plot of land for so long. Garrick furrowed his brow slightly. There is a way, Sue said. Ultimately, it's just a matter of insufficient resources to go around. We just need to increase the amount of resources available for distribution. I wonder if Uncle Gua has ever considered taking action against the Lee family. You little rascal. You're planning to uproot the Lee family entirely, Garrick said, looking at Sue. I've always been the type to settle scores directly and thoroughly. I think he was already prepared for this when he first interfered with my auction. Sue's voice was slightly cold. It's possible for the three families to join forces to deal with the Lee family, but compared to the value of that plot of land, the Lee family is worth at most 1.5 times as much. Divided among the three families, that's still isn't quite enough. What if we add the right to compete for a high-quality juvenile sacred beast? Sue asked. The right to compete for a high-quality juvenile sacred beast? Garrick paused, then realized what Sue meant and said, wow, so that's why you leaked that special information about the container. It's actually that special. Garrick's expression shifted rapidly, and after a moment he said, however, if we can really add that purchasing condition, the Lee family and the plot of land would be enough for the three major families to divide among themselves. Good job, kid, so you really came prepared this time. Garrick suddenly laughed and shook his head. If that guy from the Lee family found out that one misstep of his had brought such a blow down on the Lee family, he'd probably regret it so much he'd grind his back teeth to dust. However, relations among the four major families are a bit delicate right now. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to approach the other two families directly to discuss this matter. I'll need an intermediary, Garrick said, turning to Sue. That's easy. Sue had already anticipated this and replied, as it happens, my Saran auction house is planning a bidder feedback session. We can invite a few of our regular clients over for tea and discuss areas where our auction house could improve. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Garrick raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, smacking his lips as he said, this isn't very good. I prefer liquor. Why don't you guys prepare some tea for everyone, but set aside some liquor for me to drink? No alcohol. Before Sue could say a word, a childish voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. The two looked over to see Gua Xiaoyu peeking her head around the doorframe, her expression serious as she declared, if you drink, I won't be friends with you anymore. Garrick sighed in resignation and replied, all right, I won't drink. That's what little Xiaoyu said. It's got nothing to do with me. Sue chuckled from the side. On the way back, President, what about the upcoming feedback session? Just hold it as usual. I was already planning to host a feedback session anyway. It's worth listening to some of the bidders' opinions. As for after the session ends, if they want to chat a bit longer, let them chat a bit longer. Understood. Finn nodded and asked, so we'll conduct this feedback session according to the normal procedure. Not in secret. Should we make the announcement public? Go ahead. Send out invitations while you're at it. You can prepare and send them out as soon as we get back. Set the session for tomorrow morning. Let us keep it formal. Sue added, oh, and besides the three major families, don't forget the other regulars. Be sure to invite plenty of them. Got it. Finn noticed the emphasis Sue placed on the words regulars. Nodded in agreement, thought for a moment, then spoke again. But President Sue, there's one more issue. When we discuss these matters, we'll definitely need people from the major families who have a say in the matter. What if the ones who show up are just those spoiled young masters? That's a minor issue. Sue took a pre-written note from his inventory ring, handed it to Finn and said, use what's written here as the content for the invitations. As long as they use their heads and think deeply about it, they'll understand the significance of this feedback session. Got it. Finn took the note and nodded in agreement. Evening. The Luo family's front courtyard. Lana had just finished dinner and was sitting in the courtyard doing embroidery, while a maidservant stood nearby holding a lamp fueled by mana crystals. A breeze blew by, and at the entrance to the front courtyard, a furtive figure crept in, carefully hugging the wall. Casting a furtive glance at Lana, who was seated in the center of the courtyard, the figure inched forward along the wall, careful not to draw Lana's attention. Stop right there. Lana's somewhat cool voice rang out across the courtyard. She didn't look up, continuing her embroidery as before. The figure in the corner froze for a moment, then turned to face Lana and said, "Ha ha, sister, you're embroidering. Your handiwork is truly exquisite. Is that a peony you're stitching? It's so beautiful. I'm embroidering a cat." Ronan's mind raced as he quickly added, "What I meant was, this cat is as beautiful and elegant as a peony. Sis, they're inviting me, a regular customer, to give some feedback. You've never even been to the Saran auction house, so why tag along? You'd be better off resting at home." "Are you really that dumb? Or are you just pretending?" Lana suddenly asked Ronan. "Huh." Ronan didn't catch on right away. "Looks like he really is stupid." Lana sighed inwardly before saying, "The original purpose of this invitation was to invite me to attend the Saran auction house auction. How is that possible? You've never even been to the Saran auction house, sister. How could you be a regular there? Besides, your name isn't even on it." Ronan pointed to the text on the invitation and said. Lana glanced back at the maidservants surrounding her. The maidservants took the hint and dispersed. Only after all the maidservants had left did Lana turn to Ronan and ask, "What does the text here say?" "Sister, you don't really think so little of me, do you? I've been to school. It just says, since Saran Auction House launched its new model, it has relied on the support of all bidders. We are now specially inviting regular clients from the Xiao, Luo, and Guo families to attend a feedback session at Saran Auction House. Each guest may bring one additional person to the meeting to provide valuable suggestions on how to make Saran Auction House even better." "Didn't you notice anything off about it?" Lana asked. "Off?" Ronan stared at the invitation for a long time before saying, "The paper Saran Auction House is using this time is much better than the flyers they sent out before." Lana was silent for a moment, then said, "Didn't you notice that this invitation specifically lists our 3 families? If Saran Auction House were really just inviting regular customers to a feedback session, wouldn't adding that line be a bit unnecessary? And the note at the bottom specifically asking us to bring a guest, isn't that a bit redundant too?" Lana added. "Come to think of it, yeah." Ronan thought about it and realized she was right. "Let me ask you this. How many major families are there in 7 Marshall City?" Lana asked again. 4, as everyone knows." Ronan looked at the invitation, then realized what she meant and said, "Sis, you're not suggesting that the Lee family's name is the only one missing from this invitation, are you? The Lee family has only been there once. They can't really be considered regulars, so it's only natural they weren't invited. Don't you think it's a coincidence?" "A coincidence?" Ronan paused for a moment before saying, "Aside from the fact that the special notation is obviously a bit strange, I don't really see it as a coincidence." "No, it's very coincidental." Lana shook her head and said, "It just so happens that Saran Auction House had a falling out with the Lee family not long ago, and then, not long after that, they sent out an invitation that specifically omits the Lee family. Clearly, Saran Auction House is trying to do something, or rather, use our 3 families to achieve something. This allows them to bring in one more person, and the extra person, I don't think it's just an ordinary person, but someone with real clout. He wants to use us to get things done, but aside from the Guo family, our Luo and Xiao families aren't particularly close to Saran Auction House. So this must involve some kind of financial interest. Let me think. The only recent matter that could involve all 4 major families is the land in the western part of the city. Could it be that President Su has a way to help us resolve the land dispute and take care of the Lee family while he's at it? That's why he's using this auction as an opportunity to bring us all together." Lana suddenly laughed and said, "I remember meeting President Su once when I was a child. I never would have imagined that the little boy who used to hide behind adults and get shy around strangers would grow up to be such a shrewd adult. Even if it's not to discuss business, it's still worth going just to see President Su." Ronan, standing nearby, opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say a word for a long moment. Sometimes he really had no idea how his older sister's mind worked, how she could analyze such a long string of thoughts from just a few words on an invitation. "Remember to wake me up when you go there tomorrow morning," Lana said, looking at Ronan. "If you dare not wake me up using excuses like wanting me to rest a little longer or not having the heart to wake me up, your allowance will be cut off immediately." "No way. Sis, you really don't know your little brother very well. I'm not that kind of person." Ronan's expression froze, and he quickly spoke up. The next morning, outside the Saran Auction House, watching the steady stream of people entering the Saran Auction House, Someone on the street spoke up in confusion. I thought the announcement was just posted today, and the auction is supposed to be tomorrow, right? Why are there so many people here today? I think there's some kind of feedback session today. That's what the news said yesterday. Anyone with an invitation can come in. Feedback session? What's that? It's just a gathering to offer suggestions to help Saran optimize its future operations. Quite a few people have already arrived. I've seen over a dozen. And some representatives from the major clans are here too. The reception room. Seating surrounded the room in a circle, with a reddish-brown wooden table in the center. A tea set was arranged on the table, and 4 chairs were placed around it. At that moment, quite a few people were already seated in the surrounding chairs, their postures impeccable, as if they'd all undergone the same training. 2 people were already seated at the central table. Sue and Garrick. Finn and the attendant Garrick had brought stood flanking them. So Sister Xianglan is here too. It's been a long time. You're still as beautiful as ever, Garrick said with a smile, turning to look at the new arrivals upon hearing the commotion outside. At the doorway, guided by the host, a man and a woman walked in. Uncle Gua, you're still as dashing as ever, Lana replied with a smile after casually glancing around the room. Chapter 35. What a stupid question. Oh, I'm getting on in years. What dashing charm could I possibly have left? Come, let me introduce you. Garrick was about to introduce Sue to Lana. Lana knows him. She met President Sue when she was a child. I wonder if President Sue remembers her, Lana said, turning to Sue. I have a vague memory, but back then, I think I was hiding in the back, too shy to meet people, Sue said, sifting through the memories of his former self. Well, it seems you do remember. Lana took her seat and praised. President Sue was a handsome young man back then, far more outstanding than my good-for-nothing younger brother. Ronan, standing beside Lana, sniffed but didn't seem particularly impressed. He'd heard Lana say this every day, so he was used to it. Compared to that, he was actually more concerned about when that guy Shane would show up. Not long after Lana and Garrick arrived, someone else walked in from outside. This time it was a middle-aged man, with Shane close behind him, whispering something in his ear. Old Xiao, I can't believe you actually came here in person. That's quite rare, Garrick said, looking at the newcomer with some surprise. The middle-aged man replied with a brief and said nothing more, appearing to be a man of few words. You really need to work on that reserved nature of yours. Your daughter doesn't like to talk much either. It's because she spends too much time with you. That's because she's quiet. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. It'd still be better if she were a bit more outgoing. Whenever you have time, have her come over to my place and go for a walk with Xiaoyu. You're such a quiet one. All right, let me introduce you. Sue, the president of Saran Auction House and the organizer of today's feedback session. Garrick placed slightly more emphasis on the word organizer. After introducing Sue, Garrick turned to Sue and said, This is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Shilin. Don't let his intimidating appearance fool you. He's actually quite kind. Sue and Xiao Shilin exchanged nods, and everyone took their seats. The doors to the reception hall were closed following Xiao Shilin's arrival. Finn poured tea for everyone while Sue addressed the group. This is simply a casual tea gathering to gather suggestions for our auction house. To avoid wasting everyone's time, let us get straight to the point. Please feel free to share any suggestions for improvements or optimizations. We'll respond to them and give them serious consideration. Ronan glanced at Lana and opened his mouth. Say whatever you want, don't worry about me. I'm just here to enjoy some tea and pastries. With that, Lana picked up her teacup. Then I'll speak up, Ronan finally dared to say. President Sue, could you add some tables, chairs, and stools to future auctions? We're always forced to stand while bidding, and our legs get sore after standing for so long. We removed the tables and chairs to make room for the auction and to give bidders a better view. However, we are considering adding seating, and we may set up some chairs that offer a good vantage point in the future. Sue replied after a moment's thought. That's the only question I had. Satisfied with the answer, Ronan fell silent. What a lousy question you asked, Shane muttered from beside him in a voice only Ronan could hear. Before Ronan could retort, Shane spoke up. President Sue, I have a few questions as well. First, could the auction notification be sent out a bit earlier? With only 1 day's notice, sometimes we might not have enough time to prepare. Currently, Saran's auctions are still geared toward the general public. Based on the comprehensive assessments by our auction house appraisers, a one-day notice is just right. However, Sue paused for a moment before continuing. Once the quality of the containers improves, we'll announce the auctions with more lead time. All right. Shane nodded and said, another question is whether the number of auctioned containers could be increased. With only one container per session, the auctions never quite feel satisfying. Saran is already considering this. If there are any changes in the future, please keep an eye on the announcements from Saran Auction House. Sue's response was very official. The main reason was that he couldn't make any firm promises. Currently, there was only one container of rings, and the evaluation process for each batch took some time. Holding multiple consecutive auctions wasn't feasible at the moment. Those are my only two questions. That's all. A brief silence fell over the room. Does anyone else have any questions? Sue smiled as he looked around the room, his gaze finally settling on Garrick. What about you, Uncle Gua? Do you have any suggestions? I don't have any major suggestions, but there might be one small area for improvement. Garrick pondered for a moment before saying, back when old Sue was around, he set up a membership system. As long as we deposited our mana crystals with the auction house, they'd be deducted automatically after the auction ended. For frequent bidders like us, that system was quite convenient. I suggest we reinstate that membership system. Upon hearing this, Sue looked at the tea in front of him and began to ponder. In fact, this system had always been in place at the Saran auction house. However, due to Saran's decline in the past, few people visited the auction house, and even fewer would deposit mana crystals there. Gradually, the system had been neglected. Now it seemed that it could indeed be revived, and there was still plenty of room for improvement. All right, Sue nodded in agreement and said, I'll give Uncle Gua's suggestion serious consideration and reintroduce the membership system as soon as possible. That's all. That's the only point I wanted to raise. They waited a little longer, but this time no one else offered any suggestions. Sue stood up and said, I will carefully consider each and every suggestion you've made. Of course, I won't let this feedback session be a wasted trip for any of you. Regarding the next auction, we'll be announcing some very important news. Uncle Gua will relay the specific details to everyone. I have some matters to attend to at the auction house, so I must excuse myself for now. With that, Sue and Finn turned and walked toward the exit of the reception room. No one found anything amiss. They all understood why Sue had gathered them here this time. As Sue left, the regulars seated in a circle around him all stood up and headed for the door together. President Sue handles things quite meticulously. Lana's expression remained calm. She wasn't surprised by what was unfolding around her. It's not just meticulous, he often throws in a few surprises. Garrick chuckled. I won't keep you in suspense. I'll just come right out and say it. There's a chance a sacred beast might appear in one of the shipping containers at Suran's next auction. As soon as Garrick finished speaking, the room fell silent for a moment. Xiao Sherlin, whose expression hadn't changed since he walked in, let his eyes flicker for a moment upon hearing those words. It seems President Sue really is good at creating surprises, Lana said with a smile. So next, let us make a solid plan on how to carve up this piece of the Lee family's pie. Chapter 36. A membership system in need of an upgrade. Sue had achieved the effect he intended. What happened next in the reception room was no longer his concern. Garrick's earlier suggestion had given Sue quite a bit of inspiration. That membership system was indeed one worth revisiting. Returning to his office and taking a seat, Sue asked Finn, what was our auction house's membership system like originally? A registered system. Finn walked over to a shelf nearby, searched for a moment, then took down a blue booklet and handed it to Sue. Sue opened it and looked inside. Every page listed a person's name along with some basic information. Below this information was a string of numbers, though all of them had been crossed out. Previously, whenever someone deposited mana crystals at the auction house, their name would be recorded in this booklet to become a member. Finn explained as Sue looked through it. Then, whenever a member came in and won an item at our auction, we find the corresponding page in the booklet and update the recorded mana crystal data. Oh, and after completing the membership registration, members receive a special membership card that serves as proof of their status. Finn added. Is there a sample of that card? Sue asked, closing the booklet. I believe so. Please wait a moment, Mr. Sue. Finn walked over to a cabinet nearby, rummaged through it for a moment, and pulled out a card, placing it on the table in front of Sue. The card was pure white throughout, with a smooth, warm texture that felt quite nice to the touch. In the upper left corner of the front was a serial number, with the Saran Auction House logo in the center and the words member in gold in the lower right corner. On the back was an illustration of the Saran Auction House. Is this the only one? Sue asked, looking up after examining it. There are a few more in the cabinet. Would you like me to fetch them? Finn replied. No, that's not it. Sue pointed at the membership card and said, I mean, is this the only design for these membership cards? Yes, this was the only type approved for the membership cards back then. Watching Sue as he pondered, Finn asked, Do you need to make any adjustments? Yes, and it needs a major overhaul. Sue nodded. After running his fingers over the texture of the membership card once more, he asked, Is the contractor who originally made these membership cards still in business? Yes, Fayun Crafts Shop in the northern part of the city. When it comes to crafting small items in 7 Marshall City, theirs are the highest quality.
Finn replied.
That's good. Go visit that workshop later and have them come up with several membership card designs. Each set should include 4 types, Sue instructed. Specifically, Standard Membership Card, Platinum Membership Card, Prestige Membership Card, and Super Elite Membership Card. The tiers of these 4 membership cards increase progressively, and the craftsmanship, level of detail, and materials used should also increase accordingly. I have just 2 requirements. They must be distinct from one another. Higher tier membership cards should exude a sense of prestige and reflect the holder's status. And one more thing, Sue added. Within each membership card set, only 1 design is needed for the Standard Membership Card, 2 for the Platinum Membership Card, 5 for the Prestige Membership Card, and 10 for the Super Supreme Membership Card. Additionally, for the Super Supreme Membership Card, we need to develop a customizable design. Got it. From the moment Sue began speaking, Finn had taken out a pen and paper to jot down everything he said. Finn didn't usually have this habit, but as Sue kept coming up with more and more new ideas, he found it difficult to keep track of them all. So he simply kept some paper and a pen in his inventory ring. In addition to adjusting the membership cards, starting today, Mana Crystal Storage will no longer be called Storage, it will be renamed Top Up, and will also introduce different top-up packages. Top-up packages? Right? Think of them as special offers. I'll draft the details for you later, just follow my instructions when the time comes. After saying this, Sue asked, Any news from the Fong family? The Fong family in Tianqing City? Yes. We haven't heard anything since they returned from the last auction. I'm not sure exactly what they're up to. Should we look into it further? Finn asked. No need. Just keep a close eye on them. If the Fong family comes to our auction house, be sure to let me know. After saying this, Sue continued, What about the other case? I told you to assign more people to investigate any leads yet. Not yet. Finn shook his head. Although we've increased the investigative team, let alone the wider area, just the people and terrain around 7 Marshall City alone are extensive. Trying to match a single image or portrait to a specific person is incredibly difficult. It'll be hard to find anything in the short term. Difficult. Sue furrowed his brow slightly and said, Keep adding more personnel. Let me know immediately if you find any leads. Yes, ma'am. Let us go. They should be wrapping up over there, we can head out now. Sue stood up and walked toward the door. Finn put away his pen and paper and followed her. The two arrived in the lobby just as a group of people emerged from the reception room. They all wore faint smiles, clearly satisfied with the outcome of their earlier discussion. Just as the 3 stepped out of the room, the group that had been gathered around them earlier emerged from the shadows, their faces also beaming with smiles, as if they were very satisfied with the outcome of this feedback session. As they passed by Sue, they exchanged greetings with him before heading toward the exit of the auction house. President Sue, you've truly given the 3 major families a huge gift this time, Lana said with a smile as she approached Sue. As the owner of an auction house, it's only natural to ensure bidders are satisfied and feel they've gotten their money's worth, Sue replied, knowing exactly what Lana was referring to. Exactly. I hope tomorrow's auction will truly bring me some surprises, Lana said eagerly. Although old Xiao and I won't be participating in tomorrow's auction, you'd better be careful, don't let some upstart individual bidder snatch it away from you. Garrick chimed in from the side, half-jokingly. That's possible. It seems Xianglan really isn't meant to have that sacred beast, Lana said with a look of regret. All right, we'll be heading out now. Sue, you really handled this matter well. If it works out, all 3 of our families will owe you a favor, Garrick said. We all have our own needs. That may be true, but you've definitely helped us solve a problem that's been giving us a headache for a long time. Let us keep things separate. Garrick patted Sue on the shoulder and said, "Come out for a walk around dinner time today. I'd like to treat you to a little something." "I'll definitely be there. Getting everyone together is exactly why we're here to hear that sound." Everyone burst out laughing. Chapter 37. The Long-Lost Younger Brother. Evening. After dinner, Sue and Finn went up to the highest rooftop of the auction house. Alden and Brock had heard there would be a sound that night, so they decided to join the fun, bringing a table and a chessboard with them. The group sat on the rooftop, playing chess while waiting for the sound to appear. The night in Seven Marshall City was still bustling with lights, pedestrians, and small food stalls lining both sides of the street, emitting wispy plumes of steaming white vapor. There was a lot of noise, but it didn't feel irritating. Rather, it created a lively harmony. However, this harmony was soon shattered by a shriek. There's a fight. A fight's broken out in the western part of the city. Passers-by on the street paused upon hearing this, and then a large number of them began to run not away from the western part of the city, but actively toward it. That love for gossip is truly ingrained in the very bones of Seven Marshall City. Sue watched the pedestrians below rushing toward the western part of the city and mused. But thanks to that very trait, many of his auction house's affairs were able to proceed smoothly. "Damn it! You unprincipled scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" At that moment, a voice rang out from the direction of the western part of the city so loud that it seemed everyone in the eastern part of the city could hear it clearly. "How dare anyone from the Lee family accuse others of being immoral? We, the Luo family, haven't even settled the scores with you yet over the incidents at the North Mine and the Guangji Market. Today, we'll settle both old and new grievances once and for all." Following that voice, another female voice rang out. Her voice trembled with rage. This piqued the curiosity of even those who hadn't been interested in the commotion at first. "It's been a long time since Seven Marshall City has been this lively." Brock's gaze shifted from the chessboard to the source of the two voices. Shortly after Brock finished speaking, a violent explosion rang out from a location in the western part of the city. The ground shook, flames surged wildly, and the blinding glow illuminated the entire night sky over Seven Marshall City. "Damn it! How do you still have the manpower to launch a surprise attack on the Lee clan's warehouse?" "No, wait, have your two clans joined forces? Aren't you afraid the other clan will take advantage of this opportunity to have all three of your clans joined forces?" "Why?" The Lee clan head's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed across the entire sky of Seven Marshall City. And that shout was the last sound he would ever make in Seven Marshall City. After that, the Lee clan head's voice was never heard again, and the commotion in the western part of the city gradually subsided. The blazing fire was extinguished shortly after the noise died down. The western part of the city grew quiet, while the streets gradually came alive with activity. As expected, the conversations all centered on the recent event where the three clans had joined forces against the Lee clan. "The Lee clan is completely finished." Alden looked out at the now quiet western part of the city and remarked wistfully, "You aren't missing that lousy apprentice of yours, are you?" Brock turned to Alden and said, "There's nothing to miss about that lousy apprentice of yours. I'll tell you this. Scum like that isn't worth it. If you've got the time, you'd be better off playing a few more games of chess with me." "You're right about that." Alden pondered for a moment, then shifted his attention back to the chessboard. "Finn, are you hungry?" Sue, also watching the embers gradually fade, asked Finn. "Am I hungry?" Finn glanced at Sue, paused for a moment, then said, "Yeah, I'm hungry. President Sue, would you like to grab a bite with me? Since we're in such a great mood, let us have a little feast to celebrate." "Sure. Since you're inviting me so earnestly, let us grab a bite together." Sue nodded in agreement. The next morning, outside the Saran auction house, a group of onlookers waiting across the street, holding their breakfast, began whispering among themselves as they waited for the auction to begin. "Did you hear about what happened last night? The three families suddenly joined forces to take down the Lee family. The Lee family didn't even have time to react before they were wiped out by the three families together. It's hard not to know about it. There was such a commotion last night the ground was actually shaking. If I hadn't heard the Lee family head's screams, I would thought an earthquake was happening. What's going on? How did it suddenly escalate into a full-scale war? I think it might be because of that plot of land in the western part of the city after all. The major clans have been fighting over it for quite some time. Maybe the stalemate dragged on too long, so they decided to take out one clan first. No way wiping out an entire clan just for a piece of land? That's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. Exactly. That story sounds totally unreliable. I've got inside intel on why the major clans joined forces, a man said mysteriously, taking a bite out of the red bean bun in his hand. Inside intel? Is it legit? Absolutely. My relative's brother's sister works at the Luo Manor. Last night, the three major clans joined forces and actually, it has something to do with Su Ran. It has something to do with Su Ran? As soon as this news broke, everyone around them immediately widened their eyes, shoving their breakfast into their mouths and looking as if they were hanging on every word. You didn't know? That's why it's inside information. The person swallowed the food in his mouth and continued. The Li family's downfall this time is deeply connected to Su Ran, the bank president. Think back to the last auction. The last auction? Oh, I get it. You mean the Li family brought that guy to Su Ran to cause trouble. But wait, isn't Su Ran on good terms with the Guo family? If anyone were going to take action, it would have to be the Guo family. Hey! This is inside info, don't make me repeat myself so many times. The man motioned for the people around him to come closer and lowered his voice. I'm telling you this, but you can't let it get out. Hurry up already, you've been stringing us along for ages. Actually, the man glanced around at the group and began. President Su is the younger brother of the Luo family's eldest daughter, who has been missing for many years. The crowd fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. What's the matter? Why are you all looking at me like that? This is absolutely inside information, nobody else knows about it. Give it a rest. This inside information is probably so inside that only you know about it. What about the Shao family? If the eldest daughter of the Luo family and bank president Su really are siblings, why did the Shao family take action? Do they have relatives related to bank president Su as well? Hey, I haven't even said it yet, and you already know? The man asked, looking completely surprised. Get lost. I thought you actually had some inside information. With all this time, I'd rather spend it figuring out why the Luo family is the only one here at today's auction. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Though none of them said it outright, they wouldn't believe a single word this guy said from then on. Not far from the crowd, an elderly man with a sharp, lively gaze, accompanied by someone who looked like an attendant, had heard every word of their earlier conversation clearly. Chapter 38. It really is good to get out and about more often. This 7 Martial City seems much more interesting than I imagined. It's rare for me to come out like this, and yet I've stumbled upon so many events by sheer coincidence. The old man shifted his gaze to the auction house in the distance and remarked with interest. I wonder what the lot is. Judging what an object actually is based on its appearance, then estimating its value and placing a bid yourself, that kind of auction is interesting. Let us go, Shaolin. Let us head over and see what this auction is all about. Yes, sir. The old man led the way, while his attendant trailed half a body length behind him, head slightly bowed, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. Inside the auction hall, the venue was already quite crowded, and Lana and Ronan were among the crowd. However, a sort of vacuum had formed around them apart from a few attendants. No one else dared to approach. Lana curiously surveyed this auction hall, which was quite different from others she'd seen. Of course, her gaze lingered mostly on the rectangular object covered by a red cloth directly in front of her. Ronan, on the other hand, looked down at the floor with a hint of boredom without someone to bicker with. The auction had lost some of its charm. As for the other merchants and members of smaller clans around them, their gazes drifted more toward Lana and Ronan, their faces full of worry. What's with that look on your face? There aren't as many major clans here today, are you actually unhappy about that? Asked someone who wasn't looking gloomy, glancing curiously at the person beside him. Are you stupid? Just yesterday, the 3 great clans joined forces to take down the Li clan, and today only the Luo clan is here. That can only mean one thing. These major clans have reached some kind of agreement. It seems the Luo clan is determined to win this lot at all costs. Whoa, if that's the case. Doesn't that mean we can just leave now? Why leave? We missed our chance this time, but there'll be another one, right? Watching an auction one more time helps hone your eye, it's all part of the learning process. Get it? I guess you're right. The man who had been about to leave immediately stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, in a relatively inconspicuous corner of the auction hall, A man in white was staring at the shipping container covered by a red cloth, muttering to himself. There really aren't any tables or chairs here. Is that shipping container under the red cloth? I heard it's just a square box made of sheet metal. There are already quite a few people here. The turnout for a mid-sized auction has reached this level. It seems it's really popular. After a while, Yuna emerged from the side, and the murmur of conversation gradually died down. Today, Yuna was wearing a long, shimmering silver gown, its hem flowing loosely to the ground. On her upper body, she wore an elegant little leather jacket, white on the inside and red on the outside, which kept her warm while looking both stylish and appropriate. Coming to a stop beside the shipping container, Yuna smiled warmly and said, "Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I'm sure you've all heard some rumors before arriving. The items up for auction this time are a bit special compared to previous ones. Before we officially begin the auction, let me briefly explain the rules. From the viewing area, observe the items and, based on your own estimates, place bids on the entire container. Today's starting bid is 100 greater mana crystals, and each bid increment must be no less than 10 greater mana crystals." As Yuna finished speaking, she reached out and pulled the red cloth aside. It slid down smoothly, revealing what lay within. This time, the exterior of the shipping container was wrapped in a layer of pure white, gel-like substance. "Isolation gel?" someone asked aloud. This substance was relatively common, a type of gel capable of blocking sound and odors. Yuna gathered a strand of mana at her fingertip and released it toward the gel covering the shipping container. As it came into contact with the mana, a fine line appeared at the very center of the gel, splitting it in two and causing the two halves to fall to either side. Just as the gel slid away, a presence wafted out from inside the container, accompanied by the roar of a beast. "Is there a spirit beast inside this container?" The crowd paused for a moment before realizing what was happening. "Spirit beasts are being auctioned off like this? That's interesting," said the man in white, propping his chin with one hand as he looked curiously at the container. "This auction is truly one of a kind," the elderly man who had been standing by the street earlier remarked with a smile. "Due to the unique nature of this lot, the container will only be opened after the bidding concludes. You may now observe and assess it." After Yuna finished speaking, she stepped back a bit. "If we can't see inside, we'll have to rely on the aura and sounds coming from it. Can you tell what it is?" Someone turned to the appraiser beside them. The appraiser immediately gave a dry laugh and shook his head. It was true they could appraise treasures, but not all treasures could be identified. This was a bit outside their area of expertise. At that moment, the appraisers present were essentially rendered useless. "Can you tell anything, Shaolin?" the elderly man asked the person beside him. Judging by the sound, the man called Shaolin listened for a moment and said, "Although it sounds rather immature, its presence is quite powerful. It should be a spirit beast of considerable rank. I once visited a beast battle dungeon. The roars of several spirit beasts in that dungeon were somewhat similar to the one coming from the box. I've also seen the juvenile forms of those spirit beasts. Judging solely by the power of this roar, none of them compare to the spirit beast inside this box. And that aura?" Kobayashi's expression shifted slightly as he said, "The very moment I first sensed it, I suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, a sensation I've only ever experienced when encountering certain sacred beasts. Judging by these circumstances, the creature inside the crate is very likely a sacred beast cub," Shaolin concluded. "A sacred beast cub with a starting bid of 100 greater mana crystals." The old man looked at the crate and chuckled. "If there's only one connoisseur here, they might just snag a huge bargain. As expected, one really should get out and about more. The outside world is far more interesting. Are you interested, sir? Why don't I go talk to the auctioneer and have this lot set aside for you?" Kobayashi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Oh, that one do. When we're here, we have to follow the auction house's rules. It's an auction, the highest bidder wins. If we make an exception just this once, how will the owner run his business in the future? Let us not break their rules," the old man replied. "Besides, the bidding process itself is quite entertaining. I didn't think that through, Shaolin." Shaolin stepped aside and said no more. The old man, meanwhile, continued to examine the shipping container, trying to make out the sounds coming from inside. In a dim room on the second floor, there really are quite a few new faces at the auction house today. Even the head of the White Robe auction house is here. That's quite a rarity. Finn spoke as he looked down at the man in white, who was resting his chin in his hand and deep in thought. There are indeed quite a few new faces. Su's gaze fell on an elderly man below. Judging by his attire, he didn't seem to be a local, and from his posture, build, and demeanor, this old man was clearly no ordinary person. Chapter 39. He wants to steal our stuff. Fing. Yes. Keep an eye on that elderly man's movements. He doesn't look like a local. Our auction house has always valued making friends. If he's from out of town, and he happens to need any help, we can't fail to show our hospitality as hosts. We wouldn't want others to make fun of us. Su said. The elderly man? Finn quickly spotted the person Su was referring to below and, sensing his extraordinary presence, immediately understood what Su meant. He nodded and said, Got it. I'll handle it right away. Keep it discreet. Understood. Just as Finn turned to leave the hidden room, Yuna's voice rang out from downstairs at the same moment. The viewing period is over. Everyone, you may begin bidding. No one was in a hurry to bid. Most were watching those around them, waiting for others to make the first move. Of course, even more eyes were fixed on Lana, waiting to see what she would do. Are you going to bid, sis? Ronan asked. No rush. Lana shook her head and smiled. The other two families aren't here today, so there's no rush to bid. This is my first time attending such a unique auction. I'd like to soak it in a bit longer and see how things play out. Besides, Lana glanced toward the shipping container ahead and continued. Even if we came here today intending to acquire the sacred beast, we can't bid too low. President Su has been so sincere with us, we can't let him take too big a loss. Ronan listened to Lana's words and pondered for a moment. Oh well, he couldn't figure it out, so he just watched the bidding. As time ticked by, seeing that Lana still showed no intention of bidding, someone in the crowd beside them grew restless and called out, 110 greater mana crystals. You idiot, you're actually hoping for a bargain at a time like this? A voice immediately rang out from beside him. If there's a chance to snag a bargain, why not give it a shot? What if I actually get it? The bidder retorted nonchalantly. If it's something I wasn't going to win anyway, calling out a bid now doesn't hurt it, at least makes me feel like I'm part of the action. Upon hearing this, those around him thought about it and realized he had a point. Gradually, more bids began to ring out at the auction. 500 greater mana crystals, the old man said with a smile, joining in the bidding a few times as the crowd called out their offers. However, compared to the others' earnest desire to win the lot, the old man seemed to be bidding more for fun. Xiao Lin watched the elderly man, whose face was beaming with joy, and his expression shifted slightly. It seemed the old master hadn't been this happy in quite some time. However, after bidding a few times, the old man stopped and looked at the crowd of bidders. Old master, aren't you going to continue? Xiao Lin asked, looking at the old man with some confusion. No, thank you. The old man shook his head and chuckled. A sacred beast cub will be of the greatest use to these clans. I was just bidding casually to feel like I was part of the action. Xiao Lin nodded and didn't ask any further questions. The bidding continued, and soon the price had broken through the barrier of one superior mana crystal. Once it reached this level, many bidders became more cautious. However, given the precedent from the previous auction where they made a decent profit on mana crystals, the price continued to rise steadily. It climbed all the way to 2 superior mana crystals. At that price, no one dared to bid any higher, partly because they simply didn't have enough mana crystals set aside, and partly because they hadn't even seen the contents of the box yet. All they could hear was the roar of some kind of animal. Better to play it safe. The bidder who offered 2 superior mana crystals was the head of a medium-sized family, his gaze constantly shifting between Lana and Yuna. Although he knew it was impossible, he still prayed silently for Yuna to bring down the hammer quickly. 2 superior mana crystals. Does anyone else wish to bid higher? Yuna raised the small wooden hammer in one hand and smiled as she looked around at the crowd, saying, although Yuna isn't a professional beast appraiser, judging by the strong, powerful roars coming from this crate, and since Yuna's always had good luck, I'll take a bold guess. The quality of the spirit beast inside might just reach that of a sacred beast. A sacred beast, everyone. With proper cultivation, it could become a top-tier combat force in the future, and it's a cub, too. The juvenile stage is the best time to bond with it. 2 superior grade and 100 medium grade. At Yuna's words, someone immediately couldn't resist raising the bid. The head of that mid-sized family frowned slightly as he looked at the crate and began to ponder. As the chief auctioneer of Saran Auction House, Yuna's words were likely not mere speculation, but rather a way to leak information to the bidders in order to drive up the price of certain lots, a very common tactic used by auction houses. If there really was a sacred beast inside the crate, it would mean an additional top-tier combatant for the major clans. For their medium-sized clan, it would be the key to ascending to the ranks of the major clans. He turned to look at Lana, who was standing not far away. After a moment's thought, he decided to bid again. 3 superior mana crystals. He raised his bid decisively. He knew full well that if Lana had truly come with the intention of winning this container, bidding with greater mana crystals alone wouldn't be enough. Sis, that guy's trying to outbid us. Not only Lana, but even Ronan could see through the man's intentions. Trying to snatch something from the Luo family, a flash of ferocity crossed Ronan's eyes. Sis, do you want me to? We're at an auction house right now. Don't cause unnecessary trouble for President Su. Besides, every family wants to rise higher. That's perfectly normal. Lana turned to the attendant beside her and said, there aren't many families left in Seven Marshall City with such ambition these days. Go find out which family this is, and give them some special attention. Yes, the attendant nodded in agreement. After casting a cold glance at the bidder not far away, he turned and left. 4 superior mana crystals. Once the attendant had gone, Lana made her first bid of the auction. Those who had been hoping for a bargain immediately abandoned their hopes upon hearing Lana speak and obediently fell silent. Bidding at a time like this would be openly defying the Luo family. Everyone present knew what it meant that only the Luo family, a major clan, was present today. The head of the medium-sized clan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and continued, 5 superior mana crystals. Now that he'd spoken up, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to press on. It seems only the 2 of us are willing to bid right now. Lana didn't immediately call out a bid. Instead, she looked at the man across from her and smiled. Here's what we'll do. Let us not bid in small increments. Let us make this quick and decisive. I'll start with 20 superior mana crystals. As long as you can offer a higher amount, I'll let you have this container. How about it? The crowd gasped. 20 superior mana crystals, that's equivalent to 20,000 greater mana crystals, or even 20 million lesser mana crystals. With that many mana crystals, one could build a medium-sized family from the ground up. Looking at Lana, whose face was beaming with a smile, the man's expression instantly turned grim. He couldn't come up with 20 superior mana crystals that he could use at his discretion. In his estimation, 10 or at most 12 superior mana crystals. He never expected Lana to bid 20 superior mana crystals so decisively. He had underestimated Lana. No. To be precise, he had underestimated just how deep the pockets of the major clans really were. His expression shifted repeatedly, and finally, the man could only clasp his fists toward Lana and say, I implore you, Miss Luo, to overlook this petty offense and spare our clan. Why would I let you off the hook? Lana laughed. At an auction, the highest bidder wins. You naturally have the right to bid. That's perfectly normal. Hearing Lana's words, the man's expression didn't soften. On the contrary, it grew even more somber. Without lingering any longer in the auction house, he turned and left. Power, resources, and family feuds, they really do exist everywhere, no matter where you go, remarked the elderly man standing nearby, shaking his head in reflection. Chapter 40. Scarlet Flame, Celestial Tiger. Rank, Gold. Yuna. Sorry for holding you up a bit. Go ahead. Lana withdrew her gaze and smiled at Yuna ahead of her. That's a standard bid. It doesn't count as an interference. Yuna replied with a smile, then raised the small wooden hammer in her hand and said, 20 superior mana crystals. Any other bids? A murmur of disapproval rippled through the crowd. 20 superior mana crystals. Even if they wanted to outbid, they need the means to do so. As for who else in the room might be able to raise the bid, everyone turned to look at the man in white standing not far away. He was the only one who might have the resources, but he didn't seem to have any intention of bidding. As Yuna brought the wooden hammer down, the item naturally went to Lana, just as expected. Although they hadn't won the lot, that didn't stop the crowd from sharing in the excitement. All eyes were fixed on the shipping container, waiting for Alden to emerge and appraise it. But it wasn't Alden who appeared. It was another figure. Compared to Alden's earlier formal attire, this person's outfit was rather casual. But no one looked down on the newcomer because of his attire. Rather, they were surprised that Bank President Su had actually invited him. Brock from South City. I never thought Su Ran could even manage to bring this eccentric fellow here. Someone in the crowd whispered in astonishment. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm in a rush to get back and play chess with Old Yi. Brock sprinted over to the shipping container, still clutching a few chess pieces in his hand. "What's that?" An elderly man standing nearby was drawn to the chess pieces in Brock's hand. They were made of round wood, with a character that looked like pawn written in red lacquer on them. A military token? The old man speculated he'd never seen a military token shaped like this before. "Should we look into this?" Xiao Lin, standing nearby, noticed the change in the old man's expression and asked. "Not for now. Let us finish watching this auction first," the old man said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. In a dim room on the second floor, President Su Fin hurried back to Su's side and said, "We haven't been able to uncover much." Su looked at Fin while operating the mechanism to open the container below. "Every trace of them is blocked whenever our people try to investigate, as if someone is deliberately blocking us. We can't get to the bottom of it. The only thing we can confirm for sure is that they entered the city 2 days ago. Beyond that, we know nothing." "That mysterious?" Su's interest was piqued, and he turned to look at the old man below. "Yes, our people tried several times but failed every time. They didn't leave any traces, did they?" "Don't worry, President. Although we didn't uncover anything, they certainly won't leave any traces." "All right then." Su shifted his gaze to the elderly man below, who had been intently watching the chess piece in Brock's hand, looking deep in thought. Once the container opened, everyone's eyes immediately turned to its interior. Inside the container, special blue crystals were placed in each corner. These crystals emitted a blue, flowing light that extended upward, attracting one another to seal the bottom and top, forming a rectangular vacuum barrier. Within this barrier was a creature with grayish-white fur somewhat resembling a cat, yet vaguely bearing the features of a tiger staring fiercely at the crowd outside the container. With its limbs clenched against the ground and its back slightly arched, it looked as if it were ready to attack at any moment, but its constantly trembling body betrayed its true state of mind. A white tiger? After staring at it for a long while, the onlookers could only utter this single word. If these had been ordinary objects, they might have been able to make some guesses, but when it came to the young forms of spirit beasts, they weren't experts, and to them, these creatures all looked pretty much the same. Lana moved a little closer as well. Although she didn't know exactly what the creature inside the container was either, its pitiful appearance, trembling constantly out of fear, still stirred her compassion. She turned to look at her attendants. Several of them immediately understood and walked over to the surrounding onlookers to say something. The onlookers then stepped back a bit, and the trembling of the young creature inside the crate finally began to subside. "Did you catch it?" Brock glanced back at Lana and asked. "Yes. Are you planning to take it back to the clan for others to raise? Or are you going to raise it yourself?" Brock asked again. "I was originally planning to take it back to the clan and have the experts raise it," but Lana looked at the cub in the crate. And just then, the cub happened to look up at her. Their eyes met, and Lana said, "Now that I've thought about it, this little guy is actually pretty cute, so I've decided to raise it myself." "In that case, come over here," Brock said, turning back. The 4 crystals inside form a special formation. If I'm not mistaken, it's a unique formation from a clan famous for beast taming 700 years ago. It serves to maintain the life state of creatures within the formation and restrict their movements. It also seems to assess value. Brock frowned slightly and said, "But this is a one-time use item. Once you remove the little guy inside, it will automatically lose its effect. In terms of rarity and quality, it should be classified as blue grade. But since it'll lose its effect shortly, it won't count." Once Lana had come over, Brock spoke up. "Since you've decided to raise it yourself, I'll give you a bonus item to help you establish that initial bond with this little guy. Every living creature possesses its own spirit. I hope that once you get to know it, you'll treat it well." As he said this, Brock's expression was earnest and serious, a stark contrast to the impression he usually gave everyone. "Okay," Lana replied solemnly. "Let me tell you a bit about this little one first. This juvenile sacred beast. No, I should say a juvenile sacred beast. It's called the Crimson Flame Celestial Tiger. Although its fur is currently grayish-white, as it matures, its coat will turn red and white," Brock explained. "What's more, this one is a rare long-haired variety. As an adult, it will grow quite long fur when it runs. It looks just like a blazing flame. It's quite beautiful. But remember to trim its fur regularly. As for its potential," Brock pondered for a moment before saying, "the potential of a sacred beast determines that its future is bound to be extraordinary. And the Crimson Flame Celestial Tiger is one of the sacred beast species with a particularly pure bloodline. With proper training, it will certainly be able to break through to the 9th rank realm in the future. As for its value, Brock frowned again and said, that's a bit of a tough one for me. The value of a sacred beast itself is infinite. It's impossible to quantify, so let us just go by its rarity. I'll classify it as gold rank. Everyone stared at the crimson flame celestial tiger inside the shipping container, their eyes burning with envy. A gold rank item. The first gold rank item in these auctions so far. Chapter 41. Still no clue what that artifact in his hand is. Envy aside, they simply couldn't afford it. At 20 superior mana crystals, the price was far beyond what they could bid on, but they made a profit again. Over these 3 consecutive auctions, as long as they managed to win the bid, they hadn't lost money yet. The profit from this one couldn't even be calculated directly in mana crystals anymore. Ronan, standing nearby, was the most excited. His fists clenched tightly, and his heart burned with fervor. This was it. He finally managed to outdo that guy Shane for once. After sorting out the specifics and grades, Brock turned to Lana and said, taming an adult sacred beast is quite a hassle. You have to earn its respect before it'll acknowledge you as its master. Taming a young sacred beast, on the other hand, is much simpler. You just need to let it feel that you mean it no harm and can provide it with a sense of security. Here, take this. Brock pulled a meat strip from his pocket and said, this is a type of spirit beast meat strip that all feline cubs love to eat. In a moment, I'll open a small gap in this formation barrier. Reach your hand through it and feed this to the cub. Lana took the meat strip and listened intently as Brock spoke. Just remember one thing. Try to be as gentle as possible. Don't make any sudden, aggressive movements. Only when you trust it will it trust you. Okay, Lana agreed. Get a little closer. Once it's open, reach in. Brock walked to the edge of the formation, gathered a strand of mana at his fingertip, and touched the surface of the formation, causing ripples to spread across it. Just then, a gap appeared in the surface of the formation in front of Lana. Following his instructions, Lana held the strip of meat and reached her hand inside. The crimson sky tiger cub inside the formation sensed a hand reaching in and immediately resumed its earlier trembling, its pair of red eyes fixed intently on the hand that had entered. A woo! Just as Lana's hand slipped completely inside, the crimson sky tiger cub let out a howl. Shivering, it lunged at Lana, its mouth wide open, revealing its tiny fangs, ready to sink its teeth into her. Lana, however, kept Brock's words in mind and remained as relaxed as ever, even as the crimson sky tiger cub clamped its jaws onto her palm. The crimson sky tiger cub didn't hold on after taking a bite. It immediately backed away, continuing to watch Lana warily. You're quite a big little guy, and you've got some strength. Looking at the bite mark on her palm, which was already turning red, Lana smiled at the crimson sky tiger cub and said, good boy. I just wanted to feed you something. You've been in there for so long you must be hungry. Lana's voice was very gentle, just like a mother soothing her child. Ronan, standing nearby, sniffed enviously. His older sister had never spoken to him so gently before. Whether it was because it understood Lana's words or because it smelled the aroma wafting from the meat strips, Crimson Sky Tiger Cub's gaze kept shifting back and forth between Lana and the meat strip. After hesitating for nearly a minute, it finally began to walk forward slowly. With every small step, it would pause for a moment. Lana was very patient, waiting for the cub to approach bit by bit. Finally, the Crimson Sky Tiger cub reached the edge of Lana's palm. It cautiously extended its nose to sniff the meat strip, then carefully sniffed Lana's hand as well. Only after confirming there was no danger did it lower its head toward the meat strip and take a bite. Go ahead, eat up. Lana watched quietly from the side, a gentle look in her eyes, as if she were watching her own child. After eating about half of it, the Crimson Sky Tiger cub lifted its head again. Although its body was still trembling, it had calmed down considerably compared to before. It stole a glance at Lana, then lowered its head. After about 4 or 5 seconds, it suddenly took 2 steps forward. It reached the spot where it had bitten Lana earlier, stuck out its tongue, and began licking gently once, then twice. Lana paused for a moment when she realized what was happening. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, and her gaze softened even further. Just then, Brock completely deactivated the formation and said, "You can try picking it up now." "Okay." Lana cautiously reached forward with her other hand. The Crimson Sky Tiger cub instinctively flinched back slightly, but still let Lana pick it up. Lacking experience, Lana held it a bit awkwardly. Raise your right hand slightly and lower your left hand a bit. Don't hold it so tightly, holding it like that isn't just uncomfortable for you. It's making it hard for the cub to breathe. Brock, watching from the side, spoke up to remind her. Lana adjusted her posture according to Brock's advice, and sure enough, it felt much more comfortable. As he watched, Brock took a note from his inventory ring and said, "This contains some precautions regarding the rearing of the crimson sky tiger. The recipe for that meat strip from earlier is also on it. If you have any questions about rearing it later, you can come find me at the auction house. Thank you, Senior Gongsun. Later, Xianglan will prepare some gifts to properly thank you. No need. I have no use for those things. If you truly wish to thank me, just take good care of this crimson flame celestial tiger." After saying this, Brock turned and left. "All right, you two can proceed as you see fit. I'm in a hurry to play a game of chess. Miss Luo, your bid this time qualifies you for our Saran leaderboard. Would you like to register anonymously or under your real name?" Yuna stepped forward and asked. "Yuna, you tell him." Lana gently stroked the crimson flame celestial tiger's fur and turned to Ronan. Right. I'll handle it." Ronan hurried forward and said, "Sister Yuna, just register my name when the time comes." "All right." The auction ended, and the crowd dispersed. As expected, when Lana and the others appeared at the entrance, a golden light flared up, and the announcement of their inclusion on the gold list caused another stir across the street. "This auction really did have quite a few interesting items," the elderly man remarked with a sigh as he looked toward the entrance. "I'm just not sure what that artifact the man was holding earlier was, or what he meant by playing chess. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go ask the staff over here." Xiao Lin, standing nearby, was about to head toward the auction house's front desk. But before he could walk away, a voice rang out right beside them. "You two are standing here. Have you run into any trouble that needs help?" Xiao Lin instinctively moved to step in front of the elderly man, but the man raised his hand to stop him. The old man turned to look at the two people approaching them and asked, "May I ask who you two are? I forgot to introduce myself." "I'm Su, the director of this auction house," Su said as he stepped in front of the old man and introduced himself. Chapter 42. The manufacturing process of ultra-thin luminous crystal panels. "So it's Director Su. Your auction just now really opened my eyes," the elderly man said with a smile. "Judging by your attire, you must be tourists visiting from out of town. This is a new auction series our house just launched not long ago. You've certainly timed your visit perfectly." "That really is a stroke of fate," the elderly man replied with a smile. "Since it's fate, I see you've been staying here for quite some time. If you encounter any trouble and need assistance, please don't hesitate to let us know. As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll certainly do our best to help you resolve it." "It's not really a problem, I'm just curious about one thing," the elderly man spoke up. "Earlier at the auction, when your house's beast appraiser came out, he was holding a wooden object with the character Soldier Bing inscribed on it. Are you referring to Chinese chess?" Su replied superficially, while inwardly marveling truly. The old man was a master at luring people in. Yes, that chess thing. I don't know exactly what it is," the elderly man said, nodding as Su mentioned chess. "It's a strategic board game. Well, explaining it certainly won't be as clear as seeing it for yourself. Two of our auction house appraisers are currently playing this game in the backyard. Why don't you come on over, sir? Is that okay?" "Of course. We at Saran Auction House are renowned for our hospitality. Just come on over. Besides, that area is specifically set aside for guests to rest. It won't disturb anyone. So please feel at ease, sir." With that, Su led the group toward the side of the auction house. In addition to the Saran Auction House's backyard, there was a side courtyard specifically set aside for guests to relax. Due to Saran's previous decline, it had gradually fallen into disuse, but it had recently been cleared out. Alden and Brock were currently playing chess there. As for why they weren't in the backyard, in their own words, it was because they enjoyed the feeling of strategizing in a place brimming with rustic charm. The side courtyard. Immersed in their game, the two didn't notice Su leading the others over. They remained focused on the board. Upon reaching the board, the elderly gentleman's eyes were immediately drawn to the situation unfolding on it. Earlier, on their way over, Su had briefly explained to him what this chess was all about essentially, a game that simulates warfare. As he watched the two players move their pieces, constantly shifting their positions in a strategic battle, something that had long lain dormant within the old man was completely stirred to life. Though he appeared to be watching quietly at the moment, His heart was already racing. Xiao Lin glanced around and looked at the old man, as if wanting to say something. The old man turned his head as if sensing this and exchanged a glance with Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin immediately held his tongue and waited on the sidelines. The game had reached its final stages, and with Alden's cry of checkmate, Brock's defeat was sealed. Damn it, you must have secretly moved my pieces while I was out running an errand just now. This game can't count as a win for you, Brock said, gritting his teeth as he glared at the board. You have to accept defeat, Alden said, picking up the teacup beside him and taking a sip. As Bank President Su would say, of the 10 lotuses in the pond, only one remains. What does that mean? Brock paused. Interesting, the elderly man standing nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Only then did Alden and Brock notice that a few people had gathered around them. I think I saw you at the auction earlier, Brock said, looking at the elderly man and trying to recall. Yes, I saw the chess piece in your hand at the auction earlier. Out of curiosity, President Su brought me here. A fellow chess player? Brock's eyes lit up as he looked at the elderly man and asked, Have you played before? I'm ashamed to say, I only learned the rules of Chinese chess on the way here. The elderly man replied somewhat sheepishly. That's great. Brock's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up, shooing Alden away from his seat and said, Come on over here. Let us have a good, hard match. You old geezer, Alden said, shooting Brock a disapproving glance. He didn't even have to think twice to know what this guy was up to. He'd been losing constantly and was looking for a newbie to pick on. Watching the group, who had already hit it off, Finn asked, President, shouldn't we go over there? No need. Su shook his head, turned toward the auctioneer, and said, These chess enthusiasts will get to know each other quickly. There's no need to interfere too much. Let us just go back and rest. By the way, have the membership card designs you were asked to customize earlier been finalized? Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. Should I go get them so you can take a look? Branch manager? Sure. Soon, several different design proposals for membership cards were delivered to Su's desk. All were designed according to Su's initial requirements, with the quality increasing step by step. The only difference was the varying themes. Su didn't pay much attention to the standard and platinum membership cards, focusing instead on the prestige and super prestige tiers. Oh, what's this? Su soon spotted a particularly striking set among the membership cards. When picked up, the super prestige membership card emitted a fluorescent glow from certain patterns on its surface, which, combined with the card's original design, looked incredibly cool. Take, for example, the prestige membership card Su was currently holding, which depicted a winged leopard soaring through the sky. When he picked up the card, the membership number, the leopard's eyes, and its wings all glowed with a fluorescent light, a design that was striking yet not overly flashy, catching Su's eye immediately. The Super Supreme membership card, on the other hand, builds upon the fluorescence of the prestige membership card by enhancing the visual effects of the glow. When the card is lifted, a ring of glowing light appears around the palm, and within this glow, images formed by the fluorescence continuously rotate. Not bad, Su said, very satisfied with the design of this membership card set. He looked at Finn and asked, How did you achieve this glowing effect? Will it lose its effect over time? According to the representative from Feiyun Craft Workshop, Finn paused to recall, then explained, It uses the latest ultra-thin luminous crystal panel manufacturing process, integrating these ultra-thin panels with the card production process. This ensures the card remains lightweight and slim while clearly distinguishing between prestige members and super prestige members. The glow inside is powered by mana released from the crystal panel. If the glow fades later, you can use spirit stones to replenish the mana. You can also release mana yourself to recharge it, though the effect will be slightly weaker. Chapter 43. Still a question mark? That sounds good. Su looked at the card in his hand with satisfaction. Let us go with this set, then. Tell the people over there we can start mass production. The price is negotiable as long as the requirements are met. Everything else is no problem. Do your best to get the membership system up and running again before the next auction begins. Oh, and set aside another batch of mana crystals to sign an exclusive agreement with Feiyun Crafts. Make sure their special techniques are reserved solely for Saran. Go and discuss this matter thoroughly with them. Got it. Finn agreed, jotting down each of Su's instructions one by one before turning to carry them out. White Robe Auction House. Not bad. As expected, some things really do have to be seen with your own eyes to feel truly real. After returning to the auction house, the man in white reflected on what he witnessed earlier and remarked with admiration. This auction format is indeed quite interesting. No wonder it's become the talk of the town after just 2 auctions. Very good, very good. This auction format is truly excellent. The man in white looked at the servant standing beside him and said, "That was a good suggestion of yours. Go claim your reward yourself." "A reward?" The servant's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, director." After saying that, he turned to leave, but halfway there, his eyes darted about, and he spun back to the man in white, saying, "Sir, I'd like to take the liberty of offering a suggestion." "Go ahead," the man in white replied, his mood still fairly good. With Saran Auction House's new auction format proving so successful, many auction houses in 7 Marshall City are already preparing to imitate Saran's new approach. Perhaps we should also, The servant stopped mid-sentence. As the man in white's expression gradually grew stern, the servant hurriedly threw himself to the ground and spoke with a trembling voice. "I spoke out of turn. I spoke out of turn. Go out there and accept your punishment." The man in white said nothing more, simply ordering him directly. "Yes, sir." The servant climbed to his feet with a long face and shuffled mournfully toward the door. If only he'd known. He wouldn't have said a word more than he had to. If you could even imagine this scenario of imitation, do you really think Suran wouldn't have prepared for it in advance? What a joke. The man in white snorted coldly and said, "Following the crowd and imitating Suran's auction format might allow some small auction houses to scrape together a little profit, but for an auction house of our scale, rashly imitating them, that's a sure path to ruin. You really do like to think you're so clever." The Su family not only excels at innovation but also thinks things through very thoroughly, whether it was Saran's first innovation or this latest one. A strange look flashed across the man in white's eyes, as if he just recalled something. However, Saran Auction House does indeed offer quite a few fine items. At this thought, the man in white's expression softened slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It might be worth going there to source some items for our auction." As soon as the idea crossed his mind, the man in white grew increasingly convinced of its merit. He called out toward the door, "Someone, come here." Immediately, a servant ran in, though it wasn't the same one who had gone out earlier. "Keep a close eye on the latest auctions at Saran Auction House. As soon as an announcement is made, come back and notify me immediately." "Yes, sir," the servant replied briefly, without adding a single word, a lesson he learned from his 2 predecessors. Evening. Su was eating from his rice bowl when he decided to head to the side courtyard to watch a few people play chess while he finished his meal. When he arrived at the side courtyard, he found that only Alden and Brock were left. Right then, Brock looked a bit downcast, sitting not far from the chess table, staring blankly at the ground. "What's wrong with Senior Gongsun?" Su asked, swallowing a mouthful of food. "He's a bit down," Alden said with a chuckle, glancing at Brock in the corner. "This guy was planning to take advantage of the fact that the old gentleman you brought in this afternoon was a beginner. He wanted to give him a real thrashing. But as the game went on, he didn't win a single game, and it shattered his spiritual resolve." Alden couldn't help but laugh as he watched Brock in the corner. "Whose spiritual resolve is shattered?" "Yours is the one that's shattered. I was just reminiscing about some days from my youth that I miss. Feeling a bit sentimental, so I'm taking a breather here." Hearing this, Brock over there jumped to his feet reflexively, snorted and said, "I am hungry. Let us go eat first. After I finish my meal, we'll spar for 300 rounds to warm up. Tomorrow, when old Huang shows up, we'll really give him a hard time." With that, Brock headed toward the dining hall, ready to channel his grief and frustration into an appetite. "Old Huang? That elderly gentleman." "Yes, his last name is Huang, so we both call him Old Huang. Even though he is a newcomer, he is quite skilled at Go. He might even be better than me," Alden remarked with a sigh. "That elderly gentleman must not be an ordinary person." Su took a bite of his meal and said, "Right, he has an aura that's not typical of ordinary people. I get the feeling his current name is probably just an alias." Alden glanced at Su, thought for a moment and asked, "Do you need me to probe anything for you?" "No, there's no need to probe. I wouldn't find out anything anyway." Su shook his head and said, "Just treat it as making a normal friend. Then I won't pry any further." Hearing this, Alden stood up and walked toward the cafeteria. Su was left alone in the side courtyard. After finishing everything in his bowl, Su glanced at the chessboard on the stone table, thought for a moment and said, Wong made the food a bit too salty tonight. This one tea do I need to eat a meat patty to cut through the saltiness. Night fell. After washing up, Su returned to his bunk, settled into a comfortable position, and probed the space inside his inventory ring with his consciousness. The recovered container had already been appraised. Su tapped the blue question mark with his finger, and the blue fluorescent text began to change. Name: slightly damaged container. Container type: functional. Quality: blue. Current status: for sale. This container's quality has been upgraded. Is it because I found gold? A functional container type, another new one? Su muttered to himself as he studied the information on the container's surface. The gray screen faded, revealing its interior. This container showed virtually no major damage. Even the surface scratches were significantly fewer, living up to its name as slightly damaged. No sounds came from inside clearly. It wasn't a living creature like the last one. Another question mark? Just as he was examining it, Su suddenly noticed a semi-transparent, glowing question mark had appeared below the information, its brightness not as intense as the glowing text above. If Su hadn't happened to glance there, he might well have overlooked this question mark. Chapter 44. Closed for renovations. Something new. Su reached out and tapped the new question mark with his finger. The moment he touched it, the question mark transformed into streams of light that converged along the edge of the shipping container, forming a larger glowing mass. When this glowing mass had grown to about the same size as the shipping container next to it, the glow dispersed outward, revealing what lay inside. A new shipping container? Su's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the rectangular object shrouded in gray mist. Earlier that day, when Shane had asked his question, Su had thought that the number of shipping containers wasn't something he could control, but he never expected a solution to the problem would present itself that very night. Why did one suddenly appear? Because of a cash out? Or did I reach some kind of goal? Su pondered for a moment but couldn't figure it out, so he grumbled, "This ring is something else, not even a single instruction manual. I have to figure everything out through my own deductions and guesswork. Still, an extra container is definitely a good thing." Su's consciousness drifted over to the new container and tapped the question mark in front of it. Name: heavily damaged container. Training type: white rank. Current status: for sale. White rank. Quality: considering what happened with the previous container, I think I can deduce a few things. Staring at the battered container revealed after the gray screen faded, Su rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. From what we've seen so far, every new container seems to start at white rank, then gets re-evaluated and upgraded based on the results of each auction. As for how the upgrade evaluation works, based on the current situation, there are two possible hypotheses. The first is that the container's auction value determines its quality. As long as the value meets this ring's evaluation criteria, the container's quality will increase. The second hypothesis concerns the quality of the items obtained from the container. The first container yields a purple quality item and upgrades, the second yields a purple quality item but doesn't upgrade, and the third yields a gold quality item and upgrades. However, it's impossible to determine whether an upgrade is guaranteed or simply more likely to occur. The conditions for unlocking new containers also remain unclear. We can't even formulate a hypothesis. As expected, we'll just have to auction off a few more containers. Su thought about it briefly but didn't dwell on it further. It was the same problem as always. The sample size was too small to draw any conclusions. Finally, he glanced at the new container, touched it to confirm it was real, and only then did Su log out of the inventory ring to go to sleep. The next morning, the matter with bank manager Fayun's craft shop has been mostly resolved. Here are the details regarding the contract terms. Please review them to make sure everything is in order, and I'll take them over there to sign the contract. Finn handed a document to Su. No problem. Let us proceed according to what's written here. After saying this, Su continued, also, let them know we can consider upgrading the membership card to the next version ahead of schedule. We might need it later. And this new design should be made into a limited edition. There's no rush on that. We don't need it right now, so they can take their time designing it. I have just one requirement. It must be unique. Su added. Got it. Finn nodded in agreement and said, by the way, President Su, the construction crew you asked me to find yesterday afternoon should be arriving shortly to start renovations. As you requested, they'll be making improvements to the sign at the entrance, the lobby, and the auction hall. They'll be here any minute. That's the crew from North City, right? Su asked. Yes, the one widely recognized for having the best quality. They've done our renovations several times before. Finn replied with a nod. All right, then let the guards at the entrance know to let them in later, and make sure to have some water and snacks ready for them. How long will the renovations take? Since it's not a major overhaul, just some adjustments in certain areas, it should only take a day, Finn replied after a moment's thought. Then the auction house will be closed for renovations today, and one be open to the public, Sue said. Except for that elderly gentleman, if he comes by later, let him in. The elderly gentleman has been here for a while already. He is currently playing chess with Old Yi and the others in the side courtyard. I guess they've already finished a game. It seems their fascination with Chinese chess is far greater than I imagined. Sue shook his head with a smile and said, that is fine. We'll just take things one step at a time. The next auction is still scheduled for 3 days from now. This auction will feature 2 shipping containers, one of which will contain items of higher quality than before. You can decide when to release this information, just handle it the same way as before. Understood. Finn made a note of the details and headed out to take care of it. Not long after Finn left the auction house to run his errands, the renovation crew arrived. Since Finn had already spoken to the guards at the entrance before leaving, they were granted immediate access after verifying their identities, and the guards even had some drinking water and energy-boosting pastries prepared for them. After expressing their gratitude, the crew got to work. Having been there many times before, they got right to it and worked quickly. With the renovation underway, Saran auction house became bustling, and the streets outside grew lively as well. As if sensing a hot topic, those who had already eaten breakfast headed straight out and took their usual spots for gossip. Those who hadn't yet eaten grabbed a steamed bun or mantou from home, or bought a hot one from a street vendor and also took their usual spots for gossip. Right now, the hottest topics in town are what great items the Saran auction house has put up for auction, how the Xiao family's young master has finally been outshone by the Luo family's young master, and what new moves the Saran auction house is making. In short, whenever there is a hot topic, it's bound to have something to do with Saran. Being able to get first-hand information whenever something happens in Saran while chatting on the street gives you a sense of being a cut above the rest. Is that a construction crew? Why are they here renovating this early in the morning? They even took down the bulletin board. They must have made some money, so they're updating and upgrading the facilities. Saran made quite a profit in mana crystals at the last auction. You mean the Luo family SRS comeback? What do you mean the Luo family's young master's comeback? The Luo family's eldest daughter paid for that auction. The young master was just a figurehead. Really? I thought the Luo family's young master was the one who won it. You're kidding. That auction went for a sky-high price of 20 superior mana crystals. There's no way the Luo family's second young master could come up with that much money. 20 superior grade ones? What kind of item goes for that price? That's ridiculous. Upon hearing this news, the man's expression became quite dramatic. It's not ridiculous. A sacred beast. What is a sacred beast? Seriously, I don't know either, but it must be something rare after all. It was worth the Luo family's eldest daughter spending that much. Chapter 45. The Relic Scout Team returns. 20 superior mana crystals. I might not even earn that much in tens of thousands of lifetimes. These trainees sure are rich. Come to think of it, something amusing happened in the middle of it all. The head of a mid-tier family actually had the audacity to try and snatch that container right out of Miss Luo's hands. Well, that turned out well. You mean the commotion last night? Exactly. Challenging a major clan without the strength to back it up in a regular auction. Those major clans might not have made a fuss. It's simply a case of the highest bidder wins. But this time, anyone with eyes can see the 3 great clans had this all planned out. That guy openly provoked them if he had the strength. That be one thing, but without it, all you can say is he's brave. So Saran is really gearing up for a major upgrade. Judging by the way things are going, I get the feeling 7 Marshall City's #1 auction house is about to make a comeback. No kidding, it's a done deal already. Hey, look, that group of ragged people over there is heading towards Saran. Where? Everyone's gaze immediately turned forward, and sure enough, they spotted a group of people, their clothes somewhat tattered and their faces covered in dust, walking towards Saran. That's normal, right? Back when old President Su was still around, he often helped out people in need. Maybe they're looking to ask Saran for help. What do you mean, people in need? Take a closer look. Check the area around their waists. The group squinted to look more closely and noticed that each of the pedestrians had a distinctive purple dagger tucked at their waist. At the end of the hilt, a gemstone was embedded, bearing Saran's emblem. Is that Saran's relic scout team? Still over 100 meters from the main entrance of the Saran auction house, the group paused in slight bewilderment as they watched the construction crew busily making adjustments along the perimeter wall of Saran. Captain, could it be that while we were away, Saran really couldn't hold on any longer? The team member's face was filled with worry as he and several others turned to look at the person standing at the very front, their captain. The man at the front furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he walked toward the construction crew ahead, called out to a worker, and asked, "Excuse me, is the Saran auction house currently being demolished?" "Demolished?" The worker called out to look taken aback. After casting a suspicious glance at the group, he replied, "It's not demolition, is it? Early this morning, our foreman called us over and said they were upgrading the facilities or something like that. It's got nothing to do with demolition. I've got work to do, so I'll have to cut this short." After saying this, he turned and went over to join the others as they hauled an intricately carved structure that looked like a bulletin board. Embedded in this bulletin board were several high-quality greater mana crystals, glowing with a beautiful fluorescent light. Hearing this, the group was taken aback. Upgrading facilities? Had Saran recovered during the time they were away? Looking at that intricately carved bulletin board, it was clear without even asking that it must be quite valuable. When they had left Saran earlier, the number of greater mana crystals in Saran's warehouse hadn't even matched the number embedded in this bulletin board. Captain, one squad member suddenly spoke with a worried expression. "Our Saran auction house hasn't gone under and been taken over by another auction house?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the squad member glanced again at the bulletin board not far away, his expression shifting repeatedly. "In any case, standing here speculating isn't going to help. Let us go inside and take a look first," the squad captain said. The group walked forward with somewhat heavy hearts, climbing the steps until they reached the entrance of the Saran auction house. The guard at the entrance lit up upon seeing them and said, "Captain, sure, you're back? Just a few days ago, Manager Fong was asking when you'd return. I didn't expect you'd be here today. Is Manager Fong still here?" The squad members paused. "Of course he is. He just left a short while ago. If you'd come back a little earlier, you might have even seen him." "What about President Su?" the team members asked again. "President Su is here, of course. How could our auction house function without him?" Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, the guard realized something and said with a wry smile, "You don't actually think all these changes at our auction house are because we've been taken over by someone else, do you?" None of the Relic Scout team members answered clearly. The guard had hit the nail on the head. "Don't worry. Under Director Su's leadership, our auction house is finally back on its feet. We haven't been taken over by anyone. I'm still on duty, so I'll explain everything in detail later when I'm off duty. You can go inside and take a look for now." The Relic Scout team members exchanged glances, then finally decided to go inside. Once inside the auction house, they found the situation was much like what they'd seen outside. The perimeter walls renovations were underway, and the materials used were of very high quality. Though it didn't quite match Saran's glory days, it was certainly beyond what the once declining Saran could have afforded. Just as the group was surveying the auction house, a voice filled with pleasant surprise rang out from nearby. "I was just wondering when you'd be back. I never expected to see you the moment I stepped outside." Hearing this, the group turned to look at Su as he emerged from his office, and a look of shame spread across their faces. Once Su had approached, the entire group knelt on one knee. Shi Haoqing, the squad leader, spoke with a face full of shame. "I'm deeply sorry for letting you down, President Su. I intended to lead the team into an unexplored dungeon to search for treasure, but we found nothing and nearly cost all my brothers their lives. Please punish me as you see fit." "It's not the squad leader's fault. I was the one who suggested it. President Su, if you're going to punish anyone, punish me instead. I'm also to blame. I went along with it at the time. President Su, just punish me. I'm to blame too." As soon as Shi Haoqing spoke up, the other team members hurriedly chimed in, taking the blame upon themselves. Su looked at the group, who were talking over each other to the point of nearly coming to blows, and said, "All right." Only then did the group quiet down, cautiously turning their gaze towards Su, their eyes conveying a single message: "Punish me." But no words of punishment came from Su's mouth. Looking at the group before him, their faces filled with remorse, Su said, "As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters." In a situation like this, Su naturally wouldn't punish them. When Saran was at her most desperate, It was this group who risked their lives to secure the auction item that barely kept her alive. Originally, the Relic Scout team had numbered well over 100 members, but now, no more than the fingers on two hands. Hearing Sue's words, the group paused. It was as if a warm current had flowed into their hearts one by one. These brave men nearly had tears welling up in their eyes. Get up. Su Ran's most difficult time has passed. Take some time to rest properly. You 1T need to go into the dungeon for a while. I have other tasks for you to carry out. Su helped Sure Houching to his feet, and the other squad members followed suit. All of this belongs to our Su Ran. The Relic Scout team, having regained their composure, looked at the facilities and decorations in the hall that were about to be set up and installed, still finding it hard to believe. Of course, from now on, our Su Ran will only get better and better. Susmail, go back and rest. I've had your rooms kept ready for you all along. Tell Wong to go buy some fine wine and meat so you can have a proper feast. Thank you, President Su. Chapter 46. The Shoddy Imitation Auction. Noon. President Su, everything's been taken care of. The agreement with Feiyun Crafts has been signed. Aside from some ordinary ornaments, all other special items will be supplied exclusively to Su Ran. Finn entered Su's office and handed him the signed documents. With a flash of light, Su stowed the documents in his inventory ring. I heard the Relic Scout team has returned? Seeing that Su had put the documents away, Finn asked. Yes, Hao Chung's squad is back. They should be having lunch at the restaurant right now. Su nodded and asked Finn, how many of the reserve spirit rats from the Spirit Rat Project are left? Not a single one left. Finn shook his head. You know the situation our auction house was in before, Director. We couldn't even sustain basic operations, let alone train spirit rats. Do we still have the proposal for the Spirit Rat Project? Su asked after a moment's thought. Yes, we do. Please wait a moment, President. Finn stepped out for a moment and quickly returned with a document, which he placed on Su's desk. Su picked up the document, gave it a quick glance, and set it down. We can pretty much restart the Spirit Rat Project. However, before we resume it, we need to train a batch of spirit rats specifically tailored for our new auction. Spirit rats used to identify the items inside the shipping containers? Having heard about many new concepts, Finn was gradually able to follow Su's line of thinking. But he soon voiced another concern. But don't we already have Elder Yi as our auction house's appraiser? Wouldn't training spirit rats to appraise items in shipping containers create a conflict? These spirit rats will serve a different purpose, there's no conflict. I'll explain it to you when the time comes. Su shook his head, pointed to the documents on the desk, and said, the spirit rats for our auction house don't need to be trained strictly according to the spirit rat training plan. They want to be going out to hunt for treasures, so we can set aside their combat and treasure hunting training for now. Focus on training them to identify treasures. Oh, and give them some customer service training as well. They need to learn some common phrases for communicating with clients. Got it. Although he was a bit surprised as to why the spirit rats needed to learn these things, Finn dutifully took note without asking further questions. He'd find out when the time came. As for the finer details, just discuss them with Haotsu and I won't get too involved in those. Will the first batch of spirit rats be ready before our next auction? Su asked, looking at Finn. I'm afraid that it'll be difficult, Finn replied after a moment's thought. Although we've already streamlined much of the material the spirit rats need to learn, appraising treasures is, after all, the most troublesome and tedious part of the entire process. Add in the training on communication scripts, and the time frame between two auctions assuming 4 days per auction, it won't be enough. It'll take at least 3 auctions before the first batch of spirit rats is ready, Finn estimated. Then let us make it 3 auctions, Su decided, finalizing the matter. By then, I want to see a new batch of Relic Scout teams ready for deployment. At the end of the training, have Hao Chung prepare a test of their abilities scored out of 100, with a passing score of 60 or higher. Also, prepare a list of their final scores, ranked from highest to lowest, and submit it to me. Su added. Got it. Finn jotted down each instruction. After finishing, Finn put away his pen and paper and looked at Su. By the way, President, tomorrow afternoon, several small auction houses in 7 Marshall City are holding auctions. According to their promotions, they're imitating our house's new auction model. Should we go check it out? Sure. The following afternoon. There was no auction at Saran Auction House today, but 7 Marshall City was still bustling. Because today, quite a few small auction houses were also holding auctions. What's more, They were using the currently hottest Saran container mystery box format, which drew quite a crowd. It's unclear whether these auction houses had coordinated in advance, but their auctions were scheduled in such a way that attendees could easily leave one and head to the next without missing a beat. Inside one of the auction venues, these auction houses are doing a really shoddy job of imitating the original. Finn, wearing a half-face mask, stared at the shipping container cobbled together from wooden planks in front of him, utterly speechless. What's more, there was only one item inside this container, and it was brand new, without even a speck of dust to make it look authentic. It was basically just the format of an old-school auction wrapped in a container shell. And this one was actually the better one. The auctions they visited earlier were even more outrageous. Some were just a few wooden planks thrown together and called a shipping container, others merely borrowed the name, displaying items on top of metal crates. One had actually commissioned a custom metal crate, but it was so new it gleamed, and you could even smell the fresh paint that hadn't quite dried yet. The item inside was wrapped up like an offering. The only thing missing was the words "valuable" engraved right on the surface of the item. In short, the various auction houses came up with all sorts of styles, and their promotions all touted it as the brand new container mystery box format. Looking at it now, aside from having a box, nothing else really had much to do with a new format or shipping containers. Director, should we keep watching? Finn, unable to bear looking at the rickety wooden box in front of him, turned to Sue, who was also wearing a mask, and asked, "Let us go." Sue shook his head and turned to leave. "I was wondering just how well they imitate it, but I never expected it to be such a bunch of junk," Finn muttered, following Sue. The two arrived at the auction house entrance and were about to board the carriage to return to the auction house. Not long after they got in, an indignant voice rang out from outside. "This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. I thought these guys would at least put on a decent show, even if it was just an imitation, but I never expected it to turn out this pathetic. This isn't an imitation at all, it's just a cheap attempt to cash in on the hype. So tacky. They've got no brains." "Wait," Sue called out, halting the carriage. Finn, catching on immediately, opened the carriage window a crack, and the two of them, in perfect unison, peered out. At the entrance to the auction house, a man dressed in white was walking out, looking rather angry. Standing a meter away from him was an attendant with a somewhat vacant expression. The man in white held a pen and paper in his hand. It was unclear what was written on the paper. As he looked at the paper in his palm, his anger grew suddenly. A ball of mana appeared in his hand, shattering the paper into dust. He flung the dust onto the ground and exclaimed angrily once more, "They simply don't understand the true essence of the container mystery box auction. The appeal of this new type of auction lies in the uncertainty of the items inside the box, that process of not knowing their value and having to judge them based on your own discernment and courage. When bidders spend their mana crystals to win the container and watch, with their own eyes, as the treasures they've chosen are appraised one by one, the joy of seeing their value rise, the sorrow of seeing it fall. This is the unique emotional value that the container mystery box offers compared to other auctions. It's a unique experience that no other auction can provide. This is the true essence. These half-baked, haphazard imitations, these auctions that mimic us like some kind of demons and monsters, are nothing but nonsense. A complete joke." The man in white snorted coldly, clearly quite incensed. He said no more, striding rapidly forward and climbing into a horse-drawn carriage. His attendant hurried to keep up, not uttering a single word the entire time. As for the two people in the carriage who had been listening to the man in white speak for quite some time, their expressions gradually grew peculiar. "Why do I get the feeling that the head of the white auction house knows our auction format better than we do?" Finn looked at Sue beside him and remarked, "If I remember correctly, he has only been to one of our auctions, right?" Sue's expression was also somewhat peculiar. After a moment's thought, he said to Finn, "Let us look into who this head of the White Robe auction house really is. He seems a bit too interested in our auction house." Finn himself probably couldn't have come up with the words that man in white had just spoken. All right. Chapter 47. Saran Auction House. Handing out money? The following day at noon. Saran Auction House. Side courtyard. By the chess table, Brock was sitting on the bench looking a bit glum again last night. A flash of inspiration had led him to devise a brilliant tactical move, and he'd been ready to give Old Yi and Old Huang a real run for their money today. But, as expected, the two of them easily thwarted his plan. Unwilling to accept defeat, he went to find Sue and brought him over. Thinking he didn't have much else to do today, Sue agreed and came to the side courtyard to play a game with Brock. As for the outcome, because Brock was too focused on his own tactics, Sue once again defeated him in the blink of an eye with a double cannon strategy, leaving Brock feeling his spiritual resolve shattered both times he played against Sue. He been defeated by Sue's double cannon. The first time could be chalked up to inexperience, but this second time, it was just plain embarrassing. So while Sue was playing a game with old Huang, Brock sat on the sidelines, growing increasingly furious until finally, "Enough! You lot are all ganging up to annoy me. If I play another game with you, I'll write my name backwards," Brock said, then stormed off into the house in a huff. The three remaining in the side courtyard were already used to this sort of thing. "How many times has he said he's going to write his name backwards now?" Alden asked, taking a sip of tea as he sat nearby. "The 6th time, I'd say. That just happens to put his name back the right way around." Old Huang chuckled after moving his piece. "Then let us aim to do it one more time soon, to fulfill Senior Gongsun's wish to write his name backwards." "Checkmate. Old Huang, you've lost." After placing his piece, Sue looked at the elderly man across from him and smiled. "Young man, your chess skills are formidable. I truly admire you," the old man said with a smile, shaking his head in admiration. 3 moves earlier, Sue's pieces had already formed a decisive encircling formation. Even if he racked his brain for a solution, there was no turning the tide. "You've improved very quickly, Elder Huang." Sue caught sight of Finn standing by the door out of the corner of his eye and stood up with a smile. "That's partly because playing against you has accelerated my progress. Your many opening strategies have given me plenty of inspiration," the elder said, having also spotted Finn. "Come back for a few more games once you're done with your work. Playing against you is a real treat. It's been a long time since I've had my brain work this hard. Haha. Come by often when you have time," Alden chimed in from the side. "Sure. I'll stop by once I'm done with my work," Sue replied, then followed Finn back to the office. "President, the results of the investigation are in." As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, Finn couldn't help but blurt out, "You wouldn't believe it. We didn't realize how shocking it was until we looked into it. The head of White Coat Auction House is practically a die-hard fan of our auction house." "Huh? What do you mean?" Finn's response took Sue a bit by surprise. "Ever since our second auction ended, the head of White Coat Auction House has been going around asking about our auctions. Whenever he comes across people on the street discussing our auction house, he'll stop and listen for a while," Finn said with a strange expression. "And after he attended our third auction, according to descriptions from neighbors around the White Robe Auction House, whenever that guy walked by, he'd mutter something to himself. The words that came up most often were Saran Auction House and containers. Sometimes, even without knowing what he was saying, he'd just stop in his tracks and laugh uncontrollably, muttering things like brilliant, brilliant," Finn added. Sue's expression gradually grew peculiar. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are you sure he isn't just trying to imitate our auction house's format, which is why he knows so much about it?" "I thought so too at first, but a report that came back from the field has dispelled a lot of my doubts," Finn said with a strange look on his face. "A while back, an errand boy from the White Robe Auction House suggested to their head that they should imitate our auction format. That guy didn't hesitate to have the person who made the suggestion sent out to receive punishment, and it seems the punishment wasn't light at all. According to our intelligence, the White Robe Auction House shows absolutely no signs of changing its auction format. They currently have no intention of imitating us." Upon hearing this, Sue couldn't help but let his expression shift, silently marveling to himself their auction house actually had such devoted fans. "Should we still assign people to keep an eye on them?" Finn asked, watching Sue's shifting expression. "Yes, we can't be 100% certain yet whether they're genuine fans or trolls, so keep a close eye on things," Sue replied. "Understood," Finn acknowledged, then added, "President Sue, the first batch of membership cards from Feiyun Crafts has been fully produced and delivered to our auction house. They'll all be ready for use before the auction begins the day after tomorrow. All right, take this." Upon hearing this, Sue retrieved a pre-written note from his inventory ring and handed it to Finn, saying, "When someone wants to top up their membership, just follow the recharge packages listed here." Finn looked at the note in his hand, his expression shifting slightly, and said, "President Sue, giving away so much, is that too much of a loss? You have to think long-term." Sue looked at Finn and said, "This is called stimulating consumption. When people see promotional offers, they often can't help but act on impulse. Sometimes, Even if what they're getting isn't particularly useful, just seeing the word discount makes them unable to resist buying or redeeming it. Let me ask you this. Where are these mana crystals credited, and where will they be spent later? Sue asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Finn immediately grasped Sue's meaning and replied, I understand, President Sue. You really do have a long-term perspective, so should we post these packages directly on those 2 newly installed white jade panels in the lobby? Yes, go find a professional calligrapher to write them. Since this is a membership program, every detail must convey the exclusivity of membership, Sue instructed. Understood. What about the spirit rat breeding program? How are the arrangements coming along? I've already finalized the specific breeding plan with Captain Schur, and the selection of personnel is underway. We expect to officially begin the breeding phase the day after tomorrow. Finn paused for a moment, then added, by the way, Captain Schur also mentioned that since there will be a final test, he'd like to incorporate some smaller tests throughout the breeding process. He asked me to check with you to see if that's okay. Sure. Sue nodded and said, as for some of the finer details regarding the spirit rat training later on, just tell Hao Chang to make his own decisions as long as we can successfully raise the spirit rats in the end. Yes. The day of the auction. The weather wasn't particularly good today. A light rain was falling, and the air was quite damp, making it rather uncomfortable. But this didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers lining the streets. They gathered in small groups, some holding umbrellas, others warming themselves by portable heaters. It wasn't just the onlookers. Some street vendors had also sensed a business opportunity here. Those selling fruits, snacks, and other goods pushed their carts toward the crowd, small umbrellas in hand, calling out their wares. Those willing to spend money bought a bag of sunflower seeds, munching and chatting. Those who weren't watched the others buy a bag of sunflower seeds, snacking off their shares while chatting. And most of those whose snacks were shared didn't mind. After all, chatting is all about sharing and having a good time. This whole week, I've been looking forward to the excitement of the day the Sue Ran auction kicks off. You bet. We've talked the last auction to death. We're just hoping to stock up on some new talking points today. Munch pop. Then let us cut to the chase. I'll give you some juicy details right away. The man lowered his voice and said, this time, Saran Auction House has actually brought out 2 shipping containers. It's the first auction ever to feature 2 containers at once. Everyone already knows that. Not only are there 2 shipping containers, but one of them has even better quality items than the previous 2. Get lost, get lost. Your scoops are totally lame. Listen to me. Someone poked their head in from the side and said, Saran Auction House is giving away mana crystals. And a whole lot of them. Chapter 48. A brand new membership system. As soon as those words were spoken, the attention of everyone around him was immediately drawn to him. Giving away mana crystals? Seriously? Is there such a good deal? Why would I lie to you? Saran Auction House has it posted right in the lobby. I went in and took a peek. They're giving away at least 10 greater mana crystals as a minimum. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry up and go claim them. The crowd stopped munching on sunflower seeds and started heading toward Saran Auction House across the way. Don't listen to this guy, he's only telling half the story. Another person walked over and said, it's true that the Saran Auction House is giving away mana crystals, but you have to top up your membership to get them. For every 100 greater mana crystals you top up, you get 10 greater mana crystals as a bonus. Where are you guys going to get those 100 greater mana crystals? The crowd, who had just rushed out full of enthusiasm, immediately felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. Their excitement fizzled out instantly, and they returned to where they'd been standing. Although they wouldn't be getting those 10 mana crystals, that didn't stop them from continuing to discuss the matter. Why are they suddenly giving away mana crystals? Hasn't Saran already turned things around? It doesn't seem like they're on the brink of collapse or acting recklessly. Who knows? Maybe it's just another one of Director Sue's special marketing tactics. After all, he's a genius. It's really hard to figure out. It wasn't just the crowd outside on the street who were puzzled. The people gathered in the auction house's lobby were also looking up, their eyes dazzled by the myriad package deals listed on the 2 white jade boards in front of them. On the left jade tablet, the top line read packages in large characters, followed by a list of various offers, things like top up 100 mid-grade items and get 10 mid-grade items free, or top up 1 high-grade item and get 100 mid-grade items free, and so on. The right jade tablet read, brand new membership system. Accumulate any amount of top-ups to become a standard member, top-up 10 high-grade items, to become a platinum member, top-up 100 high-grade items, to become a prestige member, top-up with 1 prime mana crystal, to become a super supreme member. At the very bottom was another line stating that benefits for different membership tiers would be rolled out gradually in the future. I'm glad you took our feedback to heart, Director Sue. But what on earth are all these new things giving away mana crystals, Director Sue? If you're feeling too much pressure, you should go take a break, Shane said, staring at Sue in front of him with a strange expression. You, who only ever pull purple items, naturally wouldn't understand President Sue's intentions. Ronan chimed in immediately from the side. As if you know anything about it, Shane retorted instantly. I don't understand, but I spent gold. Seeing Shane's response, Ronan immediately spoke up smugly. The smirk on his face seemed ready to break free from the confines of his breakthrough skin and pounce right onto Shane's face. Is there any connection between these two things? Shane looked at the somewhat cocky Ronan, at a loss for words. Ever since the last auction ended, whenever this guy saw him, every single sentence he uttered had to be about gold and the leaderboard. There's no connection. I just wanted to say that I spent gold, and my name's on the leaderboard, Ronan continued, still acting cocky. That was Lana who spent it, Shane retorted again. But my name is on the leaderboard. Even if Lana spent it, she's my sister. Hey, I've got a great sister, you don't. Jealous, huh? Shane opened his mouth but couldn't get a single word out. With a shameless guy like this, there's only one way to shut him up. Unlock a new gold tier to outshine him. Hey Sue, I remember the original membership system wasn't like this. Was it? Garrick had also dropped by today. He looked at the package options written on the white marble slab and turned to Sue, asking. Right, we've made a slight upgrade to the original membership program. Sue glanced at the crowd gathering at the front desk and smiled. After all, Sue Ran's continued success is thanks to everyone's support. So we wanted to come up with some promotions to give back to you all. This prime mana crystal of yours? Garrick glanced at the requirements for super elite membership, clicked his tongue and said, I doubt there are many people in 7 Marshall City who could easily come up with one. But are you serious about giving away mana crystals, kid? Garrick asked, looking at Sue. Of course. All mana crystals used for top-ups are recorded in our system. If anyone has any concerns, you're welcome to check the records at any time, Sue replied. The quality of today's containers has improved. Is there a big shipment? Garrick asked again. A higher quality rating doesn't necessarily mean the items inside the containers will be better than before. You'll still need to use your own judgment to assess them. Faced with this question, Sue answered calmly, without making any absolute claims. All right, then I'll top up with 10 superior mana crystals for now. Garrick flicked his wrist, and 10 superior mana crystals landed on the front desk. Many people around them watched the mana crystals appear out of thin air and marveled inwardly as expected of a major clan. He could just casually produce 10 mana crystals like that. Many immediately turned their gaze toward the young masters of the other 2 prominent clans. At that moment, Shane and Ronan, in perfect unison, gave a silent shush. While it was true they, too, belonged to prominent clans, the man at the counter was the clan head, a rank they hadn't yet attained. They couldn't simply produce 10 superior mana crystals at will, so faced with everyone's gaze, they knew they had to keep a low profile. Once the mana crystals landed on the table, a staff member standing next to Sue immediately came over to handle the process, registering them and issuing cards with great efficiency. It was clear they practiced this in advance. The logbook was also brought out for everyone to see, and the entry indeed matched the promotion details. Top grade, recharge 10 and get 1 free, totaling 11. Once someone took the lead and after the authenticity of the recharge package was confirmed, the number of people recharging surged immediately, and the scene instantly became quite lively. Those who had finished recharging entered the auction house first. Others who hadn't recharged looked at the package details on the white jade tablet, pondered for a moment, gritted their teeth, and turned to leave. The crowd quickly thinned out, with everyone entering the auction hall either holding a standard membership card or a platinum membership card. As for prestige members, not a single one had been seen so far. Sue wasn't in a hurry. These things were just a matter of time. They would naturally appear eventually. Using the package deals to stimulate bidders' desire for a bargain, then, using the membership system's different tiers to highlight varying levels of spending. Saran Auction House's mastery of human psychology and emotional manipulation is truly beyond comparison for ordinary people. The man in white had been delayed by some business today and arrived a bit late. As he entered, He happened to see the crowd jostling at the front desk to top up their accounts. After a moment's thought, the man in white took out a storage ring and handed it to the attendant beside him, saying, "Go top up 10 superior mana crystals first." "Yes, sir." The attendant took it without expression, looking every bit the emotionless, efficient machine. A minute later, the attendant returned with a platinum membership card bearing the Suran logo, which felt reasonably solid to the touch. "It looks a bit better than a regular membership card." The man in white ran his fingers over it and analyzed. Membership cards of different tiers have different textures. Do they really go to such lengths with the emotional experience? The man in white mused to himself, then looked up toward the front desk. Unexpectedly, Sue happened to look up at that very moment, and their eyes met directly. "Humph." The man in white paused, then let out a soft snort before leading the attendant into the auction hall. This action left Sue completely baffled. "What's up with that guy?" "I think," Finn pondered for a moment before saying, "maybe he saw his idol and got so excited that he felt too embarrassed to keep making eye contact for too long." Stop, Sue hurriedly cut Finn off. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. But now that it was out, Sue really felt that the man in white had just exuded a strange, Sundra-like air. It was downright bizarre. "You stay here and handle the membership card application. Just do it the same way as before. You're doing great," Sue said to the front desk clerk, then turned to Finn and said, "Let us go." "Oh, okay." Coming up, the two of them walked together toward the private room on the second floor. Chapter 49. The Wreckage in the Containers. Inside the auction hall, many people, membership cards in hand, were rubbing their hands together as they looked at the 2 shipping containers covered by red cloth up ahead, looking ready to go all out. With 2 containers and a few extra mana crystals in hand, all things considered, that meant their chances of snagging a container today were even higher. "I get it." The man in white had been staring at the floor in deep thought ever since he walked in. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, as if a thought had just struck him, his eyes filled with surprise. "It's not just about emotional value," the man in white muttered to himself, speaking much faster than usual. Although on the surface, Saran Auction House's decision to give away mana crystals seems like a loss if only one person, or a small number of people, were to buy them, that would indeed be the case. But if everyone buys the package, then those free mana crystals can be considered negligible, because the bidding prices will naturally rise as a result. Essentially, there's no difference. And once such a package is launched, not only does it increase consumers' desire to bid, but it also makes bidders feel like they're getting a good deal. It provides emotional value while also stimulating desire, making them subconsciously believe they have more mana crystals on hand today, so they're more willing to bid higher. The man in white looked at the membership card in his hand and exclaimed, "What a brilliant strategy!" But that's not all. The man in white seemed to think of something and muttered to himself. Those who Haven Tea upgraded to a membership and thus Haven Tea received the mana crystals gifted by the Saran Auction House will be at a competitive disadvantage for no good reason. So, in the end, they'll still decide to join the Saran membership. This package is designed to promote the Saran membership system. The man in white looked as if he had seen right through the truth and couldn't help but exclaim, "Just how does Saran's CEO think? How did he come up with a method that's both appealing to people and so effective at promoting the system?" As the man in white stood in the corner, lost in his thoughts, Yuna emerged from the side. Today, Yuna had abandoned her usual dignified and elegant demeanor, donning a long pink and gold evening gown paired with a fox fur coat over the top, which added a touch of vitality to her appearance. "Good morning, everyone," Yuna said with a graceful smile. "I'm sure you're all bursting with excitement upon seeing the 2 shipping containers set up in the auction hall today. I won't waste your time. Let's get right to the point." After the auction house was renovated, Sue had a rules board installed next to the foyer. All auction rules were listed on the board, so Yuna no longer had to explain them every time. With elegant, light steps, Yuna walked over to the shipping container, reached out, and pulled the red cloth aside, revealing a container that was heavily damaged. The first container. Starting bid, 10 greater mana crystals. Bids must be in increments of no less than 500 lesser mana crystals. With perfect coordination, the crowd stepped back the moment Yuna spoke. The container door slowly swung open, and a cloud of dust drifted out as it opened. "Xiao, I lost to you once before on a container this damaged. Today it's another one just as bad. Just wait until I win this one back," Ronan challenged Shane. Although his name was currently on the leaderboard and higher than Shane's and it felt great to bring that up, He knew full well that it was actually his sister who had bought it. To really get under Shane's skin, he wanted to rely on his own skills and beat Shane again, and this container, with its identical level of damage, was the perfect opportunity. I'm not going to argue with you. If the contents aren't worth it and the bidding keeps going up, whoever ends up losing out will be the fool. This time, Shane was much more level-headed. He wasn't about to waste money for no reason. Time for the inspection phase. Inside the container were piles of broken wooden planks and metal sheets stacked together, looking like the wreckage of some object. The metal sheets bore scorch marks from flames, making it easy to imagine what kind of attack the wreckage must have endured to end up in this state. This one isn't easy to examine, someone in the crowd muttered. All they could see now was the outermost layer of debris. Whatever was inside was hidden, completely buried beneath the wreckage. They could only catch brief, limited glimpses of color through the cracks in the debris, but it was impossible to make out exactly what it was. This is really giving me a headache. It wasn't just the bidders who were frustrated. Many of the appraisers hired by the bidders were also at a loss as they looked at the contents of the container. Their expertise lay in appraising artifacts, not in searching for treasures among debris. The stuff in that Su-Kid's container is getting more and more abstract. Garrick turned to consultant by beside him and asked, "Can you make out what it is?" "This one is a bit difficult to assess," consultant by said, looking at the ruins ahead. "Most of the items inside are buried under wooden planks and metal scraps. I can't be sure exactly what's there. I can only make inferences based on the origin of those planks and scraps. Judging by the grain and texture of those planks, it appears to be Northwest brownwood. This type of wood is extremely hard. It can even rival some metals. To have damaged this Northwest brownwood to this extent, the person responsible must be quite skilled. Of course, we can't rule out some special circumstances. As for where these remains originally came from, I'm afraid my expertise is limited, and I can't make it out clearly. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for Oldie to arrive before we can figure it out." "No problem." Garrick didn't seem to mind and said, "So, is this shipping container worth bidding on? If it's just for fun, no problem, but if you're aiming to make a profit, there's too much of a gamble involved. I wouldn't recommend it." After some thought, consultant by gave a fairly objective answer. "Forget it, then. Since we're bidding, we're obviously doing it to make money." Garrick reined in his enthusiasm slightly, preparing to shift his attention to the next container. After all, he was saving his mana crystals to use as a dowry for his daughter someday. He couldn't just spend them recklessly. "The viewing period is over. Everyone, you may begin bidding," Yuna announced with a smile. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone immediately called out a bid. 11 mid-grade crystals. You think you can snag it for 11? 15. I'll go 20. The bidding calls came one after another, mostly from ordinary merchants and small to medium-sized clans. By bidding before the major clans entered the fray, they stood a chance of snagging the container. Many of them glanced back at the representatives of the major clans standing nearby as they bid. Seeing that the representatives of those major clans showed no intention of bidding, the shouts of bids grew even louder. Chapter 50. The Controversial Container. "Mr. Luo, didn't you say right at the beginning that you were going to outbid me for this container? Why are you suddenly so quiet now that the bidding has officially started?" Shane shifted his gaze to Ronan and spoke up. "Give me a break. Do you think I'm a sucker? I can't make heads or tails of what's in this container. It's too much of a gamble. Although I tend to be a bit aggressive usually, I'm still very rational when it counts. And besides," Ronan looked at Shane and chuckled, "there'll be plenty of opportunities like this later. No need to throw money away here. Besides, even if I do beat you now, you're the one who should be worried. Pfft. You're just relying on your big sister. Hey, you're not even close to being able to rely on her. Looking for a beating, are you? Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." As they bantered back and forth, both of their faces flushed red. If it weren't for their attendants holding them back tightly, they might have actually broken into a real-life brawl right there. Meanwhile, the merchants, seeing that the two had no intention of bidding on this chest, grew increasingly bold with their bids. This was a rare opportunity for them to win the auction. 500 greater mana crystals. It wasn't until this bid was called that the shouts gradually died down a bit. The bidding that followed was much slower. After nearly 3 minutes had passed, only 2 final bids remained. 750 greater mana crystals. The bidder sounded a bit hesitant as he spoke at this price. It was already quite steep just to buy a pile of rubble. He glanced over at the other bidder, who was clearly also hesitating about whether to raise the bid again. 750 greater mana crystals, is there any further bidding? Yuna's voice rang out at that moment. The man kept his eyes fixed on his opponent, watching until the slowly raised hand was lowered, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He got it. 750 greater mana crystals for 3 lots sold. Yuna turned to the winning bidder and smiled. Sir, once the auction for both shipping containers is complete, we'll conduct the appraisal together. Please wait just a moment. No problem, no problem. I can wait, the man replied hastily upon being addressed by Yuna. Thank you for your cooperation. Yuna replied politely before walking over to the other shipping container and announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the auction of the second shipping container. The red curtain fell, revealing the shipping container inside. Compared to the previous one, this container was visibly in much better condition. Its surface had virtually no major dents, and even the scratches were only very light. Seeing the newest container among all the ones auctioned so far, the atmosphere in the hall immediately filled with murmurs of conversation. It looks in amazing condition, so new. I have a feeling there'll be plenty of good stuff inside. Not necessarily. New isn't always a good thing. The older it is, the higher the chance of unearthing a real treasure. Opinions on this container varied widely among the crowd, broadly dividing into 2 camps. One group felt that the container was too new, making it unlikely to yield items of real value. The other group argued that, precisely because the container itself was so new, the likelihood of the contents being damaged was lower. Leaving aside the probability of finding valuable items, the risk of damage was significantly reduced. In short, both sides held firm to their positions and continued to debate. Yuna, however, remained unfazed by the crowd's chatter and continued with the auction proceedings. The starting bid for this container is 300 greater mana crystals. Each bid must be in increments of no less than 10 greater mana crystals. When the container was opened this time, hardly any dust billowed out. The crowd, having just taken a step back, immediately moved forward again. There was no odor, no energy fluctuations. Everyone's gaze fell upon the interior of the shipping container, where a pile of boxes lay on the floor arranged in a single layer since they weren't stacked. The surfaces of these boxes bore various patterns, and as the container opened, these patterns began to glow faintly. In the very back stood an object that resembled a cauldron. This was likely the largest item in the entire container. The patterns on its surface looked very ancient, and the dust settling on it only added to its air of mystery. Seeing that the contents were tangible objects, the group of appraisers immediately switched into analysis mode. Consultant Bai, standing next to Garrick, also began his analysis. The patterns on the surface of these boxes, they look a bit like runes, and a bit like the patterns of miniature magical arrays. Although I'm not certain of the exact purpose of these patterns. Since all the items inside require this type of pattern for sealing or preservation, the items inside the boxes are most likely quite special. Let me think. Among the sects that would inscribe such patterns on boxes, the most common ones are the Qiang sect from 1,000 years ago and the Huanhai sect from 1,300 years ago. Those sects have many items that must be preserved using special formations, otherwise they would lose their original functions. Looking at the engravings on the cauldron at the very back, they're somewhat similar to a Qiang sect item I saw at another auction house before. There's a high probability this is from the Qiang sect. The Qiang sect. Consultant Bai began to recall what he knew about the Qiang sect. After a moment, he said in a low voice, the Qiang sect is renowned for producing talismans with special functions, and these talismans require special sealing methods during transport. The items in this box are most likely talismans. As for that last cauldron, Consultant Bai looked into the depths of the shipping container and said, judging by its shape, it should be a special cauldron used by the Qiang sect to refine talismans. If we can figure out how to use it, it would be worth a fortune. Without the corresponding refining method, however, based on the material on its surface, its value would likely be only slightly higher than that of an ordinary cauldron. Overall, a conservative estimate, Consultant Bai's gaze swept over the numerous boxes as he continued, is around 5 superior mana crystals. There's a high probability we won't lose much on this. Anything above 5 will depend on a bit of luck. All right. After Advisor Bai finished speaking, Garrick felt a bit more certain about the situation. The discussions around them continued. Judging by their appearance alone, the items in this box were already quite valuable. 1 or 2 appraisers, like Advisor Bai, had also identified the origins of the contents and offered some advice to those around them. Aware of the high degree of uncertainty surrounding the items at Saran Auction House, the appraisers present at the auction house dared not make definitive statements. So whenever they spoke, They used phrases like possibly, probably, or around. Ladies and gentlemen, the viewing period is over. Bidding may now begin, Yuna announced, and the auction commenced. 1 superior mana crystal, someone called out immediately, raising the bid decisively. This price was the absolute maximum he estimated the people in the immediate circle could afford any higher, and the competition would shift to the major clans and a few hidden tycoons. Calling the price directly at this level was all about getting it over with quickly. If you could snatch it up, do it early. If not, at least you could put your mind at ease sooner. Chapter 51. A container full of talismans. The merchants and heads of small and medium-sized clans around him, who hadn't had time to call out that price, looked utterly frustrated. They'd been just a split second too slow. They never expected him to beat them to it. Looks like today is all about getting it over with quickly. Ronan glanced at Shane beside him and said, "Still not bidding? This container doesn't even need appraising. You can tell just by looking that it's worth a fortune. Are you sure you don't want to bid? 2 superior mana crystals." Shane didn't reply verbally, he simply answered with his actions. Many people around them who had been considering adding a little extra to see if they could snag a bargain immediately abandoned the idea. Whoa, that's some serious generosity. 2 superior mana crystals. And you didn't even hesitate to say it. After saying that, Ronan turned his gaze away. He didn't bid any further, instead staring at the shipping container ahead. Ronan's unusual behavior immediately caught Shane's attention. Something was off. Why wasn't this guy competing with him for the bid today? Given his personality, even if he didn't want to buy it, he'd still deliberately drive up the price. What the hell are you up to? Shane pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper, before he couldn't help but blurt out the question. What do you mean, what the hell am I up to? Ronan turned back and replied, I was just complimenting you on your generosity, that's all. After saying that, Ronan turned back to the shipping container and fell silent. This really fretted Shane out, no longer caring whether anyone was bidding higher than him. He looked at Ronan and said, Did you get some inside information? No, wait, if there really isn't anything valuable in that container, you'd be doing everything you could to drive up the price, so I'd have to pay more. What kind of scheme are you hatching? Faced with Shane's barrage of questions and his increasingly rapid speech, Ronan didn't respond at all, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his head not even turning slightly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, on the side of his face that Shane couldn't see, Ronan was desperately suppressing the urge to let the corners of his mouth curl upward. He was overjoyed inside. Haha. That kid must be going crazy with anxiety right now. A moment ago, a sudden thought had struck him. What if he broke with his usual routine and treated Shane differently than before? Would it have any special effect? Now it seemed, the effect was quite remarkable. The sudden withdrawal of the young masters from the Luo and Shao families from the bidding left everyone somewhat baffled. The crowd was torn over whether to push the price up even higher at this moment. 2 superior mana crystals, plus 500 greater mana crystals. A bid rang out at that moment, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It wasn't the Guo family patriarch calling out the price. Who else could be so decisive at a time like this? The head of the White Robe auction house. That explains it. 3 superior mana crystals. Garrick also spoke up to bid at that moment. Having been here for so long without bidding on a single lot, and with a decent item finally appearing today, he naturally had to join the bidding. 4 superior mana crystals. The man in white quickly raised his bid again, increasing the price by 1 superior mana crystal. 5 superior mana crystals. Garrick decisively followed suit once more. This time, however, the man in white didn't raise his hand as quickly as before. After a moment's thought, he withdrew his hand, no longer intending to bid. It seems the head of the White Robe auction house has also estimated the safe price to be 5 superior mana crystals. Advisor Bai remarked, glancing at the man in white standing nearby. 5 superior mana crystals. Any further bids? Yuna looked around and smiled. This is a rare treasure and opportunity not to be missed. Everyone, please take a moment to consider it. But clearly, everyone had already made up their minds. After a few seconds of silence, no one spoke up. Seeing this, Yuna called out the remaining 2 bids, effectively closing the auction. Soon after, Alden emerged from the side with a group of staff members. Upon arriving at the auction hall, Alden glanced at the 2 shipping containers, then pointed to the one with the more severe damage and said to the staff member standing beside him, You guys go ahead and clear out the contents of this one first. Place the debris on the far left and stack the rest on the right. Yes, "Sir," the staff member replied, and began sorting through the debris inside the container. Alden, meanwhile, approached the container filled with boxes bearing glowing patterns. He put on a pair of white silk gloves and began touching and examining them. The patterns vary, and the boxes are of different sizes, but the materials and designs are all identical, no differences, they all come from the same place. "Look at these patterns and the furnace cauldron over there." After observing for a moment, Alden confirmed, "They originate from the Red Sun sect 1,000 years ago. The luminescent patterns on these boxes are unique to the Red Sun sect and are capable of preserving the runes of various talismans. These rune-inscribed boxes alone are worth 20 greater mana crystals, each a single box is classified as white rank." Hearing this, the group did the math. There were 15 boxes in the container, meaning the boxes alone were worth 300 greater mana crystals. These boxes contain different types of talismans. The Qiang sect's talismans were highly renowned in their era. They're quick to use, simple to operate, and possess considerable power, all hallmarks of Qiang sect talismans. As Alden spoke, he gathered mana at his fingertips, then tapped several spots on the glowing runes of the box in front of him. The light from the runes gradually dimmed and eventually vanished. Alden ran his hand along the edge of the box, found a latch, and pressed it lightly. The top of the box automatically swung open to either side. The crowd craned their necks to look inside the box Alden was holding. Inside lay a layer of yellow, hair-like material, and resting quietly on top of this pile were 2 red talismans. Spirit Jade Root, it's the root of the spirit plant Spirit Jade Yellow Fruit. We have some of these fruits now as well. They can slightly restore mana and stave off hunger. The root is edible too, but it doesn't taste very good. Alden pinched the yellow strands between his fingers and said, "The Spirit Jade Root itself isn't valuable. You can buy a great many of them with just 1 lesser mana crystal. But when it comes to storing talismans, this root helps stabilize the runes, making it an excellent padding material for keeping them." After explaining the Spirit Jade Root, Alden turned his attention to the talisman, running his fingers over its texture while comparing the information in his mind with the patterns on the talisman before him. The Red Flame Talisman is arguably the most iconic talisman of the Red Sun sect. Alden placed the talisman back in its original spot and explained, "The concept of inject and use talismans began with this Red Flame Talisman. It's an incredibly convenient method. The moment you infuse it with mana, it releases an extremely high-temperature red fireball. Judging by the texture of these 2 talismans and the runes inscribed on them, the destructive power of the fireball it unleashes is roughly equivalent to an attack cast by a 7th-tier trainee. In terms of value, a Red Flame Talisman of this quality is worth around 200 greater mana crystals per piece. As for its rarity, it's certainly valuable, but there are still quite a few Red Flame Talismans on the market right now, so I declassify it as green grade." Chapter 52. Everyone stepped back. No one was surprised by Alden's assessment. Upon seeing the 2 talismans in the box, not only the appraisers but even they had recognized them as Red Flame Talismans. Alden glanced around, pondered for a moment as he looked at the boxes on the ground, then took the rune boxes out of the shipping container and sorted them by size. There were 4 categories in total. From largest to smallest, the quantities were 1, 3, 3, and 8, respectively. The Red Flame Talismans they opened earlier belonged to the smallest category. Alden walked over to the pile of boxes with the largest quantity, quickly extinguished the runes on them with a flick of his wrist, and, with great dexterity, reached around to the side of each box to press the latch. All 8 boxes opened. Everyone peered inside to find the bottoms lined uniformly with Spirit Jade Roots, with 2 Red Flame Talismans resting on top of each. None are damaged, they're in fairly good condition. Value is calculated at 200 greater mana crystals, each a total of 3 top grade and 200 mid grade. Record them all as green grade. After inspecting each one, Alden said this to the recorder standing nearby, then walked toward the next pile of boxes. The group smacked their lips. They already recouped half their investment. These 3 boxes were also red, though the color was slightly deeper than that of the previous stack. After observing them for a moment, Alden once again tapped the runes on the boxes a few times. Anyone paying close attention would notice that the spots Alden tapped were actually quite similar to the ones he tapped before he simply tapped an extra spot twice. The runes faded, and Alden pressed the latch to open the boxes. Inside, there was still Spirit Jade Root lining the bottom. The number of talismans in each box had decreased from 2 to 1, although they were slightly longer and wider. Their appearance wasn't much different from the previous Red Flame Talismans. One emitted a faint red glow, while the other 2 appeared somewhat dull. These are also red flame talismans, but these 3 are of slightly higher quality than the previous ones. When cast, their power is comparable to an attack unleashed by an 8th tier trainee. Their value, in perfect condition, is roughly 500 greater mana crystals, but Alden placed his fingers on the 2 non-glowing talismans, examined them, and said, "The power within these 2 talismans may have been lost due to flaws in the rune engraving, or perhaps because the operator used excessive mana while activating the external runes of the box during insertion, damaging the surface patterns of the talismans inside. They've now lost their effectiveness." 3 red flame talismans. The intact one is valued at 500 mana crystals, and is classified as blue rank. The other 2 are unclassified. The group immediately let out a collective sigh of regret. If all 3 had been intact, they would have essentially recouped their investment just from the boxes they opened so far. Alden didn't pause, continuing on toward the next pile of boxes. This time, the boxes were white instead of red. As Alden concentrated mana at his fingertips and touched the runes on the box's surface, the color of the runes instantly shifted from pale blue to red, and intense heat immediately radiated from them. Alden wasn't surprised by this. The moment the color changed, he withdrew his hand. Only after the runes had returned to their pale blue hue did Alden gather mana once more and touch the surface runes. This time, the runes did not change color. Instead, they gradually dimmed. Once the glow had completely faded, Alden felt for the buttons and opened the 3 boxes. 1 in each box. On top of the spirit jade root, the 3 white talismans were placed in the very center. 2 of the talismans had a faint white glow on their surfaces, while the 3rd did not. After feeling them with his hands for a moment, Alden said, "These are the Red Sun Sect's training talismans. Any item related to training is bound to be valuable. Training talismans commonly found on the market typically cost around 600 mana crystals, but the Red Sun Sect's training talismans are a bit special." Alden pointed to a faint red line running through the center of the runes on the training talisman and said, "This is a training talisman that can only be used by those who have studied the Qiang Sect's skill manual. For those who can use it, the effect of this training talisman is more than twice as powerful as that of a standard training talisman. For those who cannot, its effect is even weaker than that of a standard training talisman. Furthermore, using this talisman without the Qiang Sect skill manual carries a high risk of being overwhelmed by magical fire. For the right person, this training talisman can be worth 800 greater mana crystals or more, but without the right person, I haven't seen anyone else buy one yet. In terms of rarity, this talisman could be rated purple rank, but because it's so highly specific, the 2 that still work are rated blue rank, while the one that lost its effect isn't graded at all. After Alden finished grading these talismans, he walked toward the last and largest box. "So does that mean we made a profit of 1,600, or not?" Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. "I don't think so. Didn't you hear old Yi say that these training talismans are too specific? It's hard to find the right person for them. Whether we break even depends on that last box and the furnace behind it," someone nearby replied. By this time, Alden had reached the last box. Just as before, he bent down and reached inside to inspect its contents. The box was predominantly purple, and the rune at the very top was slowly fading. "Wait, it's fading." Alden suddenly sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Everyone, step back!" Hearing this, everyone immediately backed away, including Yuna and the staff members nearby, who moved out of the way the moment Alden spoke. "That's not enough. Move back a little further." Alden glanced at the group and spoke again. Everyone obediently complied. Only when everyone had retreated to a safe distance did Alden turn his attention back to the box in his hands. By then, the glow of the runes on the box's surface had completely faded, and wispy black mist was seeping out from the cracks in the box. Alden's expression grew grave. He kept the hand pressed against the box in place, while a flash of light appeared in the palm of his other hand, revealing a small, translucent white sphere with a tiny protrusion at its very top. He aligned the protrusion with his body and pressed the small white sphere against his skin. The moment it made contact, the sphere's surface seemed to melt, quickly adhering to his skin and spreading steadily toward his limbs. Eventually, it formed a pale white protective membrane over the outer layer of his body. Since one of his hands was still in contact with the purple box, the pale white protective membrane also enveloped it, trapping the black mist seeping from it within the membrane. Alden looked up and scanned the area, his gaze finally settling on the cauldron inside the shipping container. Without hesitation, Alden pressed down on the box with one hand while reaching into the bottom of the box with the other to lift it, then walked toward the cauldron. Chapter 53. Suppressing the Cursed Talisman. What is going on? Is there something evil here? Someone in the crowd was completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. From their perspective, Alden had suddenly shouted for them to step back, and then black smoke began billowing from the box in his hand. "It's a cursed talisman," Advisor Bai said solemnly, watching Alden as he advanced slowly. "A cursed talisman? Like the one old Master Yi used last time?" A bidder who had attended that auction immediately asked. "Yes, but the one old Master Yi used had been suppressed," Consultant Bai explained, watching the box in Alden's hand as it continued to emit black smoke. A cursed talisman is, in essence, a convergence of countless misfortunes. When it's brought into the world, the power within it radiates outward. Anyone who comes into contact with the talisman's power will experience some form of misfortune, the specific nature of which depends on the talisman itself. Normally, a talisman should be fully suppressed the moment it's crafted. I never expected to find an unsuppressed one here. Thank goodness, Elder Yi shouted just in time, otherwise we all have been tainted by the talisman's misfortune. What Elder Yi is doing right now is suppressing the talisman, forcing the power it contains back into the talisman paper. Suppress? Someone asked in confusion. How do you suppress it? With that cauldron? That's right, Advisor Bai nodded. The power of an unsuppressed talisman is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, all ancient talisman masters who crafted talismans adhered to a code of conduct. While crafting a talisman, they must simultaneously craft the material needed to suppress it, just like what is happening now. Advisor Bai looked at the cauldron inside the crate and said, after the talisman's energy began to leak out, the patterns on the surface of that cauldron in the shipping container glowed purple, clearly resonating with the talisman's energy. Now, Old Yi is preparing to use this cauldron to suppress the talisman's power. But what if that cauldron wasn't tea in the container? Someone blurted out instinctively. The moment the question left his mouth, he was met with rolling eyes from those around him. Come on, buddy. If that cauldron weren't here, would you even be standing here asking such an inauspicious question? Everyone else is hoping for the best, but you're practically begging to die sooner. Faced with the criticism from those around him, the man realized he'd asked the wrong question and decisively chose to shut up. You'd better be grateful that cauldron is here. Even the usually refined Consultant Bai couldn't resist making a snide remark before turning his gaze forward to Alden, who was opening the lid and placing the box into the cauldron. Alden automatically blocked out all the surrounding chatter. His eyes were fixed solely on the purple box in his hand. He directed the protective barrier surrounding his body to converge on his palm. After ensuring the black mist wouldn't escape, he abruptly withdrew his hand from the box. I hope my judgment is correct. After pulling his hand back, he quickly closed the cauldron's lid and began tapping both sides of the cauldron with a highly rhythmic motion. After about 10 seconds of tapping, the cauldron suddenly vibrated, shaking all the dust from its surface into the shipping container. The next second, the cauldron's surface began to turn red as its temperature gradually rose, while Alden continuously channeled mana into it. Through the observation port on the side of the cauldron, one could see an eerie white flame burning inside. The protective film coating the surface vaporized instantly, and after burning for a moment, the purple box turned to black ash and fell to the bottom of the cauldron. A purplish-black talisman floated in the center of the cauldron, and streams of black mist were released from it, trying to escape outward. But before they could escape far, they were suppressed back by the white flame. As the flames grew fiercer, the black mist from the purplish-black talisman, which had initially managed to escape slightly, was now completely suppressed, unable even to leave the talisman's surface. The talisman's surface gradually dimmed, but Alden did not stop channeling mana into it. Only after the white flame inside the cauldron had died out did Alden stop, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. All right. Only then did the group gather around the shipping container once more. Looking at Alden inside the container, who appeared somewhat exhausted, a purple fruit resembling an apple appeared in Garrick's palm. Purple heart fruit. Someone with a keen eye immediately recognized the fruit in Garrick's hand. The purple heart fruit is a very special spiritual fruit that's highly effective at restoring stamina and mana, and it's extremely expensive. Just like the one in Garrick's hand, it would cost at least one superior mana crystal to acquire. They knew why Garrick had brought out the purple heart fruit, but this time, no one felt envious. After all, if Alden hadn't intervened in time, they wouldn't know how much trouble they would have been in. Old Master Yi, you should eat this to restore your energy. Garrick handed the fruit to Alden. All right, thanks. Alden didn't refuse. He took the fruit and bit into it right away. It's the least I can do. Garrick stood to the side, waiting for Alden to regain his strength. After swallowing the fruit, Alden's complexion improved considerably. He turned to look at the cauldron inside the shipping container and said, "A killing spell talisman. This type of talisman was created for the sole purpose of slaughter. When fully activated, it releases a cutting black mist over an area, indiscriminately slaughtering everything until all life forms within the area have vanished or its energy is exhausted. Moreover, the quality of this talisman is quite high. The cutting black mist it releases could even injure an 8th-tier trainee. Fortunately, the cauldron in the container is designed to work in tandem with this killing talisman. Otherwise, a large number of people here would have perished." Upon hearing Alden's words, everyone turned their gaze back to the person who had asked the question earlier. The person immediately felt a wave of panic wash over them and hurriedly said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Earlier, there were records regarding the Red Sun sect stating that its decline was linked to provoking a talisman master." Alden continued, saying, "Talisman masters have always acted on a whim. They seek revenge for any grudge and will stop at nothing. That talisman master tracked down the gift boxes sent by the Qiang sect and placed the talismans he had crafted inside them to kill and frame members of the Qiang sect. There were over 1,000 of them. After the Qiang sect was destroyed, quite a few of the gift boxes containing talismans were never found. I never expected to find one right here." Alden looked at the shipping container with lingering fear and said, "These gift boxes are very likely the ones that Spellmaster brought here to plant the cursed talismans. As for the value of these 2 items, Alden looked at the cauldron and the box and said, "The cauldron's purpose is to suppress the power of the cursed talismans. It's a single-use item. After one use, its original function becomes completely ineffective. As a collectible alone, this cauldron is worth around 300 greater mana crystals, placing it in the blue rank." Chapter 54. The Container of First Losses. "And that talisman which has already been suppressed?" Alden looked up at Garrick and said, "This talisman has 2 methods of activation. I'll teach you the specific control techniques later. This talisman is extremely powerful. One of its activation methods can even threaten the life of a 9th-tier trainee. However, harnessing the talisman's power may also result in backlash, so you must exercise caution when using it." "I understand," Garrick replied earnestly. "The value of this high-quality life and death talisman is around 50 superior mana crystals. It's classified as a golden grade item." Alden walked over to the cauldron, applied a protective coating to its surface, and only then allowed the staff to retrieve it. Hearing this, the crowd swallowed hard. What a windfall! A 10-fold profit, and that's just from this single talisman. "Old Yi, how would you rank this life and death talisman compared to the sacred beast from last time?" A staff member standing nearby pondered for a moment before asking. As soon as the question was voiced, Ronan, standing nearby, immediately grew a bit nervous. After all, it was his name currently on the list. Although in terms of rarity, this life and death talisman is indeed rarer than that sacred beast. Alden pondered for a moment before saying, "But in terms of value alone, that sacred beast is worth more, and it doesn't come with the side effects associated with using the life and death talisman, so it ranks second." Ronan let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was still in first place. After the appraisal of the container was complete, Alden walked over to the pile of items that the staff had already organized. The man who had bid on this container looked at Alden with some excitement. It was finally his turn. Since that other container had yielded so many valuable items, this one probably wouldn't be much different, right? The appraisal process here was much faster than before. Alden bent down, picking up the items one by one with his white-gloved hands and quickly identifying them. This pile of debris consists mainly of Northwest brownwood and mithril, both fairly common materials used for making containers and carriage bodies. However, this batch is quite badly damaged, so it's unlikely anyone would want to take it for recycling. Not listed as an item. Half a blue candle, a type of candle that emitted a blue flame and was quite popular 300 years ago. It contains a small amount of training class elixir powder, which slightly enhances training. Valued at 20 greater mana crystals. Listed as a green grade item. Including that pile of debris, there were a total of 21 items. By the time Alden had appraised the 20th item, the person who had bid on the container wasn't looking too pleased. Of these 20 items, 8 were unrated, 11 were rated white rank, and 1 was rated green with a total value barely reaching 100 greater mana crystals. He hadn't even recouped half his investment. especially since he'd just watched the previous container's unboxing which yielded over 10 times the value, and now that it was his turn, he hadn't found anything good. The emotional letdown was immense. His gaze was fixed intently on the last box in Alden's hand, hoping for a miracle. Floating cloud embroidery, a pattern commonly chosen 300 years ago as a gift for female relatives among certain families. The value of this box is roughly 5 greater mana crystals, classified as white rank. Alden opened the box. Inside were 2 items, one white and one black, placed on either side, resembling elixirs, and a floral fragrance wafted out from the box. Alden tilted his head slightly, took a whiff, and said, "Mother and child divine conception pills. They aid in the training of female practitioners. If the right bidder comes along, the price could reach around 500 greater mana crystals. As for its grade, record it as blue rank." Upon hearing Alden's words, the man's expression turned utterly grim. Although this final bid wasn't bad, the total value still hadn't covered his costs. Those around him looked at him with sympathy. This was likely the first bidder to lose money since the Saran auction house introduced its new auction format. After completing the appraisal, Alden turned and left, intending to go back and rest. Although the purple heart fruit had restored some of his energy, his previously frayed nerves still needed a good chance to unwind. The others also left the auction hall once the auction had concluded. "Wait, Yuna." Garrick didn't leave right away. Instead, he called out to Yuna as she was about to leave. "Head of the Gua clan, is there something you need?" Yuna stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Garrick. A dim room on the second floor. "It seems this shipping container doesn't have a reserve price mechanism." Su pulled his gaze away from the auction floor below, where people were scattering. He had originally assumed that the container would definitely contain at least one purple quality item. Every container before this had been that way. But clearly, this one wasn't. Given how fast word spreads among those neighbors, this guy's probably going to become a sensation in town, Finn remarked, also watching the somewhat dejected figure walking away below. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come Young Master Su, head of the Gua family, is looking for you." The door opened, and Yuna spoke immediately upon seeing the two of them. "Uncle Gua wants to see me right now?" "Yes, head of the Gua family said he has something to discuss with you," Yuna explained. "All right, let us go down and see." The auction hall. Uncle Gua's luck is pretty good today. He landed a gold item on his very first bid. Su and the others emerged from the side and walked toward Garrick in the center of the auction hall. "My luck has always been good," Garrick smiled and said. "All right, I still need to go back and prepare a few things, so I had you come down to discuss something with you. I won TB in 7 Marshall City for a while. If you need any help or cooperation, just have Jinbao go to the Guo residence and speak with the butler. I've already instructed him he'll provide full support and cooperation for anything related to your Suran." "Not in 7 Marshall City? Where are you going, Uncle Gua?" "There has been some activity among the foreign soldiers to the north. It seems they have their sights set on us," Garrick explained. "That region is under my and old Shaoist jurisdiction. Orders have already come down. We're setting out tonight. I thought I'd stop by to show my support before I leave. After all, it's been so long since I photographed any items for your new auction. I didn't expect the first lot to fetch gold and something we might actually need later on." Garrick laughed heartily. Su paused for a moment, then turned to look at Finn. Finn caught the hint and started to walk away. "No need to pack anything. The Gua Manor is already making preparations," Garrick called out, stopping Finn in his tracks. Finn paused and looked back at Su. In matters like this, he always followed Su's lead. After all, there might be a battle ahead. When it comes to resources, you can never have too many. Besides, Uncle Gua has helped our auction house quite a bit in the past. Hearing Su speak, Finn didn't linger any longer and turned to go gather the supplies. "You little rascal," Garrick shook his head with a smile and said, "but I probably won't be able to wait here for Jinbao to come out. I have to head back first. There's still quite a bit to take care of and prepare." "That's no problem. I'll have Jinbao deliver it later." "All right, then I'll thank my young friend Su on behalf of the soldiers." Garrick left. Of course, the golden glow that appeared as he stepped outside didn't fade either. That Su kid, to be fair, this golden glow he has created is quite impressive. Garrick looked at the golden light on either side of him, remarked with admiration, and quickened his pace as he walked away. "War, it really is something you'll encounter no matter where you go," Su mused to himself as he prepared to return to his office. Just then, as he turned his head, His gaze fell upon an elderly man and Xiao Lin emerging from the side. Chapter 55. Any news from the three Reds? Old Huang, why are you leaving so early today? Aren't you gonna play a few more rounds? Su stopped and asked. No, thank you. I've been traveling for quite a while now, so it's about time to head back. Thank you for your hospitality, President Su, during my stay, the elderly man said with a smile. Old Huang, you're leaving too? Supposed. Too. Yeah. A regular at the auction house just mentioned he's leaving for a while. Too. Su explained briefly. Perhaps we're meant to be, the elderly man replied with a smile, adding, if you have some free time later, come find me in Feiyu City. I'll make sure to treat you both well then. We'll definitely come. After saying this, Su took a few steps toward the old man. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a go board the old man knew all too well. Since you like it, Old Huang, I had Jinbao have an extra set custom made earlier. It just arrived this morning. I was planning to give it to you as soon as I finished my work just now. But I didn't expect that before I could present it you'd already be leaving. Su handed the chessboard over. That's very thoughtful of you. This is a truly precious gift, the old man said, his eyes brimming with delight as he looked at the chessboard in Su's hands. I'm glad you like it, Old Huang. Likewise, if you have time in the future, please feel free to drop by often. Our Su Rangate is always open to you, Su said with a smile. Haha, I truly do like it. Then I'll accept it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xiao Lin, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and accepted the chessboard from Su with both hands. Gifts should be exchanged in kind. Since you've given me a gift, little Su, I'll return the favor. A flash of light appeared in the old man's palm, and a jade token entirely emerald green and engraved with the character for jade fell into Su's hands. Xiao Lin, standing nearby, glanced at the jade token in the old man's palm, and his expression shifted slightly. If you ever come to Feiyu City in the future and run into any trouble, just take out this token, it'll help you resolve those issues, the old man explained with a smile. Well, with a treasure like this, I'll have to keep it safe, Su said without hesitation, accepting the token and adding half-jokingly, if I happen to get myself into some huge trouble down the line, I hope Old Huang won't mind the hassle. Don't worry, no matter how big the trouble, I'll take care of it for you. The old man and Su exchanged a smile. It really is. Goodbyes always seem to come in quick succession. One leaves, and the other follows right behind. Su watched the two figures disappear at the entrance of the auction house, feeling a touch of melancholy. But, suddenly, as if something occurred to him, Su furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, if Uncle Gua and the head of the Xiao family are gone, 7 Martial City's purchasing power is going to drop significantly. After giving the matter some serious thought on the spot, Su decided to pay Shi Haoqing a visit. The first batch of the auction house's targeted spirit rat training program had already been launched, and Su had asked Finn to set aside several rooms specifically for the program. When Su arrived, Shi Haoqing was just stepping out of one of the rooms. President Su, you were looking for me? Yes. Su glanced at the group inside who were memorizing materials and asked, how is the training going so far? Not bad. There are a few promising ones who are learning quickly, and their overall performance is quite good. Good. After asking that one question, Su didn't pursue the matter further. Shi Haoqing had been on the list of primary trainers for the Spirit Rat program from the start, so Su felt confident leaving this matter in his hands. So, President Su, why did you call me here? Any news from San Hong? I have a task I need to assign to her. Su withdrew his gaze and spoke. As for San Hong, Shi Haoqing let out a dry laugh and said, when we set out back then, both San Hong and I were planning to explore unexplored dungeons. The one she went to is about as dangerous as the one I went to. We haven't heard from her in over a week, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. My comm stone was damaged during my last dungeon run, so I can't send a message to her. It might take a little longer. Shi Haoqing paused mid-sentence. Then, as if sensing something, pulled a comm stone from his pocket. Both of their gazes fell on the comm stone simultaneously. The next second, a faint white glow lit up its surface. As the glow pulsed, a slightly boisterous female voice came from the comm stone. Old Shi, are you still alive? This old lady here has hit the jackpot this time. Su Ran's finally going to turn things around. Let me think, knowing how cautious you are, you definitely wouldn't dare venture too deep. Chances are you didn't find anything good. Ha ha ha. Just wait until I get back to make fun of you. Is your calm stone broken or something? You didn't respond at all when I tried to chat with you a while back. Never mind. As long as you can hear me, that's fine. If you're already back, just sit tight and wait for me to make fun of you. If you're still in the dungeon, don't die at DB. No fun if there's no one left to tease. Gotta go. I'm already on my way back. I should be there the day after tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. This time, I'm definitely going to make Bank President Sue treat me to a nice meal. The woman's somewhat boisterous laughter echoed through the hallway, quite unrestrained. This Sanhong Shi Haoqing looked at the calm stone in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's been a long time since I've heard that familiar laugh. Sue looked at the calm stone with a slightly strange expression and said, but at least she's alive. Shi Haoqing nodded in agreement. Over the years, the Relic Scout team had suffered far too many casualties of those who started with him. Only Su Sanhong remained. Alright, as long as we have news, that's good. I'll talk to Sanhong myself when he gets back. You just proceed with the original plan over there. If you need any coordination, feel free to talk to Jinbao at any time. Got it. Night fell. Is winter here somehow intensified? I'm already a trainee, and yet this cold still has me shivering. After washing up, Su quickly got dressed, climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and tugged it closer. Only then did his body's trembling gradually subside. 2 containers. I wonder what the evaluation results will be this time. Once she warmed up a bit, Su focused her mind and entered the inventory ring. Both containers displayed the 5 blue fluorescent characters, evaluation complete, on their surfaces. Su approached the blue quality container first and tapped it. The glow began to shift slowly, and the gray mist surrounding the container's exterior dissipated as well. Name: slightly damaged container. Container type: skill manual. Quality: blue. Current status: available for sale. The container's appearance was similar to the last one. It showed only minor wear and tear, with no significant deformation. Skill manual: another new type of container. I wonder if old Yi will be able to appraise it. Hiring more people. It feels like my auction house is about to assemble an entire appraisal team. Chapter 56. The Suicide Brother Who Got Something for Nothing. Blue quality? So the container's quality upgrade has nothing to do with getting a gold quality item? And it's not just the quality upgrade that's unrelated to getting gold. Su stared at the edge of the container for a moment, but unlike last time, no shimmering light gathered there to form a new container. The appearance of a new container might not have anything to do with getting gold either. Su pulled his gaze away and looked back at the virtual fluorescent text ahead. Since it's a skill manual, the price of this lot can be raised a bit. The mana world he was currently in had endured several terrifying catastrophes in the past, and the number of skill manuals that had survived to the present had dwindled by nearly 90%. And every time a skill manual appeared at the auction house, the bidding became even more intense than for elixirs. However, considering the families remaining in 7 Marshall City, putting this container up for auction now wouldn't be worth it. I'll have to wait until 3 ruby returns before deciding when to auction it. After weighing his options, Su shifted his gaze to the container beside him. He tapped it lightly with his finger. The surface's glow shifted, and the gray haze dissipated. Seeing the exact same information as last time, Su wasn't surprised. After all, not a single purple grade item had dropped from this container, so there was a high probability the appraisal results wouldn't be much better. Likewise, no glowing light appeared at the edge of this container to form a new one. Su glanced over both containers one last time, then left the storage space to get some sleep. We'll wait until Ruby 3 returns to discuss this further. The next morning, President Fong, I'm not sure when President Su will be available, but I greatly admire his intellect and have prepared some gifts I'd like to present during a visit. A man dressed in relatively high-end attire, accompanied by a retinue of attendants, stopped Finn as he was about to enter the auction house, his face full of ingratiating smiles. No need. The president isn't available. Finn didn't even glance at the items behind the man. He simply stepped around him and walked straight into the auction house. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the man's face, but he persisted in following Finn, saying, well, if it's not convenient to meet, you could at least accept these gifts. They contain. Hey, what are you doing? 2 auction house guards stepped forward from the side, reaching out to stop the man as they said coldly, if you continue to cause a disturbance here, we will escort you out and place you on the Saran auction house blacklist. No, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just came to give Director Sue some gifts, the man explained to the guards, his eyes fixed anxiously on Finn's receding figure. But the two guards looked as though they were ready to take action if he lingered any longer. With no other choice, the man could only sigh heavily and lead the group of attendants behind him away. What's going on here? Why wouldn't they accept a gift? A crowd had gathered quite naturally across the street from Sue Ran, and they began to discuss the situation. Are you stupid? They're not accepting this gift for free. He's trying to use these gifts to get information on the shipping containers for the next auction. Exchanging a little information for all this stuff, that's not a bad deal, is it? That's why Bank President Sue is the bank president, and you're just someone chatting here. That guy is clearly a weathervane. He completely ignored Sue Ran when she was down on her luck, but now that he sees she's on the rise and there's something to gain, he's immediately thinking about how he can cash in. Would you accept a gift like that? True. There's definitely nothing to be gained from this gift. A fence-sitter might seem to have it good on both sides, whichever side is winning. That's where they align, but once you see this guy's true colors, just watch. The moment you confront him, he won't say a word. True. Speaking of which, how's that guy who lost money yesterday doing? That's a pretty far-fetched way to bring it up. The man grumbled before continuing. But we might as well talk about it. That guy lost over 100 greater mana crystals. Though for Sue Ran's auction house, 100 or so mid-grade crystals aren't even worth mentioning. For that guy, it was a massive blow. Rumor has it he's threatening to kill himself now. Threatening suicide? He was still able to put up over 700 greater mana crystals to bid losing 100 or so. Shouldn't be that bad? Of course it is. You don't know the whole story. I heard. The man lowered his voice, glanced around, and then said, that guy's just an ordinary trainee, the kind without any connections. All the mana crystals he used to bid were borrowed. He was trying to pull a fast one? You bet. I figure he was just trying to make a killing off those mana crystals. Who knew he wouldn't make a profit? He actually lost money. Now he can't pay them back. And he's being cornered at his doorstep. He's trying to commit suicide. Well, not just trying, he's already gone through with it. Is he dead? Not yet. He wanted to die, but his creditors wouldn't let him. Who's going to pay them back the mana crystals if he dies? He was barely clinging to life, but they dragged him back. The elixir used to save him was charged to his account too. Now he's in even deeper debt. The two sighed in sympathy. Hey! There's an old man heading toward the auction house. What? Where? Over there. Within their line of sight, an elderly man dressed rather lightly was walking slowly toward the Saran auction house. Saran auction house, side courtyard. Come on, Jinbao. Those two are talking business. Come keep me company for a bit. After playing so many days in a row, I've finally grasped the true essence of victory, Brock said, extending an invitation to Finn. Finn was somewhat tempted and glanced at Sue beside him. Go ahead. We don't have much to do right now. Take a break, Sue said, sensing Finn's thoughts. All right. Only then did Finn walk over to the chess table. Come on. Let me show you my rook and knight charge tactic, Brock said to Finn as he sat down, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready for a fierce battle. You haven't T1 yet? Sue asked Brock in surprise. That's right, he's terrible at it but loves to play, Alden said with a laugh, shaking his head. He turned to Sue and asked, is there another special container this time? Right. For the next auction, I want to put up a container that might contain all kinds of skill manuals. I wonder if old Yi could. Oh no, this is bad. As soon as Alden heard the words skill manual, it was as if he remembered something. He clapped his hands, and his expression turned somewhat strange. Is there a problem? Sue asked, noticing Alden's sudden change in expression. There is a problem. No, wait, it's just my own issue, Alden explained. When it comes to appraising skill manuals, I'm actually in a similar boat to appraising spirit beasts. I can do it, but I'm not exactly top tier. Just now, I was going to recommend an old friend of mine who has deep expertise in skill manuals. It just occurred to me I promised him a while back that I'd meet up with him and treat him to some grilled fish. It was supposed to be just a few days ago, but I got so caught up in this game of chess that I completely forgot about it. Alden patted his head and said with a touch of regret. Hearing this, Sue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The value of chess was clearly on the rise. Chapter 57. So absorbed he forgot the time. It's fine. It's actually a good opportunity. President Sue, old Yi. Just as Sue was about to say something, a guard ran into the side courtyard and called out. An elderly gentleman has arrived at the gate. He says he is a friend of old Yi and wants to invite him out for a chat. The museum is closed today, so I didn't let him in. He wanted to come in first to check the situation, the guard added. That old guy actually came all the way here. Looks like he is pretty upset, Alden said, glancing at Sue. Well, that works out perfectly. Let us go out together now. All right? Sue nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, he asked, Mr. Yi, does this elder have any peculiar habits? Why do you ask? Alden paused. Because earlier Sue glanced at Alden, then at Brock, who was engrossed in a game of chess not far away. Alden immediately understood what Sue meant and said, You little rascal. You think all my friends are eccentric, don't you? Sue didn't reply, but instead took another look at the two men. Don't worry, Alden said with a sigh. That guy is perfectly normal. He is not like Brock, who likes to make things difficult for people. As long as he is not busy right now and the terms are to his satisfaction, he'll agree. All right? Sue nodded in agreement, and the two walked out of the auction house together. When they reached the lobby, they spotted a somewhat frail figure standing at the entrance of the auction house. Upon seeing Alden emerge, the frail figure's eyes lit up, and he called out immediately, You old rascal Yi, you promised to treat me to fish on a certain day, but when I arrived, you were nowhere to be found. You had me searching high and low for so long, and it wasn't until I entered the city that I found out you'd run off to Saran. Sue gave the guards at the entrance a look, and they immediately stepped aside to let the old man in. I just had so much going on over here that I completely forgot about it, Alden said without a flicker of emotion, sounding perfectly natural. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it up to you when the time comes. I'll treat you to 2 meals. Forgot because you were busy? That's not like you at all. I say you probably ran into something interesting and got so caught up in it that you forgot all about it, the old man said exasperatedly. Same thing, same thing. Alden didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by being called out so directly. He just laughed. This must be President Sue, right? A rising star, not bad at all. Full of vitality, much more handsome than old Yi was in his youth. That guy had nothing but a sleazy vibe about him back then. The old man shot Alden a glare before turning back to Sue and praising him with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Just give a compliment, no need for personal attacks, Alden said helplessly. I'm doing you a favor by not beating you up. You kept me waiting that long. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation for this, I won't let it go. The old man turned back and glared at Alden again, clearly annoyed. He was obviously still very resentful about Alden standing him up. I'll definitely give you a proper explanation, Alden replied, then added, By the way, Old Chun, didn't you keep saying you were looking for appraisal jobs? How is that going? What else can I do? The old man sighed helplessly and said, I'm getting on in years. It's not easy to make a living. It's easy for you kids studying appraisal to find work, but my appraisal of skill manuals. After those major catastrophes, how many skill manuals are there left in the training world for me to appraise? I've asked auction houses and appraisal offices in several cities, but none of them have any need for them. After speaking, the old man suddenly realized something. He looked at Sue beside him and asked, Director Sue, does your auction house currently need appraisers to evaluate skill manuals? Yes, Senior. Sue nodded. At our next auction, we'll be opening a shipping container that may contain a skill manual. This container is... I see. Lately, 7 Marshall City has been abuzz with talk of you, Sue ran. I've heard quite a bit while tracking that fellow's trail, Chen Chongyu said. All right, in short, a skill manual might appear at our next auction. We'd like to invite Senior Chun to serve as the appraiser then. Of course, if Senior Chun is willing, you could join Senior Yi as a permanent appraiser at our auction house, Sue offered. As for the specific terms, Chun can discuss them with Feng, Sue said, turning his head to look at the empty space beside him before realizing that Finn was currently playing chess with Brock. After a brief pause, just as Sue was about to say they could discuss it now, a piercing, prolonged scream suddenly echoed from the side courtyard. No! How can you move so fast and still beat me? Following the scream, footsteps immediately echoed as someone approached the hall. Soon, Finn came into view and strode quickly toward them. That old scoundrel Gong Sun is here too? Chun Chongyu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the voice. He looked at Alden beside him with surprise and asked, Yes, and like me, he is a permanent representative of the Saran auction house. Alden replied with a nod. Don't underestimate President Sue's determination to make this auction house a success. Unbelievable. Chun Chongyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Su with a hint of admiration. He whispered in astonishment. To be able to handle even that prickly fellow, that's truly remarkable. I have to admit, I'm already curious about exactly how President Su managed to win that guy over. I once asked him to appraise a spirit beast for me, but he flat out refused. Can you tell me? Chun Chongyu asked Su curiously. Of course, Su nodded. Chinese chess. Chinese chess. Chun Chongyu repeated, his puzzled expression clearly showing he didn't quite understand what Su was talking about. You'll find out if you follow me inside in a moment. That old guy screamed just now was because he lost another game of chess. Come to think of it, I forgot to make plans with you because I got so caught up in playing Chinese chess that I lost track of time. Oh! Hearing this, Chun Chongyu's curiosity grew even stronger. Something that could persuade Brock and even make his own friend so engrossed that he lost track of time. What on earth was this Chinese chess? And what kind of charm did it possess to be so compelling? President Su, old Yi Fin, approached the two at that moment. Looking at the newly arrived elderly man, he asked, Who is this? Chun Chongyu. He is an expert in appraising skill manuals. Alden, standing nearby, explained. So it's Chun, Fin said, extending his hand to Chun Chongyu. Chun Chongyu reached out to shake it, but his gaze kept drifting toward the side courtyard. He was simply too curious about what that chess game was. Su sensed Chun Chongyu's thoughts and said with a smile, In that case, Chun, why don't you go with Olji to the side courtyard to rest for a while? Once you've rested up, you can talk to Jin Bao anytime to discuss the details of your compensation. Chapter 58. That's perfect. I have something I'd like to discuss with the Fong family head. Great. So where should I go to find this young man, Jin Bao? Chun Chongyu replied with a hurried smile. Su's words had struck a chord with Chun Chongyu. Chun, just keep walking in that direction, and you'll find me in the third room on your right. I'm usually there. If I'm not there, you can go to the front desk and ask a staff member to bring me to you. Fin chimed in at just the right moment. Okay, I got it. I'll be bothering you later then, Chun Chongyu said, then quickly turned to Alden beside him and added, Since President Su has spoken, let us go in and visit our old buddy first. You're something else. Alden looked at his impatient old friend beside him with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then said to Su, Well then, President Su, I'll go in with him first. All right, if you need anything, feel free to ask the front desk or Jin Bao at any time. Got it. Su and Fin watched as the two men entered the side courtyard. So, should we discuss Chun's terms based on Brock's? Fin asked once they were out of sight. Right? For any details that need adjusting, just tailor them to Chun's requests. Got it. After saying that, Su turned to head back to his office. But before the two had left the lobby, a voice called out from the doorway, President Su. Su and Fin turned to look toward the entrance at the same time, where Fong Jinshan was leading a group of people toward the auction house's entrance. It really is one group after another coming in, Su remarked with a sigh, then walked with Fin to greet Fong Jinshan and his party as they entered. It's been a while since we last met, and Saran Auction House has really changed quite a bit. Haha, Fong Jinshan said cheerfully as the two groups met. Business operations must constantly evolve to better serve every guest who visits the auction house, Su said, noticing the smile on Fong Jinshan's face. It seems the Fong family head is in a very good mood today. Haha. The issue with my daughter's training has finally been resolved. We came here specifically to thank Director Su. Come. Fong Jinshan stepped aside slightly, and from behind him, a young woman wearing a light yellow training outfit stepped forward. Although her looks weren't quite as stunning as Yuna's, she was still quite attractive. My daughter is Fong Yuling. Thank you, Director Su. Not at all. Our auction house simply sold a lot. If you really want to thank anyone, you should thank your father for his excellent judgment. Su could deliver such polite formalities off the cuff. Still, we must thank Director Su for this container full of auction lots. Come, Fong Jinshan called out to the attendants behind him once more. Head of the Fong family, if you're going to offer a gift because of this, it might seem a bit too formal, Su said, watching the attendants approach with boxes in their arms. No, nothing valuable, just some local fruits from Tianqing City, along with some rare varieties brought back by our Fong family expedition team. We'd like to bring them over for President Su to sample, Fong Jinshan said with a smile. Director Su is my friend, Fong Jinshan. Giving my friend some fruit to eat can't be considered going too far, unless Director Su thinks I, old Fong, am no good and doesn't want to be friends with me. Head of the Fong family, How could you say that? In that case, I'll accept them. Hearing this, Finn, standing nearby, had someone take the gift boxes from Fang Jinshan's attendants. That's more like it, Fang Jinshan chuckled. A flash of light appeared in his palm, and an inventory ring materialized there as he said, I wonder when Su Ran's next auction will be. When the time comes, I'll come back to show my support for President Su, and as for that membership, could you top up 100 superior mana crystals for now? Of course, Jinbao. Yes, sir. Finn immediately stepped forward, took the ring from Fang Jinshan's hand, and headed to the front desk to process the membership paperwork. It might be a while before the next auction. When it's about to begin, I'll have someone notify the head of the Fang family. Great, I'll definitely be there. That works out perfectly. My daughter heard about this new format of auction at Saran Auction House and is already eager to check it out. As Fang Jinshan spoke, he glanced at Fang Yuling behind him. Fang Yuling blushed slightly and nodded. We'll certainly welcome both of you then. Su finished, paused for a moment and continued, by the way, since the head of the Fang family is here today, I'd actually been planning to pay a visit to the Fang family once I wrapped up my work these past few days, but I didn't expect you to come by today. Oh? President Su was looking for me? Is there something on your mind? Yes. I'd previously heard from Uncle Gua that the Fang family's mechanical arts are exceptionally precise and ingenious, so I've been thinking about collaborating with the head of the Fang family. Collaboration? I wonder in what specific areas President Su would like to collaborate. Fang Jinshan also seemed to take an interest. There are quite a few areas I'd like to collaborate on. A flash of light appeared in Su's palm, and 2 documents materialized. He said, Head of the Fang family, please take a look at these 2 documents. Everything I'd like to collaborate on with your family is laid out in them. President Su, you've certainly come well prepared. Then I'll take a look and see exactly how you wish to collaborate with the Fang family. Fang Jinshan took the documents from Su's hand and prepared to examine them carefully. We can move over to that area. I'll have someone prepare some pastries and tea so you can take your time reviewing them. Su pointed to the seating area not far away. Very well. I'll leave it to your arrangements, President Su. The group took their seats in the lounge area of the front hall nearby. Just then, Finn finished his membership registration and walked over, holding his premium membership card. Seeing Fang Jinshan reviewing the documents, he quieted his footsteps, handed the membership card to Su, and then hurried away on tiptoe. Soon, pastries and tea were served to the table. 15 minutes later. There's quite a bit here, President. Su has prepared everything very thoroughly. Fang Jinshan closed the documents in his hands, picked up the freshly poured tea in front of him to moisten his throat, and said, to summarize, President Su is interested in 2 areas of cooperation with our Fang family. One is the renovation of our currently vacant and unused auction venue, and the other involves some practical small devices related to the container mystery box event. Yes. Su nodded and said, our auction house will certainly undergo a comprehensive upgrade in the future, along with service optimization. Introducing new items and renovating our facilities are inevitable. Some of the Fang family's mechanisms and technologies align very well with certain aspects of our auction house's operations and venues. If we can collaborate, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Fang family's mechanisms shine at our auctions. Su looked at Fang Jinshan and added with a smile. Chapter 59. My word is law. Fang Jinshan didn't respond to Su immediately. After pondering for a moment, he asked a question that sounded somewhat tricky. If this partnership doesn't materialize, who else will Saran Auction House turn to for upgrades? Head of the Fang family. You're a smart man. Su's reply sounded somewhat off topic as he chuckled. Why ask such a foolish question? Fang Jinshan paused, then laughed and said, Yes, I was being a bit pretentious. Haha. These 2 agreements are drafted in great detail, and there aren't any major issues with the overall content. Fang Jinshan stood up from his seat and said, If President Su appreciates our Fang family's mechanical engineering expertise, I can make the decision myself to select 1 or 2 mechanical devices to present to you that wouldn't be a problem. However, when it comes to a partnership after all, this concerns our family's business. Fang Jinshan looked at Su, who was slowly rising to his feet, and said, I cannot make this decision on my own. I'll need to return and discuss it with the family council before we can decide whether to proceed with this partnership. I hope President Su understands. I understand. Thank you for your understanding, President Su. Fang Jinshan picked up the 2 documents and said, Rest assured, President Su, regardless of the outcome, I will inform you immediately. And as I mentioned earlier, I will definitely attend the next auction to show my support for President Su, Fang Zhinshan added, offering his assurance. Very well. I hope that by then, Head Fang will once again return home with a treasure acquired at our auction house. Taking your kind words to heart, Mr. Su, we won't keep you any longer. We'll take our leave now. Fang Zhinshan made a move to head for the door. Wait a moment. Su called out to Fang Zhinshan, handing him the membership card and saying, I almost forgot this. Wow. This membership card is really exquisitely crafted. Fang Zhinshan couldn't help but praise. As he took the card, a faint glow emanated from its surface. Combined with the design on the card, it looked exceptionally refined, and it felt quite nice to the touch. One could truly sense the meticulous craftsmanship. Looking at the exquisite card in his hand, Fang Zhinshan's expression shifted slightly. Of course, we at Saran Auction House have always strived to be the best, and will continue to do our very best. Su smiled and boasted a bit, noticing Fang Zhinshan's slightly lost gaze. All right, I hope this membership card brings me good luck the next time I visit. Fang Zhinshan stowed the card in his inventory ring and smiled at Su. No need to see us off, we'll make our own way out. Very well then, have a safe trip, head of the Fang family. Su remained standing where he was. Finn, standing nearby, followed them out, seeing the Fang family off all the way to the entrance before turning back. President Su, I have a question, Finn said as he caught up with Su, who was heading back to his office. Go ahead. It's just if Mr. Fang had insisted on you answering that question earlier, how would you have responded? Finn asked, his expression serious. He'd been thinking about this question for quite some time, but hadn't been able to come up with a suitable answer for Fang Zhinshan. Su looked at the earnest Finn, fell silent for a moment to ponder, and then said, Go tell Wang later that I'd like pan-fried pork liver and braised pork knuckle for lunch today. Oh, and a bowl of spicy pork brain. After Su finished speaking, he left Finn standing there looking bewildered and walked toward his office. Is there any special connection between that answer and the question? The next day at noon. At lunchtime, most people on the streets headed home to prepare the most important meal of the day. Those who didn't want to cook would head out to spend a coin or two on a steaming bowl of noodles, wolf it down in a few bites and call it a meal. If you wanted something a bit nicer, you'd head to the street where Saran Auction House was located. Across from the auction house, quite a few new shops had opened, offering all kinds of exquisite pastries and snacks. If you wanted something more down to earth, you could walk another 100 or 200 meters further in, where there were also some small food stalls. Are we on the right track, Shaolin? It hasn't been that long since we left. How come the street has changed so much? At the end of the street, a small group of people, looking somewhat disheveled, emerged. People on the surrounding streets couldn't help but glance at the group, and some lecherous onlookers fixed their gaze intently on the woman in her 30s leading the group. Although she looked a bit disheveled, her tight-fitting outfit accentuated her stunning figure. Far from appearing sloppy, it actually added a touch of wildness to her appearance. As if oblivious to the winter chill, her wheat-colored, toned abdomen and arms were completely bare. This set the men's blood boiling with lust until their gaze fell on her waist, at which point that lust was instantly extinguished. A sudden chill washed over them, and their eyes grew clear and innocent. There was a pendant hanging there, and engraved on it was a design, the logo of Saran Auction House. That's right, Ruby. I even saw US Clear Soup Noodles at South right on this street. US Clear Soup Noodles? The woman in the front paused and turned to look at the shop. Just then, the shop owner stepped out. The moment their eyes met, the woman spoke up. So it's old you. You better not shortchange me on the noodles. I still remember the last time I came here you skimped a full 2 liang on my portion. If I catch you doing that again, I'll break every finger on your hand. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The shop owner, hearing her voice echoing down the entire street, felt a sudden headache coming on and hurriedly replied, Next time Third Ruby comes by, I'll treat her to a bowl. No need to treat me to a bowl. I Third Ruby don't like taking advantage of others. After all, doing business is all about honesty. My mouth is my scale, I can tell just by tasting if you're shortchanging me or not. The woman spoke up again to warn him. Once again, her voice echoed down the entire street. Yes, yes. The shop owner was so flustered he felt like he could sink into the ground. This lady, I'd better get her to leave quickly. Fortunately, after she finished speaking, the woman continued walking ahead with no intention of saying more, and the owner of US shop finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ruby, your voice is a little too loud. A younger man in the group spoke up. What? Starting to get sick of your ruby already? The woman reached out, hooking her arm tightly under the young man's armpit, and with her other hand, gave him a light tap on the head, saying, "You've got to speak up. Don't hold back, you sound like a sissy." "But third ruby, that's exactly what you are," the young man trapped under her arm muttered. The woman caught that mutter right on the spot. She immediately tightened her grip and feigned anger, saying, "Oh, so you really do look down on third ruby. I'm sorry. Third ruby, I can't breathe." The young man hurriedly begged for mercy. His neck was about to be crushed. Chapter 60. The crowd might not be as large as before. Soon, the Saran auction house came into view. Looking at the auction house, which seemed somewhat familiar yet also a bit unfamiliar, the group's expressions shifted. Was this really Saran? The woman blurted out, "What the hell? Did someone break into the place while I was away?" As she spoke, she charged toward the auction house, only slowing her pace when she spotted the familiar guard at the entrance. "Sanmao?" the woman asked, looking at the guard at the entrance. "Ruby, my name isn't Sanmao," the guard replied, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "It's still Sanmao. Back when you were all just kids, you were the one with 3 particularly prominent hairs sticking out on your forehead," Su Sanhong said to the guard, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "San Ruby, you don't have to bring this up every single time I come back." The guard looked at the woman, feeling like he was on the verge of tears but couldn't bring himself to cry. All right, you know I don't have the best memory. Just give me a heads up next time." After saying that, the woman gave the guard a suspicious look and asked, "By the way, what's going on with our Suran? It hasn't really been taken over, has it? Have you defected too? Or maybe—" Su Sanhong clapped his hands, sounding a bit exasperated. "Could it be that old Shur got back here before me? That guy, what kind of amazing stuff must he have scored to transform the auction house like this? Come on. Tell me, did old Shur bring back some kind of treasure?" "Captain Shur has returned, but the changes at the auction house right now are all thanks to President Su," the guard explained. "President Su, eh?" I knew President Su was sharp. He'd definitely be able to lead Su Ran out of its slump. When he mentioned Su Ran, Su Sanhong's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he asked again, "Old Shur's back too? So, did he manage to snag anything good?" This time, before the guard could even open his mouth, a somewhat exasperated voice rang out from the side. "If his answer is no, you're just looking for a chance to mock me, aren't you?" Su Sanhong turned to look inside the auction house and saw 3 figures walking out. "So, is it really nothing?" Su Sanhong looked at Shur Haoqing, unable to suppress the urge to let the corners of his mouth curl upward. "Nope. Never mind. I'll make fun of you properly over drinks tonight." Su Sanhong turned to Su standing nearby and said with concern, "Quick, let Ruby take a look at you. You've lost weight after all these days. Now that the auction house is doing well again, why aren't you eating more?" "Nope, Ruby. This is called being lean and muscular. It's all solid muscle," Su replied, patting his arm. "You should still eat more. Ruby, you've really scored a treasure this time. When the time comes, put it all up for auction and use the proceeds to buy some tonics." Su Sanhong removed an inventory ring from his finger and handed it to Finn, who had stepped forward. "Sure," Su replied with a smile. Su Sanhong was arguably one of the kindest people to him at the auction house. As far as Su could remember, especially after his parents passed away, Su Sanhong had treated him just like his own child. Su could clearly sense Su Sanhong's unabashed favoritism and concern for him. During Su Ran's most difficult times, Su Sanhong was definitely the one who went all out. Whenever there were treasures in a dungeon, no matter how dangerous, he was always the first to charge in, doing everything he could to keep Su alive, and whenever he returned, he'd always bring back some wild spirit beasts to give Su a special treat. This time was no exception. "Look what goodies I brought you." Su Sanhong's palm flashed, and he grasped a chicken with an entirely orange-red plumage, holding it up as if showing off a treasure, and said, "A crimson flame chicken, this is a real treasure. The meat is tender and it helps boost your mana. I'll have Wong prepare it properly tonight so you can really replenish your strength." "All right, then I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. I'll get up tonight and have a proper meal." After stretching lazily, Su Sanhong looked at Su and said, "If there's anything that needs to be done, you can just tell me tonight. Now that Su Ran is back on her feet, I'm sure there's plenty I'll want to do." "No, Rus." Su shook his head and said, "Ruby has been gone for so long, She should get some proper rest first. That's not necessary, a good night's sleep will do. Su Sanhong rolled his shoulders and said, You know me, Ruby, I can't sit still. Just tell me directly if there's any work to be done. If you don't mention it during dinner tonight. Su didn't respond to Su Sanhong's remark in his memory. Su Sanhong had been the one who hated trouble the most just a few years ago. Sure, Haoqing led Su Sanhong and his entire squad away, while Finn approached Su holding the ring Ruby had given him earlier. President, Ruby really brought back quite a few good things this time. Finn handed the ring to Su. Su probed his consciousness into the inventory ring. At least 100 items floated within the storage space, several of them shimmering with a lustrous glow that made them look incredibly valuable. Su even spotted 2 scrolls of skill manuals among them. It's worth noting that skill manuals have the lowest drop rate in dungeons often. You might only find 1 scroll in 5 dungeons, yet here there were 2 right off the bat. Ruby really went all out this time. Su withdrew her consciousness from the storage space, mused to herself, then handed the ring to Finn, saying, Take this ring to the appraisal department later and have them appraise the treasures inside. After Chun Changle confirmed yesterday that he would join the auction house, Su and Finn decided to establish an appraisal department for the Saran auction house, currently under the full responsibility of the 3 elders. Got it. Finn nodded in agreement and asked, So once these treasures are appraised, are we going to auction them off ourselves? Right? For the time being, we'll put the container mystery box on hold. Given the current purchasing power in 7 Martial City, putting the next batch of items up for auction would be a loss. We wouldn't be able to drive up the prices. Let us hold off for now. Su spoke as he pondered. We'll resume the container mystery box sometime after Ruby issues her mission. Until then, we'll revert to the standard auction format. But President Su, our auction house has only gained prominence because of the new auction format. If we revert to the standard format, foot traffic might not be as high as before. Finn hesitated for a moment before asking, Don't worry, there's a solution. Su had already thought this through in his mind and replied, The appraisals are moving quickly. We can start the normal auction mode the day after tomorrow and put out the announcement. In the upcoming auction, information about the next container mystery box event can be found hidden within some of the lots. Chapter 61. The Glorious Deeds of Su Sanhong. Evening. Saran Auction House Restaurant. Bam! Su Sanhong slammed his fist on the table, one foot propped on a chair, one hand resting on his knee, and the other gripping the stem of his wine glass, as he addressed the circle of people seated around him. Damn it all! You guys have no idea that guy actually dumped me when we were young. Su Sanhong was visibly agitated. After taking a big gulp of wine, she continued, And he used such a lame excuse, something about my feet being way too big and hurting his eyes. He couldn't even come up with a better excuse. It pissed me off so much back then that I slapped him right across the face and dumped him on the spot. It's always me who dumps others, no one else has the right to dump me. After saying that, Su Sanhong turned her head and drained her cup, declaring boldly, Pour me un azur. The youngest member of Su Sanhong's crew, standing nearby, immediately brought the wine jug over and filled her cup to the brim. After pouring the wine, the young man stepped back, watching Su Sanhong and thinking to himself, was this the 87th or 88th time Sen Ruby had told this story? He recalled that the last time, the excuse she gave was something like her head wasn't round enough. When I dumped him, he actually said that after we broke up, I'd never find another man again. What a joke. My butt's big and round enough, why would I worry about not finding a man? Come on. Tell me, is this big enough? Is it perky enough? The man being stared at by Su Sanhong looked left and right. Everyone around them looked helpless, as if to say, Good luck with that. So the man had no choice but to steel himself and squeeze a few words out from between his lips. Big enough. You men are something else, speaking so softly, just like a little girl. Su Sanhong withdrew her gaze with a hint of disdain, took a sip of her drink and said, Right? I've got the figure, I've got the feminine charm, that guy's the one missing out. And he thinks I can't find a man? What a joke. Su Sanhong drained the rest of her glass. By now she was already a bit unsteady on her feet. Holding her glass aloft, she kept trying to say something, but for the life of her, she couldn't remember what it was. What was I about to say just now? Seeing Su Sanhong, who was already quite drunk, not a single person spoke up to tease her. After all, she'd drunk more on her own than all of them combined. If she hadn't downed it so quickly, she would have been able to keep drinking for quite a while longer, as she usually did. Ruby-S talking about your glorious exploits again. Just then, Sue's voice rang out from the restaurant entrance. Su Sanhong turned her head toward the doorway. Feeling a bit dizzy, it seemed like 3 or maybe 30 people were walking in. It wasn't until Su came over to her side that Su Sanhong's eyes finally managed to focus. Pulling her long legs back from the bench, Su Sanhong looked at Su beside her, shook her head, and said, President Su, you're getting on in years, aren't you? I'm 25. 25, huh? So isn't it about time you started looking for, Su Sanhong said, looking at Su with a smile on her face. Ruby, you're tired. It's time to go to sleep. Su, anticipating the question Su Sanhong might ask, cut her off before she could finish. Am I tired? Su Sanhong paused, then shook her head and said, I know how I feel. I'm not tired yet. Hey, what was I about to say just now? You were about to say that we had enough to eat and drink, and it's time to go back to your room to rest. Su reminded him with a smile. Really? Why don't I remember that at all? Su Sanhong reached up and patted his head. Of course, that's exactly why I'm here to remind you, since Ruby can't remember. As Su spoke, she exchanged a glance with the maid who had entered with them. The maid immediately understood and stepped forward, gently lifting Su Sanhong slightly. That does make sense. Su Sanhong, still a bit dazed, followed the maid as she helped him to his feet and said, Well, I'll go back and rest for now. I'll have a proper chat with you, bank president, next time. Go ahead. Be careful on your way back. Don't worry. Your Ruby here isn't drunk. I'm still wide awake. Su Sanhong tried to pull her hand away from the maid's grip, but the moment she did, her body swayed, and she was about to stumble forward. If Finn hadn't stepped in to catch her just in time, Su Sanhong would have really crashed face first onto the floor. Finn called over another maid, and the two of them supported Su Sanhong as they staggered her back to her room. Su had thought that Su Sanhong might drink too much out of excitement upon her return today, so he'd come to check on her. Sure enough, just as he'd expected, if he'd arrived even a little later, Su Sanhong would likely have been out cold. All right, take your time eating. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just tell Wong, and he'll make it for you. Su said as he stood up, addressing the other members of the Relic Scout team. Thank you, Director Su. We're all family here, no need to be so formal. Su and Finn headed for the door. Just as they stepped outside, a voice called out from behind them, Wait, Director Su. What is it, Xiaobai? Su stopped and turned to look at the young man running toward them. He was still clutching the wine flask he hadn't had time to put down. I just remembered before we started drinking. Ruby 3 reminded me that if you came to find her and she was drunk, you could tell me what you needed to tell her in advance, so I could pass it on to her tomorrow morning. After rattling off a long string of words at a rapid pace, the young man paused to catch his breath before continuing. Ruby 3 said that this way, when she goes to see you tomorrow, she can think through what you've asked her to do in advance, and you can get a little more sleep in the morning. All right. Upon hearing this, Su spoke up immediately. By now, you should already be familiar with Saran Auction House's new auction model, right? Yes, Brother Houching already explained it to us earlier. Then I want to go into detail. Our auction house has already established a solid reputation within 7 Marshall City, but our visibility in cities outside of 7 Marshall City isn't particularly high yet. Su said. Got it. The young man nodded. So, President Su, you want our team to go to other cities to promote Saran Auction House? Pretty much. Su nodded. Just pass this much on to Ruby for now. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow morning. Okay. Got it. The young man took note of what Su had said. The next morning, the weather was fairly nice today. Sunlight streamed through the window, bringing a touch of warmth to the room. Su picked up several records of previous container shipments, moved his chair into the sunlight, and began flipping through the data while deep in thought. About half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Su looked up from the documents in his hands. Chapter 62. Choosing the first city for the campaign. President Su, we have news from the Fong family. Finn opened the door and said immediately, the head of the Fong family sent someone to say they discussed those 2 cooperation agreements and have no objections. They're ready to sign and proceed with the partnership at any time. Here are the documents they already signed. Finn placed the 2 documents on Su's desk. Have you checked them? Su took out a pen and opened the documents. I've checked them. They're definitely the same documents we originally provided. I also asked the representative from the Fong family, and they confirmed there are no issues with these. We can proceed according to the terms outlined here. Finn paused for a moment before adding. They also mentioned that once they receive the signed documents, they'll send someone over for an on-site inspection to ensure the renovations and upgrades are carried out using the equipment that best suits our auction house. All right. Sue signed both copies of the document, put one away, and handed the other to Finn, saying, "When you go to deliver it, remember to bring a small gift. It doesn't have to be too expensive, something roughly equivalent in value to the fruit the head of the Fong family brought last time will do. What matters is the thought." Got it. Finn reached out to take the document and turned to get to work. Just as he opened the door, Su Sanhong arrived at the entrance. The two exchanged a nod, and Finn continued with his arrangements while Su Sanhong entered the office. "Good morning, Ruby. How did you sleep last night?" "Not bad. It's much more comfortable having a bed to sleep in. I was in such a good mood yesterday that I had a few too many drinks and ended up delaying some work." Su Sanhong sat down on a chair in the office with complete ease. Today, she wasn't dressed as lightly as she had been the day before. She changed into a casual outfit that allowed for easy movement. Her hair, which had been tied up, now fell loosely down her back, and a faint fragrance wafted from her locks. "Not at all, Ruby. You've been running around for the auction house for so long, you deserve a good rest." She should wait until Su Ran has fully recovered before resting. "It's not time to take it easy just yet." Su Sanhong replied with a smile, then continued. "I've already heard from Xiao Bai. Are you suggesting we go to other cities to promote our auction house?" "It's less about promotion and more about spreading the word." Su nodded, produced a pre-written document from the palm of his hand, handed it to Su Sanhong and said, "If it were just within 7 Martial City, we could get just about anyone to handle the task of spreading the word. But in other cities, this sort of thing has to be left to the Relic Scout team. Brother Haoqing's squad is pretty much the same, they're quiet types, which makes them suitable for carrying out the Spirit Rat plan. So this task of spreading the word will have to be handed over to your squad, Ruby," Su added. While listening, Su Sanhong looked over the document Su had handed her. It contained phrases such as, 7 Martial City strikes gold. News spreads throughout the city. Sacred beasts spotted in 7 Martial City. And unsuppressed charms have actually appeared in 7 Martial City. What does this portend? And similar headlines. "Which city are you planning to start with?" Su Sanhong asked after finishing the documents in her hands. "In recent years, I've been mostly busy with Su Ran's affairs in 7 Martial City. It's been quite a while since I've visited the surrounding cities, so I'm not particularly familiar with them. That's why I'd like to hear your suggestions, Ruby." Su looked at Su Sanhong and said earnestly. Su Sanhong didn't rush to answer. After some thought, he said, "President Su, are you planning to expand into just one city or?" "Our current goal is the entire Jade Kingdom. We'll start with one city and gradually build the reputation of our Saran auction house nationwide. So," Su paused for a moment before continuing, "it would be best to find a city with a large enough population and a steady flow of travelers coming and going." "All right, I understand. Let me think about it." When it came to business, Su Sanhong set aside his usual boisterous demeanor and began seriously considering which cities met Su's requirements. Su knew he had to give Su Sanhong some time, so he quietly picked up the order form and began reviewing it again. About 5 minutes later, Su Sanhong spoke up again, saying, "As far as I know, there are 2 cities that meet these requirements. Both of these cities are roughly the same distance from our 7 Martial City. One is Tianqing City to our east, and the other is Crystal City to our right. Tianqing City is a hub for all kinds of goods. Every day, many merchants travel there to purchase merchandise. It's safe to say it's the largest commercial center in our Jade Kingdom, so the foot traffic is naturally enormous. As for Crystal City, it's the largest producer of mana crystals in our Jade Kingdom. Within Crystal City's jurisdiction lie the nation's richest mana crystal mines. In addition, Crystal City is a major tourist destination. Thanks to the abundant mana provided by the mana crystal mines, numerous unique natural formations have emerged around Crystal City, attracting a large number of visitors year-round. As for choosing which of these 2 cities is more suitable, Su Sanhong pondered for a moment before saying, "I'd recommend Crystal City. Although Tianqing City has a large foot traffic, people there are mainly there for the goods. They're in a hurry and often leave immediately after making a purchase, without lingering." As Su Sanhong said this, Su immediately recalled the image of the Fong family head, who had become serious and stern the moment he got down to business. But travelers in Crystal City aren't like that. They'll stay in Crystal City for quite a while, and Su Sanhong held up the document in his hand, waved it slightly, and said, "Judging by the documents you gave me, President Su, this seems to be a publicity campaign designed to shape public opinion within the city." "That's correct," Su replied with a nod. "In that case, the visitors in Crystal City are much closer to the ordinary people who discuss gossip, so the likelihood of them hearing this novel news is much higher. And there's another very important point," Su Sanhong continued. "Although it hasn't been stated openly, everyone knows that Crystal City is essentially a subsidiary of Feiyu City, the capital. Coupled with its abundant mineral resources, there are quite a few wealthy individuals in this city. And these wealthy individuals love to experience new and exciting things, especially anything that involves spending money, which is their absolute favorite. So," Su Sanhong said confidently, "if we start with this city, the promotional campaign will definitely yield immediate results. Of course, these are just suggestions. There may be aspects I haven't considered. The final decision on which city to start with is entirely up to President Su." Su Sanhong left the door open. Don't let her usually bold and outgoing demeanor fool you when it comes to serious matters. She's actually quite meticulous. Chapter 63. Ruby, how much funding did the president allocate this time? Su listened to Su Sanhong's words and lowered his head in thought. Actually, at the very beginning, his plan had been to start in Tianqing City. After all, he was fairly familiar with the Fong family there, which would make it easier to get things off the ground. However, judging from the information he just heard, starting with Crystal City was clearly a much better option. "Let us start with Crystal City," Su decided, speaking directly. "Whether our Saran auction house can expand nationwide depends entirely on how well Team Ruby performs. I can't give you a 100% guarantee, but I can say that our team will do our absolute best," Su Sanhong replied. "That's all I need to hear from Ruby," Su said with a smile. "All right, we've covered business matters. Now it's time to talk about personal matters." Su Sanhong's expression changed. He clasped his hands in front of his stomach, leaned forward slightly towards Su, and said, "You little rascal, you actually dared to use smooth talk last night to steer me away from the topic I was about to bring up." "What? No, I didn't. I just saw that Ruby was tired, so I had someone take her to rest," Su explained. "Don't play dumb with Ruby here. When old Su and the others were leaving, they specifically told me to take good care of you. You're 25 this year, right? It's about time you found a partner," Su Sanhong said earnestly, looking at Su. "I'm still young, and my focus right now is on the auction house." Knowing he couldn't dodge the question, Su replied, "That sort of thing will happen naturally when the time is right. There's no rush. Speaking of which, by the way," 3 pieces of paper, each bearing a different pattern, appeared in Su's palm. He handed them to Su Sanhong and said, "Ruby, if the team comes across anything matching these patterns while out on a mission, be sure to let me know right away." Su Sanhong took them and glanced at them. The first drawing showed no figures, just a mountain range. The second depicted a woman's portrait. The third was a rectangular object with a metallic sheen, somewhat resembling a metal plate, with a small round hole on its surface. "Okay. If we see anything like that, I'll use the comm stone to let you know right away." Su Sanhong tucked the 3 pieces of paper away and spoke up again to remind her. "You really need to start keeping an eye out yourself. You have to fight for a good girl. Sometimes it's not that you're not good enough, but that someone else moves too fast." Okay. Don't worry, Ruby. I'll definitely keep an eye out." Su knew that if he didn't agree right then, Ruby would absolutely not let him off the hook. The next morning, the early morning sun filtered through the clouds and fell upon the ground. Taking advantage of the beautiful weather, neighbors stepped out of their homes, carrying breakfast, and found a sunny spot to enjoy a lively, heart-to-heart chat. Before he could speak, he noticed that people were already entering Su auction house a few hundred meters across the street. "Hey, if I'm not mistaken, that guy must be a regular at Saran auction house. Why is he here today? I didn't see any announcement on Saran auction house's page saying there'd be a container mystery box event today. You didn't even read the whole announcement. Even though there's no container mystery box event today, there's still an auction taking place." "A regular auction? What's the point of that compared to the container mystery box event? I see there's quite a crowd today. It even seems a bit bigger than usual." "I don't know about that." I know. A man munching on a steamed bun leaned in, and the 2 who had been chatting naturally made room for him. In the world of street chatter, there's an unwritten rule. Whenever someone with inside information about Saran Auction House joins the conversation, everyone should proactively make room for them, especially those with insider knowledge. They're held in the highest regard. Although this looks like a simple auction, there was a rumor circulating yesterday. After swallowing the steamed bun in his mouth, the man began. During the regular auctions in the coming period, you can find clues about the theme of the next container. That's why there are so many people at Saran Auction House today. So that's how it is. Hearing this, the two men beside him had a light bulb moment. They smacked their lips and said, "That's Saran Auction House for you. They can even make a regular auction exciting." The back door of Saran Auction House. Since Sue wasn't needed to open the container doors during regular auctions, he didn't have to stay in the back room the whole time. At that moment, he was standing at the back door with Finn, seeing off Su Sanhong and the others. Su Sanhong's entire relic scout team had assembled. Each member carried a small bag of clothes, some slung over their shoulders, others held in their hands. "All right, this is as far as we need to go. Head back now. Just remember what I told you yesterday." Su Sanhong said to Sue. "I remember, of course I do. How could I forget something Ruby specifically instructed me to do?" Sue replied with a smile. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing an inventory ring, and he said, "Ruby, take this. It's the mission budget for this publicity campaign. Now that Suran is doing better, it's time to improve our conditions a bit." Funding. At the mention of funding, the eyes of the Relic Scout team members lit up instantly. After all these years, their operations finally had a budget. Su Sanhong took the inventory ring, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. "That's too much. We won't need that much. Just take it, Ruby. Publicity is our auction house's top priority right now. How could this funding be too much? I actually think it's not enough." Sue pushed Su Sanhong's hand away and said, "Just focus on spreading the word and promoting it as widely as possible. Leave the rest to the auction house." "All right. It looks like we have no choice but to pull this off this time." Seeing that Sue was insistent, Su Sanhong slipped the inventory ring onto his finger and said earnestly, "I have faith in Team Ruby's abilities." After offering his praise, Sue added, "By the way, Ruby, you don't need to be too discreet about your movements when leaving the city this time. It's fine if some people inside the city see you." "Got it. That's no problem at all." Su Sanhong agreed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the squad set off toward Crystal City. Once they passed through the gates of 7 Marshall City, someone finally couldn't hold back and asked Su Sanhong, "Ruby, how much operational funding did the branch manager give us for this mission? You're that curious?" Su Sanhong raised an eyebrow and said, "If I tell you, don't blame me later." "Of course not, Ruby. You're such a nice person, just tell us." Looking at the group, whose faces were brimming with curiosity, Su Sanhong spoke slowly. 15 superior mana crystals. 3/4 of the mana crystals that our Saran auction house currently has at our disposal are in our hands. The group fell silent. They finally understood what Su Sanhong meant by "don't blame me later." President Su had essentially staked the entire fortune of Saran on them. "The pressure just hit us all at once," someone in the squad remarked. "Pressure is a good thing. It gives us the drive to get things done." Su Sanhong lifted her leg to continue walking and said, "Let us go. Director Su has placed such trust in us, we can't let him down." Chapter 64. You haven't been possessed by some dark cultivator, have you? Saran Auction House, Su's office. President Su, here's the auction schedule for the coming period. Finn placed a calendar on Su's desk. There are 2 sessions each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, with about 5 lots per session. As Su picked up the calendar to review it, Finn explained from the side, "Those 2 skill manuals have been scheduled toward the middle of the lineup. As per your request, Director Su, we've spaced them out by a few auctions instead of placing them back to back." After speaking, Finn noticed the slight frown on Su's brow and quickly asked, "Is there something wrong with the schedule, Director Su?" "There's nothing wrong with the schedule." Su set the schedule down and said, "But such a dense and high-intensity auction schedule, won't be able to handle it." "Don't worry, Director Su. I've already gone to the auction market and picked up a few lists." As Finn spoke, he retrieved several documents from his inventory ring and placed them on Su's desk. The auction market is unique to 7 Marshall City. Due to the large number of auction houses in 7 Marshall City, this market was created specifically to serve them. Anything related to auction houses, whether items or personnel, can be purchased or recruited at this auction market. I've screened the people on these lists myself, they're pretty good. They'll be fine for a short-term emergency, but as for the long-term, Finn trailed off. We won't be looking for long-term staff in the auction market this time. Sue selected 3 documents from the pile and handed them to Finn, saying, sign temporary contracts with these ones and have them come in this afternoon to take over for Yuna. As for future long-term auctioneers, this time Saran Auction House will handle their training ourselves. There's only one core criterion for selection: absolute loyalty to Saran Auction House, just like the Relic Scout team. Understood. Finn took the documents from Sue's hand and nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Just as Finn was about to leave, Sue called out to him, saying, while you're at it, have someone tell Yuna after her auction is over to come see me, so I can brief her on her next tasks. Got it. An hour later, there was a knock on the door of Sue's office. Come in. Mr. Sue, you wanted to see me. Yuna closed the door behind her and stepped inside. Yes. I need to go over what you'll be doing next. Sue's gaze fell on Yuna, who was dressed rather lightly, and he said, I had Jinbao order a new batch of clothes using the latest lightweight heating layer technology. They feel just like regular clothes, but they heat up from the inside. They'll arrive this afternoon. After that, you should switch to these new ones. They'll keep you a bit warmer. Yuna paused, a hint of delight flitting across her eyes, and smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sue. Saran Auction House had underfloor heating, so the indoor temperature wasn't actually that low. But after all, who wouldn't appreciate a little extra care from others? You're welcome. You're the face of our Saran Auction House, so you need to make sure to stay warm. We can't have you getting sick from the cold. Sue steered the conversation back to business and said, you need to host the upcoming auction. Jinbao has recruited a group of auctioneers from Auction Market, and they'll be back this afternoon. Just leave this auction to them. Is this a short-term arrangement? Yuna asked. Yes, short-term. We're not considering long-term hires from the auction market this time. Sue nodded and continued. That's actually the first reason I asked you to come here. Saran plans to train a group of our own auctioneers going forward, and I intend to entrust this training task to you. Of course, you're the lead on this. If you need any support along the way, I'll have Jinbao assist you. If there's anything you need, you can also speak directly to Jinbao. She'll cooperate with you. Sue added. Got it. Yuna nodded earnestly in agreement. She understood just how crucial it was for Saran Auction House to have a team of auctioneers that truly belonged to them. She was capable of hosting the auction well, but people inevitably get tired. If the work remained consistently high intensity, even she couldn't guarantee she'd be able to maintain a flawless hosting performance for an extended period. Jinbao has already gone to identify the candidates we'll be training. While you're waiting for the new recruits to arrive, you can start preparing. Okay. That's the first thing. The second is the upcoming container mystery box event. Sue continued. Ruby's Relic Scout team has already headed to Crystal City to promote it and spread the word. The scale of the next container mystery box event, barring any surprises, will be larger than any previous one. Plus, the contents of the next container are a bit special. They're skill manuals, so you'll need to prepare for those in advance as well. I'll let Chin know. If there's anything you're unsure about, you can ask Chin directly. If you need anything, feel free to talk to Jinbao anytime, Sue added at the end. Got it. Yuna's delicate face was full of concentration as she jotted down every detail Sue had given her. 2 days later, over the past few days, Saran Auction House had held nothing but routine auctions. Aside from a minor commotion caused by the appearance of a skill manual at one of the auctions, there had been no other major incidents. Of course, this didn't dampen the fervent discussions in 7 Marshall City. Aside from Loser Guy, the hottest topic of discussion in the city right now was which of the current auction items might hold a clue to the next shipment. You guy, usually when we meet, you're practically ready to tear me apart. Yet today you're actually inviting me out for tea? Ronan walked into the elegantly decorated private room, peered out the window and said, the sun isn't rising in the west today, is it? Or is it that? Ronan suddenly looked at Shane with a touch of nervousness, stopped in his tracks, then quickly took a few steps back, exclaiming in terror. You haven't been possessed by some dark cultivator, have you? And that dark cultivator thinks your body is too trashy. So he's blackmailing you to lure me here to take possession of my body, right? Get lost. Shane shot Ronan a scornful glare and said, is my body really worse than yours, that body that's been drained dry? What a joke. Hey, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. You're the one whose body has been drained dry. Ronan walked over to his seat. As he sat down, a hint of resentment crept onto his face, and he sighed. I'd love to be drained dry, but my sister keeps a tight leash on me. My dad does too. Shane fell silent for a moment, then sighed as well. Sigh, my sister says I have to find a proper girlfriend before she'll let me do those kinds of things. Otherwise, if she finds out I'm messing around, she'll break every bone in my legs. My dad's the same. After they finished speaking, a strange mood began to spread between them, and the room was suddenly filled with a series of sighs. Chapter 65. If it weren't for the fear of scandal leaking out. 1 minute later. Wait. You're taking this conversation off on some random tangent. Shane was the first to snap out of it, saying irritably, I didn't call you over here to discuss this nonsense. There's something going on with Sue Ran's next container mystery box event. The auction? Ronan gave Shane a suspicious look and said, You're not just jealous of my spot on the leaderboard, are you? That's why you called me here today. Oh, I get it. Under Shane's puzzled gaze, Ronan picked up a chair and moved back a bit once he felt he was in the right spot. He turned the chair 90 degrees to the left. All right, you go ahead. Ronan looked at Shane and pointed to an empty spot in front of him. Go where? Shane asked, looking completely confused. Come beg me, Ronan said. You want a spot on the Saran auction house leaderboard. So you invited me here today to ask me not to outbid you in future auctions. Come on. I've already made room for you. Just come over here and beg me face to face with all sincerity. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, just don't get down on your knees, I'm afraid Uncle Shao will beat me up. Ronan emphasized. Get lost, Shane's face darkened as he snapped. Just go. I was actually planning to analyze the situation at the next auction with you, but now it looks like inviting you little rascal over was just me asking for trouble. Hey, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. Ronan dragged a chair back to his original spot, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip and then said, Go ahead. What do you want to ask me? Shane took a sip of tea as well, suppressing his anger, and said, If it weren't for this business I need to discuss with you, I'd have punched you in the face ages ago. And you call yourself a gentleman? You're really quite rude. Ronan shook his head. Shane knew this would go on forever, so he stopped trading trash talk with Ronan and got straight to the point. Over the past few days, after attending several auctions at Saran Auction House, did you notice anything unusual? I was actually wondering why you hadn't shown up these past few days. It's no fun attending auctions all by myself. After saying this, Ronan began to consider Shane's question and replied, You're probably asking about the clues regarding the shipping containers that Sue Ran mentioned earlier among these lots, right? I attended all of those auctions. As for anything unusual, I honestly didn't notice anything. They were just ordinary auctions. They shouldn't be ordinary auctions, Shane pressed. Didn't you notice any clues? Or were there any particularly valuable lots? Clues? I didn't spot any. But there was one exceptionally valuable item, a skill manual, that went under the hammer at yesterday afternoon's auction for the price of 7 superior mana crystals. A skill manual? Shane's hand paused as he lifted his teacup, and he quickly set it down. Were there any other particularly valuable items besides that skill manual? No. Are you sure you didn't miss anything? Shane asked again, still uneasy. There are only about 10 lots a day. My memory isn't so bad that I'd forget something like that. Watching Shane frown in thought, Ronan asked, You don't actually think the next item in the container will be a skill manual, do you? Yes, and it's highly likely. Even if it isn't a skill manual, it can only be something even more valuable than one. You didn't even go. How can you be so certain? You don't need to go directly to the auction house to make inferences. You can gather information even from outside it. A few days ago, a relic scout team from Saran Auction House left 7 Marshall City. My people spotted them, and they were heading toward Crystal City, the city with the highest concentration of wealthy people in the entire Jade Kingdom. What does that prove? Ronan casually picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, So what if a small team went out? As an auction house, Saran certainly needs to constantly search for goods to sell to us. You're such an idiot, Shane said exasperatedly. What kind of treasures could Crystal City possibly have for a relic scout team to search for? Aside from mana crystals, there is nothing but mana crystals. The city is desperately short on valuable resources. Do you even realize what you're saying? Ronan looked up at Shane and said, Aren't mana crystal mines treasures? Mana crystal mines are definitely treasures. Wait. I'm getting off track. Don't interrupt me. Shane cut Ronan off and continued. Besides, this is the longest gap since the Saran auction house implemented its new auction model. Normally, a new container mystery box would be already started by now. With this unusually long gap, plus the Relic Scout team heading out right around this time, don't you think it looks a lot like the Saran auction house is buying time for the Relic Scout team? They might have received orders from President Su to go to Crystal City and do something related to the upcoming auction. Add to that what you said, high-value items like skill manuals have already appeared at the auction. That's proof enough. The next auction is definitely going to be extraordinary. It might even surpass the value of the sacred beast Lana auctioned off last time. What? Ronan hadn't understood most of what was said earlier, but he caught the last part clearly and blurted out, "Doesn't that mean someone else is going to take my #1 spot on the leaderboard?" Shane took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts and said, "I have one concern right now. The Relic Scout team is heading to Crystal City to promote the event. If that group of tycoons comes to 7 Marshall City, and if President Su really pulls out something truly extraordinary, I'm afraid my family alone won't be able to handle it. I've already discussed this with my father via Comms Stone. At the next container mystery box meeting, we decided to partner with your Luo family. By the way, after hearing this, the head of the Guo family also decided to join us. In other words, it'll be a collaboration among the 3 major families. You're making such a big deal out of this. You're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you?" Ronan still didn't fully believe what Shane was saying. If it's a collaboration between the 3 families, why didn't you go to my sister? Only she has the authority to make decisions on matters like this. Okay. If I weren't worried that going straight to your Luo family to see your sister would spark rumors, would I be going through all this trouble to talk to you, you idiot? Shane said with utter disdain. Wait, rumors? What the hell? Ronan paused, looking at Shane with a stunned expression. He stared at his lips, thinking how could someone with the surname Shao possibly say something like that? Chapter 66. Risking the death of every brain cell. Isn't that perfectly normal? Your sister is the most talented woman in 7 Marshall City, and I'm widely recognized as the city's most handsome man. If I were to suddenly show up there, given 7 Marshall City's love for gossip, if rumors were to spread, it wouldn't be good for either me or your sister. Although your sister is exceptional, she is not really my type. It's better if these rumors don't get out. Shane picked up his teacup with a hint of melancholy and took a sip. It was as if he were lamenting that being so outstanding had only brought him a host of inexplicable troubles. Ronan watched Shane across from him, lost in his own thoughts. After a long silence, he spoke up. Sure enough, there's a reason we met. Because we're both from prominent families? Because we're both a little off our rockers? Ronan looked at Shane with a hint of disdain and said, I never would guessed. I thought I already understood your narcissism pretty well. But now it seems that was just the tip of the iceberg. That's called having a clear understanding of myself, Shane retorted, then added, Anyway, regarding the things I've told you, if you can't figure them out on your own, go back and relay everything to Lana exactly as I said. Whether it's the Su-Ran Relic Scout team I just mentioned, or the analysis and collaboration, just tell Lana everything you've heard. She'll understand. Forget it. Seeing that Ronan still looked a bit dazed, Shane took out a pen and paper and began writing, saying, I'll write it down for you. Remember to show it to Lana when you get back. The front yard of the Luo family home. That's all the kid from the Shao family asked me to tell my sister. Ronan complained to Lana, who was reading the note in front of him. Sis, you have no idea just how ridiculously narcissistic that guy Shane is. Even someone as tolerant as me can't stand it. Lana looked up at her younger brother and let out a soft sigh. You think that guy is a bit too narcissistic too, right sis? Seeing his sister sigh, Ronan quickly added, That guy is so narcissistic that, don't you know what I was sighing about? Lana interrupted. Wasn't it because that kid is so self-absorbed? It can't possibly be that I'm sighing because your little brother here isn't as good as that Shane kid. Ronan looked at Lana, who was staring at him without saying a word, and fell silent. After a moment, he muttered, I'm not that bad, am I? What do you think? Should our family, the Rons, partner with the other 2 families this time? Lana didn't answer Ronan's previous question. Instead, her expression turned serious as she asked, Seeing his sister suddenly grow serious, Ronan had a premonition that if he didn't answer this question properly, things might get ugly later. He quickly dropped his playful demeanor and replied earnestly, Sis, give me some time to think it over. Ronan mobilized the few usable brain cells he had left, risking that they might all die off, and ran through everything he knew. We can partner up. After taking a moment to organize his thoughts, Ronan explained, based on the information we have so far, the interval between this auction and the previous ones at Saran Auction House is unusually long. Previously, the intervals were around 3 days, but this time, there's been no word for ages. Based on my years of hanging around participating in auction houses, there are unwritten rules that everyone knows. Sometimes it looks like we bidders are making a profit, but in reality, the auction house isn't losing anything at all. They have a built-in minimum price, and the auctioneer is the key to ensuring that minimum price is met. Saran's current container mystery box is undoubtedly following this unwritten rule as well. The likely scenario is that President Su wants to put up some containers that might contain valuable items, but our bidding power here in 7 Marshall City isn't enough to handle them, so they need to expand to attract new bidders from outside. Of course, it's also possible that Saran Auction House is planning to expand its operations. Both scenarios are plausible. However, one thing is certain. Saran is definitely making a move this time, and the next auction will surely feature high-quality items. Another factor is the Relic Scout team. If they really do promote the event, people from Crystal City will show up, and they inevitably compete with us in 7 Marshall City. After all, those guys actually have mana crystals, so cooperation among our 3 major factions is essential. Even if they don't promote it and no one shows up, we'll just bid on our own items. We 1T lose out. This partnership is highly flexible, so it's definitely worth pursuing. After rattling off a long string of words, Ronan picked up the teapot beside him, poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat, and then turned to Lana, saying, "So, sis, how was my analysis? I hope I didn't embarrass you." Lana didn't reply. She withdrew one hand from the crimson sky tiger cub nestled in her arms. A flash of light appeared in her palm, revealing a jade token inscribed with the character Luo, which she handed to Ronan. "Sis, what's this?" Ronan looked at the jade token placed in his hand, feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. "The next time Saran's container mystery box comes around, you'll be fully in charge. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the butler." Lana's arm returned to the crimson sky tiger cub. "Whether you choose to collaborate or bid on your own is entirely up to you. I won't interfere this time, but as for what happens afterward, it depends on your performance." Ronan's gaze fell on the jade token in his palm. To him right now, this was no longer just a light, airy jade token. What he held in his hand was the entire Luo family estate, weighing 10,000 jin. He instinctively straightened his back a little, looked at Lana, and said with an unprecedented seriousness, "Don't worry, sis. I'll definitely handle this well. Go on, I still need to play with the cat. You're in the way here." Lana's voice, still tinged with a hint of disdain, rang out. Ronan didn't mind. Smiling to himself, he walked away, muttering, "I really should stop by the butler's office first. I need to arrange for some people to keep an eye out for anyone from other cities entering town over the next few days. I'll also need to sit down with the heads of the Xiao and Guo families to discuss the partnership arrangements. This sort of thing needs to be settled in advance. I'm really getting busy all of a sudden." Lana's gaze shifted from the kitten in her arms to the doorway, where Ronan was no longer visible, and she shook her head with a soft chuckle. Thank goodness. He's not hopelessly clueless after all. Saran Auction House. Office. Director. The auctioneer trainees have been screened. Pushing open the door, Finn placed a list on Sue's desk and said, "They've already completed the purification ritual. Once you confirm, we can proceed with signing the Tier 2 contracts." Sue flipped through the list on her desk as she asked, "Have you checked with Yuna?" Yuna is aware of this. The screening and selection of these candidates were carried out in collaboration with Yuna, and all candidates were screened according to the standards she established, Finn explained. Good. After going through the entire list, Sue said, "No issues. Proceed with signing the contracts. When signing, make sure to clearly explain the terms of the contract to them. Once the contract is signed, there's no turning back." "Understood, President," Finn replied, putting the list away and nodding in agreement. "What about Ruby? Any news from her?" Chapter 67, Strengths and Weaknesses. "Yes. Ruby just sent a round of messages via the comstone this morning." Finn nodded, summarized the information he'd heard that morning, and said, "The Crystal City promotional campaign has been underway for a while now. Based on the feedback, quite a few people in the city have already shown interest in the container mystery box. Several mine owners are now preparing to set off for 7 Marshall City and should arrive the day after tomorrow. As for other cities, the word hasn't spread quite as quickly yet. That will take some time to take hold. According to Ruby, it'll be most effective to launch the second wave of promotion after the people from Crystal City arrive for this auction. All right, let us go with Ruby's plan. Sue nodded and said, let Ruby know that if they run short on mana crystals, they can message us anytime to request more. Promotion is a major undertaking. We can't cut corners. We'll give it our full support. Understood. Also, Sue continued, his voice gradually growing colder. There are quite a few people in 7 Marshall City imitating our new auction model right now. Normally, we wouldn't make a big deal out of it. But with guests from Crystal City coming, if any of them dare to be so blind as to keep imitating us during this time, damaging the reputation of the container mystery box and stealing our business. Sue didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Understood. Upon hearing this, Finn's voice grew colder. These were exactly the kinds of things he excelled at. Is there anything else? Sue asked. One more thing. Finn paused to think for a moment before speaking. The Fong family is sending people over today to measure the auction hall and assess the conditions inside. They should be arriving shortly. How long will it take? Not long, just measurements and a site inspection. According to the Fong family, it should be done by the end of today and half of tomorrow morning. After that, they'll go back to draw up a few proposals for us, and then we'll finalize the specific renovation plan. Finn replied immediately. All right, leave the hospitality arrangements to you. I want to get involved in the rest. As for the auction, the next container mystery box event will take place in 3 days. Spread the word. The contents of this container have never been revealed in any previous containers. Understood. The following day at noon, Linglong Tea House. Representatives from the 3 parties were seated at 3 separate tables in the tea house. In the center sat Ronan, with the Luo family butler standing beside him. Directly across from him on the left was the Guo family butler, and directly across on the right sat Shane, with the Shao family butler standing beside him. This should be the second time our 3 major families have collaborated since the last time. Let South use tea in place of wine on behalf of the Luo family. I'd like to propose a toast to you both. Ronan raised his teacup and spoke. The representatives from the other 2 families also raised their teacups and drank them in one gulp. Without further ado, let us get straight to the point. I'll start by sharing the leads I've gathered over the past few days. Ronan, shedding his usual carefree demeanor, spoke with rare seriousness. First, among the items observed at the Saran Auction House's regular auctions these past few days, there were several high-value items: a top-grade training elixir, a gold-scaled armor with excellent defensive properties, and a skill manual. Earlier, my people received intelligence indicating that the items in the shipment from the Saran Auction House were things that had never been released before, so we can essentially rule out the training elixir. That leaves only the golden-scaled armor and the skill manual. We should focus our attention on the skill manual, because it appeared again yesterday afternoon. I don't need to elaborate on just how rare it is for a skill manual to appear at an auction house. You both know that well. If Saran really does pull a container full of skill manuals out of nowhere, Ronan didn't continue. For one thing, he needed a sip of tea to moisten his throat before speaking further. For another, everyone understood exactly what this meant. Given Saran Auction House's reputation, anything they put up for auction is guaranteed to be authentic. An entire container of skill manuals. That would send shockwaves not just through 7 Marshall City, but throughout the entire skill manual community of the Jade Kingdom. Whoever gets their hands on the shipment, regardless of whether it's suitable for their own family's training, will possess a massive resource. The second matter is that members of the Luo family noticed this morning that a group from Crystal City had already entered the city. So we can now be fairly certain that the relic scout team that left with Suran earlier was sent to Crystal City for promotional purposes. Moving forward, we can expect quite a few more people from Crystal City to arrive, so these shipping containers won't be easy to secure. Ronan took another sip of tea and continued, however, we do have some advantages over those latecomers from Crystal City. We understand the rules of the Saran Auction House far better than they do. Their familiarity with the shipping containers isn't as deep as ours. That's something we can exploit. That's all the information I have. I wonder if any of you have anything else to add. I have one piece of information, Shane said. Yesterday, I took a look at the newly established auction houses. Any auction house that had been mimicking Saran Auction House's auction mechanism has since taken down those imitation auctions. It's possible these auction houses sensed the tide was turning and are temporarily holding back. It's also possible that Saran Auction House privately warned them. Ultimately, it all boils down to the fact that Saran Auction House is taking this auction very seriously. After Shane finished speaking, he and Ronan both turned their attention to the Guo family butler standing nearby. I don't have as deep an understanding of city affairs as you two young masters. The Guo family butler began calmly. However, since you've already said so much, I can't very well remain silent. 2 points. First, the auction officially begins in 2 days. Second, young Master Luo's earlier deduction was correct. The item to be auctioned in the next shipping container is indeed the skill manual. After the Guo family butler finished speaking, he said no more and raised his cup to take a sip of tea. Ronan and Shane's expressions shifted slightly. They had noticed a detail in the butler's words. He hadn't said, "It might be the skill manual," but rather, "It is the skill manual." It seemed the Guo family knew far more than they did. Their collaboration with Su Ran might be much deeper than it appeared. Ronan's expression shifted as he spoke. "Since we confirmed it's the skill manual, let us make the most of this advance information and prepare thoroughly. We'll aim to win the bid for the container holding the skill manual next time." Saran Auction House, Relic Scout Team Training Room. At that moment, Shi Haoqing was the only person in the training room, sitting at the table at the very front, marking exams with a pen, circling, crossing out, and underlining answers. After finishing all the exams, Shi Haoqing took out a report card lying nearby that already contained some data, filled in the scores for these exams, and finally ranked the students. Shi Haoqing was so focused on the entire process that he didn't even notice the 2 people standing beside him. "President Su, when did you arrive?" It wasn't until he looked up to stretch his neck that Shi Haoqing noticed the 2 people beside him, and he hurriedly tried to stand up. Chapter 68. Where have you been making your fortune? No need. Take a break. Proctoring is hard work. Su gently pushed Shi Haoqing back into his chair, picked up the sorted list from the side, and asked, "Have all the test sessions been completed?" "Yes, President Su." Shi Haoqing nodded. "Thanks to the focus charms procured by Vice President Feng, all trainee candidates have completed their coursework and assessments. The pass rate reached 100%. Several of the trainees show exceptional aptitude if we continue to train them according to the full Spirit Rat program. It won't be long before they become qualified Spirit Rats. Excellent. You've all worked hard these past few days." Su placed the list back on the table and turned to Finn, who was standing nearby, saying, "Tonight, let Wang know to prepare a special meal and set aside some fine wine. Let us treat the team properly and help them recharge." "Yes, sir," Finn replied. "Thank you, President Su," Shi Haoqing said gratefully, then asked, "By the way, President Su, I'm wondering about the training plan moving forward. Will we continue to train Spirit Rats specifically for the auction house? Or will we resume the full Spirit Rat training program?" "How many Spirit Rats were trained in this batch?" "A total of 50, with 16 showing outstanding results," Shi Haoqing replied without a moment's hesitation. "That's enough for now," Su nodded. "Keep 1 person to continue training Spirit Rats specifically for the auction house, and have the rest focus on raising full-spec Spirit Rats. If you need more mana crystals, don't hesitate to ask Jinbao. The auction house is about to pull off a major deal, so we'll have plenty of mana crystals." "Got it. Later, make a copy of this list for Jinbao." After giving Shi Haoqing his instructions, Su turned to Finn standing nearby, took out a piece of paper with writing on it, handed it over and said, "Arrange this batch of Spirit Rats exactly as outlined on this paper. Have the front desk staff practice their scripts first. When the container mystery box event begins, there can be no mishaps." "Got it." Finn solemnly took the paper from Su's hand. For Saran Auction House, the significance of this auction was on par with the one that turned their fortunes around before. Whether or not they could make a name for Saran beyond 7 Martial City depended entirely on this auction. The next morning, perhaps as a sign that something good was about to happen, the weather had been quite pleasant these past few mornings. The temperature had warmed up slightly, and sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden glow on the ground. Early rising neighbors, after a quick wash, rushed out to soak up the sun while the air was at its freshest. Though they weren't actually sure if the air was any fresher in the morning, it had simply become a common belief through repeated mention. With a bowl of soy milk and a steamed bun in hand, they gathered in small groups, ready to start the day's first round of chatter. "Hey boss, give me a bowl of hot soy milk with a beaten egg in it." Suddenly, a somewhat boisterous voice rang out in front of the small stall billowing with white steam, as if he were calling for golden flowers rather than a beaten egg. A casual passerby might have just glanced and moved on, but those who knew him were immediately taken aback. The man calling out was known in the neighborhood for being a penny pincher. He'd usually haggle for ages just to buy a bowl of soy milk. Yet today he ordered so decisively, even adding an egg to his soy milk. It was truly baffling. A few acquaintances, their curiosity piqued, immediately gathered around and asked, "Did you strike it rich somewhere? We usually see you wince at the cost of a bowl of soy milk. How come you're being so generous today, adding an egg to it?" The man didn't respond right away. Instead, he took the bowl of soy milk with egg, blew gently on the surface, and took a careful sip. Slurp! The silky smoothness of the egg and the rich flavor of the soy milk exploded in his mouth. After closing his eyes to savor the moment, he opened them again, looking thoroughly satisfied. Still saying nothing, he held the bowl carefully with one hand while reaching into his pocket with the other. He pulled out a pale white crystal that glinted in the sunlight. The moment the people gathered around saw the crystal, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Mana crystals! Did you really strike it rich? And judging by that luster, these aren't even lesser mana crystals, they're mid-grade. Where did you score this windfall?" Someone reached out to touch it, but the man was one step ahead and quickly tucked the mana crystals back into his pocket. Holding his bowl of egg-drop soy milk, he walked toward a seat on the side. The onlookers, like glue, immediately stuck to him and sat down beside him. "Spill the beans. We've shared plenty of sunflower seeds and nuts with you over the years. Now that you're rolling in it, don't forget your brothers." After sitting down, he took another big sip of the egg-drop soy milk. Only after finishing half the bowl did he speak up. "A group of people has recently arrived in town." As soon as he started talking, the guys next to him immediately fell silent. People at nearby tables pricked up their ears and set down their bowls and chopsticks. Even the white smoke rising from the food stall seemed to fade noticeably at that moment. "They're from Crystal City." "What kind of place is Crystal City?" "It's where mana crystals are produced." "Could anyone coming from Crystal City possibly be short on money?" "They definitely aren't. I'd originally planned to head outside the city to cut some wisteria to boil for tea, but on the way, I happened to overhear a few guards asking about the container mystery box event. From that question alone, I knew they were guests from Crystal City, so I told the guard what I knew about the container mystery box. Guess what happened?" As he spoke, he pulled out that greater mana crystal again to show it off. Hearing this, the people around him stared at the greater mana crystal with such intense envy that they didn't linger any longer. They hurriedly got up and headed toward the city gates in search of their own luck. Even the street vendor neglected his cart, leaving the soy milk to bubble away in the pot. The once bustling stall was now empty except for the speaker, who, like an immortal who had attained enlightenment and ascended while everyone else was still toiling away at their training, happily lifted his porcelain bowl. "Soy milk with scrambled egg is the best, it's so flavorful." 1 hour later at Linglong Tea House. This after hearing the servant recount what had happened at the city gate that morning. Ronan's expression froze, then he let out a couple of wry laughs. "What's wrong? It's rare to see you being serious for a while. You've only been in charge for a short time, and you're already feeling tired." Shane, returning from the restroom, pushed open the private room door, walked over to the tea table, sat down and said, "Though it's true, even this minor matter is incredibly tedious. I wonder when my father will return. Things were much more carefree back then." After muttering to himself, Shane picked up the tea on the table and remarked with a sigh, "Linglong Tea House's tea really is the best, fragrant and sweet." At that moment, Ronan spoke up. "We've received word that some residents of 7 Marshall City have approached the group from Crystal City. They've told the Crystal City folks everything they know about the Saran auction house. In fact, to get their hands on more mana crystals, someone even put together a guide to the Saran auction house. Things like which appraiser in town is the best and most suitable to bring to the Saran auction house, the rules of the Saran auction house. Any information related to Saran has been recorded in that guidebook, which means our advantage over that group from Crystal City is now completely gone. We'll have to rely solely on our discernment and raw strength. Have someone go find the Gua family's butler. We need to discuss this thoroughly again." Shane's hand, which had been holding his teacup, dropped back down. He held a sip of tea in his mouth for quite a while before swallowing it. Staring at the remaining tea in the cup, he frowned and said, "The tea at Linglong Tea House today, why is it so bitter?" Chapter 69. The Sioux family, truly not a single simple soul among them. City General Management Office. Have we fully ascertained the intentions of that group from Crystal City? The director of the management office asked the person beside him as he flipped through the documents on the table. Yes, we've figured it out. A while back, there was a sudden surge of discussion about shipping containers in Crystal City. Upon hearing about it, those people from Crystal City became interested and decided to come to our 7 Marshall City to take a look. Basically, everyone from Crystal City who came to 7 Marshall City did so for this reason. Container mystery box? The operations director paused, then said after a moment, "Go summon Captain Sue back." "Yes, sir." The man turned and left, a hint of envy on his face. Sometimes one couldn't help but marvel at the differences in fate between people. Captain Sue's full name was Su Xing. He had originally been on the same squad as the operations director. Simply because Su Xing had taken charge of matters related to the Saran auction house, he'd risen rapidly through the ranks and had now assumed the position of team captain. His team was specifically tasked with monitoring the situation at Saran. And judging by the way things were going, he might even be promoted further. Half an hour later, the office door swung open once more, and a man in formal attire entered, saying, "Director, you called for me. Go ahead. What's the latest on Saran?" The branch director set down what he was holding and looked at the visitor. "Yes, sir. A while back, the Saran auction house relic scout team returned. One group remained at the auction house and hasn't been seen since, while the other set out immediately after returning, leaving 7 Marshall City 2 days later." Su Xing had anticipated that the director would ask these questions when he summoned him, so he had distilled the information the team had gathered over the past few days and relayed it. This included the extended duration of the Container Mystery Box event, the teams that had gone out on missions, the situation regarding visitors from Crystal City, and the performance of the major auction houses within the city. That's about it. I think it's most likely that the Saran auction house is no longer content with just 7 Marshall City and wants to start promoting itself to raise its profile. Finally, Su Xing didn't forget to share his own thoughts. The branch manager took a moment to process what Su Xing had said, then shook his head and chuckled softly. This Su family. There really isn't a single straightforward member among them. Well, Su Xing opened his mouth to ask something, but after a moment's thought he decided against it. However, the director noticed his puzzled expression and chuckled. What's the matter? Interested in the Su family? Yes. Don't worry about it. He was just the previous head of the Saran auction house. The director of the business office chuckled. He was quite a remarkable figure. After establishing a self-sustaining auction model and the relic scout team, Saran auction house surged forward. Originally, our 7 Marshall City ranked last in economic strength among the Jade Kingdom's 8 major cities. But under the leadership of the late President Su, we moved up 2 spots to 5th. Although the city had been in decline in recent years, after he revitalized the auction industry, we managed to stabilize at 7th place, avoiding the bottom spot. The current President Su is somewhat similar to the former President Su back then. Whenever he comes up with a new idea, inspiration gushes forth like a spring, one after another, driving the auction house's rapid growth. Judging by this trend, the current President Su seems even more assertive than his predecessor. It's only been about a month, and he has already begun publicizing our efforts. Thank you, President, for clarifying that. Knowing more about Su Ran will also help you in your upcoming work. The director of operations shifted his gaze back to the desk, picked up a form from the side, studied it for a moment, and murmured to himself. I originally thought we'd just be filling a vacancy, but now it seems, if this trend continues, we at 7 Marshall City might even be able to secure the hosting rights for this event. The room was quiet even though the operations director's voice wasn't loud. Every word was crystal clear. Of course, Su Xing pretended not to hear sometimes. It's not a good thing for others to know that you know too much. The director of the business office looked at the list for a while longer before asking, when is the next container mystery box auction? Saran hasn't released an announcement yet, but judging by the current situation, we should hear something within a day or 2, Su Xing replied honestly. Let me know when the announcement comes out. I'll go with you to check out the next auction, the director said. Let us see if the Saran auction house can give him the courage to give it a shot. That was what he told himself in his heart. Sure. The day of the auction. 7 Marshall City has been bustling with activity these past 2 days. The liveliest place of all is the inn. 7 Marshall City, which was usually deserted, had suddenly been flooded with a group of wealthy tycoons. They were extremely generous, booking the inn's most luxurious rooms the moment they arrived and tipping the servants no less than greater mana crystals. To them, mana crystals were as cheap as copper coins. The next liveliest group consisted of the city's residents and the wealthy newcomers to Seven Marshall City. By residents, we're referring mostly not to trainers, but to the city's ordinary folk. They never imagined that their usual topics of conversation would one day turn into a way to make money. For the past couple of days, they've been waiting at the city gates daily for a chance. If it weren't for the city trade office stationing personnel at the gates to maintain order, they'd be eager to rush right up to any caravan arriving at the gates. As for the wealthy from Crystal City, they came here purely for the novelty. Life in Crystal City is just too boring. All they see day in and day out are mana crystals. As soon as they heard that Seven Marshall City had something this interesting, they couldn't resist coming over to check it out. They were like gamers who'd been playing Tetris for years and suddenly heard that Super Mario was about to be released. They showed up at the entrance to the Saran auction house first thing in the morning. This was the first time the crowd outside the Saran auction house before opening hours outnumbered the people on the opposite side of the street. There were a lot of people, but fortunately, they maintained some order as they entered, so they didn't cause too much trouble for the Saran auction house. In the crowd, a young girl also from Crystal City looked somewhat exasperated at the man ahead of her, who was surrounded by a circle of bodyguards. "Bro, I'm an adult now. This is way over the top. Everyone's staring at me. This auction house looks pretty big. It can't possibly be dangerous, right? No way. You've never left the city your whole life. You have no idea just how treacherous the outside world is," the man said, carefully scanning the surroundings with his guards. "Don't you think we're drawing too much attention?" Looking at the stubborn man, the girl said helplessly, "Even if there really are bad guys, we'll definitely be the first ones they notice." Chapter 70. Not bad. I'm satisfied. The man paused upon hearing this, but he still didn't immediately break up the protective formation, seeming to wrestle with his decision. With no other choice, the girl had to pull out her ultimate move. "If you keep this up, I want to speak to you once we get back." Those words seemed to hit a nerve with the man. A flash of panic crossed his face. He glanced around at the guards, who immediately scattered and blended into the crowd. With far fewer people paying attention to them now, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, while the man continued to scan his surroundings with a wary expression. "Now you need to stay close to me," he said. "Don't leave my line of sight." The girl didn't take his words to heart. Her eyes darted about, and in a flash, she darted off. "Hey, Jade, slow down." The man hurried after her. Not far away, Ronan and the others from the Three-Family Alliance had also witnessed everything that had just happened. "It's really bustling here at Suran today. More than half the crowd is from Crystal City. I never would have thought that sister-obsessed guy from the Bai family would show up here today," Ronan remarked, watching the man chase after the girl. "I say," instead of focusing on that, Shane's gaze fell on the white jade slab behind the front desk, and he continued, "We should pay more attention to what Suran's releasing this time." On the previously blank section of the white jade slab, several new lines of text had been written with an ink brush. At the very top was a promotional slogan in somewhat exaggerated, bold calligraphy. "The strongest auction assistant for Container Mystery Box's Relic Scout Team, here to help you all get a better sniff of the treasures inside the Container Mystery Box." Below the slogan was a description of the Relic Scout Team. The Relic Scout Team Saran Auction House's strongest dungeon exploration squad possesses an extremely keen sense for treasures. They can sniff out the scent of treasures hidden beneath the traces of time. They have previously brought back for Saran Auction House Spirit Lake Training Pills, 8th Transformation Chelan Armor. A list of treasure names followed, and below that were the rental prices for these spirit rats, categorized by rank in a style very much in keeping with Saran's aesthetic. White rank spirit rats limited to 10, 100 greater mana crystals per session. Green rank spirit rats limited to 10, 300 greater mana crystals per session. Blue rank spirit rats limited to 6, 600 greater mana crystals per session. Purple rank spirit rats limited to 3, 1 superior mana crystal per session. Gold rank spirit rats limited to 1, 5 superior mana crystals per session. If you come across a spirit rat you like and want to continue partnering with it in the next match, simply pay 1 superior mana crystal in advance to reserve it. These spirit rats sure aren't cheap. Shane smacked his lips as he read this, muttering to himself. But there are quite a few wealthy people at the Saran auction house these days. Ronan glanced at the Crystal City representatives at the front desk. Beside each of them stood a person wearing Saran auction house custom attire. They had shoulder straps of different colors, most likely indicating the spirit rats mentioned on the jade tablet. There are some perks, though. Shane's gaze shifted to the white jade tablet beside him, listing the membership rules. At the very bottom was a new section on membership privileges. Standard members could experience a white rank spirit rat once platinum members, a green rank spirit rat prestige members, a blue rank spirit rat and super prestige members, a purple rank spirit rat. We're a bit late. Judging by the current situation, the quotas are probably already gone. Shane took a quick look at the number of spirit rats in the hall. There were already over 20 people, not counting those who had already entered the auction house. Let us go take a look first. As Ronan walked forward, he muttered resignedly under his breath. This Director Sue really does treat everyone equally. With the launch of the spirit rat support item, the so-called information gap between them and Crystal City had been completely eliminated. Aside from the few who felt a sense of crisis, some lower-level and even intermediate appraisers in the hall also sensed a sense of crisis. The launch of the spirit rat would directly impact them the most. A private room on the second floor of the auction house. Looking down at the hall filled with well over 100 people, Finn's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. The last time he'd seen such a scene was back when the old president was still around. There had been several times when he thought Sue Ran wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, but he never imagined he'd live to see such a lively scene again. In fact, the crowd was still a bit smaller than before, but since everyone was standing and constantly moving about, it seemed particularly lively. The longer he looked, the more the tears threatened to spill over. But remembering that Sue was standing nearby, Finn discreetly turned his head to the side, quickly wiped away the moisture with his hand, and then, pretending nothing was wrong, turned back and said, "President, the guards at the entrance just reported that the director of the 7 Martial Arts City Trade Office has arrived." "The head of the operations office?" Sue asked upon hearing this. "Is he wearing his duty uniform or civilian clothes?" "Civilian clothes." "Civilian clothes?" Sue pondered for a moment, then said, "Assign someone to keep an eye on him. If he has any requests, go up to him promptly but be subtle so as not to give anything away. If there's nothing, then there's no need to go up, just pretend you don't know anything." "Understood." Finn nodded in agreement, pulled out a calm stone, and began making arrangements. First floor of the auction house. "This auction is ridiculous. They didn't even provide the most basic chairs and tables, leaving all of us standing here." Blake grumbled, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. "What do you know, you idiot?" Jade spoke as she examined the 2 square objects wrapped in red cloth ahead with a look of curiosity on her face. "I've heard all about it. At this auction, you'll need to inspect the items, and it's not convenient to sit down. Besides, you've been to so many seated auctions, don't you find them boring? Personally, I think this standing auction is actually more interesting." "Now that you mention it," Blake's expression, which had been slightly disdainful, changed instantly. The auction house suddenly looked much more appealing to him, and he said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Ever since I walked in, I felt this auction house suits my taste except for the lack of tables and chairs. Now that you've explained it, Xiao Qiu, I can see there's a logical reason behind the design." "Not bad, I'm very satisfied." "Don't call me Xiao Qiu, it doesn't sound right." Jade pursed her lips and offered a gentle reminder before continuing to examine the 2 items on display. But since they were covered by red cloth, after looking at them for a while, there wasn't really much to see. Jade turned to look at a spirit rat member dressed in plain robes with golden shoulder straps, blinked a few times and said, "Hey, big brother, can you lead us to the treasure?" "I..." Just as the spirit rat member was about to speak, Blake suddenly chimed in from beside him. "Please keep some distance from Chochio, you two are standing a bit too close." Blake looked completely serious. It was clear how seriously he took this matter. The spirit rat member glanced at the distance between himself and Jade. It was 1.2 meters exactly according to the standards, but since Blake had made a request, the spirit rat member prepared to step back a bit. Chapter 71. "So what about all the humiliation we endured before?" "Just ignore him," Jade said irritably. "Just stay right here at south, not too close." After speaking to the spirit rat member, Jade turned back and looked sternly at Blake. "I'm talking to someone here. Don't interrupt again." "But..." "There's no but about it. Tell him to stand farther back." "Do you want everyone around here to hear his analysis when he is explaining things to me? If you interrupt again, I'm not talking to you when we get back." After sternly warning Blake, Jade turned to the spirit rat member and said, "Ignore him. Let us continue, young man." Upon hearing this, Blake's previously straight back slumped slightly. His shoulders drooped, and he hung his head, looking thoroughly dejected. She must hate him now. Can we find the treasure with Yuchio later? Returning to the topic of treasure hunting, the seriousness vanished from Jada's face, and she immediately became excited again. I'll do my best to let Miss Bai know as soon as I spot the treasure. We spirit rats have a very keen sense of smell when it comes to treasures. The spirit rat member replied fluently. Great. Then I'll be counting on you later. Jade gave a sweet smile, and her gaze began to wander around the auction hall. She soon spotted a woman with a stunning figure walking in from the side. Wow, what an elegant and beautiful lady. Today, Yuna was dressed with great elegance and refinement, wearing a flowing gown in shades of black and gold that exuded both dignity and a touch of nobility. Even her mere footsteps conveyed an air of elegance and nobility radiating from within. With a gentle, composed smile on her face, she walked slowly into the bidding area. Compared to previous events, the auction area was significantly larger this time, expanded by 1 meter outward. This not only allowed Yuna to perform to her full potential, but also made it easier for a larger number of bidders to observe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Su Ran Container Mystery Box event. Yuna's soft, measured voice rang out, announcing the official start of today's Container Mystery Box event. Finn had already arranged for dedicated staff to explain the auction rules in the foyer, so Yuna got straight to the point. There are 2 container lots up for auction today, one old and one new. Yuna walked slowly to the first container, reached out, and pulled the red cloth aside as it slid down smoothly. Local bidders from 7 Marshall City had already lost the initial sense of novelty regarding this container, while the newcomers from Crystal City were filled with curiosity as they examined the container before them, which appeared to have suffered a major impact. Whoa, it really looks like it could be hiding a treasure, Jade exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists as she stared at the container. This is a truly iconic container from our Saran auction house. Yuna's voice rang out at that moment as she explained. Once upon a time, in this very auction hall, someone made a bold bid and reaped returns far exceeding the reserve price. Whether you make a profit or a loss depends partly on luck, but more so on your discernment and courage. Whether it's worth it, how much it's worth, how to bid, and whether to bid at all, it's entirely up to you. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, the people from 7 Marshall City immediately began to back away in unison. Meanwhile, the newcomers from Crystal City continued to gaze at the shipping container with great enthusiasm. Some noticed the people retreating and were still puzzled when, suddenly, the smell of dust hit their noses. The 7 Marshall City group watched the Crystal City people with amusement, ready to see them get dust in their faces and look like fools. But the very next second, the 7 Marshall City group froze in their tracks. The moment the Crystal City people sensed the dust drifting toward them, they immediately released mana to form a protective shield in front of themselves, completely blocking the dust from entering. The smug expressions on the faces of the 7 Marshall City crowd froze. They had completely forgotten that they could use mana to block the dust. Damn! Then what was all that dust I swallowed earlier? Someone muttered, hanging their head. You did swallow some dust. But who knows how long it had been sitting there. It's all Bank President Sue's fault for making the auction so down to earth. I'd completely forgotten I was a trainee. With that minor incident out of the way, the auction resumed. The starting bid for this container is 100 greater mana crystals. Bids must be in increments of no less than 10 greater mana crystals. You may now inspect the contents. Everyone's gaze turned toward the inside of the shipping container. At the very front were several large wooden crates containing unknown objects. A thick layer of dust covered their surfaces, so the grain of the wood wasn't particularly clear. Looking further inside, 3 rack-like structures were visible. 2 of them appeared to hold several pieces of clothing, while the third held a metal chain that hung all the way to the floor. Behind the 3 racks stood a cabinet that nearly filled the entire interior wall of the container. The cabinet had 2 tiers, with the upper tier being longer and the lower tier shorter. The upper cabinet door was fitted with a transparent pane, but because it was covered in dust, the contents inside weren't particularly clear. The lower level was obscured by the box in front, so she couldn't make out the details clearly. Let me see. Let me see. Jade looked excitedly at the contents of the shipping container. However, she didn't possess the keen discernment of an appraiser. After looking for a while, all she could conclude was that there were a few dirty-looking boxes and a cabinet with clothes hangers inside. Unable to make head or tail of it, Jade turned to the spirit rat member standing beside her and asked, "Can you tell what's in there, young man?" Give me just a little more time, the spirit rat member replied, closing his eyes to sense the contents. Their method of treasure hunting differed from that of ordinary appraisers after training with a special skill manual from Saran Auction House. Their sense of smell had become hundreds of times more acute than that of an average person. With the aid of the skill manual, they could smell the differences between various items. This was their method of treasure hunting. At that moment, virtually all spirit rat members in the auction hall were in the same state. Eyes closed, using their sense of smell to distinguish the subtle differences and variations among the items in the shipping containers. A moment later, the spirit rat member next to Jade was the first to open his eyes. Did you find something? Jade's eyes lit up immediately as she asked. The spirit rat member nodded and spoke in a voice only Jade could hear. Miss Bai, are you familiar with our auction house's item classification system? Of course. I bought a copy of your auction house's all-in-one guide yesterday, and it lists the classifications. White, green, blue, purple, and gold, right? Correct. Since you're already familiar with them, Miss Bai, I'll skip the explanation and get straight to the point. There's a 90% chance the shipping container will yield a purple quality item, and a 60% chance it will yield 2 purple quality items. Chapter 72. Bidding begins. Whoa! So the chances of getting a treasure from this container are pretty high. A look of excitement immediately flashed across Jade's face, and she asked again, if I actually get a purple quality item, can I make it onto that purple list and the fortune rankings? There are still openings in the top 10 of the purple list. As long as you get a purple quality item, you're guaranteed a spot, the spirit rat member replied. But to make it onto the fortune rankings, you'll need at least a gold quality item and a very high quality one at that. Whoa, that's fine. Let us aim for one list first. We can take our time with the fortune rankings later. Jade rubbed her hands together, looking ready to give it her all, and asked again, how high do you think I should bid?
Sorry, Miss Bai.
This time, the spirit rat member didn't answer Jade's question but explained. There are industry regulations. We're not allowed to answer bidders' questions regarding pricing. All right, that's fine. The information you've given me is already enough. Jade didn't seem to mind and continued to gaze excitedly at the shipping container ahead, muttering to herself, I've always had good luck. Now it's time to show what I'm made of. Humph. The others also finished their inspections one by one and began discussing their bids with those around them. The inspection period is over. Everyone, you may now place your bids. 200 greater mana crystals. Once again, it was the cautious bargain hunter from 7 Marshall City who was the first to bid. But after that call, he and the rest of the cautious bargain hunters had no desire to bid further. The group from Crystal City was raising the stakes far too quickly. By the second round of bidding they already reached superior mana crystals. Haha. It's rare to come across such an entertaining auction. We've definitely got to have some fun with this. Old Lin, if you don't bid, I'll go ahead and make an offer myself. 1 superior mana crystal, said a middle-aged man with a belly twice as big as Finesse, grinning. Every finger on this man's hands was adorned with a mana crystal ring, and around his neck hung a massive necklace made of polished mana crystals. He looked every bit the wealthy man. The spirit rat member standing beside him wore purple shoulder pads. What's the point of bidding just 1 superior mana crystal? Old Lei, you're thinking too small. Not far away, a tall middle-aged man responded. Standing beside him was another spirit rat member with purple shoulder straps. I'll match you 1 superior mana crystal plus 10 greater mana crystals. You 2 youngsters are being too stingy with your bids? From the other side, a tall but slender elderly man spoke up. Others might think we Crystal City folks can't afford to bid high. 3 superior mana crystals. Standing beside this elderly man was the last spirit rat member wearing a purple shoulder tab. Hey, Old Sue, bidding like that takes all the fun out of it. This auction is different from the ones we usually attend. The pot-bellied man quickly interjected. The ones we've been to before were just about showing off our wealth. Boring. This one tests our wits. It's about estimating value, aiming to make a profit, and using our brains. You little rascal, now you're lecturing me? How do you know I haven't been using my brain? The old man snorted coldly and said, 3 mana crystals, that's the price I estimated after carefully analyzing the information. It guarantees a profit. I don't want to haggle like you lot. Bidding bit by bit, I'll just go straight to the final price I'm willing to accept. 3 mana crystals plus 10 mid-grade items. The tall man standing nearby seized the opportunity to speak up. After finishing, he smiled at the old man and said, Old Master Su, you yourself said that was your final offer, so please don't bid any higher. Going back on your word like this would be a blow to your reputation back home. Humph. You're a tall, upright-looking young man, but you're full of tricks. The old man snorted coldly once more. Those aren't tricks at all, I'm simply looking out for your reputation in your twilight years. Old Su, the tall man replied, unfazed, still smiling. The pot-bellied man standing nearby didn't rush to bid instead. He turned to the appraiser who had come with them from Crystal City and asked, "What's your estimate?" Well, the appraiser's gaze remained fixed on the shipping container ahead. After a moment's thought, he replied, "This is the first time I've seen an auction format like this. I don't have much experience with it, so I'm not sure exactly how things stand, but if I had to put a price on it, based on the purple grade standard this young man mentioned, the current price is pretty much the ceiling. Anything higher would require a bit of luck to turn a profit." That's actually quite interesting. After hearing this, the pot-bellied man shifted his gaze to the shipping container as well, considering whether to raise his bid a bit more. Just then, a lively voice rang out, "Pretty lady, I'm raising the bid. 3 top-grade pieces and 100 mid-grade pieces." The pot-bellied man turned to look. Recognizing the familiar voice, he feigned surprise. "I thought you looked familiar earlier and was wondering if it might be you. By just daughter, I never expected it really was you. My family gave me permission to come out and have some fun for a while." Jade replied with a smile, then turned to the tall man standing nearby and said, "Uncle Lin, are you going to bid higher? Yuchio is absolutely determined to get that shipping container." "Is that so? Then I'll have to give you a run for your money." The tall man smiled and continued to bid, half-jokingly, 3 top-grade jade and 110 medium-grade jade, plus 300 mid-grade ones. Jade quickly matched the bid. At this point, the only voices calling out bids in the auction hall were Jade's and the tall man's. The two seemed to be both bidding and playfully bantering as they gradually drove the price up. After several rounds of bidding, when the price reached 4 superior mana crystals, the tall man stopped raising his bid. "For superior mana crystals, any other bidders willing to raise the price?" Yuna held the small gavel lightly as her gaze swept over the crowd. Most of those without spirit rats by their side didn't even consider it. For superior mana crystals, after all, they already lost money last time when they bid 7 or 800 greater mana crystals. This price was simply too risky. As for those with spirit rats by their side, they were still debating whether to bid a little higher. After all, according to their spirit rats, there was a chance of getting a purple item from this box. However, they dithered until the very end without reaching a decision. Ultimately, Jade secured the container for 4 superior mana crystals. This time, Yuna didn't rush over to the next container. Instead, she waited in place for Alden to emerge from the side. According to the usual procedure, Alden was supposed to come out only after all the container mystery boxes had been auctioned off. But considering that there were so many newcomers at the auction house today, after consulting with Sue and Finn, they decided to appraise each item as it was auctioned off. This would allow the new bidders to familiarize themselves with the overall auction process while also better stimulating their bidding enthusiasm, preparing them in advance for the second container mystery box later on. Chapter 73, The Talent to Transform, a Heaven-Defying Talent. I didn't expect it to be Old Master Yi appraising it. Alden's reputation had spread far and wide, and people from Crystal City quickly recognized him. As usual, he slipped on his white silk gloves. Alden first glanced at the items inside the container, then directed the staff to carefully carry out the first few large wooden crates in their original condition. Amid a swirl of dust, all 6 large wooden crates were carried out. Only 2 of them were roughly the same size, the others varied in dimensions. Of the 6 sides of the crates, excluding the bottom, which was hidden from view, the other 5 appeared largely indistinguishable from one another, though this might have been due to the layer of dust covering them. Alden first approached the 2 wooden crates of similar size. After running his hands over them to get a feel for them, he said, "The texture under my fingertips feels fairly smooth. There aren't any particularly noticeable protrusions. The surface grain forms outward radiating rings, with some irregular small rings interspersed among them. Combined with the texture, I can confirm that this wood is rejuvenating greenwood. Boxes made from this wood are typically used to store special materials and medicinal herbs. They have the ability to extend the shelf life of the contents and preserve the herb's medicinal properties." Alden took a small, specially crafted feather brush from his inventory ring and gently brushed along the edge of the wooden box. Soon, the dust on the surface was brushed away, revealing the brown wood beneath. "What a pity," someone in the crowd sighed upon seeing the brown wood exposed. Before anyone could ask, Alden immediately offered an explanation. Rejuvenating greenwood is naturally a warm, emerald green. When crafted into a box, the color is uniform throughout. If one spot fades, the entire box fades. Brown indicates that the life force originally contained within the rejuvenating greenwood has been completely depleted. As Alden spoke, he walked over to the edges of the nearby chests and began brushing them. As the dust was brushed away, all 6 wooden chests revealed a clean, small corner without exception. They were all made of rejuvenating greenwood, and all appeared brown. As Alden stood up and returned to the first crate, he said, "A jade green rejuvenating greenwood crate can fetch around 100 greater mana crystals. A pale green rejuvenating greenwood crate can fetch around 10 greater mana crystals. As for the brown ones, since they've completely lost their efficacy, they're just ordinary wooden crates. You can buy many of them for a single lesser mana crystal. They're not considered high quality." After speaking, Alden bent down and looked at the wooden chest in front of him. He didn't rush to open it. Instead, he first placed both hands on either side of the chest, lifting it slightly off the ground. After sensing it for a moment, he set it back down. Judging by its appearance alone, the chest didn't seem to have been designed to be opened. It fit together perfectly, with no opening or gap anywhere to be seen. Just as everyone was wondering if they would have to pry it open, Alden reached for the joint between the 2 upper right planks. His palm, covered with a thin layer of mana, tapped the joint rhythmically a few times. With a click, a crack appeared at the joint. Alden reached in and gently pried it open, and the top plank slid aside with remarkable ease. This craftsmanship, incorporating a hidden opening mechanism into a rejuvenating greenwood chest, is quite rare. It was used by the 100 Herb Spirit sect 1,000 years ago, the Spirit Illusion Immortal Valley 800 years ago, and, closer to our time, the Fragrant 100 Valley, which was destroyed just 300 years ago. As Alden spoke, he opened the lid a little wider. Everyone's gaze followed the movements of Alden's hands, focusing on the inside of the wooden box. The first thing that caught their eyes was a box filled with black soil. On top of this black soil lay a wilted, yellowed plant, lying limp against the surface. Alden first reached in and pinched a bit of the black soil from the box. Ink jade spirit soil. It has a lustrous black color, much like ink jade. The soil is compact, and when squeezed lightly, you can feel a distinct granular texture. This soil is rich in nutrients and mana, and is often used to cultivate training class mana herbs. However, since the rejuvenating greenwood box has lost its potency, most of the energy in the ink jade spirit soil has dissipated. There isn't much remaining nutrition or mana. This box is worth roughly 1 greater mana crystal, classified as white rank. After speaking, Alden rubbed the black soil off his fingertips, wiped them clean with a special wet wipe, slipped his palm beneath the plant's leaves to lift it slightly, observed it for a moment, and then spoke. "This is spirit elevating silvergrass." "What a pity," Alden remarked with rare emotion. Spirit elevating silvergrass is a spirit plant unique to the 100 Herb Spirit sect. It's extremely rare. The Compendium of 100 Herbs records it as a talent-transforming, heaven-defying material. This spirit elevating silvergrass can enhance a trainee's mana quality, which means it can boost one's innate talent and potential given its effects. Prices for it at auction houses are always high. The last time I saw this herb at the auction house, that specimen of spirit elevating silvergrass sold for 10 superior mana crystals. But unfortunately, this specimen has completely lost its medicinal efficacy due to insufficient mana supply and an unsuitable storage environment. It's no longer classified by grade. Hearing this, the crowd let out a collective sigh of regret. An item worth 10 superior mana crystals had simply gone to waste. Jade pouted, a hint of disappointment on her face. She'd been so close to making a huge profit. "Miss Bai, don't be too upset." A member of the Spirit Rat faction standing nearby spoke up, gesturing for Jade to look at another chest roughly the same size as this wooden one, and said, "The surprise is yet to come." "Really?" The disappointment on Jade's face vanished instantly, and she looked excitedly at the chest Alden was heading toward. Alden approached the chest, which was exactly the same size, and using the same technique, tapped the seam of the box lightly a few times. A crack immediately appeared. This time, the moment the gap appeared, a delightful, refreshing fragrance wafted out from inside the crate and quickly filled the room. Everyone who caught a whiff of the scent felt their breathing become lighter, and their perception of their body's mana grew sharper. "What a find!" someone from Crystal City exclaimed immediately. The people from Seven Marshall City, however, were much more reserved. The scent was indeed pleasant, and the effects were certainly astonishing, but past experience had taught them that this could also be a fleeting phenomenon caused by the accumulation of lost medicinal properties. As the lid was opened, the contents of the box came into view. The same black soil and spirit plants that looked somewhat similar, though their condition differed slightly. Although the surface of the spiritual plant had also turned slightly yellow, at least it wasn't lying flat on the ground like the previous one. Chapter 74. Is another big haul coming? Once the box was opened, the spirit plant reacted like someone who'd been in a dark room for a long time and suddenly saw the light. It instinctively went limp at the stem, its leaves curling inward as it prepared to collapse onto the black soil. Alden wasn't about to give it a chance to wilt. A stream of mana quickly condensed at his fingertips, and he tapped it toward the wooden box. The mana shifted form, transforming into a pale white mana shield that enveloped the spirit plant. As if sensing the protection of the surrounding mana shield, the spirit plant's body, which had been about to collapse, straightened up again. Whether it was a collective illusion or not, they felt that the color of the spirit plant's surface had become much more vibrant emerald green at that moment. This one is also Spirit Rising Silvergrass, Alden said as he withdrew his finger. Spirit Rising Silvergrass naturally grows upward if its leaves touch the ground. Its medicinal properties will rapidly dissipate. The mana contained in this box of black soil is considerably richer than in the previous one, which is why the Spirit Rising Silvergrass has managed to survive until now. However, since the rejuvenating greenwood box has lost its efficacy, some of its medicinal properties have still been lost, so its quality isn't exactly top-notch. Fortunately, the root system hasn't been damaged. Alden took out a pen and paper, quickly jotted down a few lines, put the paper aside next to the box and said, "Follow the method written here to nurture it. In less than half a year, this spirit-elevating silvergrass will return to its optimal condition. It can be consumed or further cultivated. However, there is one thing to note. Unlike most mana herbs, where the medicinal efficacy improves with longer cultivation, the spirit-elevating silvergrass reaches its peak for consumption after about 5 years of cultivation." Alden reached out and gently pinched the root stem, saying, "If this specimen is cultivated for another year and a half or so, it will be nearly ready for consumption at its peak. A complete spirit-elevating silvergrass is worth 10 superior mana crystals. Given the current condition of this 1-3 superior mana crystals, record it as purple rank." Whoa! Jade clenched her fist excitedly upon hearing this and exclaimed, "We really hit the jackpot." The people from Seven Marshall City marveled at Jade's good fortune. The expressions of those from Crystal City also grew more animated. The shipping container seemed to hold some interest. Amid the murmur of conversation, Alden walked over to the next wooden crate. This wooden crate was slightly larger than the previous two. As before, he first placed his hands on both sides of the crate, lifted it slightly, felt it for a moment, then set it down. He reached out and tapped lightly on the joints between the top and left sides, using a rhythm slightly different from before. Click! As a crack appeared, another odor wafted out from inside the crate. Only this time, the smell was rather unpleasant, causing everyone to step back a bit. Alden, who was closest to the wooden crate, did not step back. With an impassive expression, he took a specially made mask with several small holes out of his inventory ring. After putting the mask on, Alden lifted the lid with his hand. At that moment, the odor in the room grew even stronger. "Come here." After beckoning a staff member closer, Alden produced a white jade vial from his palm, handed it over, and instructed, "Sprinkle the liquid from this vial around the area." "Yes, sir." As the liquid was sprinkled, the acrid stench in the room gradually dissipated, giving way to a fairly pleasant scent of oranges. Only then did the group dare to step forward and peer into the crate. At the very bottom lay a thin layer of black soil, with a heavily decayed piece of wood embedded in the center. 3 purplish-black mushrooms grew on this wood, their surfaces covered with numerous blisters. The foul odor emanated from the blisters that had burst open. Alden's assessment this time was quick. After running his fingers over the mushrooms, he said, "Swamp stink mushroom. Just as its name suggests, it possesses a very strong, pungent odor. It's right there in the blisters on its surface." Swamp stink mushroom is a raw material used to craft certain special elixirs, such as the bone-penetrating elixir and the heart-piercing elixir. These elixirs can temporarily boost combat power, but the side effect is that they contaminate the user's mana, and it takes a very long time to completely purge the contamination. It's not very common, but it's not exactly rare either. You can still find it in some remote swamps these days. The total value of these 3 is around 200 greater mana crystals grade green. After finishing his assessment, Alden casually closed the box and walked over to the next one, lifting it lightly with both hands. This time, he lifted it much higher than before. Now, quite a few people nodded slightly. Some of them were wearing Iceheart silk garments themselves, and Alden's description matched their experience quite closely. Following Alden's lead, everyone's gaze shifted to the last cabinet inside the container that hadn't yet been removed. Once the items on the outside had been taken out, the full view of the innermost cabinet was revealed to everyone. The lower half of the cabinet appeared to have sustained some kind of impact. There was a large gaping hole in the lower right corner. Through the gap and the transparent glass on the cabinet door, they could see several small boxes arranged somewhat haphazardly inside. Chapter 75. The Real Deal. The Really Tough Kind. Alden walked over to the cabinet and ran his hand over its surface to feel it out. This cabinet is also made of paulownia wood, but I can sense a faint trace of an array on its surface. There are signs that the mana in the surrounding air is being subtly drawn toward the cabinet. This array could be a spirit convergence array, or perhaps a small mana array. These two arrays serve a similar purpose. They're used to gather mana for small items, ensuring the interior of the object remains in a state of mana saturation. However, Alden's gaze fell on the crack in the lower right corner of the cabinet, and he said, "Since the array is damaged, it's no longer functional. A cabinet with an intact array can be worth around 300 greater mana crystals. Now that the array is so severely damaged, its value is 5 greater mana crystals recorded as white rank." After appraising the cabinet, Alden placed his hand on the handle, slightly curled his fingers, and gave it a gentle tug. Only after confirming that the cabinet wasn't locked did he pull open the upper door. Although there was quite a bit of dust on the cabinet's surface, the items inside were relatively clean, with very little dust settled on them. The cabinet was divided into 3 levels. In the upper left corner of the first level were 3 small boxes arranged side by side, each no more than a finger's length in width. In the upper right corner was a folding fan, propped up on a small stand. The second level was somewhat cluttered, with small trinkets, rattles, and wooden animal figurines scattered loosely about. It looked as if it were meant to hold children's toys. The third level held an empty, long shelf. Alden reached up and took down the 3 small boxes arranged side by side on the top shelf. Their surfaces were adorned with pink and white lotus embroidery, making them quite exquisite. Lotus-embroidered boxes, these are commonly used by the 100 Herb Spirit sect to store elixir jewelry, and they serve to preserve the item's properties to some extent. In terms of collectible value, these lotus-embroidered boxes aren't very common on the market. One box is worth around 50 greater mana crystals classified as white rank. After saying this, Alden gently opened one of the boxes. As the lid lifted, an elixir with a slightly yellowed surface came into view. The white silk gloves on Alden's hands glowed faintly with a hint of fluorescence as his fingertips touched the surface of the elixir. After pausing for a few seconds, he lifted his hand and gently waved it to disperse the scent before taking a whiff. This is a training pill specially formulated by the 100 Herb Spirit sect. When taken in conjunction with mana herbs cultivated by the sect, they mutually enhance each other, boosting both the pill's potency and the medicinal effects. A complete 100 Herb Spirit sect training pill should be a pure white, as pristine as white jade. Its market value is around 300 greater mana crystals, but this one here, its surface has a slight yellowish tint, indicating that some of its potency has been lost. Its price will be slightly lower, around 250 greater mana crystals. It's classified as a green grade item. After Alden finished speaking, he opened the remaining 2 boxes one after another. They were all filled with these training elixirs as well, but unfortunately, the surfaces of all the elixirs were slightly yellowed to varying degrees. The total price for the 3 elixirs was 700 greater mana crystals, all graded as green grade. Jade was quite happy now, because with these elixirs included, even if she valued the spirit-enhancing silvergrass from earlier at the absolute lowest price, she had already recouped her initial investment. Whatever comes out next is pure profit, and there's still 1 purple grade item left to open. I can make quite a bit more, Jade thought excitedly. The appraisal continued. Alden shifted his gaze to the folding fan lying nearby and reached out to pick it up. The moment he picked up the folding fan, Alden's expression shifted slightly, and his other free hand channeled a strand of mana. The next second, a force of attraction materialized out of thin air from the fan's surface, drawing in the mana Alden had channeled. As the mana was absorbed, Alden seemed to have confirmed something. He took a small, round wooden sphere from his inventory ring. The surface of the sphere was covered with numerous tiny circular holes. As he held the sphere close to the folding fan, it expanded slightly outward, splitting into two halves that rotated in opposite directions, while a blue glow began to flicker from within the tiny holes. "Old Master Yi actually brought this out," exclaimed a connoisseur in the crowd. "What is this?" "An array detection sphere. Old Master Yi possesses several extremely famous artifacts for appraising treasures, and this detection sphere is one of them. It helps Old Master Yi quickly identify and determine the type of array. The fact that he has brought it out now means there's an array inside that folding fan, and its level is likely quite high. There really are quite a few valuable items in this shipping container." As time passed, the small wooden sphere finally stopped spinning and came to a halt, with two tiny dots on its surface still flickering with light. Alden glanced at the sphere's current appearance, compared it with the image in his mind, and then put it away. Holding the fan's handle in one hand, he slowly unfolded the fan with the other. The fan paper was a pale yellow, and the surface was adorned with an ink wash landscape painting evocative and truly beautiful. With an ink wash landscape on the fan surface and a frame made entirely of superior mana crystals. This is a custom-made folding fan from the 100 Herb Spirit sect, the Jade Bone Fan. This folding fan cannot unleash powerful attacks like other weapons, but it possesses a unique feature that no other weapon can match: the ability to contain multiple formations. When I first acquired it, I could sense various extraordinary abilities within the fan's body, but unfortunately, under the scrutiny of the Formation Survey Orb, only one formation remains intact. The rest are either damaged or function at less than 1,000th of their original potency. Fortunately, this remaining formation is one of the higher grade ones within the Jade Bone Fan. It's fully intact, and with the right amount of mana infused, it can be activated. As Alden spoke, he looked up at the group and said, "Everyone, please step back a little." Hearing this, the group stepped back, clearing a space for Alden. Alden didn't waste any time. As soon as everyone had stepped back, he infused a small amount of mana into the Jade Bone Fan in his hand. The landscape painting on the surface of the Jade Bone Fan seemed to come to life at that moment. Rivers flowed. Clouds drifted across the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of an ink wash fairyland. The next second, Alden swung the Jade Bone Fan, and a streak of pale blue light shot out from it, landing on the open space ahead. After hitting the ground, the streak of light rapidly spread out, gradually transforming from an irregular shape into a circle, with intersecting square and curved lines appearing at its center. With a hum, the moment the formation took shape, a fragrance blending various herbs wafted out from its center, filling the room and leaving those who inhaled it feeling completely at ease. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between the formation and the Jade Bone Fan. No explanation was needed. Anyone with eyes could tell this was the real deal, the absolute top-tier kind. Chapter 76, the most valuable, highest quality, and most historic container. The spirit-gathering herb and wood formation, using this Jade Bone Fan as its vessel, can project its effects outward. When activated, the formation releases a wondrous herbal fragrance that accelerates training and enhances physical conditioning. Furthermore, this formation has another function. When combined with certain unique herbs, it can effectively suppress inner demons. The moment Alden finished speaking, the auction house fell silent for an instant. For practitioners, the most dreaded obstacles are plateaus and inner demons. The ability to effectively suppress inner demons. "This must be worth a gold-tier item," someone remarked. Activating and deactivating this formation is also very convenient. It's controlled by thought, similar to operating an inventory ring. With a flick of his fan, Alden retracted the formation from the ground, and the delicate fragrance in the air faded slightly. "The last time I saw this Jade Bone Fan of the 100 Herb Spirit sect was at an auction over a decade ago. That folded Jade Bone umbrella contained 2 usable formations, one of which was the spirit-gathering herb and wood formation. It sold for 7 superior mana crystals. Now, with only 1 usable formation remaining in this Jade Bone Fan, and considering its intrinsic collectible value, the price could reach 4 superior mana crystals. As for the grade, Alden pondered for a moment. Furrowing his brow slightly, it seemed determining the grade this time posed a bit of a challenge for him. He didn't keep those around him waiting too long. After about 10 seconds, Alden spoke up. "For practitioners, the greatest benefit of the spirit-gathering flora formation is its ability to suppress inner demons. However, the spiritual plants capable of producing this effect became extinct 4 years ago. Although there are substitutes, their effectiveness pales in comparison to the original. I rate it purple rank, placing it first on the current purple list." The crowd let out another sigh of regret. They had thought they might witness the emergence of a gold-quality treasure today. But alas, it was not to be. Jade, however, was unfazed. Her thinking was simple. She hadn't lost out in this auction. She made a tidy profit and even secured the top item on the purple list. For her, that was more than enough. Appraising the remaining items went quickly as Alden took them out one by one from the middle and lower shelves. Apart from the long shelf at the very bottom, which had some collectible value and could be classified as white rank, the middle shelf, just as everyone had seen, contained nothing but wooden children's toys, none of which were graded. After appraising the upper section of the cabinet, they moved on to the lower section. When they opened the door, the interior was far more chaotic than the top. The few boxes inside were scattered haphazardly. Once opened, they lay piled crookedly in the far corner. Alden picked them up one by one to appraise them. Aside from one that was still relatively intact and had some collectible value qualifying for white rank, the rest were unclassified. Overall, however, this auction was still profitable, with the value roughly doubling. The jade bone fan ranked first on the purple list, followed by the spirit-enhancing silvergrass in second place. After completing the appraisal, Alden led his team toward the side to leave, while the enthusiasm of the newcomers in the auction hall had been thoroughly ignited by the first shipping container. This auction is really quite interesting. I'm sure our newcomers are now familiar with our auction house's procedures, Yuna said with a gentle smile as she walked slowly toward the container still covered by a red cloth, under everyone's gaze. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I hope that during the auction for the second container, everyone will be able to secure the items they desire. Yuna gently pulled back the red cloth. The red cloth slid down smoothly, revealing the container inside. Compared to the previous one, this container looked much newer. While the Crystal City attendees were still puzzled, the 7 Martial City attendees' eyes were already burning with excitement. In other places such as auction houses or dungeons, items that look a bit older might actually be more valuable. The older they look, the higher their value. But at Saran Auction House, the opposite is true. The newer it is, the higher the probability of finding something valuable. This container is the most valuable and highest quality item to date under Saran's new auction format. The starting bid is 1 superior mana crystal, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 100 greater mana crystals. Upon hearing Yuna's words, murmurs immediately spread through the crowd. After all, this was the first time since the container mystery box began that a container had a starting bid of superior mana crystals. The chatter didn't last long. The moment the container's massive steel door swung open, the entire crowd fell silent, and all eyes turned in unison toward the interior. For as the door opened, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged out from within. Those in the auction hall with weaker cultivation even staggered backward, nearly falling over. Seeing the chaotic scene inside the container, scrolls and boxes piled up densely in a jumble, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They really are skill manuals. Ronan and his companions watched the container, their expressions growing increasingly somber. Just from what they could see, there were over 20 scrolls in that single container. If all of them were skill manuals, the value of this container would likely be quite substantial. Moreover, the overwhelming aura of unknown origin that had surged out the moment the container was opened proved that this container held training skill manuals of exceptionally high quality. We've got to grab this. It wasn't just the group from 7 Martial City. The eyes of the Crystal City members also began to light up. Don't be fooled by Crystal City's abundance of mana crystals. Aside from those, they have nothing. They have to purchase mana herbs, elixirs, weapons, and even training skill manuals from other cities and sects. They can use vast quantities of mana crystals to acquire resources, but skill manuals are different. They're extremely rare on the market, and even if they wanted to buy one, there are very few channels available. And now, this large crate, which looks very likely to contain a skill manual, is right in front of them. If it weren't for that overwhelming aura from earlier, they might have hesitated to believe the authenticity of the items inside this crate. But once that aura emerged, buy it. All of a sudden, this inspection phase feels a bit too long. The pot-bellied man ran his finger over the jade ring on his palm, his eyes burning with desire as he stared at the shipping container ahead. What's the matter? Are you already that eager to snap up this crate? With a whole crate of skill manuals, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people vying for it, the tall man remarked. He glanced around. Every single person nearby was staring at the shipping container with intense eyes. Just bid. At worst, we'll all drive the price up together, the pot-bellied man said boldly. Don't forget, this isn't Crystal City. The tall man poured cold water on the idea, adding, do you even have that many mana crystals on you? The pot-bellied man paused. He really hadn't thought of that. He'd originally come to Seven Marshall City just for fun, never imagining he'd actually find an entire crate and a huge one at that of skill manuals here. It wasn't just the pot-bellied man. Many people who'd come from Crystal City were regretting not having brought more mana crystals with them. Chapter 77. Collaborative Bidding. Bro, do we have enough mana crystals? Jade finally remembered her brother at that moment and asked. Having been ignored for so long, Blake had originally planned to pretend he hadn't heard her and ignore his sister for a bit. But when he saw the slight change in Jade's expression, he couldn't help but reply. Not enough. We didn't bring that much money on this trip. We were just planning to come here for some fun. I never expected to come across something like this. I see. Jade furrowed her brow slightly. She understood exactly how valuable that crate up ahead was. If they could win the bid and find the right skill manual. Jade pondered for a moment, then looked up at the familiar figures not far away. The pot-bellied man, the tall man, and the elderly man, who all happened to look up at that very moment as well. The four exchanged glances. Without a word, they understood each other's intentions and began moving toward a specific spot. Who's in charge? The tall man asked once the four groups had gathered together. After he spoke, the tall man and the others' gazes naturally shifted to the elderly man standing nearby. Now you remember I'm old? You didn't think to be considerate and let this old man take the lead earlier. The elderly man said irritably as he caught their glances. It's just that you, Elder Sue, are of a higher generation and your words carry more authority. At a time like this, it's definitely more convincing for you to step forward. The pot-bellied man said with a smile. Humph. You're just picking on this old man. The elderly man snorted. He then took a particularly soft piece of sheepskin cloth from his inventory ring and said, according to Crystal City's rules, we'll press our fingerprints. That way, it'll carry more weight when we get back. After speaking, the old man channeled mana to prick his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and pressed his finger onto the parchment, leaving a red fingerprint. I'm old and don't have much blood to begin with, and now I have to waste it on this. The old man sealed the cut on his fingertip with mana, muttering a complaint though it was unclear to whom he was addressing it. It's for the sake of fairness for everyone. I senti it? The pot-bellied man chuckled as he gathered mana, pricked his finger, and pressed it onto the parchment. The tall man followed suit. Jade was also about to prick her finger. Blake beat her to it just as he stopped Jade's movement. He had already pricked his finger and pressed it onto the parchment. The contract is sealed. As for what happens next, you all know what's in your hearts. The old man tucked away the parchment bearing the fingerprints and spoke again. I want to get involved in the bidding. Just call me when it's time to divide the spoils. I'm getting on in years and don't care for too much commotion. Old Sue was bidding quite enthusiastically earlier. The tall man chimed in, pouring cold water on the situation. You little. It wasn't just the four of them joining forces. The crowd in the auction hall spontaneously began seeking out acquaintances to form alliances. They all knew exactly how valuable the contents of that shipping container were. It was impossible for any single party to snap it up alone. They also knew that only by joining forces would they stand a chance of competing. The competition in this auction is likely to be fiercer than ever, Ronan muttered, frowning as he watched the crowd gradually split into small groups, each discussing their strategy. So many skill manuals, and they're actually putting them all up for auction like this. Sue Ran really does keep surprising me time and time again. Kellen, the head of the White Robe auction house, remarked softly from the very edge of the crowd. However, Kellen's gaze fell on the shipping container ahead as he mused. If we could win the bid on this entire crate, it would likely bring in a substantial profit. As time ticked by and most of the crowd had finished forming their teams, Yuna's gentle voice rang out at just the right moment. The viewing period is over. You may now begin bidding. 2 superior mana crystals. No sooner had Yuna finished speaking than someone immediately raised the bid and did so decisively, doubling the offer outright. 2 superior mana crystals plus 500 mid-grade mana crystals. Another bidder quickly followed suit. Perhaps because they were banding together this time, the crowd was bidding at a higher frequency, and the increments were significantly larger than before. Neither Jade's nor Ronan's groups had placed a bid yet for now. The bidding was primarily driven by the small-time bidders gathered together. Moments later, the bidding for the container reached 10 superior mana crystals. 15 superior mana crystals. Ronan spoke up, immediately raising the price by 5 superior mana crystals. 16 superior mana crystals. Someone gritted their teeth and called out again. 20 superior mana crystals, Ronan said again, without a moment's hesitation. 20 superior mana crystals. This price had already reached the highest ever recorded for a container at the Saran auction house. Among the crowd, some smaller groups immediately withdrew from the bidding. They simply couldn't afford it. 7 Marshall City isn't as backward as the rumors suggest. There are quite a few wealthy people here. If the few of us hadn't joined forces, we probably wouldn't have been able to win this, the tall man said with a smile, then called out, 20 superior mana crystals and 100 greater mana crystals. Man, do you have some kind of obsession with the minimum bid increment? The pot-bellied man shot the tall man a disdainful glance and said, That's way too stingy. I'll take over later. I'm just following the auction rules. I'm not bidding randomly. It's perfectly reasonable, the tall man replied. 21 superior mana crystals. Not far away, Ronan's voice rang out. 25 superior mana crystals. 35 superior mana crystals, the pot-bellied man said, raising the price by 10 crystals outright. At this price point, the number of bidders still able to keep up could be counted on one hand. It had now essentially become a two-way battle. 45 superior mana crystals. 55. The two sides were bidding at a breakneck pace. After a few rounds, the price had already climbed to 125 superior mana crystals. At this price point, both sides gradually slowed their bidding, pausing to consider whether their next bid was appropriate before speaking. As long as someone else willing to pay 100 superior mana crystals can already buy a pretty good skill manual. Ronan's gaze was fixed intently on the shipping container, but the containers at the Saran auction often yielded quite a few top-tier items.
140 superior mana crystals.
Ronan gritted his teeth and spoke up again. This price was already approaching the maximum limit the three of them had agreed upon. The pot-bellied man's group had also begun discussing among themselves, while the 4 spirit rats had been sniffing the scent inside the container the entire time. What do you think? Jade asked, glancing at the spirit rat member beside her. The spirit rat member opened his eyes, shook his head to clear the daze and said, The evaluation criteria for skill manuals are a bit stricter than for ordinary treasures. Based on the evaluation standards for skill manuals, it qualifies for a gold rating and not a low-grade one at that. As for purple-grade items, that gold-grade skill manual is so overwhelmingly powerful that it's interfering with the scent analysis. We can only confirm there are roughly 3 of them. Chapter 78. Skill Manual Appraisal, the Chenkuin Mirror Formation. There really are quite a few good items, the pot-bellied man remarked with a sigh. We've all brought about the same amount of mana crystals, right? Does anyone have any to pawn? Let us chip in a little more. Who could imagined we'd run into this on our trip? Let us just see how our luck goes. If we can get them, great. If not, we'll cross that bridge later. The tall man took it in stride. Too bad we're not in Crystal City, the pot-bellied man muttered under his breath before speaking up. 150 superior mana crystals. The asking price has dropped. Ronan's expression changed as he realized something, and he called out, 165 superior mana crystals. Looks like the other side is determined to get this too. The pot-bellied man glanced at Ronan, who was standing not far away, and said, 180 superior mana crystals. Hearing this, Ronan furrowed his brow slightly and glanced back at the 2 men beside him. Their expressions were also somewhat conflicted as they weighed whether it was worth bidding any higher. A few seconds later, the 3 exchanged glances. Let us bid one more time. If we still can't win it next time, we'll just let it go. Ronan turned and called out, 200 superior mana crystals. After speaking, his eyes locked onto the fat man who had been bidding against him the whole time. At that moment, the tall man also looked at Ronan. After a moment's thought, he smiled and called out his bid. 200 superior mana crystals, plus 100 mid-grade ones. This time, the pot-bellied man didn't voice any disapproval of the tall man's bid. Instead, he turned to look at Ronan, who was standing not far away. Ronan's expression was somewhat conflicted. He had expected the other party to raise the bid, but he hadn't anticipated that they would do so at a moment like this. He turned to look at the 2 men, his gaze carrying a questioning look. The 3 exchanged glances, and after a moment, no further bids were heard. Looks like we're going to snag this container, the pot-bellied man said with a smile, turning to look at the container ahead. A brief silence fell over the auction hall. No further bids were heard. 200 top grade and 100 mid-grade in one bid. Anyone else wish to raise the bid? Yuna, holding the wooden gavel, spoke with a smile, Such high quality and a container containing skill manuals at that, even I'm tempted. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be hard to come by again. 200 top grade and 100 mid grade in one lot and 220 top grade pieces. Before Yuna could finish her sentence, a bid rang out from the edge of the room. The crowd turned to look. Over there stood a figure in white, hands clasped behind his back. After calling out his bid, Kellen remained unfazed by the stares, appearing nonchalant and unconcerned though inside. His mind was already racing. Truly powerful people often make their entrance last, so he deliberately chose the absolute last moment to bid. Not bad classy as ever, just as you'd expect from him. The thrill of being the center of attention sent a slight tremor through Kellen's hands, still clasped behind his back. The servant standing behind Kellen glanced over briefly before looking away. His eyesight was poor, so he hadn't seen a thing. Jade and the others hadn't expected such a figure to appear out of nowhere, and judging by his current composed demeanor, it seemed he still had plenty of room to keep bidding. They could still bid, but they wouldn't be able to do so many more times. We're at a disadvantage because we're not from around here. In the end, Kellen won the bid for the container at a record high price of 220 superior mana crystals. Off to the side, Alden and Chun Chong-yu led a group of staff members out together. Not many people recognized Chun Chong-yu, and the few who did voiced their confusion. Chun, didn't you retire? We haven't seen you active in the auction or antiques appraisal circles for years. Chun Chong-yu looked at the speaker and really wanted to snap back. Retired? My ass. Your whole family's retired. Why don't you bring out some skill manuals for him to appraise? But being a bit older and always mindful of his reputation, he simply said, they needed me here, so I came. After saying that, he walked toward the shipping container with Alden. Someone in the crowd who didn't know him asked, who is this Chun? A heavyweight in the skill manual appraisal world, he holds a status comparable to Old Yi in the antiques appraisal world. Su Ran really does have quite the authority. Every time something new comes out, they invite the corresponding veteran experts from the appraisal field. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the appraisal team arrived at the shipping container. Old Yi, you lead them in and retrieve the items inside. Chun Chong-yu addressed Alden. Keep those skill manuals in their original state when removing them. Don't turn over them. That'll make it easier for me to appraise them later. Upon hearing this, Alden led the staff in carefully sorting and removing the scrolls and boxes from the shipping container while maintaining their original state. Not a single thread or page was disturbed. Chun Chong-yu, meanwhile, moved to one side of the container and sat down cross-legged. Streams of mana gathered in his palms, striking the ground and forming intricate patterns. Some of these patterns were straight, others curved. Every time a new line appeared, the brightness of the patterns increased slightly. What's this? The process of appraising skill manuals was quite rare, and many people in the room didn't quite understand what Chun Chong-yu was doing. After observing for a moment, someone in the know spoke up. This is a special formation used to appraise skill manuals. I believe it's called the Chenkuin Appraisal Formation. Once it's set up, you simply place the skill manual within the formation and, by channeling mana in a specific way, you can observe its operational status and certain effects. Appraising a skill manual is quite different from appraising ordinary treasures. There's plenty of reference material in ancient texts for those treasures, but with skill manuals, if they could be passed down, they would have been. If not, well, there's nothing to go on. Hearing this, the people around him shook their heads, looking as if they half understood, then turned their gaze back to Chun Chong-yu, who was still drawing the formation. It sounded a bit complicated. They might as well just watch. After Chun Chong-yu finished drawing and setting up the formation, Alden, standing nearby, led a group of staff members in removing all the piled-up skill manuals and boxes from the shipping container. The empty boxes were placed on the far left, while the skill manuals were arranged to the right of the boxes in 3 rows. Because they were laid out neatly, everyone could see them clearly. There were quite a few skill manual scrolls and books numbering well over 40. Unfortunately, more than half of them were damaged. Everyone's gaze lingered on a black scroll placed right in the center. It was the best preserved item among all those retrieved, with a white silk ribbon tied around its surface. The contrast of black and white gave it an air of sophistication. You may retrieve it now, Chun Chong-yu said after completing the array setup. A staff member standing nearby immediately understood and retrieved the last skill manual from the 3rd row, handing it to Chun Chong-yu. Chun Chong-yu accepted it. Unlike Alden earlier, he did not begin by examining the material or other details bit by bit without even opening the skill manual. He placed it directly onto the array in front of him. A transparent barrier seemed to separate the book from the ground, causing it to float above the formation. The formation sensed the object's presence, and the patterns on its surface began to glow and shift constantly. These patterns moved toward the book, adhering to its surface, slowly flowing and enveloping it. Chapter 79. There shouldn't be any, but this time, Chun Chongyu closed his eyes and pressed one hand against the formation in front of him. A portion of the patterns within the formation branched off, enveloping his palm as they slowly swirled. After about 3 seconds, the light on the formation suddenly brightened. Tiny specks of gray fluorescence, like fireflies, drifted out, gathered above, and eventually coalesced into 2 human figures. It was just like watching an animated film once the figures had solidified to a certain extent. One of them suddenly charged forward, a dagger clenched in its hand, slashing toward the neck of the figure opposite. At the very moment the attack was launched, an identical double suddenly appeared beside the attacking figure, performing the exact same motion as it swung the dagger forward. Both daggers struck simultaneously, severing the figure's neck. The animation abruptly ended there, dissolving into a stream of light that returned to the formation. Meanwhile, a translucent sphere coalesced above the skill manual, and streams of fluorescent light emerged from within the manual, sinking into the sphere. A liquid appeared inside the sphere, rising until it filled about 1/3 of the space before stopping. At that very moment, Chun Chongyu opened his eyes and spoke. Combat Type Skill Manual, Mid-Rank Xian Grade, Spirit Shadow Illusion Body Technique. Those who train with this skill manual can create multiple shadow clones. These clones can assist in battle by launching feint attacks or perfectly mimic the user's movements to deliver multiple strikes. The clones possess a portion of the main body's strength and will dissipate after a certain period of time or upon sustaining a severe blow. Mid-grade Xian that's already quite a high rank, the crowd thought to themselves upon hearing this. Among the currently known classification systems for skill manuals, the most authoritative is the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang system, with each category further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Xian grade is currently the most mainstream category for training skill manuals, and many of the cultivation techniques or combat type skill manuals being practiced by those present are all of Xian grade quality. However, Chun Chongyu's gaze fell on the small transparent sphere above the skill manual, and he said, "This is a fragment only about 1/3 the size of a complete skill manual. It allows you to create a clone, but only one. Moreover, the clone's defensive capabilities are halved, and it will vanish upon receiving a standard attack. Its estimated value is 1 top-grade coin plus 500 middle-grade coins classified as green grade. Because skill manuals are rare and inherently valuable, their grading standards differ from those of ordinary treasures. They're rated slightly higher." Alden chimed in from the side. Everyone understood. Some had been wondering earlier, if this was already worth 1 top-grade item, how could it still be classified as green grade? Once one was appraised, they moved on to the next. After this highly damaged scroll was placed within the formation, the same procedure was followed. However, this time there was no fluorescence, and only a very small amount of liquid appeared in the translucent sphere above the scroll. It's too damaged, less than 1/10 of a complete skill manual. Cannot be appraised, cannot be used for training, and will not be graded. The third scroll looked relatively intact. Shortly after it was placed in the formation, a glow drifted out, coalescing into 2 human figures above it. This time, the image of the ground also materialized. Once formed, one of the figures channeled mana into the palm of their hand and sent it cascading toward the ground below. The next second, the ground cracked open, and strands resembling thorns burst forth from the fissures, surging toward the figure opposite and binding, tearing, and strangling it. Above the skill manual, the liquid inside the crystal sphere filled half the space. Training Heart Sutra, Lower Grade Xian Tier, Spirit Plant Sutra. The trainee specializes in absorbing mana released by herbs if the herbs absorbed are of sufficiently high quality. The grade of this Heart Sutra can rival that of middle grade Xian Tier. Upon completing the training, the trainee can communicate with most plants and promote the growth of certain spirit plants. Furthermore, this Heart Sutra is well suited for those pursuing the path of an alchemist. The practitioner's innate perception of vegetation helps them better understand the medicinal properties of herbs and control their use. However, the crowd looked ahead at the crystal ball, which was only half filled the moment the word "however" was uttered. They immediately realized that the value would be reduced by more than half. This spirit plant manual is only half the size of a complete skill manual. The number of spirit plants that can be sensed and communicated with through training has been reduced by more than half. It can be trained, but careful consideration is required. valued at 2 superior mana crystals, rated green. The fact that the price was higher than that of the previous skill manual came as no surprise to the group. First, due to the extent of its incompleteness. Second, because there are differences even among skill manuals themselves. The rarest and most valuable are training manuals, next come skill manuals with various functions. The appraisal continued. The 4th and 5th volumes were too severely damaged, no images appeared, so they were not graded at all. The 6th skill manual appeared, at first glance, to be significantly more complete than the previous spirit plant manual, and its texture also seemed of a higher quality. "This feels like a real gem," someone said expectantly. A glow appeared, condensing into an image of a human figure. As the formation continued to run, the image grew increasingly detailed, and the colors became richer. One of the figures slowly raised a hand, and a ball of purple flame burst into life in the palm of his hand. The figure across from him, wielding a heavy sword, charged toward this person. The person sidestepped to avoid the attack, then struck the side of the heavy sword with his palm, which was ablaze with purple flames. The blade of the heavy sword couldn't withstand the intense heat of the flaming palm and was instantly melted open. The flaming palm struck the swordsman, knocking him down and engulfing him in flames. "That's pretty impressive," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Don't get ahead of yourself, we still need to see how complete the skill manual is." Someone else was much more level-headed in terms of power. The spirit shadow illusion technique from the beginning wasn't bad either, but because it was so incomplete, its effectiveness was greatly diminished. True. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the translucent sphere. This time, the liquid inside rose rapidly, filling half the sphere in just a second or two. Shortly after, the entire sphere was nearly filled to the brim. A combat-type skill manual, upper-grade Shen tier, purple fire technique. Chun Chongxing's voice rang out as he explained. After completing the training, you can use mana to condense a mysterious purple flame. This purple flame reaches extremely high temperatures, capable of instantly melting certain metallic ores. When it strikes a person, it also causes a certain degree of paralysis. As long as the purple flame remains, the paralysis effect will result in sustained control. Everyone looked at Chun Chongyu this time. There probably wouldn't be a but, would there? This skill manual is in relatively good condition, with virtually no major damage, but Chun Chongyu still uttered those 2 words. It really wasn't on purpose, it was just that the appraisal of a skill manual had to be extremely rigorous and meticulous. An error in appraising a treasure would, at worst, result in a financial loss, but since a skill manual is used for training, even a minor detail error could cost someone their life. They had to be careful, and then careful again. This was the most basic professional ethic for them as skill manual appraisers. They couldn't overlook a single thing. Whether others listened or not was their own business. They had to make themselves perfectly clear. Chapter 80. Afraid it will escape. In the final paragraph of the skill manual, there is still a slight omission, about 1% of the text, which lists some precautions. About 3 items are missing. If you plan to undergo training, it's best to trace the skill manual back to its source, clarify exactly what's missing, and then proceed with training. As for the source, it might be the Qihua sect from 700 years ago, or the Qiyang sect from 1,000 years ago. You can investigate along those lines. As for its value, 15 superior mana crystals, classified as purple rank, at the bottom of the purple list. After Chun Chongyu finished speaking, he motioned to the staff member beside him to fetch the next volume. Just as the staff member reached for the skill manual, something unexpected happened. Ouch! The staff member's outstretched hand snapped back instantly. Looking down at his finger, he saw a tiny hole in his fingertip, as if pierced by something. The area around the puncture had already begun to turn purple, and a stinging sensation radiated from the fingertip, causing cold sweat to break out instantly. Press down on the middle knuckle, apply some pressure. Alden rushed over to the staff member's side, gave the instruction, and quickly retrieved a luminous white talisman from his inventory ring, which he applied to the staff member's fingertip. The staff member's expression finally eased considerably. Keep your hand pressed against it. It should be fine in about a minute, don't take it off, Alden instructed, then turned his attention back to the skill manual lying on the ground. He retrieved a pair of gloves from his inventory ring. Unlike the white silk gloves he'd worn earlier, these looked much thicker. After putting on the gloves, Alden walked over to the side of the skill manual. He first looked up at Chun Chongyu, who was standing nearby. Upon seeing him nod, Alden reached out and opened the skill manual. The moment it opened, a dark shadow darted out of the skill manual at incredible speed. Attempting to escape, Alden was ready. He released a burst of mana, trapping the shadow within a mana barrier. Help! Jade took a curious peek at what was inside the mana barrier, but the next second, she was so terrified her hair stood on end, and she shrunk back behind Blake. Inside the mana barrier was a completely black insect with over a dozen long legs. Alden lifted the mana barrier. Inside, the insect writhed frantically, twisting and crawling as it searched for a way to break through. After observing it for a moment, Alden said, "An ink poison centipede. You'll find them in homes near swampy areas. Those small bumps on its body are actually its venom glands, containing toxins. And this one has been specifically bred by humans." Alden's gaze fell on a skill manual lying open nearby, revealing a large hole inside. He continued, "Its toxicity is significantly stronger than that of a typical ink poison centipede. Factoring in the cost of breeding, its value is roughly equivalent to 2 greater mana crystals, placing it in the white rank." After speaking, Alden took out a special container, dropped the centipede inside, and set it aside. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. They had originally thought Alden's swift action was to prevent the insect from charging into the crowd. But now it seemed, Old Master Yi had treated this thing as an auction lot, fearing it might escape. The Sioux ran rules. The auction covered the contents of an entire shipping container, and today, they had truly witnessed just how strict those rules were. There are some skill manuals in here. When they were taken out earlier, some of them might not have been activated yet, so they didn't exhibit any special properties. Now that they've come into contact with the outside world, those hidden properties may be triggered and gradually reveal themselves. From now on, if you notice anything amiss while handling them, let go immediately and hand them over to me to handle. Alden instructed the staff member standing nearby. "Yes, sir." With that minor incident out of the way, the auction resumed. The skill manual with a large hole gnawed into it was placed on the appraisal array. As expected, it was too severely damaged to be graded. Appraisal continued. The next skill manual scroll was rather large, with a diameter of about 20 centimeters at the widest point and a length of approximately 1 meter. Aside from the very end, which appeared to have been partially burned, the rest was in relatively good condition. The staff member cradled the scroll in both hands and walked toward Chen Chongyu. Given the previous incident where others had been injured, the staff member was exceptionally careful while carrying it. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred until they reached Chen Chongyu. The appraisal procedure then proceeded as usual. A glow appeared, and a figure materialized. This time, there were significantly more figures than before, 5 in total. One stood in the very center, while the other 4 positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal directions, as if surrounding and cornering the central figure, completely cutting off its retreat. Suddenly, an earthy yellow glow flared up from the figure in the center. In the next second, the ground began to tremble, and several massive boulders burst through the earth, shielding the figure in the center. The 4 figures surrounding him launched attacks, each using different techniques: fire, water, and even a chain-like weapon that relentlessly pounded against the rock wall. However, the rock wall seemed exceptionally hard. Even after a prolonged barrage, it remained intact. The image faded, and the liquid inside the translucent crystal ball surged upward once more. It didn't rise as high as it had during the previous purple fire technique demonstration, but it still filled roughly 4/5 of the sphere. Defensive Skill Manual, Upper Tier Xian Rank, Rock Soul Bodyguard Technique. After completing training, the trainee can use Earth Attribute Mana as a foundation to channel subterranean elements and form extremely hard rock, creating a defensive barrier around themselves to ward off attacks. The hardness of the rock increases as the trainee's cultivation advances and their proficiency improves. Upon reaching the Grand Perfection stage, in addition to being able to summon and form rock in an extremely short time, the trainee can also coat their body's surface with a very special layer of rock soul mana. When attacked, this mana automatically transforms into a hard layer of rock to protect the body. As for the extent of damage, Chen Chongyu fixed his gaze on the crystal ball and said, "The missing 1/5 consists of the initial physical conditioning methods. The scroll specifies the physical standards that must be met before training the subsequent techniques. However, the mana circulation methods and training regimens for the later stages are all intact, so the overall training program doesn't present any major issues. Of course, I still recommend finding sect training methods related to the skill manual, perhaps from the Earth Rock sect 800 years ago, or the Heavy Armor sect 1100 years ago, and combining them before beginning training. It's the safer approach. As for its grade, the most important parts are relatively well preserved. Its value is around 30 superior mana crystals, placing it in the purple rank. As for its exact ranking, Chun Chongyu didn't reach a conclusion immediately. Instead, he glanced at Alden standing nearby. Alden stepped closer, and after the two discussed it for a moment, they reached a final decision. The Jade Bone Fan, after being enhanced with spirit-elevating silvergrass, is ranked third on the purple list. Chapter 81. This isn't just having it's a double cut. Once this decision was announced, murmurs of discussion arose from the crowd. Ranked third? Although it's still a bit inferior to the Jade Bone Fan, it shouldn't be any worse than the spirit-elevating silvergrass. I actually think it's reasonable. The spirit-elevating silvergrass can directly improve an individual's mana quality and enhance their innate talent, and since innate talent trumps a skill manual, I don't see a problem with it. But in terms of value, this skill manual clearly far exceeds that spirit-elevating silvergrass. They already said the evaluation criteria for skill manuals are stricter. Besides, the spirit-enhancing silvergrass is rare. Does that mean this skill manual isn't rare? The crowd immediately split into two camps, the Spiritgrass faction and the Skill Manual faction, whispering among themselves about which treasure was more deserving of the second spot. Alden, Chun Chongyu, and Su, who was in the hidden room on the second floor, were not at all surprised by this debate. Everyone has different thoughts and opinions. Besides, having points of contention isn't necessarily a bad thing. Where there's discussion, there's word of mouth, and where there's word of mouth, it means the item is getting publicity. Especially with a controversial topic like this, it's exactly the kind of thing most people love to talk about. This kind of free publicity, of course, the more the better, Su remarked with a calm expression, smiling to himself as he watched the crowd below still arguing. Alden and Chun Chongyu also paid no attention to the discussion, continuing to appraise the next skill manuals. Items 9 through 13 didn't contain anything particularly noteworthy. Of these 5, 3 were too damaged to appraise and were classified as unrated 1 yellow rank. High-grade skill manual was about half intact, valued at 800 greater mana crystals, and classified as white rank. 1 retained 1/3 of a Shen rank, low-grade training manual, valued at 1 high-grade and 300 medium-grade greater mana crystals, and classified as green rank. It wasn't until this 14th skill manual that something out of the ordinary occurred. Following Chun Chongyu's instructions, a staff member reached out to pick up the skill manual, which didn't appear particularly thick, and hand it over. But the moment his hand touched it, the skill manual reacted like a startled animal, and black mist immediately seeped out from within. The staff member, keeping Alden's earlier instructions firmly in mind, quickly withdrew his hand the moment he sensed something was wrong. At that very moment, a stream of mana descended upon the skill manual, emitting the black mist, forming a mana shield that sealed both the black mist and the book inside. Alden turned his gaze once more toward Chun Chongyu, who was seated to one side. Chun Chongyu, seated in the cross-legged position within the formation, fixed his gaze on the skill manual wrapped in mana in Alden's palm. After examining it for a moment, he said, "Bring it over along with the mana shield. This black mist and the skill manual are one and the same." "All right." Alden held the mana shield and walked over to the edge of Chun Chongyu's formation, asking, "Should I just set it down?" "Wait a moment." Chun Chongyu shook his head and spoke, raising his hand to trace 2 patterns on the ground formation before saying, "It's ready now." Upon hearing this, Alden placed the mana shield in the spot within the formation designated for the skill manual. The instant it touched the formation, the mana shield vanished, and the black mist, like a bird breaking free from its bonds, surged toward the edge of the formation, eager to escape. "Seal it." Chun Chongyu, having anticipated this, barked a cold command, and the light emanating from the formation immediately intensified. The black mist, as if encountering a natural enemy, halted its expansion in the next second. It rapidly retreated back into the skill manual and vanished. After 5 seconds of silence, the formation's light finally faded back to its original brightness, and the appraisal phase began. A glow drifted out from within the formation and gathered above. Whether it was a collective illusion or not, everyone felt that this glow was significantly dimmer than before. 3 figures materialized above, forming a 1-against-2 standoff. The figure surrounded by the other 2 saw a purplish-black gas drift from the palm of his hand, then thrust one hand into his chest. The purplish-black gas seeped into his body through the wound. In the next second, the skin on his body began to rot, exposing the white bones beneath. An even darker and denser purplish-black gas was released from his body, spreading outward. The 2 figures nearby tried to flee upon seeing this, but the purplish-black gas seemed to have activated an auto-lock mechanism, rushing toward them at an incredible speed. The moment it made contact, the flesh and blood on the two figures' bodies began to rot as well. Eventually, they lost the ability to move and crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the figure who had released the black gas also collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and lay motionless. Is this a skill manual used to train suicide soldiers? Someone who had figured out the mechanism whispered. The liquid in the crystal ball rose, filling 2/3 of the vessel. Training manual, lower grade Xian rank. The bone-corroding, heart-devouring technique. This skill manual requires the user to absorb the special toxic gas contained within it. The body's spirit must then nurture this poison, causing the internal organs to rot and allowing the poison to grow ever stronger. It can only be activated once in a lifetime, and once activated, death is certain there. But this did nothing to dampen the crowd's enthusiasm, because the next item a skill manual was the very scroll they had their eyes on from the very beginning. Placed right in the center, the scroll was entirely black, bound with a white silk ribbon. It was in excellent condition and looked exceptionally high grade. Chapter 82. The Excited State Chenkuin Mirror Formation. Staff members picked up the scroll, cradling it on both sides, and carried it to the designated spot within the formation. The formation activated, and the runes began moving toward the scroll just as they had before. But just as they were about to make contact, the runes seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. Chun Chongyu fixed his gaze on the skill manual ahead. After examining it for a moment, he raised a hand to channel mana and shot it toward a runic pattern on the ground. The mana infused the pattern, causing it to glow much brighter. In the next second, the pattern seemed to come to life, slithering toward the skill manual like a coiled snake. Upon reaching the edge of the skill manual, the pattern prepared to plunge into it, but halfway through, it was once again halted by that invisible resistance and forced back. Chun Chongyu's expression shifted slightly. He withdrew the pattern, and a flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing 2 jade stones of excellent quality, one black, one white. He tossed the 2 jade stones onto either side of the formation. Instantly, the formation seemed to come to life, the patterns within began to shift and transform, and the originally faint glow gradually deepened. The people around him were completely baffled. One of them turned to the person who had just identified Chun Chongyu's formation and asked, "What's going on here?" "Let me think." The man paused to recall, then said, "Strictly speaking, this is the fully deployed state of the Chenkuin Mirror Formation. The Chenkuin Appraisal Formation has 2 states, normal and activated. For appraising most skill manuals, the normal state is more than sufficient. Using the activated state on some lower quality skill manuals might even damage them. There is only one scenario where the normal state is ineffective and the activated state is required. Either the skill manual is of exceptionally high quality, or it's exceptionally unique. In short, we've hit the jackpot." After hearing this explanation, the group's eyes grew increasingly eager as they gazed at the scroll within the formation ahead. After all this time, a real prize was finally about to appear. Could it be the source of that overwhelming aura from when they opened the container earlier? This time, after the 2 jade stones landed on the surface of the formation's pattern smoothly made contact with the black scroll, enveloping it. A few seconds passed, and a glow emerged from the formation, converging upward. Compared to before, the glow was only 1/3 of its original size. Though smaller, the image condensing above was far more detailed. Previously, they could only make out a vague outline of the figures, but now the image was detailed enough to distinguish their facial features. The ground, 2 people, and this time, there were also some pebbles and weapons scattered nearby. One sat cross-legged, the other stood. Once the image took shape, the standing figure charged toward the seated one, wielding a heavy sword that sliced through the air with a whistling sound, exuding immense momentum. The seated figure seemed oblivious to the attack ahead, remaining calmly seated in place. He raised his right hand, channeling mana into his fingertips, and drew a rune out of thin air before him. The attacker quickly closed the distance, raising the heavy sword with both hands to strike downward just as the sword descended. The rune was completed. The moment it took shape, a terrifying gust of wind and waves sent the figure in front of him along with the heavy sword flying backward. The seated figure hadn't so much as glanced at the attacker once. After finishing the rune, he nonchalantly picked up a pebble lying nearby and began channeling mana into it once more to draw another rune. He drew the runes very quickly. Once finished, he immediately flung the pebble, which landed above the figure lying on the ground across from him. The ground seemed to sense the power of the runes on the pebble and began to tremble one after another. Earthen walls mixed with rocks appeared, trapping the figure inside. The man sitting in the lotus position picked up the long sword that had been set aside, and this time the runes he drew were different. A few seconds later, the rune was complete. The seated figure brought his index and middle fingers together and flicked them, and the long sword miraculously floated up from the ground, then transformed into dozens of identical long swords, which plunged into the mounds of earth where the walls met. The scene ended there. Inside the crystal ball, no liquid surged out this time. Instead, the entire sphere immediately glowed with a white light. Before anyone nearby could ask a question, the person who knew the most about such matters exclaimed in astonishment. A complete skill manual. A functional skill manual, Earth Tier, Mid-Grade, Spirit Rune World Weaving Technique. Chan Chong Yu's explanatory voice immediately followed, saying, "Those who train with this skill manual will find that the mana within their bodies gradually undergoes a transformation in nature over time, becoming a special type of mana capable of condensing runes. This special mana can be used to inscribe runes in the void or on physical objects. Different runes vary in difficulty and effect. According to the records in the skill manual, there are a total of 175 types of runes that can be inscribed from thin air, covering 3 categories: attack, defense, and special functions. There are a total of 67 types of runes that can be inscribed on objects, covering 3 categories: enhancement, transformation, and special functions. After reaching the Great Perfection realm in training, some runes can be cast instantly, and their power is quite formidable. The skill manual is not incomplete, it is a complete copy," Chan Chongyu said, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball emitting a white glow nearby. Moreover, some of the extremely difficult runes within it pack a punch comparable to certain top-tier Earth-rank skill manuals. Their value. Out of 1,000 skill manuals, perhaps 100 are Shen tier, while Earth tier ones number only a mere 10, and among those 10, Earth tier mid-grade skill manuals likely account for only 3. 20 years ago, I saw an Earth tier low-grade skill manual being auctioned at a house. At that time, it sold for 86 high-grade and 500 mid-grade coins. This one. Chan Chongyu didn't he immediately put a price on the skill manual instead. He glanced at Alden standing nearby. Valuing a skill manual was far more difficult than appraising a treasure, and it wasn't something that could be determined in an instant. This was also one of the reasons Alden had been here all day. "Please wait a moment, everyone." Alden understood Chan Chongyu's meaning. After addressing the group, he walked over to the formation to discuss the matter with him. The people around them also began discussing the value of this mid-grade Earth tier skill manual. "I'm afraid this might even reach golden grade quality," Jade said, looking at Blake. "Bro, how high do you think the price will go?" Blake thought for a moment and said, "The lower grade Earth rank skill manual that you and I have been training with was bought by Grandpa when he was young for around 100 superior mana crystals. According to Grandpa, the quality of ours is already among the very best in the lower grade Earth rank category, comparable to a typical mid-grade Earth rank manual. I can't say for sure what the exact price will be, but I guess it'll definitely start at 100 superior mana crystals." As soon as Blake finished speaking, the 2 elders had more or less reached a conclusion in their discussion. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on the 2 elders. Chapter 83. This old fart sure knows how to put on a show. The estimated value of this Earth tier mid-grade volume. Alden straightened up beside the formation and spoke. At auction houses, the typical price for Earth tier mid-grade items fluctuates around 120 superior mana crystals. However, this volume of the Spiritual Rune Painting Manual is of slightly higher quality than the average Earth tier mid-grade item, and its condition is excellent. The estimated value is 140 superior mana crystals. Furthermore, if a trainee specializing in talismans comes along, the value of this Spiritual Rune World Painting technique could rise even higher. As for its quality, it's rated gold rank, taking the top spot on the gold list. A gold rank item. And it's even knocked the Crimson Sky Tiger Cub, which had held the top spot on the gold list for quite some time, off the top. When Alden announced the result, the crowd couldn't help but get a little excited. Conversely, Kellen seemed the calmest of them all. His seemingly nonchalant demeanor made it appear as though he hadn't won the bid for this container at all, as if it had nothing to do with him, at least from the front. That's how it looked. "It's worth at least 140. Add that to the scattered skill manuals we've opened earlier, and we've already recouped most of our investment." The Crystal City group, especially the pot-bellied man and his companions, had truly experienced the thrill of opening a gold rank item. Just one find could cover most of this round's costs. With half the skill manuals still unappraised, As long as they kept opening purple rank items, it would essentially be pure profit. This was a much faster way to make money than mining. This auction was getting more and more interesting. After this gold rank skill manual was opened, things settled back into a lull for a while. The next 10 manuals didn't stand out particularly. 2 skill manuals were too damaged to appraise. 3 were classified as white rank, with a combined value of no more than 1 superior mana crystal. 3 were decent in themselves but had too many missing parts to be classified as anything higher than green rank, with a combined value of 5 superior grade and 300 medium grade. The final 2 were classified as blue rank. While their condition was decent, they were only lower tier Shen grade, with final values of 5 superior grade and 7 superior grade, respectively. After appraising them all, only the last 11 skill manuals remained on the ground. Let us continue. Having expended too much mana to maintain the formation, Chen Chongyu rested for a moment. After taking a spirit fruit prepared in advance by Su, which was remarkably effective at restoring mana and stamina, he addressed the staff member standing nearby. Soon, a new skill manual scroll was placed in the center of the formation. Chen Chongyu activated the formation runes as usual, guiding them toward the skill manual. Just as they were about to make contact, an unexpected change occurred. The skill manual placed on the formation suddenly began to vibrate violently. Then, on its surface, red runes appeared, forming a small, incomplete formation. The moment the formation took shape, a scorching and powerful repulsive force erupted from the skill manual, attempting to push away the surrounding runes that were drawing near. Sensing this aura, the group paused for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the same aura we felt when we first opened the shipping container door?" They had originally assumed that the spiritual rune world painting manual they found earlier was the skill manual emitting that aura, but now it seemed, it can't be. We're not getting a double drop, are we? The formation on the skill manual took shape rapidly. By the time Chen Chongyu realized what was happening, the skill manual had already forced the approaching runes away. Is this a skill manual protection formation? Chen Chongyu glanced at the runes flickering with red light on the skill manual, then retrieved the black and white jade stones from his inventory ring once more, activating the Chenkuin mirror formation. As if sensing the increasingly powerful aura around it, the formation on the skill manual began to glow brighter, and a faint flicker of fire seemed to appear, preparing to strike the skill manual. This is my first official appearance in Saran. If you manage to self-destruct it, 1T my reputation be ruined. Chen Chongyu muttered to himself, then barked out coldly, "Just a flawed formation, and it actually dares to think it can self-destruct at my hands." Alden, standing nearby, was startled by Chen Chongyu's sudden outburst, and shot him a disgruntled glare. This old fossil sure knows how to put on a show. Under Chen Chongyu's control, the runes within the Chenkuin mirror formation rapidly surged toward the skill manual, intertwining with the red runes. About a minute passed, and the red rune formation was gradually dismantled. The light on its surface dimmed from its original brilliance, eventually vanishing along with the faint, flickering flames. When the appraisal resumed, beads of sweat had already formed on the corner of Chen Chongyu's forehead. He hadn't appraised many skill manuals in over a decade, and suddenly being hit with such a massive batch, including several odd and unusual ones, was really taking its toll. Fortunately, though, he hadn't let the shop's reputation down. A glow emerged from the formation, coalescing into an image above. One figure, clad in battle armor, attacked, while another, wielding a shield, defended. The attacker swung his palm, and crimson flames suddenly burst into life across his body. His originally silvery white battle armor gradually turned red under the flames, making him look like a fiery war god. The flames on his body burned ever more fiercely, drawn by an unknown force. They converged above him, eventually forming a crimson firebird made of flame. With a wave of his hand, the crimson firebird instantly screeched toward his opponent. Tongues of fire surged, reducing both the shield and its bearer to ashes. The scene froze, and the crystal ball lit up a complete skill manual. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but grow excited once more. Could it be? Was a gold-tier item really about to appear again? The skill manual protection formation is relatively common in some major sects. Its purpose is to prevent outsiders from stealing their sect's skill manuals. Chen Chongyu explained. That formation earlier was the protective burning fire formation, a type of protective formation commonly used by the Qiang sect 1,000 years ago. As long as the formation detects someone who isn't training in our sect's core teachings attempting to open the skill manual, it will trigger the formation to self-immolate. However, fortunately, this formation was incomplete, so it gave us a chance to salvage it. If it had been a complete formation, the skill manual would have self-immolated and vanished the moment it was removed. As for the overwhelming aura you sensed when opening the container door earlier, that was caused by the leakage of the Formation's energy from the skill manual. The Qiang sect is a major sect. After all, the skill manual's rank surely can't be very low, everyone thought to themselves. After explaining the protective formation surrounding the skill manual, Chen Chongyu began to describe the manual itself. A combat-type skill manual, lower earth rank, Crimson Flame Celestial Bird. After completing the training for the skill manual, you can channel mana into extremely high-temperature red flames, condensing them into a crimson firebird. This firebird reaches such high temperatures that it can melt numerous metals and minerals in a short time. Moreover, it can be controlled from a distance, leaving scorched earth in its wake though. Chapter 84. I'm warning you, don't go crazing around here. Chen Chongyu's gaze fell on the glowing crystal sphere not far away as he said, although this is a complete skill manual, there is a prerequisite for training the skill manual, and it's a prerequisite that cannot be substituted. Namely, the trainee must first have mastered the inner sect cultivation techniques of the Red Sun sect. No other fire attribute cultivation techniques can serve as a substitute. Attempting to train it by force would be like setting oneself ablaze, leading to irreparable ruin. Lower grade earth tier and a highly potent one at that. Normally, the price should be at least 80 superior mana crystals, which would also qualify it as gold rank, but now, Chen Chongyu turned to look at Alden beside him. The two immediately began discussing the matter this time. The discussion proceeded much more quickly than before, and Alden soon spoke up. For a practitioner who has mastered the Red Sun sect's inner sect cultivation techniques, the value of the Scarlet Flame Celestial Bird is definitely over 80 superior mana crystals. It could even reach over 100. For the average practitioner, this skill manual doesn't hold much practical value for training. Factoring in its collectible value, it's worth around 30 superior mana crystals. As for its classification, although there are numerous restrictions on training conditions that make it untrainable, judging by its quality and rarity, it falls into the purple rank, at the very bottom of the purple list. And so, the ranking of the Scarlet Flame Celestial Bird was settled. Although the crowd discussed it, few raised objections to the final ranking. It's indeed difficult to evaluate a skill manual or treasure with such stringent prerequisites. Is it valuable? It doesn't seem worth that much. Do you think it's not valuable? Well, it does seem to have some value. Unlike the Spirit Elevating Silvergrass and the Rock Soul Self-Defense art, the supporters of these two factions got into another heated argument over the Skybird's ranking. As for why it was the Skybird, who cares? Anyway, the Spirit Elevating Silvergrass and the Rock Soul Self-Defense art should be ranked second. The appraisal of the remaining 10 skill manuals proceeded relatively uneventfully, with nothing particularly eye-catching turning up. 5 skill manuals were too damaged to appraise. 3 were classified as white rank skill manuals, yielding a total of 1 superior grade item. 2 were classified as green grade skill manuals, yielding a total of 3 superior grade items and 400 medium grade items. Alden also appraised the boxes nearby on a whim. They were just ordinary wooden boxes, so their grades weren't recorded. The total results for the shipment were 41 appraised skill manuals, 1 centipede, and several boxes, with a combined value of approximately 247 superior mana crystals and 302 greater mana crystals. From the lot containing 220 mana crystals, a mid-grade Earth tier skill manual was found, resulting in a significant profit in mana crystals. Quite a few people turned to look at Kellen. Kellen, however, maintained his usual calm and composed demeanor. After the staff confirmed whether he would participate under his real name or anonymously, he waved his feather fan and walked toward the exit of the auction house. Upon reaching the entrance, the purple and gold mana crystal plates shone with such dazzling splendor one after another that they naturally drew a flurry of admiring glances. Kellen maintained his calm, aloof demeanor as he stepped into a carriage parked nearby. Once inside, he didn't rush the driver to leave, but instead opened the carriage window a small crack. The carriage's parking spot was carefully chosen. It offered a direct view of the Saran Auction House's bulletin board ranking list. Staff from the Saran Auction House quickly emerged with pens to update the list, drawing stares and whispers from the crowd on the street. Who on earth is this Kellen? How did so many of his names suddenly appear on the list? Are you stupid? He asked the head of the White Robe Auction House. This is unbelievable. He must have put up so many amazing items. He even jumped straight to the top of the gold list. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have a feeling something big is going to happen at this auction. I've got to find out more. Kellen listened for over a full minute, his expression shifting constantly as the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. After leaving that street, he finally couldn't contain the elation in his heart and let out a shout, "Awesome!" The coachman driving the carriage paused, glanced back, and asked in confusion, "Did I just hear something? Should we stop so you can go check it out?" No, the servant sitting next to the coachman, his face expressionless as if he were an emotionless machine, replied, "You didn't hear anything. But, The coachman was about to say something, but when he turned to see the warning look on the servant's face, he swallowed hard and kept his words to himself. "I didn't hear anything." Inside the auction hall, the other attendees were also preparing to leave one by one. This auction was interesting, really interesting. Too bad I didn't bring enough money this time. The pot-bellied man looked at Yuna and asked, "I wonder when the next auction will be." "It will be announced on the bulletin board at the entrance to Suran the day before the container mystery box event. Everyone can keep an eye out for it in advance," Yuna replied. "All right, I had a great time watching this time, though I didn't get to bid to my heart's content. I'll come back next time and really have some fun." The pot-bellied man left, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. The other visitors from Crystal City were in much the same mood. It was definitely fun, but they were just missing that hands-on experience. Of course, this didn't include Jade. Having just finished talking to the staff about registering with her real name, she was still buzzing with excitement. I snagged first place too, that's awesome. I'll definitely be back," Jade murmured excitedly to herself before turning to Blake beside her and saying, "Bro, that guy up front with the spirit rat is pretty cool. Go book an appointment with him for me next time I come. I want him to appraise my treasures." Only after she finished speaking did Jade notice Blake's slightly resentful expression. Confused, she asked, "What's with that look? Because of that guy, you barely paid any attention to me during the whole auction," Blake said gloomily. "I'm warning you, don't start acting up here," Jade snapped. "If you could figure out the ins and outs of those shipping containers, I'd definitely be talking to you." Blake was about to say, "Why can't I?" But after thinking about it, he really couldn't. "Hurry up and make that appointment for me. If you can't, I'm not talking to you anymore," Jade said, then walked straight toward the exit. Wait, I'll make the appointment. Is that okay?" A dim room on the second floor. "Jinbao, have Wang prepare extra ingredients tonight to replenish mana and restore energy, make it a special meal." Su pulled her gaze away from the exhausted-looking Chun Chongyu below and turned to Finn beside her. "Yes." Finn sniffed, nodded in agreement, then asked, "By the way, Director Su," the staff in the front lobby said Director Zhang and Su Xing went over to the side courtyard. "Should we go check on them?" "The side courtyard?" Su pondered for a moment, then walked toward the door. "Let us go take a look." Chapter 85. Give Su Ran's chess game a good push, spread the word. Zhang Shangwen, also known as the Director of Operations, controlled the planning, management, and development of the entire Seven Martial City. Back when Su Ran was in decline, he had stepped in to help her a few times. However, unlike Garrick's overt assistance, he mostly gave Su Ran a nudge here and there from behind the scenes. If it weren't for the fact that Seven Martial City's urban planning was mandated by higher-ups, he wouldn't have even considered including Su Ran in the revitalization plan. Of course, he did come up with a way to help Su Ran. The location of the dungeon that the two relic scout teams had previously gone to explore was actually found with assistance from Zhang Shangwen's people. After Su Ran's third auction ended, Su had Finn prepare a generous gift to send to the management office, thanking him for his previous help with Su Ran. He selected only a few of the food items and returned the rest. The gesture of accepting the gift was enough. His message was clear. He remembered how Su's father had helped boost Seven Martial City's economic development back in the day. When Su Ran needed help, he would naturally lend a hand after all. Su Ran had already given the management office the most generous gift possible. In short, the relationship between Su Ran and the management office was still quite good. The side courtyard. When Su and Finn arrived at the side courtyard, Zhang Shangwen appeared quite naturally directly across from Brock's seat, while Su Xing stood by Zhang Shangwen's side, waiting. Su and Finn showed no change in expression at this sight, as if it were exactly as it should be. Seeing the two enter, Su Xing opened his mouth to call out to Zhang Shangwen, but Su stopped him. The group watched the two engage in their chess match until... Checkmate. That was satisfying. Haha. This game of chess is quite interesting, Zhang Shangwen said with a laugh, forcing Brock's king into a corner. "I lost again. Could that guy surnamed Yi have cast some kind of curse on me? Why do I feel like my skills have improved so much, Yet I still can't win a single game. Brock muttered, beginning to question the meaning of life. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there must be something wrong with him. Sure, he was a novice, but surely not so bad that he couldn't win a single game. Director Zhang, do you like it? I'll have another set custom made and sent to the management office. Seeing that the game had ended, Su's voice rang out from the side at just the right moment. Sure. I really do like this chess set, so I won't say no. Zhang Shangwen stood up and said with a smile, go ahead and have a dozen or so more sets made for me. I'll have Su Xing send you the payment later. There's no need for that. Hey, I don't mind not accepting payment for the ones you gave me. But these are the ones I asked you to help me customize. Zhang Shangwen interjected. You business people are the ones who insist on keeping things separate. Aren't you? Pushing this any further would just strain our relationship. All right. Since Zhang Shangwen had put it that way, Su didn't press the matter further. It's been so long, and Su Ran is finally back on its feet again, Zhang Shangwen said, looking at Su Ran auction house with a sudden sense of emotion. Back then, I watched old Su build Su Ran up bit by bit, and in doing so, he helped our entire 7 Martial City thrive. If it had really disappeared, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a place left to reminisce. But thankfully, Zhang Shangwen looked at Su, his eyes full of satisfaction, and said, the disciple has surpassed the master. If there's anything in the future regarding management or order that needs maintaining or assistance, you can talk to Su Xing, he'll let me know. Got it. Su replied with a smile, adding, actually, there is one thing I'd like to ask Director Zhang. Regarding the outer city construction around our 7 Martial City, I'm wondering if there are any plots still open for bidding. One reason I came today was to see how Su Ran is doing now, and another was that I anticipated you at Su Ran might have this need. A flash of light appeared in Zhang Shangwen's palm, revealing a layout diagram which he handed to Su, saying, take a look at the area circled here. What do you think? Su took it, his gaze settling on the layout diagram. Outside 7 Martial City, a ring-shaped area had been added, one nearly as large as 7 Martial City itself, featuring various zones serving different purposes. The layout diagram showed numerous areas circled in red. While each zone wasn't particularly large, there were many of them, all located at street intersections or the junctions between different zones, places with the heaviest foot traffic. Su's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't want the new land to open a branch office. He'd have to handle all those shipping containers himself and didn't have the energy to run around everywhere. So he wasn't considering that for the time being. For an auction house, it was essential to be able to gather market information and intelligence at any time. In many cases, this can be extremely valuable. The reason for acquiring the land was to build tea houses, inns, restaurants, and so on to expand the auction house's intelligence network. And the key requirement for the locations of these establishments was that they be situated at the intersections of different areas, where foot traffic was heavy. The areas Zhang Shangwen had prepared for Su perfectly met all these requirements. I can offer you these plots at the lowest possible price. Seeing that Su had looked over them thoroughly, Zhang Shangwen spoke up. In half a year, the national treasure competition will begin. Director Zhang, are you planning to secure a spot? Su started, but seeing Zhang Shangwen's expression, he corrected himself. Are you planning to secure the hosting rights for this national treasure competition? Yes. Zhang Shangwen nodded directly and continued. If we can secure this treasure competition, it will be an excellent publicity opportunity for both the 7 warriors and Su Ran. In addition to our Jade Kingdom, we'll also be inviting foreign guests from other countries. Zhang Shangwen left it at that, not elaborating further. He knew Su would certainly understand the value this treasure competition could bring. Su pondered for a moment, then asked, so, leave the bid for the hosting rights to me. I came here specifically to confirm something with you. Su. Zhang Shangwen voiced the question he'd already thought through. Afterward, will you be able to provide containers just like the one we saw today, or even ones of higher quality? For 7 Martial City, an opportunity like this was simply too important, of course. Even if they successfully secured the hosting rights, it would still be futile without a treasure capable of commanding the stage. He could use every means at his disposal to secure the hosting rights. But as for the treasure that would command the stage during the event that depended on Su Ran, Su didn't give Zhang Shangwen an immediate answer. Instead, he lowered his head in deep thought. In half a year, he estimated he could improve the quality of the containers to the blue tier, and even higher levels weren't out of the question. Director Zhang. If we really want to secure the hosting rights, preparing just a dozen or so sets probably won't be enough, Su said with a smile. Zhang Shangwen paused, then laughed as well, saying, "Then let us prepare a few dozen more sets. I'll do my best to promote your Su Ran chess set." Chapter 86. Explanation of interchangeable container types. The Luo family residence. How long has he been gone? Lana sat in the front courtyard, a smokeless charcoal fire burning beside her, gazing at the night sky as she asked the maid standing next to her. "Nearly 2 hours. I guess the young master is already on his way back," the maid replied. Just as the maid finished speaking, a figure appeared at the entrance to the front courtyard. Unlike his usual sly demeanor, Ronan looked somewhat serious as he returned today, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. Lana glanced at the maid beside her. The maid immediately understood and retreated into the house along with the others. "Sis," Ronan said, glancing at Lana and greeting her. His voice sounded a bit dejected as he added, "I didn't manage to get it. Come sit down." Seeing Ronan's dejected look, Lana smiled and gestured for him to take the chair that had been set out for him earlier. Ronan had originally planned to go straight back to his room, but after a moment's thought, he walked over to the chair. Once seated, Ronan stared blankly at the red sparks that occasionally flared up from the charcoal brazier in front of him. "How did it feel?" Lana asked only after Ronan had settled into his seat. "It's hard to describe," Ronan said after a moment's thought. "In an auction with such high stakes, I can't stay as calm and composed as I used to. There is so much more to consider, and I've become hesitant to make decisions. Plus, there is one more thing back in 7 Marshall City. I could basically buy anything I wanted, but after this group from Crystal City arrived, they're actually much wealthier than we are." Ronan paused after speaking. Lana looked at Ronan, as if waiting for something. "But even though we came up empty-handed this time, it's not all bad. Those skill manuals were snapped up by the head of the White Robe auction house, and some of them will likely be released later. We can bid on them then. There's a skill manual called Purple Flame Technique that's quite compatible with our family's training skill manual. We should bid on that. Besides that, this auction can actually be seen as a signal. Su Ran's new auction format has only been running for a month, yet they're already able to present items of this caliber." Ronan paused. His expression, which had just begun to relax, turned serious again as he said, "In the future, it's very likely that items of this caliber or even higher will appear. We need to prepare in advance. But you should go instead, sister. At an auction of this scale, I'm still a bit hesitant to bid." After speaking, Ronan let his mind wander slightly, leaning back in his chair and gazing absently at the charcoal fire. After hearing Ronan's words, Lana smiled faintly and said, "I still have to take care of little Red at home. I don't have that much time to spend at auctions. I'll leave the auction matters mainly to you." But Ronan opened his mouth to say something. "Let me finish first." Lana looked at Ronan and said, "The reason you're hesitant to bid, if I'm not mistaken, is that you're worried about driving the price up too high and harming the Luo family's interests, right?" Ronan fell silent. His expression had already answered Lana for him. "So I've come up with a solution for you. From now on, you'll bid using your own money. That way, you won't have to worry so much, and you can bid more boldly." Lana didn't beat around the bush. She cut straight to the point. "I invested a prime mana crystal in a business venture in Jinlin City. It's still in its early stages, and I want to transfer it to you. Whatever you earn or lose will be entirely on your own account. It won't be counted against the Luo family. From now on, all the money you use to bid at the auction house will come from what you've earned yourself." "Sis, why all of a sudden?" Ronan paused upon hearing this. Lana's move wasn't simply about having him use his own money to bid. She was preparing to gradually transfer the Luo family's real power to him. "Sis," Ronan stared at Lana, thought for a moment, and then said, "You haven't met some guy you like out there, have you? Now that you don't want to manage the Luo family anymore, you're just planning to dump it on me, right?" "Get lost." Lana shot Ronan a scornful glare. Hee. Seeing Lana's slight irritation, Ronan realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly forced a smile. "This time, I just want to really test your abilities. You've always been so carefree. What will happen to the Luo family after I get married?" Lana regained her composure and said, "Just a moment ago, I thought you were actually thinking things through pretty well this time, but now it seems—"
No, sis.
The dejection that had been weighing on Ronan vanished instantly. "You've been working so hard for so long. Leave the rest to me. I'll handle it perfectly. I can learn step by step." Ronan wasn't about to let an opportunity like this slip away. Part of it was genuinely a desire to let Lana rest after all, Ever since their parents passed away, it had been Lana who had built the Luo family business into what it is today, bit by bit. Another, lesser reason was, by then, his status would be on par with that guy Shane's father. When that Xiao kid saw him, he'd have to address him respectfully as head of the Luo family. That's exactly what I was thinking just now. But now, Lana snorted and said, "It depends on your attitude." "My attitude is definitely sincere." Ronan pounded his chest, making it thump loudly. "I want to eat jade flower cake tomorrow morning. I'll make it. I'll definitely make it for you, sis. This time, I want it made by your own hands." "No problem. I promise I'll make it myself this time." "So you lied to me last time?" Lana changed the subject. Ronan froze, watching the mana gathering in Lana's hand. He quickly hugged his head and crouched down. I'm sorry, sis. Please go easy on me." Saran Auction House. The invitations for the feedback meeting can be sent out now. This time, there's no need to follow the standard format like last time, just write them as usual. Yes. After clearly briefing Finn on the matter, Sue returned to her room, freshened up briefly, and went to bed. It's been a while, but the auction house's reserves have finally grown a bit, Sue mused, then probed her consciousness into the storage realm within the ring on her fingertip. Inside the space, the two containers shrouded in gray mist had already completed their evaluation. The quality should have improved this time, Sue remarked as he approached the white container and tapped the blue fluorescent text with his finger. The fluorescent text broke down and transformed. Sue had been waiting to see the new container's information, but a new line of text popped up first. Replaceable container type description. Current description is status 1. Do you wish to change to status 2? Below this line of fluorescent text were two fluorescent options. Yes and no. Chapter 87. The street was demolished. Change the status of the instructions? What does that mean? Just give me an explanation already. Sue grumbled as he watched the shifting fluorescent text. That was the one downside to this ring. Many features lacked specific instructions, forcing him to figure things out on his own. After waiting a little longer and realizing the fluorescent text wasn't going to provide any further explanation, Sue decided to go ahead and select the option to change it. The fluorescent text shifted again, this time displaying information about the container. Name, moderately damaged container. Container origin, belongings of the Kamikaze Sect's deputy sect leader. Quality, green. Current status, sellable. So status 1 is container type, and status 2 has changed to container origin. Noticing the difference in the fluorescent text, Sue muttered to himself. As for the rest, there weren't many other changes, and the damage level matched the moderate standard. Pulling his gaze away from this green quality container, Sue guided his consciousness toward another container nearby. When his finger touched the question mark-shaped light orb, the fluorescence shifted, splitting into two waves before coalescing again. On the left was status 1, and on the right was status 2. If this were someone with a bit less comprehension, these two things popping up out of nowhere would make them have to think about it for a while longer, Sue said as he tapped his finger on status 2. The fluorescent text changed, and the gray curtain covering the container slowly dropped. Name, slightly damaged container. Container origin, relics of the Beastfolk commander. Quality, blue. Current status, sellable. Beastfolk? Are there such beings in this world? Mermaids? Mighty minotaurs? Or catgirls? Sue looked at the text on the container, furrowing his brow slightly as he pondered a question. If they were merfolk, the items inside the container would most likely be from the ocean, and it had been who knows how long since the container was retrieved. If the contents had rotted by then, wouldn't there be a stench of dead fish and seafood? Sue thought about it for a moment but decided not to dwell on the issue first, because it was all pure speculation with no basis in fact. Second, because thinking about it any further might make him throw up his dinner. However, Sue's gaze fell on the text in front of the two shipping containers, and he said, "Since we have new material, we can spread the word in advance before the next auction and really hype it up. As for the specific message to spread, why not call it a clash of local classics and exotic flavors? Not bad, that's a good theme." The next morning, because quite a few things had happened at yesterday's auction, the neighbors who spent the whole night gathering the latest gossip got up early, ready to head to their usual spot to share the news with their gossip buddies. But when they stepped out, intending to head to the street across from, Sue ran to grab some breakfast and start their chatter, they discovered the street had been torn down. Strictly speaking, It was the original buildings lining the street that had been torn down. It was unclear how long the construction crew had been there, but the framework for most of the buildings had already been completed, and they were now steadily filling in the structure and building upward. The neighbors stared blankly ahead, their feelings roughly comparable to waking up after a night's sleep to find their home had been burglarized. "What on earth is going on here?" asked one of the latecomers. Someone who arrived earlier and was already in the know explained. "They're building a tea house. Some families in the city sensed the high foot traffic here, and figured people from other cities might come here in the future. Last night, they tracked down the owners of these houses and bought them up for a pretty hefty price. Look over there." The person gestured for the crowd to look in a certain direction and said, "The guy over there with the biggest smile on his face is the owner of the house that's being torn down right now. With the mana crystals he's got on him, as long as he doesn't use them for training, he'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life." "Is there really such a good deal?" The crowd gasped in surprise. "That acquisition happened way too fast. I've got a house too, will they buy it?" "Give it a rest," the man explaining continued. "They're willing to pay top dollar for these houses because the Saran auction house is right across the street. Those out-of-town guests will just stop by here for a quick tea break so they can head straight in when the auction starts. Right now, it's only this row of houses along the street that's valuable, the ones inside forget about them." The crowd let out another round of sighs, but soon returned to their gossiping. Judging by the speed and quality of construction, they must be using the best construction crew in town. That's for sure. It's right across from Saran Auction House. They can't afford to let the property lose value. The people who go to Saran Auction House are all big shots. This construction crew is the same one that upgraded Saran Auction House. They start today, finish tomorrow, and it'll be ready for use the day after. No wonder it's a construction team made up of trainers. Their speed is incredible. I bet it's costing a lot of mana crystals. Wait, no. The speaker suddenly realized something and said, "If this whole area is being renovated, doesn't that mean it'll be hard for us to hang out here and chat afterward?" "Don't worry about that." The person who had explained earlier pointed to an empty lot on the street in front of the Saran auction house that had been cleared, saying, "Do you see that empty lot over there? So what about it? The City General Administration Office has approved the documents. That area will be specifically converted into a rest plaza. They'll be coming over this afternoon, the same construction crew. They'll start today, finish tomorrow, and it'll be ready for use the day after tomorrow. It's not just that rest plaza," the man continued. "Rumor has it that the city management office is also planning a series of renovations around Saran. A commercial street and a food street are already on the agenda as soon as the follow-up documents are finalized. The renovations will begin immediately." "Oh, right," the person added. "Those street vendors will be incorporated into the food street and standardized as part of the upgrade. After that, the quality of breakfast options will improve." "That's great. You're right. I once found a fingernail 2 centimeters long in the soy milk at Lao Hies. I almost swallowed it." Someone immediately chimed in agreement. "But is this info reliable?" someone else questioned. "Don't be like that insider guy from before telling a different story to everyone he meets." Not far away, a person silently walked a little further away. "Believe it or not, that's up to you," the person said, then turned and walked away. "I was just asking, he really is aloof. Don't worry about that. Look over there, that group of people. Who's in the middle? Why does he have so many bandaged wounds? Judging by the direction, it looks like he's heading towards Suran. I can't help but feel he kind of looks like the head of the Gua family." Chapter 88. Off to an interesting place. Saran Auction House. Office. "Have all the invitations for the feedback session been sent out?" Sue wasn't sitting at her desk today. Instead, she was perched on a rocking chair, munching on some pastries. Now that the previous auction was over, things would be a lot less hectic for a while. We've already sent people to deliver them, all according to the bank president's instructions. The time is set for tomorrow morning. Finn replied immediately. After a moment's thought, he added, "I also sent one over to the Gua family. Just send them out as usual." Sue nodded and said, "The custom chess set ordered by Director Zhang should be ready around noon today. Remember to have someone pick it up and deliver it to Director Zhang. Have the Relic Scout team handle it." "Yes, I'll go arrange that right away." "What about Yuna? How's her training going?" "No issues so far. Yesterday, Yuna asked me to help her get a batch of training props. I've already sent someone to purchase them." "Good. As for Yuna's cooperation, the next auction is scheduled for 3 days from now. Here's the message for the Guo family. Su took a written note from his inventory ring and handed it to Finn, saying, as for the public announcement, the theme for this container mystery box is a clash of local classics and exotic flavors. Just go with that. Got it? Although it sounded a bit awkward and strange, after spending so much time with Su, Finn had become much more accepting of these kinds of things. Why bother asking for details? Just do it. Just as Finn was finishing taking notes and getting ready to leave, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and the front desk clerk stepped in and said, President Su, Mr. Guo is waiting for you in the lobby. Uncle Guo? Yes, back already? Su popped the pastry into his mouth, then stood up and headed toward the door. Upon reaching the front desk, Su immediately spotted the group of men in military uniforms, and among them, the figure covered head to toe in bandages stood out strikingly. His face had been treated as well, though slightly swollen. One could still vaguely make out Garrick's features. Uncle Guo, what happened to you? Su asked in surprise as he approached Garrick. This was the first time Su had ever seen Garrick looking so disheveled. Haha, it's just a minor injury. How could you go into battle without getting hurt? Garrick laughed twice when he saw Su come out, patted Su on the shoulder and said, Su, kid, I really owe it to the items from your auction that I made it back alive to see you. What happened? Su asked, casually stretching his shoulder which had gone numb from Garrick's slap. Judging by the force of the blow, Garrick's injuries weren't as severe as they appeared on the surface. At first, old Xiao and I figured it was just some gang of hotheads who didn't know their place, so we planned to take some men over and settle it right away. But we never expected those cowards to actually launch a sneak attack. Garrick slammed his fist on the table in anger, seemingly recalling the scene of the ambush, and said, on top of that, they somehow gotten their hands on a secret technique that drastically boosted their power. Old Xiao and I were under a lot of pressure dealing with them. We almost lost our lives. Thank goodness I had that life and death talisman I bought from your auction on me at the time. That's how I managed to cut those guys down. Come to think of it, old Xiao had it a bit worse than me. He nearly had one of his arms torn right off. He has been sent to Feiyu City for treatment and hasn't come back yet. I came over this time to give you something. As Garrick spoke, he took 2 inventory rings out of his own and said, we came across a dungeon on the way, so the 2 of us went in to loot it. There was quite a bit of loot, so old Xiao and I each took half. It's all right here. You can't turn down this life-saving money. If it weren't for that talisman from your auction house this time, the 2 of us would been done for. Old Xiao also said that if there's ever anything the Xiao family can help with in the future, just ask. Garrick rattled off a long string of words, and combined with his injury and the fact that he'd been dehydrated, his mouth was now parched. Fortunately, Finn had someone bring water over in advance. Garrick grabbed the cup and drained it in one gulp. Since Uncle Guo has put it that way, I certainly have no reason to refuse. Su reached out and took the inventory ring Garrick had placed on the table, saying, thank goodness everyone is okay. We really did get lucky this time. Garrick agreed, adding, by the way, I heard you pulled out a big shipment right when I was leaving. That's not very fair, picking the exact moment I was gone. Don't worry, Uncle Guo. There are more good things to come, Su replied, choosing a different angle rather than directly addressing Garrick's comment. All right, then I'll come back later to support your business. Garrick had only meant it half in jest to begin with, so he didn't dwell on the topic, adding, but I probably won't be able to make it to the next game. I need to rest. We'll talk about the one after that. I'm off now. I'm actually pretty tired today. I'm heading back to rest. No need to walk me out. You go ahead and take care of your business. After saying that, Garrick finished the water that had been refilled in his glass on the table, then turned and left. Su watched Garrick's slightly shivering legs and exchanged a glance with Finn, who was standing nearby. Finn immediately caught on and followed him out. Only after the group had completely disappeared from view did Su focus his attention on the 2 inventory rings in his hand. The items inside these 2 rings were comparable to the resources Su Sanhong had brought back last time, quite valuable. It seems the situation we encountered this time was truly quite perilous, Su remarked after a moment, withdrawing his consciousness. The following afternoon. Come on, Brother Zhou. I'll take you to an interesting place. After lunch, Jade ran out of the room, looking somewhat excited. The 2 of them didn't return to Crystal City but continued to stay at an inn in 7 Marshall City. Most people from Crystal City who had come here chose to stay, and they all tacitly agreed to send people back to Crystal City to fetch more mana crystals, just in case such a large haul appeared again at the upcoming auction. We just finished eating, don't run so fast. Blake, leading a group of guards, chased after Jade. Bro, I'm a trainer, that little bit of food will be digested in no time. Jade ignored him and kept running at full speed. Once they stepped out of the inn, the group headed toward the Saran auction house, though their destination wasn't the auction house itself, but the street directly across from it. By the time they arrived, a crowd had already gathered across the street, chatting among themselves. Jade excitedly found a spot where she could hear their conversation without being noticed, looking fully prepared. What are you doing? Blake was a bit confused by Jade's actions. Eavesdropping on important intel, Jade said with a serious expression. I had someone look into it. Specifically, there are some people in 7 Marshall City who are really good at gathering information about the Saran auction house. Listening in can help us find out a lot of things in advance. And this place, Jade looked at the group chatting ahead and continued, is where the information flows most densely. You can pick up plenty of interesting tidbits here. Chapter 89. Fong Jinshan's visit. Then I'll go over there and ask for you. Hearing this, Blake reached for his mana crystals and started to walk forward. Hey, what are you doing? Jade quickly grabbed Blake's arm and said exasperatedly, don't you think the intel we get this way feels more authentic? Don't interrupt me, I want to listen on my own. Blake was pulled back. Although he didn't quite understand what exactly made this more authentic, he thought for a moment and then settled down beside Jade. The crowd had been chatting for a while, and their excitement was now reaching a fever pitch. You guys have no idea how fierce the competition was at the last auction. It was a bloodbath. The major clans joined forces to bid, and in the end, it went for the astronomical price of 220 superior mana crystals. As he spoke, the man scanned the crowd around him and exclaimed dramatically, 220 superior mana crystals. Can you imagine? That's enough to buy 11 Crimson Sky Tiger Cubs. Which family won the bid? You're really out of the loop if you're asking that. The Suran rankings have already been released. It was Kellen, the head of the White Robe auction house. The man took a breath and continued. You guys don't know, that day, Director Kellen was like a god descending from the heavens. Single-handedly, he outshone numerous clans, bidding 220 superior mana crystals in a single go. That was such a decisive and nonchalant move. He acted the whole time as if he were spending 220 copper coins. That's just the class of the rich. It's on another level. If it were me shouting that out, I'd probably be way too excited. Someone remarked with admiration. Hey, forget about the last auction. I heard the lot for the next one is supposed to be a bit unusual. Someone else chimed in. Absolutely. Rumor has it that the next auction will feature a clash of modern classics and exotic flair. Apparently, the major clans are all a bit baffled by this announcement and are currently seeking out specialized Saran researchers to figure out what it actually means. Saran researchers? What on earth are those? You're way behind the times. They've been around for ages. Tell us more. Tell us more. It's a new profession, people who specialize in studying the patterns of Suran container shipments and the clues they drop. They provide bidders with predictions about Suran, and apparently, their fees aren't cheap. Well, do they have any basis for their research? They can't just be making it up, can they? Of course not. Those rich people aren't stupid. Look. As he spoke, the man gestured for everyone to look toward the auction house and said, these Suran researchers are attending today's feedback session. They must have something convincing to offer, otherwise, why would they be doing business so openly? Feedback session? Blake paused, then produced a red invitation from his palm and said, this here. Jade had been listening intently to the group's conversation, but when she noticed Blake pulling out the invitation, she paused and turned to ask, where did you get this? Why didn't you show it to me sooner? I think someone from Saran came by yesterday to deliver the invitation. You were playing around with Xiaofeng at the time. I called out to you, but you didn't respond, so I just put it in my inventory ring first. Blake explained. I was going to tell you about it last night, but you said you were tired from playing and wanted to sleep, and not to bother you, so I didn't think to mention it. As for today, you just woke up not too long ago, didn't you? Oh my gosh. You didn't even think to interrupt me for something this important. Jade snatched the invitation from Blake's hand, not even bothering to listen to the rest of the news, and ran toward the Saran auction house. It would been one thing not to receive the invitation at all, but if she received it and didn't go, missing out on something fun, that would be a total loss. If I had interrupted you, you'd definitely have ignored me for ages again. Blake muttered under his breath as he followed along with the bodyguard behind him. Fortunately, by the time they arrived, the feedback session was just about to begin. They made it with barely enough time to spare. Saran Auction House. Office. Sue had entrusted Finn with hosting this feedback session. He hadn't gone over there himself but remained in his office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Please come in, the receptionist said, opening the door and stepping slightly aside to make room as Fang Jinshan entered. Head of the Fang family. Sue had heard from Finn earlier that morning that Fang Jinshan would be coming today, so he wasn't surprised. There were some family matters a few days ago. I had originally planned to attend the auction to show my support, but I was delayed and couldn't make it. Please forgive me, President Sue, Fang Jinshan said with a hint of apology. There's no need to apologize. Sue Ran is right here, head of the Fang family. You're welcome to drop by any time, Sue replied. Quite a few well-connected people in Tianqing City have already heard about this interesting auction here in Seven Marshal City, and they're already planning to come. We'd better get in a good round of bidding before that crowd shows up. You're always welcome, of course. Got it, Fang Jinshan replied with a smile. He then took several documents out of his inventory ring and said, "Let us get down to business. The main reason for this visit is the renovation project." After Sue Ran surveyed the site during her last visit, we at the Fang family began preparing the design plans as soon as she returned. To avoid disrupting Sue Ran's regular auctions, we plan to divide the renovation into several phases, tackling one section at a time. That way, it won't interfere with daily operations. Fang Jinshan added, "You've put a lot of thought into this." Sue took the documents from Fang Jinshan and began reviewing them. The main designs are all based on your requirements, President Sue. They include the mana crystal panel lighting effects, the elevating container loading platform, the fluorescent counting panels, and more, Fang Jinshan explained as he stood nearby. There are renderings attached at the end of the documents. Please take a look, President Sue. All right. Fang Jinshan didn't continue his explanation but waited for Sue to finish reviewing the documents. A moment later, "Not bad." Sue set the documents down and said, "These designs are excellent. We can proceed with the renovation according to the specifications here. However, there's one point. The overall color scheme might need some adjustment. The rendering looks like this, but I don't feel it's particularly well suited to Sue Ran." "I see," Fang Jinshan replied. "We can proceed with the renovation first. Before the final touches and color adjustments, the Fang family will present a few design proposals to President Sue. Once we've decided on a specific one, we'll move forward with the finishing touches. How does that sound?" "All right." With that settled, the document was essentially approved. After setting the document aside, Sue, in a good mood, joked, "I assume the Fang family's services include after-sales support, right? Don't worry. If even the slightest problem arises, we'll handle it for you immediately and make everything crystal clear." Fang Jinshan replied with a smile, then took another item out of his inventory ring. Chapter 90. A fight breaks out over second place. It was a small sphere pieced together from pieces of wood, with a pale white dot at its center. Judging by its luster, it resembled a spirit stone. A spirit stone soundproofing device, Fang Jinshan explained. When activated, it creates a mana zone with a 2-meter diameter around it. Within this zone, the sound of conversations won't leak out. This is the first prototype we've made. After speaking, Fang Jinshan tapped the smalt with his finger, and a pale blue light shield emanated, enveloping the object. From Sue's perspective, Fang Jinshan opened his mouth as if to say something. The sound was very unclear. He could only make out a few scattered, disjointed notes. "We're currently only at the first generation of development, so we can't completely isolate sound yet. However, limiting sound from escaping is no problem. As for the function to block sound from entering, that's still under development." After retracting the soundproof shield and offering this explanation, Fang Jinshan continued, "I brought this over for President Sue to take a look first. If there are no issues, our Fang family can produce a batch right away. Once the second-generation soundproofing device is ready, we'll update and replace the current ones." "No problem. Go ahead and produce a batch. Can you deliver them tomorrow? You don't need to make too many, about 100 should be enough. We can order more later," Sue said, nodding after recalling what he just heard. Those illogical musical notes were impossible to make sense of even with deep thought, yet the effect was already quite good. As for sound transmission, it was more of a secondary concern after all. Most bidders were primarily concerned with preventing their conversations from being overheard by those around them. We can make them. I'll have my team work through the night, and we'll aim to have them delivered to Su Ran by tomorrow afternoon. After finishing his report, Fang Jinshan had to go visit Garrick, so he left first. As he stepped outside, he happened to run into Finn coming in. He exchanged a brief greeting before turning and walking away.
President Su.
Finn knocked on the door. Only after receiving a response from Su did he step inside. Head Fang's side will be sending a batch of soundproofing devices over tomorrow afternoon. Understood. How did the feedback session go? Su asked. Quite a few people offered suggestions. Most asked if we could increase the number of auction sessions and containers, while another group suggested that the rock soul self-preservation technique should be moved up one spot in the rankings. There was also a minor argument with another group. Recalling the scene, Finn couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. By the way, one proposer suggested that we should optimize the ranking rules for our auction house's fortune rankings. Finn added, we shouldn't base the evaluation on the total value of a single container, because there are disparities in value between containers. Some people spend more to bid on a container, and the items inside are more valuable, so the overall value is naturally higher. If we used this method to rank the most valuable containers list, that would be fine, but for the fortune rankings, it feels a bit of a stretch. After this suggestion was made, quite a few people agreed, Finn added. Su thought for a moment before saying, this suggestion makes sense. Let us adjust the rules for the fortune rankings. The criteria for making the list will be changed to whoever has the highest value in mana crystals calculated by subtracting the auction price from the total value of the items inside the container will make the list. That's the return on investment. In addition to changing the rules, let us split the luck rankings into two lists. One is the overall luck rankings, which tracks the person with the highest luck since the new auction model began. The other is the real-time fortune rankings, which will be reset once a month to record the person with the highest fortune for that month. Understood. Finn jotted down what Su had said. Any other feedback? None at the moment. All right, let us leave it at that for now. After finishing, Su paused for a moment and added, oh, right, didn't you tell me a few days ago that you wanted to eat roasted chicken legs? Go tell Wang to prepare some for dinner tonight. Finn hesitated for a moment. Seeing how serious Su looked, he immediately realized what was meant and replied, yes, I'll go talk to Wang right away. It's been a while since I've had them, and I'm really craving them. The day of the auction, the area around Su Ran's entrance had undergone quite a transformation over the past couple of days. Not only had the rest plaza been built, but rows of elegantly designed tea houses, each with its own unique style, had sprung up alongside it, with the aroma of tea wafting out from time to time. When I smell this tea fragrance, sometimes I really feel like my whole sense of style has been elevated. If you'd put down that half-eaten bowl of sour and spicy noodles you're holding, that statement might actually have some credibility, someone nearby remarked ruthlessly. So what? This is what I call appealing to both the refined and the common folk. It's a higher form of artistry. You just don't get it. Unfazed, the person continued to hold the takeout box of sour and spicy noodles in one hand, sniffing the tea aroma while slurping away. Stop fretting over this classy or not classy nonsense. I've got some major news. Just then, someone joined the conversation and spoke up. The people around him immediately gathered close. I heard there was a fight up in the northern part of the city last night, and it was pretty intense. A fight? Another clan feud? No, it was over second place. Fighting over second place? Second place in a clan? No, I already said it's not about clans. The person shot a disdainful glance at the person next to him and explained, it's about the second and third spots on the purple list at Saran Auction House. Those people aren't quite satisfied with the rankings, so they've split into two factions. Yesterday, while they were drinking, the topic just happened to come up. As they talked, tempers flared, and before long, a fight broke out. I thought it was something really big. A wave of boos swept through the crowd. In the past, they might have found such a thing absurd, but as long as it involved Saran, it wasn't that surprising. Not long ago, there was even someone who borrowed mana crystals to end it all, only to be saved by their creditor in the end. Compared to that, I'm actually more curious about what this clash between local classics and exotic flair will be like. It wasn't just the crowd in the square, resting and waiting to see the spectacle, who wanted to know the bidders about to enter the auction house were also curious. Pretty lady, can't you really give me a little hint beforehand? Jade batted her beautiful big eyes, looking at the front desk staff with a pitiful expression. I'm afraid not, little sister. Those are the rules, the receptionist replied politely. Okay then, I'll just go in and see for myself later. Jade didn't press the issue and changed the subject. Is that young man from last time still here? Of course. Since an appointment had been made, the receptionist retrieved a calm stone and summoned the golden banded spirit rat. While waiting for it to emerge, the receptionist suggested, would you like to use the spirit stone's soundproofing device? Little miss, members get free access to it. Chapter 91. No need to open it. Oh, what's that? Jade asked curiously. It's this, the receptionist said, gesturing for Jade to look at a white jade slab to the side. Only then did Jade notice that some new items had been added, along with a diagram depicting a circular object. The Spirit Stone Soundproofing Device. When activated, it forms a soundproof barrier around you, effectively blocking sound from escaping. It costs only 100 greater mana crystals per session, and members get free trial sessions. Jade read it out word for word, then turned back and said, Great! Then I have to go out of my way to keep my voice down later. This is great, could you give me one, pretty lady? Sure. The front desk clerk replied with a smile. It wasn't just Jade, virtually everyone in the auction house was holding a Spirit Stone soundproofing device at that moment. Having already witnessed the previous auction where they went for 200 superior mana crystals, the current price of 100 greater mana crystals didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, if everyone else was getting one and they weren't, wouldn't that make them seem out of place? That's what most people were thinking. It's not expensive, but the real value lies in the sheer number of people using them. By the end of the auction, you'll have at least a few superior mana crystals, Kellen muttered to himself, glancing at the Spirit Stone noise-canceling device in his hand and then at the people around him. When he noticed someone looking at him, he immediately adopted his usual cold, impassive expression. To continue his soliloquy, Kellen casually activated the Spirit Stone sound suppressor and said, This thing is actually quite useful. The free trial is meant to let everyone get used to having this sound suppressor around in advance. Add in the herd mentality and the desire to save face once they see everyone around them using it, they definitely use it too. That basically means this is a steady source of income for every auction. And with the spirit rats launched earlier, mana crystals can turn a profit like this. I really hadn't thought of that before. It's no wonder it's Sue Ran, she actually came up with this approach. Kellen couldn't help but remark with admiration. His hands, clasped behind his back, trembled slightly as he added, Only an auction house this entertaining, one that showcases such ingenuity in the details, is worth my time. It suits my taste and status. Expectations for this auction were running high, partly because of the container mystery box event itself, and partly because the information Sue Ran had released was rather vague, leaving everyone eager to discover exactly what was inside the box. After a long wait, the auction finally began. Today, Yuna wore a light green sheer maxi dress. Her accessories and the veil she was wearing for the first time added a touch of exotic charm, making her a real head-turner. Miss Yuna, what exactly is inside the container today? Someone, unable to contain their curiosity, spoke up as soon as Yuna came to a stop. It seems you're all eagerly anticipating today's lot. Yuna smiled and said, Well then, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let us get started. Walking slowly to the first shipping container, Yuna gently placed her hand on the red cloth. With a slight tug, the red cloth slid aside, and Yuna's voice rang out as she introduced the item. This shipping container comes from the Shinfeng sect, and its contents are the personal belongings left behind by the sect's deputy leader. The Shinfeng sect? You mean the Shinfeng sect, one of the 8 great sects from 2,300 years ago? Someone immediately exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who could be here would have at least some knowledge of the sects throughout history. Because of the great passage of time and the scarcity of ancient dungeons, items from the Shinfeng sect are extremely rare in the auction world. Of course, no one doubted the truth of Yuna's words after all. Just the other day, she produced an entire crate of skill manuals. The 8 great sects had truly immense resources. Back in those days, each one dominated its own region. If these are indeed the remains of the Shinfeng sect's deputy sect master, the chances of hitting the jackpot aren't small. Many people were already getting their hopes up. We just sent people to check out the Divine Wind sect's ruins dungeon a while back. I never expected to come across a container like this right here, the pot-bellied man muttered to himself with a smile. Amid the chatter, The container's steel door slowly swung open. The crowd acted in perfect unison, deploying mana shields to block the dust while simultaneously activating their spirit stone sound suppressors. Some chose not to activate their sound-dampening devices. Their reasoning was simple: if everyone else was using them, leaving theirs off would still provide sufficient sound insulation, so there was no need to turn theirs on. The starting bid for this container is 500 greater mana crystals. Each bid must be in increments of at least 50 greater mana crystals. You may now begin inspecting the contents. Everyone turned their gaze toward the interior of the container. As expected, the contents were once again in utter disarray. All sorts of items were piled haphazardly on top of one another. On top lay an open robe, spread over the heap of clutter, obscuring a large portion of the items inside and making it impossible to see the exact contents. Beneath this pile, the items were a veritable hodgepodge. A meditation cushion, a tilted chair wedged in the middle, and numerous small boxes scattered among them. So many, and so jumbled. Peering through a gap in the items at the lower left corner, one could faintly make out a sizable wooden chest taking up a large portion of the space. Looking through a gap at the lower right corner revealed nothing in particular, though a smooth, rounded object was partially visible, wedged at the very bottom. It's precisely this kind of chaotic mess that makes it fun to explore. It really puts your observational skills to the test. Far from finding the sheer volume of items a hassle, everyone actually found it fun. That's what makes a treasure hunt, and that's the thrill of discovering unexpected surprises. Many people's eyes were fixed on that chest inside. Whether it was valuable or contained anything worthwhile was unclear, but it was huge. Large objects always give people the feeling that they can't possibly be all that bad. Whoa, there's quite a lot here this time. Let me take a look. Jade narrowed her eyes, craned her neck slightly forward, and peered into the shipping container. A chair, a box, a robe, a mirror. After scanning the contents, Jade furrowed her brow slightly, looking deeply thoughtful. A moment later, she turned to the spirit rat member standing nearby and asked, "Young man, is there anything good in here?" This time, the spirit rat processed the information quickly. He opened his eyes in an instant and, upon hearing Jade's question, replied immediately. There's definitely one purple quality item. The other one's fluctuating between the top of blue rank and the bottom of purple rank. As for exactly what it is, we'll have to wait for Elder Ye's assessment. Oh, really? Then I'll have to think about how to bid later. Jade turned back and began to ponder. Chapter 92. Tired of seeing mana crystals, such a niche topic. The other spirit rats also shared their perceptions of the items inside the container with those around them. Basically, they all guaranteed at least one purple rank item. While everyone was discussing the items in the container, one person in the room seemed a bit distracted. Where did that kid Ronan run off to? He didn't even show up today. Shane looked around in surprise, scanning the room over and over, but saw no sign of Ronan. It wasn't just this auction. Ronan hadn't shown up at the feedback session the day before either. The rarity of this occurrence was on par with finding 10 gold rank items in a row from a heavily damaged shipping container. Some were distracted, others were observing, while time marched on relentlessly until Yuna's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the viewing period is over. Bidding may now begin. No sooner had Yuna finished speaking than someone immediately removed their soundproofing hood and called out, 550 greater mana crystals. 600 greater mana crystals. The second bid followed immediately. At the very beginning of the bidding, the increments weren't particularly large, but thanks to the high frequency of bids, the price still rose quite rapidly. Old Lay, didn't you say over tea yesterday that you were definitely going to bid on a container today just for fun? Why haven't you made a bid yet, even though half the day has passed? Lin Liangchen said with a smile, looking at the pot-bellied man not far away. You tall guy are always up to no good. If I bid later, you'll probably use your minimum bid tactic to annoy everyone again. Lei Taiming looked at the tall man smiling in the distance, his expression saying, I know exactly what you're up to. How could that be? Never. Lin Liangchen stopped mid-sentence and suddenly turned around, because the voice that had just called out the bid sounded very familiar. 2 superior mana crystals. It wasn't just Lin Liangchen who turned around. Lei Taiming also looked toward the source of the voice and said with some surprise, Wow, old he, you've actually left Crystal City? I was about to go crazy from boredom if I stayed in Crystal City any longer. The robed man known as Old he grumbled. That place is nothing but mana crystals. I'm sick of seeing them. It's a rare treat to find something new here. The expressions of quite a few people in the auction hall shifted slightly. Sick of seeing mana crystals? That's such a niche thing to say. And you're the one saying that? You guys are really not very considerate. You found something interesting and just came on your own, without even calling the rest of us. The robed man glanced at Lei Taiming and a few other familiar figures before speaking. I just wanted to check it out first before heading back to tell you guys about it, Lei Taiming said with a cheerful smile. Since you're already here, I bet quite a few of the old-timers are on their way too. They're coming. Except for that stubborn mule down south who's still holed up at home. Everyone else is basically on their way. It's rare to find a place where you can spend money and have some fun. We can't miss this. Don't get too excited and drive the price up too high. This isn't like other auctions. You've got to know how to estimate the value, Lei Taiming said. This guy had a history of doing just that at auctions. He drive the price way above the item's actual value with his first bid, focusing entirely on a speed-based bidding war. Don't worry. If I were going to play that game, I wouldn't be here. Are you going to bid? Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? 2 superior mana crystals and 500 mid-grade ones. We've got to snag one today. Once that crowd shows up, it'll be tough to outbid them, Lei Taiming said with a smile. 2 superior mana crystals plus 500 mid-grade ones. We've got to snag one today. Once that crowd over there shows up, it'll be much harder to get one. Count me in 2 top-grade ones plus 550 mid-grade ones. They didn't even need to look to know who was making that bid. A new round of bidding began, and the pace of the price increase slowed considerably. Jade didn't rush to bid, but turned to a middle-aged man standing nearby one of the group who come with them and asked, "Second uncle, what do you think the items in that shipping container are worth?" Knowing that the spirit rat couldn't reveal any information about prices, Jade had the calm stone call for backup from home, the Bai family's second uncle, who had some expertise in appraising antiques. It's hard to tell exactly what's inside since it's covered up. Bai's second uncle looked at the shipping container ahead, his face full of interest, and said, "But judging from what's visible below, there are quite a few good items. The material of that grand armchair is exceptional. It could be worth a pretty penny. The object in the lower right corner is most likely some kind of jade. It's quite large. If it has any special properties, its value shouldn't be low either. Based on what you told me earlier about the purple rank treasure you're offering, combined with what this young man said around 6 superior mana crystals. Of course, this is my first time attending an auction like this, so my estimate might not be entirely accurate," Uncle Bai added. "All right, no problem. I trust you, second uncle." After confirming the specific price, Jade immediately called out his bid. 3 superior grade and 800 middle grade. Some joined the bidding while others dropped out. When the price reached 5 superior mana crystals, many felt it had exceeded their acceptable bottom line and withdrew from the bidding. Only the last 5 or 6 bidders were weighing whether to raise their bids a little further. With the bidding proceeding slowly, increment by increment, the price rose to 6 superior mana crystals and 200 medium grade ones. 6 superior mana crystals and 200 medium grade ones. Any higher bids? Yuna asked with a smile, looking out at the crowd. Most eyes remained fixed on Jade. Now, as the bidding neared its end, only Jade and Lei Taiming were still placing bids. Jade's expression grew slightly serious. After a moment's thought, no bid was called, and the container fell into Lei Taiming's hands. "This price is a bit higher than expected. Now it's a matter of luck," Lei Taiming muttered to himself as he looked at Alden, who was stepping out from the side. Ever since the last auction ended, Sue and Finn had realized that opening one container at a time, as they won, it was far more effective than waiting until all were won before opening them. So they decided to follow the same procedure as the previous auction. Alden led the team over to the container. The staff were now wearing new uniforms, predominantly in a light green shade that complemented Sue Ran's style perfectly. Most importantly, these new uniforms incorporated the same cutting-edge technology as Alden's white silk gloves. They could preserve an object's original condition upon contact. The team no longer required special instructions from Alden after so many auctions. They knew exactly what their jobs entailed. After observing for a moment, they didn't reach in right away but waited for Alden to step forward and remove the top layer of the robe first. Fabric draped over a pile of items like this, obscuring the full view, is extremely difficult to remove. If something is caught underneath and too much force is applied, the fabric will be ruined. This kind of delicate work is best left to Alden. Chapter 93. Could it be a gold find? Alden walked over to the pile of items, took a wooden step from his inventory ring, stepped onto it, and positioned himself at the same level as the robe. His hand, clad in a white silk glove, grasped both sides of the robe and applied the lightest of touches, feeling it out. The edge seemed to be pressed down by something. Alden withdrew one hand and gathered a glob of mana in his palm. Unlike the mana he usually saw, this stream flowed continuously like a liquid and gave off a viscous sensation. Once he gathered enough, he gently placed the viscous liquid onto the robe. The moment it made contact, the mana liquid seemed to come to life, spreading across the robe's surface and quickly covering the entire area. He then gripped the robe with both hands, applied a little pressure, assessed the situation, and gave it a sharp tug. Sliding along the viscous liquid, the robe was pulled out with remarkable ease. Once it was out, Alden withdrew the viscous mana while stepping back from the shipping container, leaving room for the staff nearby to work. "That was quite a move," remarked Uncle Bai, an avid antique connoisseur, unable to contain his admiration. "What do you mean, Uncle?" Jade asked curiously. "Most likely, something was pressing down on the robe and jamming it in place. But what old you did was coat the surface of the robe with mana, protecting it while also increasing its lubricity, making it easier to remove," Uncle Bai explained. "Don't let the ease of the process fool you. Just refining mana into that kind of lubricating, viscous state is incredibly difficult. It's no small feat. You couldn't pull it off without a dozen or 2 decades of practice. Not to mention, he managed to keep the dust on the robe's surface completely undisturbed," Uncle Bai added admiringly. Jade pondered this for a moment. "I don't get it. I'd better just sit back and listen to the appraisal." Alden held the robe with one hand while touching its surface with the other to feel it. After a moment, he addressed the group. "Everyone, please step back a bit, or cast a layer of mana over the surface." Hearing Alden's words, the crowd took his advice to heart. No one stepped back. Instead, they all formed a layer of mana around themselves. Alden, meanwhile, channeled a stream of mana into the robe. The very next second, the robe began to vibrate violently and actually broke free from Alden's arm, floating beside him. "This is incredible." When this robe activated, a divine aura even wafted from it. "Is the very first item already a real gem?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "No, snap out of it. That's just dust." The person who had come with him spoke with a look of exasperation, silently moving a little farther away from his friend. They weren't close. "The Divine Wind Sect, a sect renowned for its wind manipulation techniques, which has earned it a place among the 8 great sects." Alden dispelled the mana within the robe, retrieved it, and said, "This robe is called the Wind Deflecting Robe, a unique garment exclusive to the Divine Wind Sect. To outsiders, it may appear to be just an ordinary robe, but in the hands of a Divine Wind Sect disciple, this special robe, when wielded through a specific skill manual, becomes a weapon capable of killing without a trace." Ancient texts on the Divine Wind Sect record, "Swing the robe and 10,000 wind blades emerge, killing in the blink of an eye," referring precisely to this wind-deflecting robe. Typically, the wind-deflecting robe is made from jade white silk, a material still available today. A piece 1.5 meters wide costs around 10 greater mana crystals per meter. However, this wind-deflecting robe is made from blue wind silk. Typically, only those of the rank of Deputy Sect Master or higher in the Divine Wind Sect would wear a robe crafted from blue wind silk. This silk is stronger and more resilient. For fabric of the same 1.5 meter width, the price per meter is around 30 greater mana crystals. To make a robe like this, you'd need about 4 meters of fabric that's 1.5 meters wide. The cost of the fabric alone is around 120 greater mana crystals. Add in the exquisite craftsmanship and its collectible value, and the total value comes to about 300 greater mana crystals. If it falls into the hands of someone who knows how to use the Divine Wind Sect's robes of wind technique, the value of this windproof robe could increase significantly. Therefore, I'll rate it at 300 mid-grade items, placing it in the blue rank. "Not bad, not bad." Lei Timing rubbed his belly and chuckled. This was a pretty good start. After Alden finished speaking, he handed the robe to a staff member standing nearby and walked over to the items that had been processed. Earlier, when the robe had been taken apart, it had revealed quite a few items inside. By now, a cabinet had been removed, and there was a scroll lying nearby. Alden first approached the scrolls, glanced at them, and then gave an order to the person standing nearby. "Go get Chun." "Yes." While the staff member went to fetch Chun, Alden walked over to the cabinet on the side. When it had been removed earlier, the cabinet had been upside down on top, so its contents had all spilled out. Alden examined and sensed the cabinet for a moment before saying, "A fire Polonia wood cabinet, suitable for storing items with a cold nature." It's a fairly common type of furniture material, not particularly valuable, so it doesn't count as a rare item. After speaking, Alden's gaze fell on the very bottom of the cabinet where two small, locked compartments sat side by side.
Mana sensing locks.
They can only be unlocked with a specific method of infusing mana, but these two have lost their mana sensing function and are not graded. Alden ran his hand over the small lock on the cabinet door. The lock lifted slightly, and with a gentle twist, it opened effortlessly. The first small compartment was empty. Upon opening the second one, Alden retrieved a jade token from inside. It was bluish-white throughout, with the character for wind engraved in the center of the front and cloud-soaring patterns carved along the edges. Alden retrieved the formation survey orb from his inventory ring and, while examining it, placed the two items side by side. As Alden appraised them, the others watched closely. "This is incredible." Someone's expression changed, and they exclaimed in surprise. "Could this be the token of the Divine Wind Sect's sect master? Is it valuable?" "What a silly question. Of course it is," the person replied. "The sect master's token is the symbol of the Divine Wind Sect's top-tier status among the 8 great sects. Aside from its exquisite craftsmanship and collectible value, this token serves a very important purpose. Any ruins associated with the Divine Wind Sect are generally not well explored, and a major reason for this is that many traps and secret chambers cannot be opened. And as long as you have this token, it essentially means you can claim everything inside those ruins for yourself." The man gazed intently at the jade token in Alden's hand. "So, if what you're saying is true, doesn't that mean we've struck gold?" The person beside him exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Struck gold?" Jade was not far from the two men and heard their conversation clearly. If it were a gold find, wouldn't she be taking a huge loss? Chapter 94. I heard before that this method of controlling the pearl is worth 8 mana crystals. It's not gold. The spirit rat member beside him shook his head and said, "The aura emanating from it isn't that of a gold quality item. It's not even as good as an ordinary white quality one." Just as the spirit rat member finished speaking, Alden's voice followed immediately, saying, "The Kamikaze sect leader's token, a replica. Although its appearance is almost identical to the genuine article described in the records, the real one contains a special formation inside. I just tried infusing it with mana, but the token didn't react at all." Moreover, Alden's gaze fell on the array detection sphere beside him, which remained unchanged. He continued, "Even a damaged array would be detected by the sphere. Yet when the two came into contact, the sphere showed absolutely no reaction. There's only one possibility. There isn't a single trace of an engraved array within this token. So it's a replica. Replicas and forgeries have no value and aren't worth keeping." After saying this, Alden set the token aside and walked over to Chen Chongyu, who had just emerged, to help him speed up the completion of the Chenkuan mirror formation. "Isn't this a memento left behind by the deputy sect master of the Shinfeng sect? How could there be a replica token inside?" Someone asked in confusion. "I think I once read an unofficial history of the Divine Wind sect that mentioned something like this." "What's the story? Tell us." "A disciple of the Divine Wind sect fell in love with the sect master's younger sister, but the sect master refused to approve the marriage. In a fit of rage, the disciple conspired with the sect master's sister to steal the sect master's token. I know this story. Wasn't it that he swapped the real token for a fake one, took the real one, went into the sect's dungeon to train in seclusion, eventually reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, killed the Shinfeng sect leader and won the beauty's hand?" "No, that's not it. The disciple and the sect leader's sister teamed up to forge over 10,000 counterfeit tokens. They slipped several into the rooms of every disciple and staff member, keeping the Shinfeng sect leader searching for the tokens for days on end." The crowd, who had been pricking up their ears in anticipation, was instantly left speechless. "You know what? This alternative history of yours is just as outlandish as the inside scoop from that guy on the outer street." With that little interlude over, Chen Chongyu, standing to the side, had already finished his preparations. The scroll was placed on the detection platform, the patterns aligned, and it was quickly enveloped. A glow emanated, forming the ground and 2 figures above. One of the figures raised a palm, and 12 small spherical orbs drifted out from around their body. These orbs arranged themselves in a ring and spun rapidly counterclockwise. As the rotation speed increased, a whirlwind appeared at the center of the ring, growing larger and larger until it finally formed a small tornado that swept the figure across the room away. The image vanished, and the liquid inside the crystal ball began to rise, eventually settling at the halfway mark. Functional Skill Manual, Mid-Rank Shen Grade, Art of Bead Control. This is the Shinpu Sect S exclusive skill manual, which allows you to manipulate the Shinpu Sect S specially crafted wind-welcoming beads to manifest various combat abilities. What appeared on the screen just now was the most basic one, the wind transformation technique, which uses the high-speed rotation of the wind-welcoming beads to form a powerful tornado. There are 7 other techniques like this, including unleashing wind blades, summoning the stormbird, and so on. A complete copy is worth roughly 4 superior mana crystals, but this copy of the Pearl Control Manual is only half complete. It contains only the most basic manipulation techniques and 2 variations. Its current value is around 2 superior mana crystals, classified as green grade. Chun, but didn't I hear before that this Pearl Control Manual could be worth as much as 8 superior mana crystals? Someone asked in confusion. Yes, previously, the full value of this Pearl Control Manual was indeed 8 superior mana crystals. Chun Chongyu replied, looking at the questioner and explaining. Back when the Divine Wind Sect ruins were first discovered, the value of many artifacts was inflated by speculation, and this Pearl Control Manual was among them. This Pearl Control technique is specifically designed to control the Shunfeng Sect S specially crafted wind-welcoming pearls. A complete set of wind-welcoming pearls consists of 12 pieces. Only when all are gathered can they unleash their full power. As far as I know, there are currently no more than 4 wind-welcoming pearls on the market. I see. Thanks for clearing that up, Chen, said the person who had asked the question earlier. No problem. After Chun Chongyu replied, he showed no intention of getting up from the formation instead. He planned to wait for Alden to finish appraising the container. Setting up the formation was far too tedious. If another skill manual appeared, it would take quite some time to set up again. It seems I'll have to figure out a way to set up formations more quickly, or find a formation core stone to optimize the process. For dedicated skill manual containers, it's fine if there's time to set them up, but in situations like this, it's a huge waste of time. Chen Chongyu thought to himself. He never would have imagined that one day he'd be looking for ways to optimize his identification array simply because he couldn't keep up with identifying skill manuals. While Chun Chongyu was identifying the skill manual, Alden went over to the side and, together with the staff, retrieved the armchair that was wedged at the very top, buried under a pile of other items. When they set it on the floor, the armchair wobbled uncontrollably. One of its 4 legs was a small section shorter than the others. Alden took a special sheet of paper from his inventory ring, one that wouldn't damage the item's properties, folded it several times, and placed it under the chair leg. Only then did the chair stop wobbling. He walked around the chair once. The entire chair is crafted from spirit paulownia wood. Compared to ordinary fire paulownia wood, spirit paulownia is of higher quality and has the ability to attract mana from the surrounding air. The patterns carved on the surface are the flying celestial clouds motif unique to the Divine Wind Sect, and the symmetrical openwork on the backrest also features this design. After giving a brief introduction, Alden raised his hand and tapped the very center of the top of the armchair's backrest. The flying celestial cloud patterns on the surface of the armchair began to gradually brighten, emitting a faint blue glow. It contains an embedded jade core. A light tap on the activation point reveals its full form. Once the jade core is activated, it absorbs mana and stores it, providing a source of mana. While resting, this jade core Taisher chair can promote physical recovery, but it cannot be used to assist with training. The amount of mana it can absorb is relatively small, so it's not effective for that purpose. Combined with its collectible value, the total worth is around 500 greater mana crystals, classified as blue rank. After speaking, Alden continued toward the next pile of items. This pile consisted of the boxes that had been wedged around the armchair earlier. They varied in size, none were locked, and Alden appraised them quickly. These are all ordinary boxes. Aside from these 2 larger ones, which have some collectible value worth 1 or 2 greater mana crystals, classified as white rank, the rest are not worth noting. Jewelry carved from greater mana crystals. The craftsmanship is fairly intricate. Combined with its collectible value, it's worth 10 greater mana crystals, classified as white rank. The next several boxes all contain jewelry carved from greater mana crystals. Their overall value wasn't particularly high, ranging from 10 to 30 greater mana crystals, and they were all classified as white rank. It wasn't until the very last box that things took a different turn. Just as Alden reached out to open the box and was about to reach inside to retrieve its contents, the box mysteriously snapped shut on its own. Chapter 95. the unusual soul-nurturing jade pillow. It's not a trap. Alden glanced at the box in his hand and reached out to open the lid again. This time, however, the lid snapped shut even faster, so fast that he didn't even have time to reach inside. Seeing this, the crowd grew curious. Alden had said it wasn't a trap. So could it be that there was a living creature inside? To date, the Saran auction house's container mystery box had only yielded one living creature. If you counted that centipede, that made 2 in total. Alden reached for it again. This time, he first released a mana orb near the box's edge. The moment he opened it, the orb darted inside, enveloping the object within. "Is that a turtle?" someone asked, taking a closer look. "Judging by its appearance, it's definitely a turtle, but it's not alive. It's a jade artifact, I senti it." Someone who examined it more closely remarked. "There's even a red gem embedded in its shell. I wonder if it's valuable," someone added. Alden used the mana orb to bring the jade turtle closer, locking eyes with its pair of pea-sized eyes. 3 seconds passed. He broke eye contact, set it down on the ground, and simultaneously withdrew the mana orb that had been enveloping it. The moment the mana sphere dissipated, the jade turtle suddenly began flailing its limbs and darted off into the distance at a surprising speed. Alden, who had anticipated this, fired a beam of mana, enveloping the jade turtle and bringing it back in front of him. This time, unlike its previous quiet demeanor, the jade spirit turtle thrashed its limbs and head in unison, trying to break free from the mana barrier and dash away. The jade spirit turtle, its original form, is a turtle-shaped jade artifact crafted from green jade. It is, in itself, an inanimate object. Alden's gaze fell on the red spot on the jade spirit turtle's back as he said, "Its entire body is crimson, with a faint, fishy odor much like blood, which are typical characteristics of crimson bloodstone. This crimson bloodstone possesses an extremely robust life force and is a very rare mineral capable of fortifying vital energy. Combined with the spirit-nurturing properties inherent in green jade, this jade spirit turtle eventually developed a spirit consciousness, resulting in its current form." As Alden spoke, he channeled another surge of mana into the mana shield, repairing the gap left by the jade spirit turtle's bite, then continued, "Spirit-infused jade like this is quite rare. At present, the spirit within this jade spirit turtle is still in its juvenile stage. With further cultivation, it may develop special abilities. Judging by the nature of this jade spirit turtle, these abilities will likely be water-based and defensive in nature. However, there are 3 issues. First, to cultivate this jade spirit turtle's spirit essence to its full potential, it will require a considerable amount of, or that is compatible with its nature. Second, the cultivation cycle is very long, and there are many uncertainties along the way. Third, cultivating the jade spirit turtle's spirit consciousness is not like raising a spirit beast. With spirit beasts, the juvenile stage is the best time to build trust and a bond, whereas the early stages of a jade artifact's spirit consciousness are the most challenging to handle, because its consciousness is still in a chaotic state. There are many things it cannot comprehend, and it will only follow its instincts to protect itself, requiring guidance bit by bit. It's difficult to complete the cultivation in a short time, but it's suitable for use as a protective talisman to pass down to future generations. A jade spirit turtle with a fully cultivated spirit consciousness can be worth around 18 superior mana crystals right now. Its spirit consciousness is just emerging. Alden pondered for a moment before speaking. Its value is 1 superior grade and 800 medium grade crystals. Considering its rarity, it falls under the purple rank, ranking 4th on the purple list, just above the red-hearted gray wolf bone. Hehe, not bad. Not bad, this is good. Upon hearing this, Lei Timing chuckled again. Value was one thing, but he simply enjoyed interesting trinkets, and this jade spirit turtle was right up his alley. The appraisal continued, and Alden began another round of rapid appraisals. Red feather training cushion. It's filled with red feather down. When used for winter training, it generates heat on its own. Valued at 1 greater mana crystal, classified as white rank. Polished mana crystal mirror. For people of that era, this polishing technique was already quite advanced, but by today's standards, it's a bit outdated. Still, it has significant collectible value. 120 greater mana crystals, classified as green grade. The items in the container were appraised and sorted out one by one. Over the past short period, 25 items had been appraised. 6 were unclassified. 10 were classified as white rank, with a total value of around 300 greater mana crystals. 8 were classified as green grade, with a total value of approximately 1 high-grade item and 100 medium-grade items, and 1 was classified as blue rank, valued at 400 greater mana crystals. At this point, only the last two items remained to be appraised. One was a rather large box placed at the very back, the other was the smooth, lustrous item located in the lower right corner from the very beginning. Now the item's full appearance was revealed. A roughly rectangular block of greenish-yellow jade, slightly higher on both ends, with a slightly concave curve in the center. Looking at that shape, Jade stared at the object and mused, could it be a pillow? A jade pillow? Wouldn't the back of my head feel like it's going to hit something hard when I sleep at night? Alden approached the jade. This time, he didn't touch it but observed the patterns on its surface from a distance. After examining it for about 10 seconds, he furrowed his brow slightly, removed the white silk gloves from his hands, and took a new pair from his inventory ring to put on. The new gloves, one white, one gray, were made of silk slightly thicker than the previous white ones. Seeing Alden's actions, the people around him immediately grew tense. Something was up. After putting on the new gloves, Alden gathered mana in the palm of his hand, still clad in the white glove, and channeled it into the gray one. On the surface of the gray glove, eerie purplish-black patterns began to spread as the amount of mana received increased, eventually covering the entire glove. These patterns resembled a tangled spiderweb that had been torn by the wind and stuck together. Once the pattern had completely covered the glove, Alden pressed the hand wearing the gray glove down toward the jade stone. His fingers spread out, resting flat against the surface of the jade. The purplish-black patterns on the glove's surface flickered intermittently, as if sensing something. A few seconds later, whether it was a collective illusion or not, they thought they heard a very faint scream. It was faint and indistinct, not particularly clear. Another 10 or so seconds passed before Alden withdrew his hand from the jade. Soul-nourishing jade pillow? As Alden slipped the glove back on, he explained, it's crafted entirely from greenish-yellow jade. When used as a pillow at night, it nourishes the soul and promotes the circulation of blood and mana throughout the body. And as you use it over time, a very faint connection forms between the user's mana and the soul-nourishing jade pillow. This connection enhances the pillow's efficacy, helping to improve sleep even further. However, this soul-nourishing jade pillow is different. Alden finished putting on his gloves, looked down and said, a dead person once slept on this soul-nourishing jade pillow, and for quite a long time at that. Chapter 96. What could possibly have such intense mana? The auction house fell silent for a moment. Even though the doors were closed, a faint chill seemed to seep in through the seams of their pants at their feet. Why do I suddenly feel a bit chilly? Could there really be something unclean lurking around here? Dark cultivator? Someone shivered.